Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Many famous writers have been seduced by the charms of the ghost story. Certainly you know the names of Rudyard Kipling, H.G. Wells, Bram Stoker, Conan Doyle. But there have been others, dozens of men and women, not so well known, who have likewise been infatuated with the terror summoned up by ghosts. I give you, for example, Fitzjames O'Brien, Amyan Northcote, Mrs. Henry Wood. But the list goes on, and we had best cut it short and get to the tale which we have chosen to call Once Upon an Island.
Jack? Jack, what is it?
So still. So quiet. No noise at all. Just an awful silence.
Oh, my darling.
But there's something here. Something in this room. What is it? What's here? Who's in this room with me? Who is with me in this room? Answer me!
Our mystery drama, Once Upon an Island, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Norman Rose. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The tale which you will hear with, we trust, delicious horror was published in 1899 as part of a series called Real Ghost Stories. Its authors were two persons, listed simply as E. and H. Heron. We confess in advance to having toyed with it a little, modernized it slightly, changed the locale, and even introduced a character not found in the original, and impertinently altered the title. But the essentials remain the same.
My name is Jasper Lowe. At the age of 65, I resigned my position as professor of philosophy at a well-known university and bought a large tract of land on one of the Caribbean islands, which I had visited several times during summer vacations and for which I had developed a great fondness. I put up a modest house and settled in quite contentedly. Since I had never married, I planned to leave it intact to my great niece, Betty, daughter of a nephew whom I had known little and liked less. I remembered Betty as a child, and I was delighted beyond measure when I heard from her that she was about to be married and that she and her fiancé intended to visit me in my island home as part of their honeymoon trip. Hello. Hello there.
Uncle Jasper.
Betty, is it really you?
Really and truly.
Oh, come. Let me have a look at you.
Jack's paying the taxi. Oh, Uncle Jack.
Jack is your young man. Huh?
This is my husband, Uncle Jasper. For 2 whole days, I've been Mrs. Jack Turner. Isn't that marvelous?
Positively marvelous.
Here he comes. Isn't he beautiful?
Positively beautiful.
Jack, come meet Uncle Jasper.
Young man, delighted to know you.
I'm delighted to know you, Mr. Lowe. Betty's told me a lot about you.
What could she remember about me? It's been 10 years.
Whatever she remembered, it was all good.
Yes, come inside. I've got a good rum drink waiting for us and something to eat.
Oh, good. We haven't eaten a thing since we left the mainland.
And you'll be ready for some excellent flying fish with breadfruit and sliced cold mangoes.
Sounds marvelous.
Yes, after you.
It's lovely. You've got it all set out.
Yes, ready and waiting for you.
Sit down, Jack. Can I help you, Uncle Jasper?
Oh, no need. Well, now tell me, how was your trip?
Perfect. Wasn't it, Jack?
Oh, I don't remember a thing, except you.
We got married in Duluth, and then we flew to Miami, and then we took a little plane to Puerto Rico.
Hottest airport in the world.
And then we took that dear little boat to this dear little island.
And a taxi to this dear little house.
Drinks, everybody. My own concoction. Made with native rum, of course.
Yummy, yummy.
It's delicious.
Now for the flying fish. Caught it myself this morning.
Mr. Lowe...
If you want to please me, you'll call me Uncle Jasper. Or just Jasper, if you like.
All right, Jasper. On our way here from the boat
Now,
landing...
just hold out your plates.
Okay. Just before we got here, we passed an interesting old house.
And here's the breadfruit, staple of the islands.
It looked as though nobody lived in it for 100 years or more.
And the mangoes, ice cold. You're going to love them.
Do you know anything about that old house, Mr. Lowe? Jasper?
Oh, yes. I know a great deal about that old house. You see, it's on my property.
You own it?
I suppose I do. It's on my property.
But you don't do anything with it, rent it or anything?
Oh, no. I mean, who would rent it?
Well, of course, it would need a little fixing up.
No matter what I did with it, no one would rent it.
Well, then why not sell it? Get rid of it.
No one would buy it. Once they've heard its history.
Well, what history, Uncle Jasper?
Oh, no, you don't want to hear it.
Of course we do.
You're not going to tell us the house is haunted, are you?
You know, I'm not going to tell you anything.
Oh, Uncle Jasper, come on.
Well, maybe some other time.
I suppose the old house has a ghost in it, at least one.
Now, don't joke.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to... Well, you see, I'm a psychologist. I have my degree, and when Betty and I go back to the States, I'll set up practice there. And these fables, these old tales are fascinating to me. For I myself, of course, don't subscribe to any of them.
No, nor do I.
I believe in natural law.
Oh, yes, so do I.
Phenomena of the, shall we say, the supernatural realm are no more than projections or extensions of natural laws.
No, I agree.
Well, then?
Oh, there are things, I'm afraid, about the old house that won't fit in with any natural law that I know of. Things impossible. Absurd.
Such as?
Such as the shining man. I bit my tongue as soon as I'd uttered those words. For now, of course, the two young people were all over me, demanding to know what I meant by the shining man. But no matter how they begged me, I would not go into further detail. Such a gruesome story was not meant for the ears of two young and beautiful people embarked upon the greatest adventure of their lives. But after dinner that night, Jack Turner was at me again, and Betty, too. And at last I relented. There is a tragedy connected with the old house that goes back a century and a half, when the sugar plantations were worked by slaves. The owner was a certain James Macian. He'd been a merchant of sorts in Honduras. And when he'd made himself a small fortune, he came here and settled down in that house with a pretty daughter.
It must have been a lovely place in those days. I hope she was happy there.
Oh, yeah, I believe she was, for a time. Macian had a number of servants, slaves they were, for this was a long time back. They worked in the cane fields. Some worked in the house, and they were well treated. Life was very pleasant, I'm told, for all concerned, until...
Yes, sir? Until?
Are you sure that you want me to go on?
Oh, yes, Uncle Jasper. You can't stop now.
Well, after 2 years of comfortable, pleasant living, Macian had to go to, I believe it was Central America to finish up some business there, leaving his young daughter in the house with only the servants for company. But he did not worry because they were all loyal and devoted, especially his personal retainer, a man named Jake, whose life he was said to have saved in prior days. But, when Macian returned, he found his daughter dead.
Oh, how awful.
Poor man.
Dead in her bed.
But how?
Well, an overdraft of sleeping medicine.
But why would she do such a thing?
Well, there seemed to be no explanation. And there is none to this day. But in his grief, Macian blamed his faithful servant Jake for the tragedy and threw him out of the house. After a violent quarrel, so they say, At any rate, Jake disappeared and was never seen or heard of after that. As for Mackie and he fell into a deep melancholy, and later...
Yes, I'm going. Finish the story.
Well, later he was found lying on the couch in the library, quite mad. A hopeless imbecile, in fact. Of course, that was a long time ago.
There's been nothing since?
Nothing recently? Well, there's the story of a descendant of Mackie's who wanted to clear up the mystery, and the agent allowed him to spend the night there. This was just before I came here. And when he did not appear the next morning, they went looking for him. And they found him lying on that same couch in the library. They took him away. And he's not spoken a rational word since.
Sheer mere physical fright, acting on an overwrought brain. Such things happen.
Perhaps.
What about the shining man?
Oh, that. Well, it is said that a shining man haunts the place.
A shining man?
Yes, and that a light can be seen from time to time in the library.
How fascinating.
Oh, you think so, do you?
Of course I do.
Well, there's no light there tonight. Come to the window and look if you don't believe me.
Uncle Jasper.
You're not trying to tell us that you have seen this light?
Oh, yes. Many times. From this very window.
And the shining man, have you seen him too?
Oh, yes. Once I went into the house. It was after dark, and I saw him standing at the top of the stairs.
What did he look like?
A tall man. Absolutely white and shining. I never saw his face, for his back was toward me. But his wide, hunched, muscular shoulders gave an impression of such hostility, such animosity, that I left the house in a hurry. And I have never gone back. Now there. Now you know it all. They didn't believe me. I could tell that. And I cursed myself for having let them drag the story out of me. They quickly changed the topic of conversation, and a few minutes later I excused myself to make us some rum drinks. When I returned, both young faces were smiling and friendly. But I knew that in their secret hearts, they considered me a madman.
Someone once said, I believe it was a French gentlewoman, I don't believe in ghosts, but I'm afraid of them. Jasper Lowe might well echo the lady. He does not believe in supernatural phenomena such as a shining man and a light in the window of an empty house, but he is afraid of them. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Jasper Lowe was delighted to hear that his great-niece Betty would, in the course of her honeymoon, stop off at his island home. But Betty's new husband, Jack Turner, has innocently probed into the secrets of an old house on Jasper's property, from which, so it is said, a light shines from time to time, and which is haunted by the spectral figure of a man who shines in the dark. Now, Jasper has confounded the young couple by confessing that he has himself seen the light from the window, and, on one occasion, the shining man himself.
What a fool I had been. Everything had gone so well till I had been led into telling them of the light from the library window and the presence in the old house of the shining man. Had I been content to leave such freaks of nature in the realm of superstition, all might have passed off well. But to admit to them that I had seen them both myself, with my own eyes, I can scarcely be blamed if the next morning I eavesdropped at the door of their room.
He's such a dear old man. When I was a little girl, he'd come to visit us, and we'd take long walks together and talk about, all sorts of things. He was fine when we got here. So high-spirited, and he seemed so... Oh, he seemed so well.
It certainly seemed that way to me.
It wasn't until you started bothering him about that old house.
Oh, that was natural, wasn't it? Perfectly natural curiosity.
But couldn't you see he didn't want to talk about
I
it?
didn't see anything of the kind. Maybe you did, I didn't.
Don't you say another word to him about that house. Or the light in the library window, or the shining man. Not one word, you understand me? If you do,
Listen, everything was perfectly okay till it came to the shining man. That's when he started to get, well, peculiar.
Well, why didn't you let him alone?
Well, he was the one that mentioned the shining man first.
You're the one who brought the subject up again.
Only after he said he'd seen the light in the library window. Many times, he said. He'd seen it many times. I suppose you're going to claim he didn't say that.
No. No, he did say that.
And then he said that one time he'd gone into the old house after dark and seen the shining man standing on the stairs.
It frightened him so he ran out and never went back. Yes, he said that. Oh, Jack. Jack, what are we going to do?
I don't know. But we'll do something. You can depend on that.
I don't know how we got through the day. Breakfast was taken up with a discussion of how they would spend the rest of their honeymoon, a cruise through the islands ending up in Barbados. And then we went sightseeing again, had luncheon in the only decent restaurant the island afforded. All pleasant, homey. We spent the afternoon in my really splendid vegetable garden, picking all manner of things for our dinner. And then we all retired for a nap, because the next morning Jack and Betty would fly to Puerto Rico to pick up the cruise ship that would take them on the rest of their honeymoon. All day, there had been no mention of the old house, the light in the window, or the shining man. Yes, Betty?
You awake, Uncle Jasper?
Oh, yeah. Yes, my dear. Come in.
I'll bet I woke you up.
Oh, you didn't. I was just lying here thinking about things.
Any particular things?
Oh, some, and things in general, too. Well, did you have a good nap? A big day tomorrow.
Actually, I didn't take a nap.
Oh, you should have.
I'll go to bed early tonight. No? What I did was wash all the vegetables we picked.
Oh, I'd have done that.
Well, good practice for me, don't you think? After all, I'm going to be a wife.
So you are.
Then I cut the vegetables into bite-sized pieces.
Well.
Simmered some of them a little. Left some of them raw.
You are going to make a splendid wife.
Now they're all ready for the salad. Only I don't know how to make the dressing.
Well, I do. I make the best salad dressing in the world. So now, turn your back for a minute, girl, while I slip into some dungarees and a shirt. And then we're off to the kitchen.
All right.
I say, it is dark out, isn't it?
It has been for half an hour. I watched the sun go down. It was beautiful.
Where's Jack?
Jack? Oh, he went off somewhere.
Where is somewhere?
He didn't say exactly where he was going.
You are not telling me the truth, are you?
I don't know what you mean.
You do know where Jack went, don't you?
Well, not for sure.
You and Jack are worried about me.
Oh, I don't know why you say that.
Because I stood outside your bedroom door this morning and I heard you talking about me.
Oh, Uncle. Oh, we didn't mean anything.
Oh, yes, you did. You meant that I'm getting old and feeble-minded.
No.
Now, where did Jack go? To fetch a doctor? To tell the authorities that I am incompetent?
Uncle Jasper. Jack wouldn't do a thing like that.
Did he go off to make arrangements to have me committed to the sanitarium in San Juan?
No, honestly.
I know the head doctor there. Man by the name of Martinez. Good man. But I'm not ready to be put away. No, sir, not yet.
Uncle Jasper, it's all because of what you said about the old house. The light in the library window, the shining man.
Ah, yes, I thought so.
You said you saw them.
I did? But that's no reason to put me away. Lock me up.
Nobody wants to do that.
Then why did Jack go to ask about Dr. Martinez in the sanitarium in San Juan?
He didn't. He went to the old house.
What? He went there. But why? What for?
To see. To try to see what you saw. Or think you saw. To find a rational explanation for the light in the window and the shining man.
He is there now.
Yes, but he'll be back any minute, and then we'll know.
Come on. You come with me.
Where? Where are we going?
To the old house. Or Jack may never come back to us at all. I hustled Betty into the car, and we drove pell-mell across the stubbled fields to the old house. It looked as it had always looked, old-fashioned, time-worn, barely holding itself up on crippled supports. Everything was quiet as death. And here we are.
What do we do now, Uncle Jasper?
Well, we could wait for Jack to come out.
But what if he... Well, maybe he's not in there at all.
There's only one way to find out. Come on.
You mean go in there?
You want to find your husband, don't you?
Yes. Maybe he never came here at all. Maybe he changed his mind.
Yes, maybe. Now, come on, let's go in. All right. Now, I'll go in first. Now, maybe you would better not come in at all.
No, I want to.
All right. Hello? Hello? Jack, are you here?
I don't think he's here at all.
It's possible. Now, come on.
Uncle, it smells so dreadfully. So stagnant and damp, so musty.
Yeah, here's the library.
Are we going to go in there?
Oh, we must.
The smell's even worse in here. It's nauseating.
Wait. There's Jack, there on the floor.
Jack! Oh, Jack! Darling!
So still, so quiet, just an awful silence.
Jack, what is it?
But there's something here, something in this room.
It's Uncle Jasper and Betty, darling.
Who's in the room with me? Who is with me in this room?
Uncle Jasper, he doesn't even...
Who is with me in this room? Answer me!
What are we to do?
It's in delirium.
Nobody heard me come in. I didn't make a sound. I went to the couch. I lay down on the couch. Yeah.
Oh, Jack.
And that awful taste in my mouth. Bitter. Pungent. Was it from the dust? Tell me, somebody.
What shall I say?
Just let him talk.
Everything's so still. Empty and silent. The whole house. Then, a presence. Who's there? No answer. No noise. Nothing.
Oh, Jack.
Then, a little light trickling down from above. A patch of pale phosphorescent luminosity, growing brighter and brighter, pale green, strong as moonlight. But the dust rises like vapor when I move. A clogging weight, like a nightmare, presses upon me, and I'm exhausted and disgusted by the terrible odor, and the atmosphere thickens and cloaks the walls with drowsy horror. But now, the brightness dims, and dark smears begin to show through it, and then they begin to run together until out of them emerges a face, a fat, evil face, and the face sinks nearer and nearer to my own, and the light changes to black, dripping fluid, and the drops begin to fall.
Uncle Jasper, help him.
I don't know what to do.
I can't save myself. I can't fight back. But my hands reach up to the face above me and pass through it. And I see the glazed skin quiver, and I fling myself from the couch and fall into emptiness, into a great red vacancy, down and down and down, and I am lost.
Forever lost. Uncle Jasper, what was he trying to say?
I think he was reliving everything that happened once he set foot in this house.
So pale. So still. Is he... He's not...
Not dead, no.
Oh, thank God.
Perhaps he's gone beyond our reach, withdrawn into a state of madness.
Not a pretty tale, is it? But ghosts never pretend to be pretty. Though maybe they are to themselves or to one another. And it is only to us that they appear grotesque and horrible. And that's not their fault, is it? No. It is only a limitation of our own. The fault lies not in our ghosts, but in us. Don't you think? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Young Jack Turner, disturbed by what he considers to be his new relative's hallucinations, has gone alone to the old house. Betty and her great-uncle Jasper have followed him there and found him stretched out upon the library floor, babbling unintelligibly of what they take to be his venture into the old house. Now he has lapsed into insensibility.
Between us, Betty and I managed to get her unresisting husband into the car, back to my house and into bed, where he lay inert and unresponsive to all our overtures. Clearly, this was an illness beyond my poor powers to correct, and I had to tell Betty that we must get her husband to Puerto Rico, to the sanitarium and Dr. Martinez. She concurred, and somehow we got Jack onto the little inter-island boat and finally into the office of Dr. Martinez, where we told our story.
And they told you no, eh?
That is all, Doctor. He only went there because he and Betty here were worried about me. But I assure you, Dr. Martinez, I did on one occasion actually see the shining man. And I've observed the light in the window of the old house several times. The house is on my property, just across an open field, so I've had a clear view of it.
But you never went back?
No, once was enough for me. And I regret, Doctor, more than I can say, that I ever told Betty and Jack about that one and only visit. You see, if I hadn't done that...
It wasn't Jack's fault. We kept badgering him about it, wanting to know more. My husband's a psychologist. He was terribly interested, and then concerned for Uncle Jasper and what might be, well, hallucinations.
It seems now that they were not.
Dr. Martinez, you will keep Jack here, won't you?
I will keep him.
Oh, thank you.
I shall do what I can for him. But I warn you, I can promise nothing.
But there must be something. Jack is young. He's always been healthy, and he doesn't believe in the supernatural, the occult. That's why he went to the old house. To prove to Uncle Jasper that the things he'd seen, well, must have their basis in reality and in natural laws.
Mr. Law, you remember the descendant of the original owner of the house who gained admittance some years ago? Spent the night there to establish the very same thing?
Yes, they found him the next morning, lying on the couch in the library. Took him away.
And brought him here. Here he has stayed. That is, he was here until last night.
You mean he left? Was he well enough to leave?
No, I do not mean that. I mean, he died. Mr. Lowe, would you care to see the body?
What? Why, yes, I would.
Then come with me. Mrs. Turner, you will stay here. The body is not a pretty sight. Come, Mr. Lowe. This way. Of course, the original owner of the fatal house, Mr. Macian, I believe his name was.
Oh, yes, that's right, James Macian.
He was here long before my time. This man, his descendant, whose body we're going to look at,
He, too, was brought in before I took up my post. But I've taken an interest in the case, even though I could do nothing to help. In here, Mr. Long, you'll see that this body was once a very powerful one with noble features. There. See for yourself. Well, what do you say?
You're right. He must have been handsome once. But now the disfigurement is quite pronounced.
The discoloration extends from the center of the forehead to a place behind the right ear. When this man was first brought here, he had a small dark spot on his forehead. But it spread rapidly over his entire body.
Cancerous, do you think?
The cancerous character, I should say. Likely to occur after a shock and perhaps after severe mental strain.
Such as a visit to the old house.
The first result of the shock in the case of this man here was imbecility. Then, an increasingly lethargic condition of the body. Finally, coma and death.
Dr. Martinez, I know very little of such things, but on close inspection, this discoloration would appear to be the result of a fungoid growth. Could I be correct?
You may very well be. Perhaps akin to the Indian disease known as mycetoma. It attacks the underlying tissue and eventually the bones.
Is there any hope for Jack Turner?
Well, there is always hope, my dear Mr. Lowe. Now, let us go back to the lovely young wife we left waiting in my office. I have something to ask her.
Oh? And what is that, Doctor?
Is the coat her husband was wearing when he was brought here the same coat he wore when he visited the old house?
Betty said yes, it was the same coat. There'd been no thought of changing. Our only wish was to get him to the hospital in San Juan as quickly as possible. Dr. Martinez refused to enlighten us on the reason for his question and asked us to go home and wait for his phone call. And, of course, we did. We never left the house together for fear of missing his call. And after a week or so... Oh, well, I'll answer it, Betty. Yes, hello.
Mr. Lowe, this is Dr. Martinez. An idea has come to me. I need your approval. You understand, I have been working hard, very hard on the case of young Mr. Turner. I have a special room here with a table and a special microscope.
Dr. Martinez, you talk so fast.
Pardon me. A microscope and an apparatus for producing moist heat. And, of course, I had the young man's jacket.
Doctor, tell me, is he better?
Better, yes, some better. But now, Mr. Lowe, I want to come to your island.
But why?
I want to visit the old house tomorrow. And, Mr. Lowe, I want you to come with me.
I decided to tell Betty nothing of the doctor's call, except to say that Jack was showing improvement. I did not tell her that the doctor was coming to the island and what he planned to do on his arrival. But late in the afternoon of the following day, I invented a plausible excuse and went to the pier to meet the boat which brought the doctor to the island. In my car, we drove immediately to the old house. Dr. Martinez stared at the library.
That room there. I get the feeling there is someone in it.
But why? What makes you think so?
I have the impression, that's all. Come, let's go in.
You'd best put your handkerchief over your mouth and nose before we go into that room.
Oh.
Yes, you see what I mean? That is, you smell it.
It is the dust. Poisonous dust. Look here. It is of a strange green color, the dust. And so much of it. All over the floor. Little hills of it. Most especially the couch. Look there. Look up. On the ceiling. Above the couch. A stain.
A blood stain. Yes, I remember seeing it before. But it's grown larger.
No, not a blood stain. A patch of mold and fungi that grows and growths.
Look here. A cat has been walking over the couch.
Not a cat, no. No animal at all. Drops from the stain. But it is the dust, such a quantity of dust which interests me. Turner's coat was covered with this fine green dust, and on the collar I found some gummy drops which I'm willing to swear will match these drops. From the dust on his jacket, I have cultivated no less than 4 specimens of fungi. 3 belong to known African species. The 4th has never been described, but it is very likely Phalliodes. With this fungus in the drops, they mature very rapidly and decay as they mature. They liquefy into a kind of dark mucilage full of spores. They drip down and give off this dreadful odor. In time, the mucilage dries and leaves the dust of the spores.
Doctor, please, I cannot follow you. What about the light? The light from the window, which I swear I saw more than once.
It happens that the 3 species of African fungi have well-known phosphorescent properties. These are manifested not just during decomposition, but during the period of growth. The light is only visible from time to time, or probably climactic conditions admit an occasional efflorescence.
So Jack was poisoned by fungi, but he escaped. The others died.
Because the fungi only touched his clothing, not his skin. The unknown fungus is singularly malignant. It acts through the skin with terrible rapidity, afterwards penetrating all the tissues of the body, eventually causing death. Can we go upstairs and examine the flooring above the stained patch?
Well, the room above is divided into 2 portions by a hollow partition a few feet thick. Yeah, I think it was originally intended for a cupboard.
Come on, quick. Let us go upstairs and get into that cupboard. Wait. Look. Did you see the light? It was dancing, quivering on the 4 walls of the staircase landing. Now, show me where you saw the shining man.
In front of that panel there. There must be some way of opening that panel. If there's a cupboard behind it, they would need some way to ventilate it. Ah, yes. Here's a little metal knob. Now, I'll turn it.
It's opening. Stand aside, please. Let me look. Oh, my Lord.
What is it, Martinez?
Your shining man. Tall. His back is toward us. He is covered head to foot with luminous white mold. See?
Oh, good Lord. It can only be the slave, Jake, the servant Mr. Mackian drove away years ago.
Or perhaps Jake hid himself here in order to cultivate these spores. That could be a dangerous occupation, I assure you. Especially in an airless space like this. It is quite clear to me that either by accident or design, he became infected by the fungus poison, which in time covered his entire body. Even as you see him now.
Dr. Martinez and I went back to the house, and he tried to explain to Betty what he had endeavored to convey to me. I believe she comprehended even less than I did. But we both were heartened by Dr. Martinez's prognosis for Jack. He predicted that within a few weeks, Jack would come back to us, rejoin his bride, and after a few days, the 2 of them could continue on their honeymoon. And indeed, less than a month later, the doctor called to say that he himself was bringing Jack home.
We should have gone to the pier to meet the boat, Uncle Jasper.
Well, Dr. Martinez was very insistent that we do no such thing. He's bringing Jack to the house in a taxi. He wanted it that way.
Look. Oh, look, here they come now.
Ah, yes, there's Dr. Martinez.
Yes. But where's Jack? Jack's not with him. Uncle Jasper, What's happened?
Now, wait until the doctor has a chance to tell us. Dr. Martinez.
Hello, how are you? Oh, and you, Mrs. Turner?
Doctor, where is my husband? Is he all right?
Oh, quite all right. He'll be along presently.
Yes, but where is he? We thought he'd be with you.
Now, I must tell you, when Jack and I were on our way here, I explained in detail how he fell ill and why. And she said to me, how can this horrible old house with its deadly dust and poisonous fungi be got rid of? And I said, only by burning it down.
Burning it down? Oh, look, it's on fire.
Look there.
That's what he's doing now.
Look at that old house burn. Betty, look. Where's Betty?
I believe that is she running across the field to meet her husband. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lowe, I trust you will forgive my presumption in allowing the young man to set fire to the old house.
Of course.
After all he's been through, I could not resist denying him the pleasure.
You have done a good thing. You have exorcised a ghost.
What a happy ending for such a gruesome story. I should like to have been there to watch the old house go up in flames, and with it the deadly dust, the mysterious fungi, the poisonous spores, and of course, the shining man who would shine no more. I'll be back shortly. This time, of course, it turned out to be no ghost at all. Only natural phenomena issuing from natural causes. In a way, it's a pity, don't you think? I was beginning to like the vision of a shining man and a spooky light flickering now and then from the window of an old deserted house. Well, we don't always get what we want, do we? Better luck next time. Our cast included Norman Rose, Diana Crookwood, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
In the night report for Thursday, May 8th, stay tuned for the CBS Radio Mystery Theater.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Everything has become more, I suppose we could say, vulgar these days, especially warfare. Today we fight with such complex scientific weaponry, whereas not too long ago, arms had a personality of their very own. They were beautifully made, skillfully decorated, and were designed to be used by gentlemen. But it's all part of the price we pay for progress.
Doc, I refuse to believe that Alexandra killed him.
But she admits she did it, Sheriff.
I don't care what she says or what anybody else says. People cannot act against their basic nature.
Oh, is that a fact?
For Alexandra, even to reach for a gun is completely alien to the way she's made.
You're a great believer in basic nature, Sheriff.
Absolutely.
Tell me, and don't answer too fast. How do you really know what your basic nature is?
mystery drama, The 44, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars John Beale. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Much has been written concerning the flowering of New England. By this, of course, is meant the intellectual, spiritual, and literary heritage of that section of our country, which is justly hailed as the cradle of our culture. But New England was also the birthplace of our factories and forges. Indeed, at one time, she was the gunsmith to our nation. Back in 1851, in his Hartford armory, a gunsmith named Samuel Colt started to manufacture a very popular revolver. It came in caliber 36 for the Navy and caliber 44 for the Army. And one of these has survived to become the centerpiece of our story.
Sheriff Scobie speaking.
Sheriff?
Yes?
This is Alexandra Edison.
Oh. Yes, Alexandra?
I dislike to disturb you at home, especially on the Sabbath.
Well, that's all right.
I did call your office, but there was no answer.
I don't mind, Alexandra. Now, how can I help you?
Help me? I'm afraid no one can help me now.
What are you saying?
Yes, because you see, I broke the commandment, thou shalt not kill.
Alexandra?
I have killed. I have taken a life, a human life.
Is this you, Alexandra Edison?
I have shot and killed Mr. Martin K. Beasley.
Alexandra, don't do anything. Don't touch anything. I'll be right there. He's dead.
Yes. Yes, I told you.
Well, officially, I suppose the coroner has to make that determination, but this man is obviously deceased. And you shot him, you say?
I'm sorry, Sheriff.
You, Alexandra? You killed him? A woman like you? Why, never in a million years. I mean...
How little we really know about ourselves. What a mysterious and terrible creature is man.
What did you kill him with?
Well, I dropped the gun on the floor.
The gun? That gun?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's an antique. A Civil War pistol. I wouldn't think it could even fire.
I killed him with that pistol.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to call the coroner. Now, this man, this dead fella, this Martin K. Beasley, the name's familiar. Is he the one who's been trying to get you to sell the estate?
Yes. Yes, he was a cousin of mine.
And you shot him? Well, I'm really very much embarrassed by what I have to do. I have to place you under arrest.
I understand.
But I just can't see myself taking you off to jail. Now, this isn't the regular way to do it, but if you'll give me your promise not to... I was about to say, not to try to escape.
Well, I suppose that's just what it amounts to, Sheriff.
Well, just promise me not to leave the estate.
Well, where would I go?
Even so, for the record.
Well, if the promise is important, it is freely given.
Now, why did you shoot him?
Why? Oh...
Look, I know this isn't very easy for you, and I'm sure you're very upset. It's obvious why you shot him. Self-defense. So, there won't be a problem.
Oh, but I...
And the coroner's jury will dismiss the whole thing.
But Sheriff...
Now, Alexandra, you're not to worry. And believe me, everything's going to be all right.
Sheriff Scobie?
Yes, sir?
My name is Hawkins, Everett Hawkins.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Hawkins.
Well, I don't think you will be when I tell you who I am and why I'm here.
Proceed, Mr. Hawkins.
To begin with, I'm a member of the law firm of Hawkins and Beasley. The late Martin K. Beasley was my partner.
Yes, sir.
I've come here to see that justice is done.
Well, sir, nobody should object to justice.
The thing is crystal clear. That mad woman shot him.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Come, Sheriff, it's a matter of record. That Miss Alexandra Edison is not sane.
And where is this particular record kept?
Oh, I see. I see what's going on here. A little conspiracy. All the hometown folks closing ranks around poor Alexandra Edison to protect her from the rapacious city slickers.
Can you document that charge, Mr. Hawkins?
The woman has confessed to murder. Why isn't she in custody?
Why put her in jail? She's not going anywhere. Why subject her to needless embarrassment?
That woman belongs in jail, and I demand that she be placed there at once.
You demand?
Believe me, no one wants to do Miss Edison any harm. Poor woman, poor, frustrated, unbalanced woman. Why hold her responsible for an act over which she had no control?
Where are you headed, Mr. Hawkins?
I shall suggest to the prosecutor that the state accept a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. They'll put her in a sanitarium. She'll receive the best psychiatric care.
And naturally, if she's declared incompetent, she won't be able to manage her affairs, huh?
Naturally. She only had one relation, Mr. Beasley. Now that he's dead, his wife, Mrs. Beasley, is the heiress, and she should be appointed executrix of the estate. Poor Mrs. Beasley, she's in a state of shock.
I'm sure she'll recover.
You're a very cynical person, Sheriff. She's here in town. She came down last week with her husband to see if she could help him talk sense to poor Alexandra Edison.
I'm sorry, Alexandra. I didn't want to put you in here.
It's no disgrace to be in prison. I think of Thoreau and so many other good people.
Alex, I want to talk to you about this Beasley fella. I understand he'd been after you to sell your land.
And I refused. He threatened me.
With bodily harm?
Worse. He said he would have me committed to an insane asylum.
And that's why you shot him?
Well, I didn't mean to shoot him. I ordered him out of my house. He laughed at me, and it is my fault. I lost my temper, something I never did before. I saw that old pistol lying on the mantel, and I picked it up, and I said, "Get out." And he laughed again, and suddenly the gun went off.
Just like that?
One moment, I was standing there, pointing the pistol at him, and then it suddenly became alive. An angry thing in my hand. There was an explosion, a flash of fire, and black smoke.
Then it was an accident.
Oh, yes. Yes.
But the fact is, you did pick up that pistol.
Yes. Yes, I suppose it could be considered an irrational act.
Look, don't you be the one to say that.
But the very fact that one reaches for a firearm indicates a certain lack of balance.
Please, Alexandra, it's going to be tough enough. Just insist that you fired in self-defense. I'm sorry to be bothering you at a time like this, Mrs. Beasley.
It's all right, Sheriff.
You came down here with your husband last week?
Yes.
I understand to help him persuade Miss Edison to do something with the land, the estate.
Poor woman. Poor unfortunate woman. I bear her no malice whatever. I'm sure she isn't responsible.
May I ask why your late husband wanted her to develop the place?
You see, Martin was a member of a prestigious law firm, but we weren't rich. Of course, we would inherit the Edison estate one day, but we might have to wait all our lives. Oh, please, don't make Martin out a villain.
No.
And this land conservation, it was just a conceit on her part. Martin felt she could have let him have some of the property while he'd be young enough to enjoy it. What would be the harm?
She claims he threatened to have her declared incompetent.
Well, the fact of the matter, she is incompetent.
Mrs. Beasley, I've known the woman all my life, and I wouldn't say...
She's incompetent to manage her estate.
You've met Miss Edison, haven't you?
Yes, a week ago, when we came to town. I was with Martin, and we called on her. It was a very frustrating interview, and so when Martin went back again on Sunday, I told him he could go by himself. I wasn't having any more of Miss Edison. Oh, if I'd only known.
Yes. Well, I'm sorry to have troubled you.
Are they going to hold the inquest?
Yes, just as soon as the ballistics laboratory verifies the murder weapon.
Oh, why does it have to be verified? Everyone knows how he was murdered and with what. Why do we have this red tape?
I can appreciate how you feel, Mrs. Beasley, but that's what the law is all about. Red tape. It's what holds our society together.
Hello, Sheriff.
Hi, Doc. What's up?
Well, I'm tying up all my loose ends. Got my autopsy report here. Ready for the inquest tomorrow.
He was shot to death, wasn't he?
What kind of a question is that? Took out the slug. Big one. 44. Well, I assume it's a 44. That's the caliber of the gun she used. Look, did they send it here? They must have. They didn't send it to me.
Send what?
The ballistics report from the State Police Laboratory.
No, I didn't get it.
Well, it's a formality, but we need it. Check it for me, will you?
Yeah. I guess she's in for it.
It looks that way.
Unless we can prove it was self-defense or an accident.
Well, that's going to be tough.
Why?
Well, you've got this out-of-town lawyer, this Hawkins, raising a rumpus. He's got old Lester, the state's attorney, running scared, I'll tell you. And I'll tell you another thing. He's out to get that insanity verdict.
Well, that's going to be very hard to do in this town.
You really think so? Poor Alexandra. She's kind of, well, offbeat.
Well, that's not the same as being insane.
Well, it depends on how you emphasize it. There are folks here who think that growth and development would be a good idea. Bring in business, raise land values. The only way to do that is to get rid of Alexandra.
Yeah? Well, I guess those people would think there's something radically wrong with me, too.
Why?
Because I don't think she did it.
Well, she admits she did it.
Well, I don't care. People cannot act against their basic nature. For Alex even to reach for a gun is absolutely alien to the way she's made.
So why does she insist she did it?
I don't know.
Well, if she didn't kill him, who did?
I don't know that either.
Our basic nature. Can we act against it? More to the point, do we have a basic nature, or do we only think we do? How do you account for those people who lead quiet, orderly lives year in, year out, and then suddenly explode into violence and anarchy? For more than half of his working life, a Mr. Paul Gauguin was a respectable, very bourgeois banker. Suddenly, he chucked it all and ran off to the South Seas to paint. What was his basic nature? I'll continue with Act 2 shortly. We seem to be involved with a story that deals with insanity, or let us say, alleged insanity. It is an altogether fitting theme for our series, since insanity is basically one of the great mysteries of mankind. In the first place, what is it? In the second place, who says so? Like everything else, therefore, insanity is relative, and that's where all the problems lie.
You say you're convinced Alexandra Edison did not kill this Beasley fella, Sheriff?
Yes, Doc.
Even though she confesses she did it?
I don't care what she says.
Test 1, 2.
Test 1, 2, 3. I'm going to ask you a question. Do you say this because you're in love with Alex?
What kind of a question is that?
legitimate question.
Why do you suggest that I'm in love with her?
Well, I notice you haven't denied it. You both grew up together in this town?
Together? Listen, we may have shared the air and the water, but together...
Hey, you still don't deny it.
Oh, she was the golden-haired little princess who lived up on the hill in the mansion with the rich folks. Me, my old man was a town drunk.
Well, let's just say he was a fellow with a problem.
Thank you, Doc. Well, I was going to go away, get to college somehow, make something of myself, come back as a somebody, and then... But she got sick, and I just couldn't leave. So I stayed and did the best I could.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever talk to her about it?
No.
Well, for all you know, then, she may have been secretly in love with you all these years, too.
She never really got over that illness, either. It made her kind of withdrawn, you know? But nobody can say she's crazy. Nobody. Come in.
Are you Sheriff Scobie?
That's me. What can I do for you?
I'm Sergeant Terry of the State Police.
Oh? Oh, won't you sit down, Sergeant?
With the crime laboratory. Work in ballistics.
Oh, the coroner's waiting for the report. Did you bring it here personally?
Sheriff, I don't have a report. That is, not yet.
You don't have it? Oh, how's that possible? What are you doing here, then?
You could be in a jam, Sheriff.
What kind of jam?
I don't know. I just wanted you to be aware of it unofficially, off the record. Sheriff, you sent me the wrong gun.
What?
Here, take a look at it.
Well, sure. It's the gun that she used.
This is not the gun she used. This is not the weapon that fired the fatal shot.
But this is the gun that was on the floor next to the body.
That may very well be, but I can tell you, and I am prepared to testify under oath, that this gun has not been fired in, well, could be 50, 60 years. More, maybe.
I can't believe that.
Now, look, Sheriff. Look closely. See how rusty it is? And furthermore, it's a single action, which means you have to pull back the hammer with your thumb.
I know what a single-action revolver is.
According to the markings, this piece was manufactured in Hartford, Connecticut in 1859.
I can only tell you that this was the gun that was fired.
This gun, in its present state, could not be fired.
It's the gun she said she used.
Well, then she isn't telling the truth.
But there wasn't any other gun.
Sheriff, for whatever reason, you didn't send us the murder weapon. And I'm going to have to say so publicly. I just thought you should be the first to know.
Hi, Sheriff.
Hello, Martha.
Oh, you don't look so hot. You want the luncheon special?
Yeah, I guess so. What is it today?
Yankee pot roast, your favorite.
Oh, why not? The condemned man ate a hearty meal.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing. I just have to do a little thinking.
I've been doing a little thinking myself lately. Oh, it's a shame.
What is?
Well, you know this fella Hawkins? Staying here at the hotel. So's this Mrs. Beasley, widow of this fella Alexandra Edison had to shoot.
Tell me, Martha, do you think there's something doing between Hawkins and Mrs. Beasley?
No, I don't think so. He's kind of lining people up against Alexandra, you know, in a subtle way. He's talking about the fantastic growth and all that'll accrue to the town if the estate was taken out of Alex's hands.
Sounds like a pretty crude approach to me.
Oh, it is. But it sinks in, and it churns around inside people's minds, whether they like it or not. Oh, it makes me mad.
Is Mrs. Beasley helping him out?
She keeps to herself pretty much.
Well, she's had a shock.
I don't think it was too much of a shock. They didn't get along. This Mr. and Mrs. Beasley. I could hear them in the room.
You mean they'd fight?
Oh, nothing physical, if you know what I mean. But she kept saying, I could kill you.
I could kill you.
Well, it might have been her way of speaking. But everything was, I could kill you. I could kill you for being stupid. I could kill you for being a coward. I could kill you for not standing up for your rights.
I could kill you. That's interesting.
Uh-oh. Oh, here's somebody coming who's loaded for bear, looks like. Well, I'll order you your pot roast.
Sheriff, I demand an explanation of the incredible situation which has just been brought to light by the state police. You sent them the wrong weapon.
Why would I do that?
Well, I've been listening to the town gossip. People say you're in love with her.
Are you making an accusation of wrongdoing on my part?
I'm making a statement, Sheriff. There seems to be a considerable amount of irregularity going on around here, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it. And I'm warning you, your hands had better be clean.
Doc, I don't understand it.
I don't know how we can sort this thing out. You sure that was the gun near the body?
Now, don't you start, Doc. It was the gun, the only gun.
Well, I've got to hold an inquest. Alexandra's going to say that she killed Beasley with that pistol. A pistol that was laying on the floor. Lab is going to say that the pistol couldn't be fired. What kind of verdict can we come up with? You have to have the weapon.
I know.
Could she be pulling a fast one on us? Could she have killed him with another gun and then dropped this one near the body?
In that case, what did she do with the gun she used?
Well, got rid of it. Hid it. Destroyed it somehow.
Oh, well, that's not easy. And she didn't have much time. We know Beasley left the hotel at 2:30 Sunday afternoon to go see Alexandra. It takes at least 15 minutes to get there. So it's now 2:45. At 3 o'clock, Alexandra calls me to say she's killed him. I'm there by 10 after 3. So in 25 minutes, she has to kill Beasley and get rid of the gun, assuming your theory is correct.
25 minutes can be a long time.
If the gun is hidden, we can find it.
I suppose she destroyed it.
You're not talking about a piece of paper that can be shredded or burned. It's a fair-sized piece of heavy steel.
Well, there's got to be an explanation. I have to have something for the inquest.
Alexander, do you want to help me out of an awkward situation?
Certainly.
I have this problem. And it's really because of you.
Me?
You phoned me Sunday afternoon, told me you'd killed a fella. I arrive here and I see this Beasley lying dead on the floor.
Yes.
I ask, why did you kill him? You answer, self-defense.
Well, it's true.
I ask, what did you kill him with? You answer, the gun, lying there next to the body.
Yes. I dropped it. No. I threw it to the ground immediately, like some unclean, defiled thing.
Well, then, here's my problem. Alexandra, you didn't fire that gun.
Oh, but
Nobody has fired that gun in years. It's doubtful if it can even be fired at all. Who killed Beasley?
I did.
Where is the gun you used?
Well, you took it from me the other day.
That's not the gun. Please, Alex, tell me. I'll have to search the house, the grounds. Why don't you save me the trouble? Is it possible someone else killed him?
Well, how could someone else have killed him?
You tell me. All right. This could be a fantastic explanation, but it's no more far-fetched than the gun. Suppose someone else had a motive, and that someone else followed him here. He or she could have watched the two of you through the French doors on the patio. He or she could have seen you become angry, reach for the antique revolver, pointed at Beasley, and at that moment could have fired at Beasley, who then fell down dead. In the excitement, you actually might have thought that you fired the shot.
Who would believe that?
Think. Please, think, Alex. It's an old gun. It's heavy. It fires a very explosive charge. You would have felt it. You would have felt a shock in your hand and a tingling in your arm. Do you remember that kind of reaction?
Please, don't ask me any more questions.
But I have to.
Please, Harry.
I'm sorry, but it's my job to... Harry. You haven't called me Harry since we were in high school.
Oh.
I used to feel so great that you even noticed me. Who was I? She died before we were even born. You don't mean her.
Yes, I do. She killed Martin Beasley.
But that's impossible.
Oh, Harry, you promised me I could trust you, and now you refuse to believe me.
I'm sorry, Alex. Just go ahead and tell me. How did your dead Aunt Emma kill Martin Beasley?
She's going to tell us, but not until the third act, which is always a classic place for such revelations. And now we have a new character to contend with, Great Aunt Emma. If, as her grandniece contends, she was able to commit a murder after she was dead, what must this formidable woman have been like while she was still alive? I shall return with the answer shortly. Dead men, they say, tell no tales. But of course, that may depend on your point of view. Dead men and dead women can be endowed with all sorts of powers, if only we were equipped to recognize them. We're about to make the acquaintance of a dead lady named Emma Edison.
How could your great Aunt Emma have killed Martin Beasley?
Well, it's so hard to explain.
Please, Alex, try.
Well, it hasn't been easy for me these past years.
I know.
No, I don't think anyone knows. It all has to do somehow with money. I don't know anything about money. Money was always a piece of paper. The mail would bring me a piece of paper that said now I had twice as much money as I did before. And then another piece of paper would come to inform me that now I had 3 times as much money. Pieces of paper. That's all they ever were to me. Is it clear to you what I'm saying, Harry?
Yes, it's clear, Alex. Your great Aunt Emma?
Martin Beasley would come to see me, and he would insist that I turn it all over to the developers, that we increase the value of the land. He kept saying he would protect his interests, and even mine. He tried to convince me that I would soon lose everything.
And he threatened you?
He told me they could have me declared incompetent. I was terrified. One day, I looked at the portrait of Great Aunt Emma above the mantel, and I said to it, You are so different. You would know what to do. And the most fantastic thing happened. There was a voice.
You bet your sweet life I'd know what to do, little girlie.
I couldn't believe it. I stared, and I just gaped at her, and I said, Who are you?
Who do I look like?
Well, you look like the great lady in the portrait. You can't be talking to me.
Why not?
Well, this is my imagination.
Your great Uncle Billy. He come out of the Union Army with a rebel bullet in his leg, the ragged clothes on his back, and an old cap and ball 44 revolver on his hip. He drifted north of the Rio, and he saw this land we're standing on now, and he took it.
Took it?
Yes, honey, took it. With the Colt 44, and it's our land. It's Edison land. Don't you ever forget it.
But they want to take it from me.
Who? That Beasley varmint?
I'm afraid.
An Edison woman afraid? Huh. Look what's on the mantelpiece.
I don't see anything.
You think it's an antique. You think it's just a forgotten family heirloom. Well, it's Wild Billy's cap and ball 44. Now, the next time that Beasley varmint dares to set foot in here, you pick up the 44.
Oh, no.
And you say, I have the right to protect myself against intruders.
Well, how could I say that?
If he refuses to leave, shoot him down.
But you just can't shoot people down. Do you believe what I'm telling you, Harry? Cousin Beasley came back. It was more than a week ago, and his wife was with him, and I noticed that she looked at the gun.
Yes?
That's all. Cousin Beasley was telling me to do what he wanted, and she just kept looking at the gun. She asked me what caliber gun it was, and I said it was a .44.
And what did she say?
Nothing.
And what happened?
Nothing. He said he would give me till Sunday to think things over.
And he came back on Sunday?
Yes. At about 2:45, he was angry, abusive, and threatening. I was very frightened. And then I became aware of Aunt Emma standing beside me.
You became aware of Aunt Emma standing beside you? Was Mr. Beasley also aware of her?
No, because he just kept shouting at me. And Aunt Emma kept saying to me,
"Order him out."
And I kept saying, "I'm frightened."
"Pick up the .44. Go ahead."
And I did. I said, "Get out."
"Shoot him. Shoot him."
And I kept saying, I can't. And she...
Yes?
She took the pistol out of my hands, pointed it at Cousin Beasley, and she fired. I closed my eyes. I may have blacked out for a moment. When I opened my eyes, Emma was gone, and my Cousin Beasley was lying on the floor. He was dead. The pistol was lying there next to him.
I see.
Do you really see, Harry?
Yes. But why did you insist, then, that you killed him?
Because if I had told anyone else what really happened, they would have said I was crazy. They would take my land away.
Please, don't tell that story to anyone else.
But it's true.
That might make it even worse. Hello, Martha. Oh, you look like a person with a problem.
Oh, Sheriff, I can't get enough help to clean the rooms properly.
I see Mrs. Beasley's in the dining room, along with Mr. Hawkins.
They just sat down to eat.
Which means they'll be here at least an hour.
More likely 20 minutes. They're not folks who know how to relax over food.
Even 20 minutes should be enough.
For what?
For me to search her room.
Oh.
Any objections?
Oh, no. No, none at all. What are you looking for?
A gun.
A gun?
Yeah.
Are you saying she killed her own husband?
Well, according to what you told me, she'd have liked to have killed him.
Yeah, but twixt the wish and the deed, there's...
There's a gun. Go through those drawers, and I'll look through the closets.
There's not a sign of a gun of any kind.
I guess it isn't here.
Hey, what are you looking in the wastebasket for?
Well, you never know.
Oh, she certainly wouldn't have thrown a gun into the wastebasket, would she?
No. But she did throw something else in here.
What is it?
You complain about how it's hard to get your maids to do a thorough job.
Well, I certainly do.
Miss Beasley? Mr. Hawkins? Mind if I join you?
Oh, sit down, Sheriff. I think it's time we arrived at an understanding.
I agree.
What is holding things up here? What are you people trying to pull? When is that coroner going to hold his inquest?
I believe he can hold it this afternoon.
Well, why doesn't he?
He's hoping something might turn up.
Something like what?
Something definite. Otherwise, he'll have to have a verdict to the effect that Mr. Beasley's death was caused by a person or persons unknown.
But Mr. Beasley was killed by Miss Edison.
Who says so?
She says so.
Well, she may have been nervous, overwrought.
But everybody knows she killed him with that antique pistol.
If you contend that she killed him with that .44, then we have the testimony of expert witness Sergeant Terry of the State Police that the gun in question could not have been fired.
Well, it doesn't matter. I don't care if she killed him or not. Her conduct is sufficient evidence that she is not competent.
Which is really what you're after. You want Mrs. Beasley here to succeed to control of the estate.
And I don't think there's too much you can do about it.
If you're willing to grant that Miss Edison did not kill Mr. Beasley, then we open up a fascinating line of inquiry. Who did? And how?
Now, that's not my problem.
It does become your problem if the killer is Mrs. Beasley.
What are you trying to imply?
Now, don't say a word.
It's good lawyer's instinct. Shut her up.
How dare you make this abominable accusation?
It's a speculation. Let us suppose that Mrs. Beasley follows her husband to the Edison house on Sunday, watches the activity through the patio door.
Sheriff, I'll have you know.
And she sees a frightened, angry Alexandra threaten Beasley with that antique revolver. Mrs. Beasley here has another .44, which she fires through the open door.
Of all the ridiculous...
Poor, terrified Miss Edison actually believes she herself is the killer.
You couldn't prove a word of this. All you have is speculation.
Well, I never said it was anything else.
Then we don't have to listen to it. You don't have a shred of evidence.
Well, I do have a shred of something. It's a piece of paper. A receipt from a hardware store in Calvin's Corners, which is some 20 miles from here. A receipt for the purchase of one box of .44 caliber cartridges. Why did you buy a box of .44 caliber cartridges, Mrs. Beasley?
Jeanette, don't say a word.
Oh, what's the use? They can prove I bought the shells.
And why?
I wanted to kill him.
Jeanette.
But I didn't. I had this absolutely rattle-brained, crazy idea. When I was at her house with him, I saw the gun. I figured if I could get a shell for it and kill him with it, it could be pinned on her.
As your attorney, Jeanette, I warn you.
But I didn't do it. I bought the bullets. I sneaked back there one day. I saw her out walking. I got into the house, and I couldn't even load that stupid thing.
It was an old-style gun. It couldn't take a modern-type cartridge.
Whatever the reason, I hated him. He was such a jellyfish.
It could also be assumed that the reason you bought the shells was because you had a .44 caliber revolver of your own. And after you used it, you disposed of it somewhere.
No, that isn't true.
Sheriff, you couldn't prove that.
I notice you no longer have that fine edge of certainty in your voice, Mr. Hawkins.
What are you going to do?
I can't withhold evidence, but I won't push. If both of you agree not to bother Miss Edison anymore.
But all you're doing is making the thing more complicated than ever.
I'm sorry, Doc.
If Alexandra killed him, how could she have fired the gun? If Mrs. Beasley killed him, where's the gun she used? And there still may be one more possibility. There could be someone who ain't telling all he knows.
Who?
You.
Me? What more could I possibly know?
You're head over heels in love with her, and maybe now there's a chance for you. So you decided to save her.
How could I do that?
There was another gun, a gun that worked. She killed him with it. You were first on the scene, so you put that gun in your pocket, and you threw that old antique pistol on the floor.
You can't believe that, Doc.
Oh, I could. But I could never prove it. I got maybe half a ton of suspicions, but I don't have one single ounce of proof. Nor am I likely to find any.
So, as coroner, what's going to happen, Doc?
You're probably going to get married to Alexandra Edison.
I mean, what's going to happen as far as the murder of Martin K. Beasley is concerned?
I don't know. Maybe nothing will ever happen. After all, not every murder that's committed gets solved, does it?
No, it certainly doesn't. And if you like everything nicely rounded off and tied up in a neat little package, we cannot deliver it this time. But that's how life works out most often, doesn't it? As the poet said, the road to resolution is paved with doubt, and the more you question, the less you find out. Our problem is we may have found out too much. We shall discuss this further shortly. It has been said that nothing changes more constantly than the past. For the past that influences our lives may not consist of what actually happened, but of what we believe did happen. The very split second an act is committed, it belongs to the past. And it begins to be molded and refined and, most likely, rewritten. Who killed Martin K. Beasley? It depends on your point of view. And your point of view is the infinite number of ideas, fears, desires, and whatnot that are constantly churning around in your psyche. And in mine? Our cast included John Beale, Court Benson, Carol Teitel, and Bryna Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It was Mr. Voltaire who said that if God did not exist, we should have to invent him. And through the ages, this is what mankind has been doing. Since the dim and distant beginnings of the human race, the gods have come and gone. And each civilization, every society, donates another deity to the ever-expanding pantheon. Or are they all merely extensions of the same one?
You have been summoned here for a computer readout.
Yes, I know.
The computer has decided that you are now divorced.
Divorced? But I love my wife.
That is irrelevant.
And she loves me.
That is immaterial. It is not in the best interests of the social order for you to remain married.
But why?
The computer is not required to explain.
Our mystery drama, The God Machine, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dam and stars Lloyd Battista and Patricia Elliott. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Throughout history, there's always been the quest. The quest for what? Well, the quest for the secret. What secret? Once again, which particular secret do you wish to know? The secret of certainty? The secret of success? The secret of wealth, power, immortality? Thousands of years ago, magicians would sacrifice a cow and claim to read the secret in a study of the entrails. We call that superstition. Today, when we wish to ascertain the secret, we send out people with clipboards who ask foolish questions. We call that research. That's the way it goes. Our story takes place at a time in the future.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
You seem nervous.
Well, yes, I guess I am.
Why?
Well, why not? At a time like this.
What is there about a time like this to create what appears to be a state of emotional imbalance?
Oh, I'm balanced. I'm perfectly balanced. Absolutely symmetrical. It's just,
Yes?
Well, nobody exactly looks forward to computer readout time, do they?
Why not?
It's just you never can tell what the computer has decided. It's sort of like learning your fate.
Fate. That's an archaic word.
I'm sorry.
An unfortunate word.
Well, I certainly didn't mean...
A word which, if stated in seriousness, would indicate a definite need for readjustment.
Well, or sometimes a word just pops out.
The word fate belongs to the obsolete societies of the barbaric past.
I agree completely.
This discredited, absolutely fallacious belief in so-called fate. What was it?
Well, whatever it was definitely wrong.
It presumed the inevitability of a course of events predetermined by some agent or agency beyond human control. You see how insidious such a belief can be?
Of course.
We would thus be relieved of all responsibility for our actions.
Well, yes.
We, and we alone, through a complete analysis of our own makeup, control ourselves and our society in our best interest.
Oh, that's the gospel truth.
Gospel?
Oh,
That sounds like another archaic word. What does it mean?
Well, I'm not sure.
You are obviously reading a great many of the archaic books.
Well, it's legal, isn't it?
Provided it does not make one's mind unsymmetric, in which case readjustment is indicated.
Well, I don't take any of it seriously.
That will be determined at your annual symmetry checkup. At this time, as your district programmer, I have summoned you here to inform you of the results of your latest computer readout. Thomas Y, 130546, you have just been married.
Married? I am married?
Yes. It is estimated that in 30 years we shall require an increase in mathematicians. Genetic Headquarters has therefore conducted an analysis of DNA and chromosome factors. Among others, it has been determined that a marriage between you, Thomas Y, 130-546, and Emma K, 998-727, shall produce offspring who will become master mathematicians.
I am married?
Yes. The legal documentation is already stored.
But I don't know the girl.
Why do you raise such an irrelevant point?
It's just that the whole thing is such a surprise.
Why? Certainly you knew that one day your marriage would be programmed.
It's just that I thought...
You thought... What is there to think about? Your home has already been selected and furnished.
Furnished?
In accordance with the registered and adjusted tastes and preferences of both of you. You will report there at once.
Where?
To North River.
North River? Well, that's so far away.
From what?
Well, from my job.
You have a new job. For the next 10 years, you and your married companion shall devote all your efforts and energy to producing your young.
Look, I'm very happy with what I'm doing now.
The computer has determined that you should be even happier in your new mission. That is, unless, of course, you are out of adjustment.
Oh, no. I'm perfectly adjusted.
Then let me be the first to congratulate you.
Thomas.
Oh, it's you, Paul.
You're not even ready. You have to be at the port within the hour.
Paul, what if I refuse to go?
What if you refuse to... Thomas!
What if I refuse?
We shouldn't be having this kind of conversation.
If I can't talk about a thing like this to my brother, to whom can I talk?
To nobody.
You know what they did to me, don't you?
And don't use that word.
Which word?
They. There is no they.
No?
No. There's an us, a we. And each of our actions is governed and guided by the wisdom and the experience of all of us.
They want me to get married.
There's that they again.
They ordered me to get married.
For our own, for your own, and for society's good.
How do I know I'll love this girl?
Love? Your problem is those archaic books. Now just keep talking and thinking like those ancient authors. And I can't see how in the world you can hope to avoid readjustment. You know what happens to you there, don't you?
Suppose I won't be able to love her.
Love? Just listen to me.
You've been married for 5 years. Do you love Dorothy?
I like Dorothy.
It's not the same thing.
That's just the point. What is love?
Love? Why, love is... Well, it can't really be defined. It's an intense and overwhelming feeling.
You could also be describing a fever, which is exactly what love is. A fever of unknown origin. A fever of unknown duration. A devastating fever that strikes at random, without warning, reason, or rhyme. It's based on emotion, on passion.
That's all right.
But it isn't all right. It's not enough of a foundation for a lasting relationship between a man and a woman. It's too chancy for the genetic improvement of the human race.
I want the right to choose my own mate.
But you have chosen her. Your chromosomes and genes have chosen her. Your nerve endings and impulses have chosen her. Your entire psychic anatomy has chosen her, just as she has chosen you.
No, you don't know what I mean.
But I do. You would prefer to make this most vital decision on the basis of what? A momentary mood? A passing fancy? A transient emotion?
However it works out, it's my own business, isn't it?
No. It's our business. Society's business. You are part of the world. You will send children into the world. Well, in any event, Thomas, there's nothing you can do about it, really, is there?
No.
Hello? I'm Emma.
I'm Thomas.
Yes.
Well, I see you got here to the house first.
Yes, but I didn't have far to go. I live... that is, I used to live in the valley.
Well, you're a K998. I used to know some 998s over in Southfield.
That is, I'm -727. I have no relatives in this part of the country.
No. Well, do you like the house?
Yes, it's all right. Did you want to look around?
No, I don't know. Later, I guess.
So, here we are.
Yes. Here we are.
You aren't at all what I pictured.
What did you picture?
Oh, some very serious-looking person.
Oh, why?
Well, we're supposed to...
We're supposed to what?
Oh, I hate to say that word, but... Well, how else can I put it? We're supposed to breed mathematicians.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't look very much like a mathematician to me either.
I don't know the first thing about mathematics.
Neither do I.
Then how do they expect us to have children who do?
Well, as I understand it, we don't have to know anything, but our genes do.
I see.
Now, you know how it is. The genes, they sort of mix and match, and one thing and another.
I suppose it all comes out the way it's supposed to.
Probably. Well, I must say, they did fix the place up very nicely.
Yes.
Well, here we are.
Yes. Here we are.
Are there any entertainments in town that you know of?
I haven't seen any schedules, but, well, we couldn't go anyhow.
Why not?
Because we have a personal schedule.
Oh?
Yes, it was delivered to me as soon as I got here. I read it, and I had to sign it. You will have to sign it, too.
What does it say?
Oh, well, you'd better read it.
All right. The newly married couple, Thomas and Emma, will spend all evenings at home until they've created evidence that the purpose of their marriage has been fulfilled.
The officer who delivered this said that the need for mathematicians is, well, becoming acute.
Yeah, that's what they predict.
Do you mind if we have some music?
But you don't have to ask. It's your house, too.
I always like to listen to music.
So do I.
I brought my tapes. Well, look at this machine we have here.
Oh, see what it says? A wedding gift from the computer district.
Well, who says the computer doesn't have a heart? I'll just set it in, and now we push this button.
That's very nice.
Beautiful.
It's very well played.
You really don't like it, do you?
Why do you say that?
Oh, I don't know. I just get that feeling.
If you go around saying you don't like it, you could get into trouble.
Well, I don't like it.
You don't like it?
I hate it.
What are you saying?
I can't stand it.
Well, what kind of music do you like?
You really want to know? Here, let me stop this trash. I have a lot more on this tape. Here. Listen to this.
You like this? You go for this?
Shall I... Yes.
Oh, me too.
You're joking.
No, I love it.
Well, listen to what else I've got on here. A waltz.
By Johann Strauss.
The Elder.
What else have you got here?
I've got Stravinsky and George Gershwin and Gustav Mahler.
Then you must be an archaic.
Yes, I am.
So am I.
No.
Sure. Rudyard Kipling.
Scott Fitzgerald.
Mark Twain.
Hula hoops.
Bubble gum.
An archaic. I never dreamed it could happen.
I never dreamed it could happen to me.
I still can't believe it. Is it real?
Well, we're not dreaming, are we?
Are we?
No. No, it isn't a dream. It's real. We're here and we're in love.
We're in love.
We've fallen in love the way it's supposed to happen. At first sight.
Yes. At first sight.
I love you, Emma.
I love you, Thomas.
And the computer is right. The computer divined this love. The computer discovered it. And the computer brought us together.
Yes. And now I believe it. I believe everything they say about the computer.
So do I.
The computer can create an absolutely perfect world.
Of course it can. And seemingly, it has brought together two people of similar temperament and taste. So why shouldn't this marriage be a most happy success? Why? Well, for one very good reason. We are only just past the first act. And besides, how can you have a Garden of Eden without a serpent? I'll be back with Act 2 shortly.
I'm Susan Anton.
Mr. Charles Darwin once said, and I quote, "I believe that man, in the distant future, will be a far more perfect creature than he is now." He said that at least 100 years ago, if not more. Therefore, to him, we would be the creatures of the future. I wouldn't say we're more perfect than the people in his time, and the folks in our story who are living, say, 1,000 years from now do not appear to be any more perfect than we are. Besides, what is perfection?
Are you happy, Emma?
Oh, yes.
I didn't know it was possible ever to be happy. It was something you were supposed to hope for, to strive for.
You're not even supposed to use the word.
Oh, I forgot.
Happy is something neurotic, dangerous. It can warp the personality. You know the word they want us to use.
Mm-hmm. Adjusted.
Adjusted.
When the one great scorer comes to write against your name, he marks not that you won or lost, but how you played the game.
Don't tell me. You know, I don't think I ever heard that one before.
Grantland Rice.
You really know your archaics.
No, he was a sports writer.
That's right. They used to have people who wrote about sports. Well, you're going back 1,000 years.
At least. What I wouldn't give to see a professional football game or a baseball.
That's all been outlawed.
I don't understand why.
I do. I don't agree with it, but I can understand it. After all, there's an imbalance in a society where an athlete will be paid more than a research scientist.
Well, you've got to hand it to the computer. It picked out two kooks like us and brought us together. Do you think they just wanted to get us out of the way?
No. They brought us together to produce mathematicians.
Well, no one can say we're not trying.
A book of verses beneath the bough, a loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and thou. Do you know who wrote that?
I give up.
It was written by Omar, the tent maker.
Oh, how would you like to live in a tent?
No, all I would need is for someone to see it. I'd be packed in for readjustment.
Emma, when did I last tell you that I loved you?
About half an hour ago, I think. Are you beginning to take me for granted?
When the children come along,
Yes?
are we going to do what everyone else does? Are we going to let them take the kids away from us? Well, will we?
They're not actually taking the children away.
No?
They're just putting them into the nursery.
That's not taking them away?
But they can take better care of them than we could.
Well, that's not the point. They're our kids.
They'll still be our kids. We'll visit them.
It's not the same. Wouldn't you really like to watch your kid while he grows up? Be the one to feed him and clothe him and teach him things? I mean, isn't that the natural way to do it?
There's just no way we could ever hope to do that.
Well, maybe we could figure something out.
Never.
We've got to.
Oh, look at us. Having an argument on how to raise a child that isn't even born yet. Would you like some music?
Exactly what I had in mind. To think. There was a time when people could listen to music like this in public.
I know.
Why? What have they got against this music? I mean, okay, the books. Maybe they could object to the ideas, but music?
Well, the way it was explained to me, music represents the spirit of an era. And in the music of the past is all the restlessness and the conflicts and the neuroses.
Well, I think everybody today is crazy. Except you and me.
Thomas.
Hello, Paul.
What are you doing here?
Well, I have to report to the district programmer.
Why?
I was told there was another computer readout.
Well, I don't see how it can be anything serious.
No, neither do I.
Well, tell me, how are things?
The word is perfection.
Well, now.
Absolute perfection.
Well, aren't you the one who said, I want the right to choose my own mate?
I have said a lot of stupid things in my life.
I hate to say I told you so.
No, say it. I deserve it. Only the computer can match people perfectly. Now I know what true happiness... I beg your pardon. What true adjustment is.
Well, you're finally growing up. I can just tell from now on, everything's going to be all right.
Please be seated.
Thank you.
As your district programmer, I have summoned you here at this time to inform you that you have just been divorced.
Divorced?
The legal documentation has already been stored.
Divorced? But no, I don't understand.
Under the circumstances, you are entitled to an explanation.
Wait a minute.
There has been an error.
An error? The computer makes an error? How?
The computer never makes an error. A grade 7 technician made an error in transcription.
Well, he had no right to make an error.
He is being readjusted.
Readjusted? Well, just because he made a little mistake? I mean, that's a terrible thing to do to a person.
A therapeutic and necessary thing.
Look, talking about my divorce...
There is nothing to talk about. It has already been accomplished.
You can't do this to me and to Emma.
But we must. There has been a computer error.
It doesn't matter. You see, it all worked. Emma and I, why, we're supremely happy.
Happy?
Oh, I mean, we're in love.
Love?
We're in perfect symmetry.
You can't be.
Oh, please, believe me.
I can only believe what the computer tells me, and when the two of you are placed into it, you simply do not balance.
But we're in love. We get along very well.
It won't work.
It's working now.
It won't last.
How do you know?
The computer knows.
How?
The attraction between you is not based on qualities of durable nature. Besides, you will not produce mathematicians. Well, aren't you going to thank me?
Thank you. For what?
As a well-adjusted citizen, you should thank me for rectifying what could have been the crucial mistake of your life.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks a million. Emma.
Thomas, what are you doing here?
You know about it?
Yes.
What are we going to do?
There's nothing we can do.
Oh, yes, there is. We can appeal to the chief programmer.
Thomas, nobody ever wins those appeals.
That can always be a first time.
But besides, Thomas, if you lose, they put you through readjustment.
Are you scared?
Yes.
So am I.
Do you know what it does to you? It changes you completely. Everything that means so much to you, it just gets burned out.
Don't say that.
It amounts to the same thing. It gets blotted out, cut out. Does that sound any better? And you become just like everyone else around here. Even worse.
But if we're divorced, and if you marry this guy, whoever he is, with a number almost like mine, well, you know the type of person he has to be.
Yes, I'm afraid I do.
And living with him, you'll become just like everyone else anyhow.
No, I won't.
How could you help yourself?
Well, I'll still have my privacy, and I can listen to my tapes and read my books.
Will that be enough for you?
Well, it'll have to be.
No, it won't.
It always was.
It was for me, too. That was until I met you and lived with you. Once I've known what it is to live with you, I can't go back to the old way. And neither can you.
Well, both of us, we'll just have to.
I'm going to appeal.
Please, Thomas.
But it won't do any good if you don't appeal with me.
But I'm scared, Thomas. I'm so frightened.
Emma, we have to do it.
How do you do?
Well, who are you?
Well, I might ask you that question. However, I am Walter V278-664. I assume I'm in the presence of my newly married companion, Emma K998-727.
Oh.
She happens to be my married companion.
There would appear to be an error. I have here the certificate. Oh, yes, I was told about the minor mishap in readout.
A minor mishap? That's what you consider it?
What else?
I mean, you're suddenly informed that your marriage is canceled, and that's a minor mishap?
I believe you are becoming dangerously emotional.
No, I believe I have a right to.
No one ever has the right to become dangerously emotional, and especially over such a minor affair as this.
Minor?
What else is it? It's only marriage. You'll stay to dinner, I hope.
Stay to dinner?
Well, is there any reason why the three of us shouldn't be good friends?
Yes.
Really? I can't imagine why.
I happen to be in love with Emma.
Well, that's a rather archaic concept, isn't it?
And she happens to be in love with me.
Really?
Are you in love with Emma?
Love? I'm not in love with anybody. Nor do I ever intend to be.
You would become a married companion of a woman you didn't love?
My dear chap, if I should ever become so unsymmetrical as to fall in love, I would take great pains to see to it that I never married her.
Oh, I disagree with that.
My goodness. You are a thoroughgoing, dyed-in-the-wool archaic. I heard there were fellows like you, but I never ran into any before. What do you say to a little music, huh? Well, it generally clears the air.
Thomas, you'd better go.
No, Emma, I
Please.
can't.
Thomas, why make it so hard for us? There's nothing we can do.
We'll appeal.
No, I'm afraid.
Ah, here we are. Isn't this absolutely fantastic? You know, Emma, I could listen to this day and night. Don't you just love it?
Thomas, don't go. Don't leave me. Yes, we will appeal. Right now. Now, let us appeal.
Music, it has been said, can soothe the savage breast. Taking the opposite tack, it can also inflame the civilized heart. And so, now we learn about another facet of this futuristic society. There is an appeal procedure. But is it like the situation that is all too familiar in our time, the one that's known as Fighting City Hall? This shall be clarified shortly in Act 3. Certain things never seem to change, and one of them is the triangle. Not the geometric triangle of Euclid, but the human triangle. 2 men and 1 woman, or 2 women and 1 man. The geometric triangles can always be neatly solved. That is because mathematics follows precise and rigid rules. Human triangles, on the other hand, defy analysis, resist definition, and evade solution.
What are you saying, Emma?
I said Thomas and I must appeal.
I can't believe you.
Why can't you believe her?
You mean you'll risk readjustment?
Yes.
Why?
Because I love Thomas.
You love Thomas? Now, there's an unbalanced statement if I ever heard one. Well, don't worry. I'm not an informer.
Well, actually, you do seem like a really nice person, Walter. Aside from your grotesque taste in music, it's a pity you have to be the one in the middle.
Why do I have to be the one in the middle?
Why?
Well, for that matter, why does anyone have to be in the middle? Believe me, the whole business isn't worth risking readjustment.
You keep saying that.
It's true.
We're in love, but you couldn't understand that.
I sincerely hope I never understand what love is or feels like. I want nothing to do with it. I said it before. There's no reason why we all can't be friends. I like Emma, sure, but I like quite a few other girls, too.
Just a minute. Are you implying what I think? Are you saying that you and I should share, Emma?
Share? Now, that should be the greatest of all archaic words.
Just answer the question.
The answer should be self-evident.
I refuse to share Emma with anybody.
How can you be so selfish? Do you realize what an antisocial attitude you have? Suppose everyone felt that way about their married companion. We'd have violence in every street, in every home.
But just a moment. I should have something to say about this.
I was waiting for you to interject something reasonable and sensible, Emma.
I only want one man.
I really think the two of you deserve each other. You may only want one man, Emma, but society requires you to have more.
Then society is wrong.
Genetically, society is right. It's the only way to bring the proper children into the world.
Emma and I want our own children.
Children are never your own.
We're going around and around.
I'm only saying, be sensible. I happen to know an archaic phrase or two myself. And you recall the one that applies here? Don't make waves.
You wish to request an appeal?
Yes.
Have you thought about it?
Yes.
Carefully?
We are determined.
It is my duty as your district programmer to warn you of the implications of this act.
We're already aware of them.
You have filled out the necessary forms?
Yes, and we wish to present them here officially.
The law provides for a 20-day cooling-off period.
That isn't necessary. We know our minds.
Nevertheless, it must be followed. Your request for appeal is now tentatively acknowledged.
Tentatively?
At the end of this period, if you are still determined to go through with this procedure, you will report to the chief programmer. Otherwise, your request will be null and void.
We'll be there. Please, Paul, don't try to talk me out of it.
Listen to me.
I'll listen, and you'll say one thing, and I'll say another, and we'll go round and round.
Do you want to die? That's what readjustment is. You know that? Everything you are, everything you want to be, everything you hold so important is taken out of you. You're just a shell.
Now I know what you meant when I asked you if you loved Dorothy. And you said, I like her. Do you like her the way Walter likes Emma?
I suppose so.
Well, then who do you love?
Love?
Yes, love. You have to love someone. Even if it's in secret. Who is she?
Is that important?
I don't care about her name. I don't even want to know her. But she exists, doesn't she, Paul? Well?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, listen to that. And who was carrying on about love just a little while ago? Who was saying love was a fever?
It is. It's a disease.
How can you say that?
I didn't want you to catch it.
Why not?
Because you couldn't handle it.
What gives you the right to say that?
Well, look at you. Can you handle it? You're actually going to appeal on account of it. Why can't you just accept love the way it is? Why must you force it to destroy you?
I can't help it. I can't think of her with another man.
But, Thomas, this is what destroyed the ancient worlds. Passion. Blind, overwhelming passion. Uncontrolled emotions.
Don't lecture me.
People could be driven to kill. Now, confess. Don't you want to kill Walter? You see? You're afraid to answer. Is that what you want us to go back to?
But what we're doing, it isn't natural.
Who says so?
No one feels anything. No one really lives.
I also know one or two archaic sayings, Thomas. For instance, moderation in all things.
Yes, moderation, of course. But it has to be the moderation that I adopt for myself. It can't be the moderation that's forced on me.
You're really going to appeal, aren't you?
Yes.
You're actually going to fight the computer.
Yes. After all, what is the computer anyhow? God?
Of course. You mean you didn't know that?
We only have 15 more days. Do you want to change your mind?
We're going to lose.
I know.
Do you know why?
Because you can't fight the computer.
And do you know why? Because the computer is God.
God?
I never thought about it until my brother said it a little while ago. He laughed. I'm sure he thinks it's a joke. But it's true. The computer is God.
But
what was God to the ancients? Something or someone infallible? Omnipotent?
But the computer, it's something that we make.
All peoples make their own gods.
Well, even if that's true, how does it help us?
What we make, we can also destroy.
How can we destroy the computer?
Easily. Blow it up.
What are you saying?
And then the world can start all over again.
Blow up the computer?
Why not?
But you know what they'll do to us.
Who?
The government. But everybody.
Well, maybe.
But how can you say maybe? It's a fact.
No, I've learned something. I learned that most people live by fooling the computer, by finding ways to get around it, by paying lip service to it.
Well, how does that help anything?
We'll be doing a service to humanity. We'll be saying, look, you don't have to pretend anymore. You can live honestly, freely. You can be true to your feelings, your emotions. The people won't allow the government to readjust us. We're going to start a revolution.
Thomas, do you believe that?
Don't you?
Well, I don't know.
Then believe me, I'm right. I know I'm right.
Suppose there are guards.
Guards? Why?
This is the main computer bank, and, well...
Oh, God isn't protected by guards, but by awe, by fear.
Please, be careful, Thomas.
Oh, no, don't worry. This is a very stable explosive. It can't go off until we're ready. Now, it's through that door.
But what if it's locked?
Why should it be locked?
We're going to do it. We're actually going to do it. I can hardly believe it.
Here. See? It's open.
Look.
Yes. Look.
All those banks and banks and rows of computers.
That's God. That's God deciding on the movement of everybody in the entire world. That's God controlling every thought, every act. Well, we're going to get rid of that idea. And we're going to think and act for ourselves.
Thomas.
What is it?
I was just wondering...
If you're starting to doubt, you can get out of it now.
No. I'm only wondering if people will really want to think and act for themselves. Or do they want it all decided for them?
I am the captain of my soul. I am the master of my fate.
But, Thomas, that's just poetry.
Just poetry? Isn't poetry something to live by?
Yes. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I ever doubted.
Are you sure?
Yes. Let's do it.
Now we have to wire each row of these...
Oh! What's that, Thomas?
Intruders! Intruders! All guards! Personnel! Move at once!
They did attempt to destroy the main computer bank. Since they are obviously too unbalanced, too unsymmetrical to speak in their own defense, who does appear for them?
With your permission, I am brother to Thomas and brother-in-law to Emma.
And what have you to say?
The fault is not with these two immature people. It lies with the archaic books and tapes. Their minds have been confused by the neuroses of ancient writers, philosophers, and poets. Thus, they were driven to this. Yes, it is a most serious crime, but readjustment is a most serious punishment.
Readjustment is not a punishment. It is a therapy.
It is a most drastic therapy. May I suggest an extended period of re-education and retraining under more benign circumstances? Let us replace their subversive and destructive ideas by study and analysis, rather than by the searing trauma of electric shock. I have made my statement.
Thank you for your efforts to secure justice. This office has taken all possible factors into consideration. A study of both the accused reveals that there is no hope in milder attempts to balance. The asymmetry is so pronounced that it may only be corrected by total readjustment.
No! I do believe we have a visitor, Emma.
A visitor?
Oh, it's Thomas.
Thomas.
Sit down, Thomas. Let me turn this thing off. I must say, you're looking good.
Thank you, Walter. Hello, Emma.
How are you, Thomas?
Well, what can we do for you?
I was just out walking. I'm married now.
Yes, we heard.
We're supposed to produce marine biologists.
Well, it's the coming field, I understand. Well, why don't you bring her over sometime?
She's very busy. I hardly get to see her myself.
Well, that's the way it goes. I understand. Oh, Emma, my dear, I have an appointment.
Are you leaving?
It won't be for long. And besides, Thomas will keep you company. Why did you have to rock the boat? Well, I'll see you later.
What did he mean by that? Rock the boat?
I don't know.
Thomas, do I know you?
I think we know each other, but I'm not sure. There are things I simply can't remember anymore.
Yes. I feel that way, too.
Sometimes my head hurts.
Mine does, too.
And I get the feeling that I'm being punished, but I can't seem to remember why.
Neither can I.
If only I could remember why I'm being punished. If only.
And yet, in a way, he's lucky. In many societies, his crime would have received a far more drastic punishment. The moral of our story? We hesitate to offer one. Except, perhaps, that if you want to save the world, you'd better make sure that the world thinks it's in danger to begin with. I shall return shortly. We began our little session with a discussion of the basic similarities between ancient and modern man. Ancient man had an entire pantheon of gods, and they had to be consulted before each and every venture. Today, we demand the same services of a machine. Feed in the facts, factor in the data. The ancients waited for the verdict of the oracle at Delphi, who was the priestess of Apollo. We wait for the verdict of the computer. I wonder which, in the long run, has proved more reliable. Our cast included Lloyd Battista, Patricia Elliott, Terry Keane, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Why would she have amnesia?
Well, because...
She's an athlete in training. She's in perfect health.
Well, then she was kidnapped.
How? Right off the street to Delaware Avenue?
They could have overpowered her, forced her into a car.
She wouldn't go quietly. She seems a big, strong girl.
Don't say it like that. You make her sound ungainly. She's beautifully built.
Well, you can't rule out the possibility of kidnapping, Sergeant. Well, you'd have received word by now about a ransom.
Well, maybe it's the kind of kidnapping where girls are sold into, slavery.
Oh, please, Molly. Sergeant, we're desperate. Yes, I understand. I just wish you knew a little more about her.
Sergeant, find her. Please. She's our little girl. And we love her.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I don't think there's any of us who couldn't use a little more luck. And perhaps if we knew what the future had in store, we could either avoid the danger or take advantage of the advanced information, which accounts for the popularity of fortune tellers, palm readers, soothsayers, clairvoyants, and crystal gazers. We love them, but not, of course, if what they predict is death.
What is it, Mr. Varick? You look so pale.
Oh, it's nothing. My heart, I think. A sudden pain, that's all.
You have a bad heart, son.
It's nothing, I tell you.
If I had known, I would never have let you look into the crystal.
Oh.
What?
Oh, please. In my wallet, the name of my doctor.
Yes.
Please, call him right away.
Our drama, The Crystal Gazer, adapted from a story by Jacques Futrell, has been written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The time, today, one winter afternoon. The place, a big New England city. No, by BKG, you're going to find out anyway. The city is Boston. But the room we are in might have been In East India, a tiger rug, incense burning, idols grinning in corners, candlelight, and, of course, a beautiful young woman dressed in a sari who has just welcomed a middle-aged American dressed in a business suit.
Good afternoon, Jada. Is Adhem Singh here?
Barak Sahib, what pleasure to see you. Please, let me have your overcoat. You are covered in snow. I shake up the coat and hang it here in the hall.
I couldn't get a taxi in this weather, so I walked. I just had to come and talk to your brother.
My brother, yes. He is in the next room with the crystals. He is in meditation.
Oh, I didn't like to disturb him, but just this once I must.
Something important you wish to convey, Barak Sahib?
My gratitude. I wish to thank Adam. As always, he's been 100% right.
It is not he. It is the crystals that speak.
He told me to sell Art Craft Preferred, which I did yesterday, Jada, at a considerable profit. The stocks fell through the floor. If it hadn't been for Adam, I'd have taken a nasty bath.
Then you must come along with me, Barak Sahib. Perhaps my brother will sense your arrival and leave off his divination. I know his happiness is to see you.
My dear Howard, as we have so often said, in all the months we have known each other, it is not I, but the crystal that foretells. But your thanks are welcome.
You know, Adam, one thing that does bother me is that I myself have never been able to see anything in that crystal ball. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not of your faith, your heritage. I'm not an East Indian. Well, never mind, I can live with it. Whether I see for myself, Adam, or you tell me what you see, I sure have made a packet of money through that crystal.
So be it. The power of ancestors.
As a matter of fact, I'm thinking of enlarging my gifts to you to further scientific investigation into the psychic.
Spiritual research my sister and I have always dreamed of. I must, however, reluctantly tell you, Howard Barak, the light from the crystal does not shine as brightly as I could wish.
Don't. Do not say anything today.
Not brightly? What does that mean?
There is danger.
Adam, please. I beg you. Do not say any more.
How can I not? Howard Barak is our good friend.
All right, look, enough of this. Well, why won't you tell me?
It's difficult to tell a dear one. He is being taken from your sight.
In so short a time.
Will you stop speaking in riddles, you two? Are you saying that I'll die?
Please, Barak Sahib. Ask no more about it. Let it be peace today, and no fears.
Now, if I didn't know you both so well, I'd be angry. But I know that neither of you play with words. Well, tell me straight out. What is it? What danger?
I cannot, Sahib.
You must. I shan't leave here until I know.
The crystal, Sahib. It tells me that...
No, brother. Please, no.
Go on.
It grieves me to say that which will cause pain to one whom I love, as I do you, Sahib. Perhaps you had rather see for yourself.
Let me see it, then. Does it show in the crystal ball right now? Come on. I can open the curtain myself. Do you want to stand behind me, Adam, or should I look into the crystal alone?
This time I will remain beside you, Sahib. Before you sit, are you sure you can stand the shock?
Of course I can. All right, I'll sit at the table. You stand there. Good heavens. You're right. For the first time in my life, I do see something in the crystal. A light. I see a light inside it.
Look closer, Sahib. Place your eyes close to it.
Yes, I am. A light, that's all there is. No, it's unbelievable. There's a table with books on it and a chair. No, it's not a table, it's a desk. And I can see a mantelpiece. Oh, that's not possible. That's my own room, my study, and my home. It is. The door in the corner it's open. I can see a man coming into the room, coming into my study. Now he's turned his face this way. He has my dressing gown on. Man, it's me.
Wake up, Barak Sahib. Oh, please. Wake up.
Well, what happened to me?
You fainted, Sahib. My brother carried you to this couch. He has just gone to fetch some water.
Fainted? I never fainted before in my life.
Ah, dear friend, I'm glad you are awakened. Would you like some water?
No, I don't want anything. I can't understand myself.
It was a shock.
The man in the crystal ball was myself, I'm sure of it. It's absolutely crazy. I saw in that crystal my very own study with my books, everything just the way I left it this morning.
You did not see your room as it is today.
What do you mean?
You saw it in the future.
Stop, Adam. Stop. No more for today.
No, wait a minute. There's more to this I want to find out now. I want to go back and take another look. If you wish, you can stand with me, Adhem. It doesn't matter to me. But I'm going to take a long look inside that crystal. Whatever I see. Why is it taking so long? It's still dark.
The future is a long way off.
Is there no way of speaking to it, telling it how anxious I am to see into the future?
The crystal is the medium. It can merely light the way. You in your mind will see the pictures it makes possible.
Wait a minute. Look. Yes, there I am again, in my study. Now I'm sitting down at my desk. What is it that's troubling me? My head is down. Look at the way I'm moving my hands as if to say it's hopeless. Hopeless. Am I crying? What's happening? I put my head down on my arms. The door. Behind me, the door. Someone's opening it. There's a man with a knife in his hands. He's moving towards me. Closer.
Let us all sit here quietly, and I shall make tea. It will calm you, Varik Sahib, after what you have seen.
How long have you known this?
I saw it first yesterday. I was horrified.
So Judge called to me. I came quickly.
And you saw what I saw today also?
I did, Sahib.
You saw this unknown man creeping up behind me and striking me with his knife, burying it in my back up to the hilt. You saw me murdered.
I did, Sahib.
Beyond comprehension. When I was looking into the crystal ball, I kept thinking, this is madness. I must be seeing things. But it is my room. I'm positive about that. My study, the books, the rug, the clock on the mantelpiece.
How we were hoping it was not so. That perhaps the crystal was showing us the death of another man in another room. I go now and make some tea.
No, I don't want any tea. Thank you. Adhem, I'm a hard-headed businessman, a realist. I cannot believe what I saw will happen.
The crystal has never lied.
But how can it foretell such a thing?
The psychic world is a secret world. Oh, please be careful, Varik Sahib, now that you have been warned.
Well, of course I'll be careful. I'll change the locks, bar the windows. Well, I must go. This room is stifling. That incense, must you burn that incense all the time? I may see you tomorrow.
It is the God's will.
Yes, goodbye. Goodbye.
Oh, help him. Oh. He's falling.
That's nothing. My heart, a sudden twinge, that's all.
You have a bad heart,
I
Sahib.
tell you, it's nothing. I've had 2 attacks, but that's past.
Your heart is weak? Oh, we did not know. Why did you not tell us?
Well, I'd forgotten about it myself.
Had we known, I certainly would not have permitted you to look into the crystal.
I did ask him if he could stand the shock.
Oh, I feel so bad, Varik Sahib, to have brought on this weakness.
I'm all right. Just let me sit here and catch my breath. I'm going in a moment.
How do you feel now, Sahib?
Oh! Please, in my wallet, the name of my doctor. Please, call him right away.
Where is he? Where's Howard Varick?
Are you the doctor?
I am.
Follow me. He collapsed all of a sudden. My brother did not know whether he should start mouth-to-mouth resuscitation or what to do. Through here, doctor.
Of course he should have.
Are you Dr. Cole? I have not touched him. I did not want to do the wrong thing.
Do you know how to administer CPR?
Yes. In England, I took the training. But a man's life, I was afraid to take the risk.
He's not getting any better lying here. Move over, please. I want to see if he's breathing.
Oh, I am terribly sorry, Doctor. We called you just as soon as he told us your name.
Please be quiet. I cannot listen with you talking. I'm not sure. Somebody call an ambulance.
I will go. I will do it right away.
Hurry. Yeah, we'll squeeze off the nostrils and start blowing air into his mouth. What's your name?
Abraham Singh.
And you're certain you know CPR?
I have done it before, Doctor.
Good. You start the mouth-to-mouth, Mr. Singh. I'll check his carotid pulse. No pulse. Heart's not beating. I'll start chest compression. We'll do it together, you and I. Now, I want you to blow into his mouth once. I'll compress the chest 5 times. So it's breath, 1, 2, 3, 4, and on the 5th compression, you sneak in a second breath on my 5th count. Understand?
I know the method, Doctor. As you count 4 and release, I blow a breath into his mouth.
Fine. All right, let's go.
A life in the balance. Any of you who are not doctors or even paramedics, if you have been trained in the Red Cross procedure of CPR, cardiac pulmonary resuscitation, can save a life. Oxygen is pushed into the lungs while the heart pump is being squeezed, sucking blood into the left auricle and pumped out of the right. Anyone can learn it. And right now, Howard Varick's life depends on it. The crisis has passed. Howard Varick was treated and has recovered. It's a week later, on another wintry, snowy afternoon, and Howard sits in Dr. Cole's office. He has just undergone a cardiogram.
The cardiogram tells me nothing. That can happen sometimes.
It shows nothing at all.
No damage to your heart. To play safe, I think we'll have you take a stress test. And tell us whether your heart's getting enough oxygen.
But I've never had a sick day in my life.
Except for 3 attacks. This apartment where I found you...
They have the whole house.
Everything about it was so foreign. Incense in the air. Who are these people? This Indian gentleman, this lady?
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Why don't you give me a straight answer, Howard? Is there something you have to hide? All I'm saying is the whole place and those two seemed a little peculiar.
Well, he just happens to be a genius. And the girls, she's his sister, Jada's her name, they work together.
And what?
Well, Adam Singh is an extraordinary man. He's a spiritualist. He can read the future, and I did learn something that day at Adam's house, which perhaps excited me. Who knows, something I should probably go to the police about.
Then why don't you?
Because they'd laugh at me. I also doubt whether they'd believe me. They wouldn't do anything anyway.
How do you know?
Until an actual crime has been committed, they're not interested.
Howard, perhaps I can help. If it's so secret, it's so important. I have a friend you should see. He's one of the great private investigators in the country. Anything you tell him will be kept in strictest confidence. Let me call him up for you and set an appointment.
Well, who is he?
Dr. Augustus Van Dusen.
Another doctor?
But his practice is not quite like mine. The disease he fights is crime.
What makes this Dr. Van Dusen so different?
His methods. Augustus is known among professionals as the thinking machine. He's a mastermind. He is a supreme logician.
I see. Maybe that's the kind of man I should talk to. Yes, please arrange it. He sounds like the kind of man who could help me prove or disprove that seeing is believing.
If what's plaguing you can be solved by reason, Augustus Van Dusen is the perfect choice. Not many years ago, Augustus challenged a champion chess player, and by the sheer force of logic defeated him.
I don't see what that proves, so your Dr. Van Dusen played a better game.
Well, that means much more than you think. Augustus Van Dusen had never played chess before in his life.
And that, Dr. Van Dusen, is the whole story.
You've left out nothing, Mr. Varick?
I don't think so.
It's interesting. So you believe you've had a look through a crystal ball into the future? Did I understand you correctly?
Doctor, I'm going to die someday next week. Do you understand that? Next week. Is there any way to prevent it?
Well, of course, if you've made up your mind to die, I don't see what can be done. Tell me again, how is this going to transpire?
But I told you, I'm going to be murdered, stabbed in the back by someone, a man I haven't recognized.
Oh, dear me, that's quite unfortunate. I'm not surprised that you're seeing a reenactment of your own murder would unnerve you.
Reenactment? It was the real thing that I saw.
Well, if it's possible to see the future, that could only be by harnessing some superhuman force. And that is difficult for me to assume.
Dr. Van Dusen, do you believe in any psychic force?
There have been a lot of unexplained horrors from the Salem witchcraft days to today. Poltergeists, what have you. But a peek at tomorrow in such dramatic detail, it's hard for me to swallow.
Well, I'm a doubting man myself, but what I saw, I saw.
I'll admit this. The good Lord who hung the sun and moon up there has done a number of other things which we may never understand. Tell me, Mr. Varick, how did you first meet this crystal gazer, this Adam Singh?
Well, I've been interested in the occult for years. I have a comfortable fortune, no occupation, no dependents. The psychic has been a hobby of mine. I've studied it all over the world. I met Adam Singh in India 10 years ago. I realized that he had a power, so I financed him. 2 years ago, he absolutely convinced me there was something to this crystal gazing.
Oh, how'd he do that?
By making me believe in telepathy, subconscious mental action, call it what you will. And that power of his has guided me ever since in every important act of my life.
But only through him?
Oh, yes.
Always under a pledge of secrecy?
Yes. How did you know?
Mr. Varick, has there ever been any taint of insanity in your family?
No, never.
How often have you consulted Mr. Singh?
Oh, many times. When the crystal told him nothing, he had nothing to tell me. But when he did advise me, it was always to my advantage.
Oh? How so?
Even in the most intricate stock operations, he has never given me bad advice.
One's going to play the market. Surely a good broker could have done the same.
Oh, Dr. Van Dusen, the only game the stock market is a guessing game. There are no 100% experts. And yet, Adam Singh batted that average.
100%?
So, naturally, I've come to believe everything the crystal shows. Can you blame me?
This murder of yourself that you saw enacted in the crystal, when is it supposed to happen?
Singh was as horrified as I was, and his sister. I asked him that question, and he made the vision appear just for himself. He told me of a calendar on my desk which shows a page for each week, and that's true. It was turned to the week of the 21st, which starts next Sunday.
Come with me, Mr. Varick.
Where are we going?
For a stroll on the Boston Common?
In this weather? It's snowing so hard you can't even see your hand in front of your face. Besides, I really don't feel up to walking, Doctor. My life
is in danger. I'm aware of that. On the Common, it'll be impossible for anyone to overhear what I'm about to tell you. I shall be with you in a moment. First, I have a telephone call to make. Oh, no, never you mind, Mr. Varick. The call will do you good. It's bracing. As I was saying, what you've told me is unquestionably amazing. You have no idea of the identity of this murderer to be?
No, not the slightest. In the crystal ball, I saw him only from the back, and as you can imagine, everything I saw was in miniature.
And it was your room, no question.
Oh, absolutely. Rugs, furniture, books, everything was mine.
In that event, The affair's perfectly simple.
You mean you can stop this from happening?
Let us say that I can take a good poke at the elbow of fate. Will you place yourself in my hands and obey my instructions implicitly?
Well, of course. Anything.
Let's sit down there on that bench in front of the monument. You don't happen to have $3,000 or $4,000 in your pocket, do you, Mr. Barry?
Well, not as much as that, but if you're concerned about your fee, let me assure you that...
I never accept fees. I interest myself in certain cases because I like them. They stimulate me. I stimulate them. Do you have a checkbook with you?
Well, I think I do. I generally carry one, yes.
Good. Now sit yourself down on the bench and take out your checkbook.
All right.
Now, wait a minute. You better clear off the snow first. Hutch, you can bring Philip out now from behind the monument. Mr. Barrick, let me introduce my two friends. This gentleman who is sporting a raincoat with an upturned collar covered with snow is Mr. Hutchinson Hatch. When he is not assisting me, Mr. Hatch is an esteemed colleague of the Fourth Estate.
He's a reporter? Yes, sir.
And the gentleman behind him, also moonlighting, as it were, is Philip Byrne. Philip owns a travel agency.
Oh. How do you do, Mr. Byrne?
Now, Philip can hear you, but he's unable to speak. A childhood malady. Unfortunate, yes. But you may shake his hand if you wish. Gentlemen, Mr. Howard Varick, our very troubled client. Now, sir, if you will write out a check for $4,000 payable to Hutchinson Hatch...
$4,000?
I think that'll be enough.
Right here and now?
Right here and now. We've got no time to lose. Hutch?
Yeah?
You go immediately to your bank, cash the check, and come back here with the money.
Here? On Boston Common in this blizzard?
To this very spot. We'll all be here, waiting. Is that you, Hutch?
There it is, Van.
Got the money?
4,000 smackaroos of Uncle Sam's best.
Thank you. Philip, I want you to take this cash.
You're giving my money to Mr. Byrne?
Mr. Varick, half an hour ago you said you would place yourself in my hands without question.
Well, I'm sorry, Dr. Van Dusen. I didn't understand.
Now you will. First, Mr. Varick, the keys to your house. Where is it exactly?
It's the big red house at the top of Beacon Hill. You can't miss it.
Oh, I won't. Secondly, Mr. Varick, from this time on, your name is John Smith. You're going on a trip, beginning immediately.
I am?
You're not to send a letter, a postcard, a telegram to anyone. You're to buy nothing. You are to write no checks. You're not to speak to or recognize anyone, not even me.
But my affairs, my business.
You told me you had no business.
I know, but keeping up with the stock market, that's vital.
As vital as your life?
Well, but where would people think I am if I suddenly just disappear?
I will have Dr. Cole inform whoever's interested that you're confined to your house and must see no one. After all, you did suffer an attack, so there's nothing strange in being isolated until you recover.
I don't follow what you're up to, Dr. Van Dusen.
What you do understand, however, and what you truly believe is what you saw in the crystal. That your days are numbered.
Yes, of course. I'll ask no more questions of you. Forgive me. But is seeing believing? That's all I think about.
Philip, you heard my instructions. It's your job to enforce them. You must lose yourself in this man. Of course, you can't take him abroad because passports are necessary, but from now on, he is John Smith. Take him somewhere to some place, south or west. I leave that to you. When you're there, place an ad in the Boston Herald. It will say, "Come to sunny so-and-so." And you'll add the name of the city where you're holed up.
For how long am I going to be hidden away?
Until the case has been solved. When I do, I'll have a similar ad placed in one of your city's newspapers. My ad will say, "Come to sunny Boston." When you read that, Philip, bring him in.
Come to sunny Boston in this weather?
Oh, Hutch, you and Mr. Varick just happen to be the same height and build.
I'm going to be Varick?
Uh-huh. Until this case is solved.
Varick appears to doubt his own senses. You heard him question whether seeing was believing. Today we live in an age when every science tells us the impossible is possible. Even so, I have heard of certain doubting Thomases who believed the first man on the moon was only a television show staged in a studio to fool the world. However, whatever your name, be it Thomas, Richard, or Harold, Tom, Dick, or Harry, doubt not that I shall return shortly with Act 3. I did tell you, didn't I, that Dr. Van Dusen is known to criminologists the world over as the thinking machine? Blessed from birth with a very large cranium, he has filled it with an unparalleled assortment of knowledge. Until today, he is reputed to have the sanest, clearest brain in science, capable of unparalleled deductive reasoning. It was his reporter and friend, Hutchinson Hatch, who dubbed him the thinking machine. And the two of them are at this moment in the office of Dr. Cole, the medical doctor we met earlier.
Now, Augustus, I wouldn't say that Howard Varick is fundamentally nervous. He keeps to himself, has since his wife passed away.
So, Dr. Cole, you'd say he was in good command of himself.
I don't think a man who parlays a $10,000 inheritance into 10 millions is a flighty type.
Agreed. What do you think, Hatch?
No, not flighty. Pretty scared, though, that he thinks that he's got only days to live.
You've got to remember, Hatch, when a man's had a heart attack, changes his viewpoint.
That's what we've come to see you about, Dr. Cole. Any ideas as to what might have brought it on, other than physical, I mean?
That Indian crystal gazer and his sister, is that what you mean? Well, he did say to me that he thought he should go to the police, that there was something going on that disturbed him. That's why I sent him to you, Augustus.
Glad you did. Dr. Cole, would it be unethical for you to write a note to someone and say that, in your opinion, Mr. Varick is ill and you have confined him to his apartment, and you recommend a complete rest, and he is to see no one?
Augustus, that's exactly what I would have prescribed in any case. Who do you wish me to address the note to?
Mr. Adem Singh.
I'll get to it right now.
Hutch, when Doc Cole has written the note, I'd like you to deliver it to friend Crystal Gazer's house.
Okay, so I see that Adam Singh gets the note. Then what?
Then you and I begin step 2 of the trap.
And what do I do?
You're the bait.
Ben, I hope we hit the jackpot tonight.
Well, maybe, Hutch. Maybe not.
This is the third night I go through the same act.
Hutch, let me tell you, you're giving one of the finest characterizations I've seen on any stage.
Yeah. Ben, I'd like to ask you a favor. Tonight when I go into that room, do I have to wear Varick's dressing gown? All that velvet and the fur collar. It's bad enough I got this wig jammed on my head so I look like him. But with the fire going and that heavy robe, I feel like I'm in a sauna sitting at his desk.
Hutch, it's your costume for your part. Of course you have to wear it.
Okay. Relying on you to get some good pictures for my story. Straighten up my wig and back, will you?
When did I ever say catching a criminal was easy?
Well, let's get tonight's performance on the road. Time to start?
Not yet. We'll wait till it's midnight. Did you check the camera? Is it loaded?
You should be playing my part. I should be taking the pictures.
But you're built like Varick. He's not tall and skinny with a big head. Now, about the camera.
Of course it's loaded. Flash is all set to go. Just keep your thumb away from the lens.
It's time. Good luck. I'll be watching from the wings. Stay right where you are, Mr. Singh. One more, please. Very nice pictures. Oh, what is this? Who are you? Hutch, if you'll be so good as to turn around at the desk and point your gun straight at Mr. Singh. I think your newspaper will be very pleased with the pictures. A real first. A murderer in action. Mr. Singh, please drop that knife you're holding. Would you mind? I don't understand all this. You might easily have disposed of Mr. Varick, but you went into such trivial theatrics.
He also came pretty close. I could feel him breathing down my neck.
I suppose I am your prisoner. Indeed you are. You're charged with the attempted murder of Howard Varick.
Varick, sorry. I did not expect to see you.
I didn't expect to be here myself. May I come in? Is your brother here?
No. I mean, I
Where
thought
is he?
Did you not see him at your house?
No, I've been away.
You have not been in your house yesterday or the day before?
No, What is all this?
Please, put your hands up, Varick Sahib.
Jade, you're not going to shoot me.
I may. First, turn round and walk to that door.
I wish you wouldn't point that pistol at me.
Move.
I don't understand.
You went to the police, did you not? Move, I say. Now, open the door.
There are stairs leading down.
Yes, Sahib. And you will go down them. I shall be right behind you.
Listen, I don't know what all this is about. Jada, what are you doing? I came back without telling anybody because I was sure you and Adam were my best friends, not the detective, nor the man who had me in custody.
So you did go to the police. If you do not start down those stairs in 3 seconds, I shall shoot to kill.
Keep on knocking, Lieutenant. I'm sure that woman's there.
Yes?
I'm Lieutenant Mallory, 8th Precinct. Sure took you a long time to come to the door, ma'am. I have a warrant to search these premises.
What for? What have we done? Who are these people?
I'm Dr. Van Dusen, and this gentleman here is Mr. Hatch. For your information, madam, Adam Singh has been apprehended and has confessed.
I do not believe you, whoever you are. Adam Singh has nothing to confess whatsoever. He is a spiritual.
We know all about that, ma'am. What's in that room there?
You are welcome to enter it.
This is where the seances are held, I bet. What's behind that black velvet curtain?
Stand back. All of you.
What?
Against that wall. I have got a gun. And I am leaving this room and locking the door behind me. It is a strong door. And it will take you quite a while to get out.
I've never seen the lieutenant so angry.
I've never seen him so powerful. The way he kicked at that locked door and broke it open.
That's quite a woman. What an operator.
She won't get far. Hatch, let me show you the secret of this so-called peek into the future.
Oh, you figured it out?
First of all, let's pull this black velvet curtain open.
Yeah, there it is on the table. Crystal ball.
Velvet-covered tabletop, very nice. Do you see anything in the crystal?
No, Swami, I don't. Not a thing.
Close the curtain behind us.
All right, I've got a flashlight.
Good. Now shine it at the base of the crystal ball.
What are you doing, Van?
Lifting it off its pedestal. Uh-huh. Hatch, give me the flashlight. Now you slowly lift up the crystal. Both hands, that's it.
Yeah.
Very clever. Look here, I'll tell you what. You sit right here in the dark and keep your eye on the crystal ball, and I'll see if I can't give you a glimpse into the future. Won't take long, Hatch. We're just going down to the cellar. Let me out! Help! Someone, please help me! Let me out! Hold on, whoever you are. The key's in the door. I'll have it open in a sec. Howard Barrick? What are you doing here?
Oh, Dr. Van Dusen, am I glad to see you. My heart is pounding like I don't know what. I was suffocating in there.
Why aren't you with Mr. Byrne as we agreed?
I ran away from him. I had to come back. Oh, I know it was so stupid. I believed Adam Singh and his sister were my friends. I came back to plead with them to use his power so that I wouldn't be killed. And Jada threatened me with a gun and locked me up in that airless closet. I had it coming to me.
I have an idea. There's a lot more down in this basement than a closet. I see a light at the end of this corridor. You come with me. You did an extremely foolish thing, Mr. Barrick. First of all, you fell for quackery like some ignorant person. You've been hoodwinked for years. But to return alone to this house, I never thought you could be that stupid. Well, now, the door to the future is a little ajar. Shall we push it open?
Good heavens.
Surprised, aren't you?
How did they do it?
The how is simple. It's the why that interests me. Do you see anything here out of place?
Oh, there's nothing. Absolutely nothing. Everything's exactly the way it should be. This is my study, book for book, the table, the desk. Even my antique lamp has been duplicated. Everything is just the way it is in my own house, which is miles from here.
A perfect duplicate. And now I shall sit at this desk and show you how Adam Singh went about a perfect deception. Lieutenant Mallory, welcome back. You caught up with the lady?
Yes, stupid dame. She ran a red light. A patrol car stopped her. There were 2 Indian gentlemen in the car with her who tried to run away. The 3 of them are down now at the station house. I thought I'd stop by to ease your mind, Doctor.
Lieutenant, I don't know what I would have done without you. You might just check the identity of the young lady. Logic tells me she's Adam Singh's wife, not his sister. And it wouldn't surprise me to learn that they've been up to quite a few swindles in this house. A girl like that could be attractive bait.
Yes, I'll do that. And Dr. Van Dusen, just give us a call if you need any more help.
Hatch, I'll bet you those 2 men and Mr. and Mrs. Singh make up the entire cast.
Entire cast?
While Singh was up here setting the stage for his miracle play to be shown on the crystal ball, he had to have 2 accomplices down in the cellar impersonating Barrick and the so-called murderer.
Mm-hmm. Oh, how did he do it?
I'll show you. Come over here. You too, Mr. Barrick. Now, let's just close the curtain. Now, observe. When I lift the ball from its pedestal and the black velvet tabletop, what do you see? A pipe, right? The pipe leads into the leg of the table, which is hollow, and runs all the way down to the basement. There are lenses in the pipe, so when I press this switch with my foot...
Great Scott.
The duplicate of Mr. Varick's room lights up, and the show is ready to begin. The actors are in the cellar, and there we are. You're actually looking through the wrong end of a telescope when you gaze into the crystal.
Well, then that's how I saw you at the desk.
You can imagine how high the stakes were. All this equipment, hiring extra people full-time, adds up to a production expense which only a rich man like Mr. Varick could make worthwhile.
Well, there's no fool like an old fool, and I'm it.
How much money were you planning to leave Adam Singh in your will?
How did you know?
Please, your answer?
$500,000. It was to further his investigations into the psychic.
That's a lot of money to pay for your own funeral.
Would it be a safe assumption, Mr. Varick, to say not only will you change your beneficiaries, but you're no longer very interested in the occult?
Dr. Van Dusen, I know they call you the thinking machine. So I would say your logic is indisputable.
Jacques Futrell, who masterminded this mastermind, tells us that Dr. Van Dusen, the thinking machine, believed implicitly that all things that start must go somewhere. and that if you brought a concentrated mental force to bear upon a given problem, it would no longer be a problem. I shall return shortly.
Look to CBS television for the very best in daytime drama. Stories about people facing each day as it comes on Search for Tomorrow and the new hour-long version of The Young and the Restless. Follow the private lives of people trying to find their way as the world turns and the guiding light. So when you think about daytime drama, think about Search for Tomorrow, The Young and the Restless, as the world turns and the guiding light. They're here for you every weekday on CBS television.
Hi, I'm Jean Stapleton. If you need information on child care, health care, non-sexist education, abused women, displaced homemakers, legal rights, credit, or any other topic concerning women, write or call the Women's Action Alliance. That's the Women's Action Alliance, 370 Lexington Avenue, New York, New York, 10017. Call 212-532-8330.
So ends Mystery Theater's report on the battlefield of wits. These skirmishes against double-dealing and crime always remind me of that little gem of truth by Sir Walter Scott, who said, "Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive." And I might add, only a brain of extreme power can untangle those webs, for which we have to thank Dr. Van Dusen, the thinking machine. Our cast included Robert Dryden, E.V. Juster, Ian Martin, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I don't care what they say at the FBI. Somebody made a mistake. Yes. Oh, yeah, thanks, Bill. Thanks for calling.
Anton, what is it?
That was Bill Stone. You know Bill.
Of course.
Well, he said a story's just come in over the wire from Blaneyville.
So that's where you had your accident, just outside Blaneyville?
Yes. Dr. Barringer was found dead this afternoon in his office. Strangled.
Strangled?
By one hand.
One hand? The bruises show
yes, that one hand strangled him to death. A right hand.
Well, this is strange.
It's more than strange, Alexis. It's impossible.
Why impossible, Anton?
Because, Lottie, they say it was my right hand that strangled him.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Job, J-O-B, job opportunities for the blind. Can the blind work? Listen.
I'm an investigator for the West Virginia Human Rights Commission. I am now working in compliance as an intergroup relations specialist 1. In the 9 months I've been there, I've been doing intake, which is primarily in the office, both on the phone, taking complaints or inquiries, and determining whether or not we have jurisdiction. Occasionally someone will ask me about the blindness, but that's all. No one has ever refused to have me handle them. As far as my coworkers, I've had just fantastic relationship.
For further information about employment opportunities for the blind, contact Job, 1800 Johnson Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21230, or call toll-free 800-638-7518. This message was presented at
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I walk unseen on the dry, smooth-shaven green, to behold the wandering moon riding near her highest noon. People who can walk unseen can make for beautiful poetry, as Mr. Milton has just shown us. However, in life, people who can walk unseen can present us with baffling problems, which proves that there is a time and a place for everything.
My darling, I must tell you, there is a ghost in the house.
There's no such thing as a ghost.
But I heard him.
So, get rid of him.
Wonderful. First you tell me there's no such thing as a ghost. Then you tell me to get rid of him. It isn't consistent.
Dearest, I expect you to get rid of that ghost.
How can I get rid of a ghost? Especially one you say doesn't exist.
My angel, that is your problem.
Our mystery drama, That's What Friends Are For, was suggested by a story by Rudyard Kipling and was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly with Act One. India, when Mr. Rudyard Kipling lived there, worked there, and dreamed there almost a century ago, was a country of some 300 million people, and more than twice that many legends, myths, fables, romances. Yes, it was a place that provided a feast for the imagination. And that was well because for many of its people, it would be the only feast they would ever know. James Waddington Tesser was a young subaltern in a regiment which, for reasons that have nothing whatever to do with our story, was called the Inextinguishables. He was spending the afternoon, as most young officers will, at the club, when he was informed that his khitmatgar, or houseboy, desired to see him on a matter of the greatest urgency.
Yes, Ahmadine.
There is news, Sahib.
What sort of news?
News of a fantastic nature.
Well, it had better be to drag me away from the table just as my luck is changing.
News one could hardly believe were it not for the fact that one's own ears give testimony.
Am I to stand here forever, Ahmadine? Must I die of old age before I receive enlightenment? I command thee to transmit this news, Ahmadine.
There is music.
Yes?
Music in the house of the Sahib.
Art thou telling me that there is music in my quarters?
Even so.
That's impossible.
Sahib, in the house, at this very moment, there is music.
What kind of music?
Music that is loud.
Played by whom?
Played by no one.
There is music, and thou canst not see who plays it. Ahmadine, thou art a mudhead. Canst thou describe this music?
It is the wearing music of the red-haired sahibs in the regiment who dress in the skirts of women.
You mean the Highland Fusiliers? Bagpipes?
Those leather skins in which are imprisoned the souls of the unburied dead who seek escape, but alas, their cries are unanswered.
Right, that's enough, Ahmadine. Enough.
Hey, the English, a foolish people. They refuse to understand the most simple things. Well, my Sahib and I rushed to the house, and it was even as I told him.
Oh, this is impossible. Hast thou searched the place completely?
As your honor commanded.
And there's no one about?
No one, Sahib.
But someone's playing that music. Run back to the club and tell Horak Sahib I would see him at once.
Lieutenant Horak Sahib was my lieutenant's friend and companion in mischief. The two were always getting into all sorts of scrapes. It was predicted that they would either end in jail or that one should become commander-in-chief of the army.
What do you make of it, Billy?
Jimmy, you've got yourself a ghost.
Well, there's no such thing as a ghost.
Don't tell me. Speak to your Highland piper.
The silly thing's been going on for hours.
Well, there must be some explanation.
Well, where can the chap be hiding?
Perhaps he doesn't have to hide. You see, the fact is, he's invisible.
Well, now you're going too far.
He's a ghost.
I can't believe that.
Jimmy, how can you believe anything else?
How long is he going to keep playing?
He sounds like a fellow who seems to be settled in.
Don't say that.
I'm sorry.
Billy, what am I going to do if... Oh, good Lord.
What's the matter?
Melisande.
Oh, yes, I'd clean forgotten.
I'm going to marry the girl.
And bring her here.
Yes, here. I'm sick.
He stopped.
Oh, I hope it's for good. Melisande. Would she live here with me and this, ghost?
I don't know.
Well, if she loves me enough, she'll just have to put up with it.
Well, I'm not sure it has anything to do with love.
It hasn't?
No, dear chap, it takes a special kind of woman to tolerate this sort of thing.
Do you expect Melisande to walk out on me?
I'm just trying to provide for your interests as a true friend should. Because the likelihood is that Melisande will walk out on you.
I couldn't blame her. I really couldn't. But if Melisande breaks our engagement, what's going to happen to her?
No, don't be concerned. If it's absolutely necessary, I'll marry her myself.
Oh, thank you very much.
Don't mention it. Isn't that what friends are for?
Ahmed, said I to myself, is that what friends are for in truth? The fair Melisande, they called her. How difficult it is to understand the English. Fair to look upon, a bit too pale, a trifle too thin. But what do the English know of beauty? The very next day...
Good morning, Amadine. Thy master is not at home, I trust.
No, Mem Sahib. He is with the regiment.
Good. I have some work to do about the house.
Work?
Yes. I shall surprise him, Amadine. Thou must not say I have been here. I intend to measure all the windows so that I may have curtains made. Oh, we shall transform this place.
Did the heaven-born say transform?
Yes. Make it a fit and proper place for civilized society. Why, just look at the place. No end of a mess. And the smell.
The smell, Mem Sahib?
Of guns and oil and saddle leather. Oh, we shall tidy things up and have them ship-shape in absolutely no time at all.
If the presence will permit, Tesser Sahib is quite fond of his guns and saddles.
Is he indeed?
And therefore it follows that these must be carefully greased and oiled in order that they may be preserved.
Is that a fact?
The grease and the oil, by Mem Sahib's permission, do, by the very nature of things, have an odor.
Ah, but thou hast said, Amadine, by the Mem Sahib's permission, and the Mem Sahib shall give no such permission.
Oh?
No. He can store the smelly things in the barracks, or the stables, or wherever. It's no concern of mine, nor of thine, Amadine. No longer shalt thou waste time cleaning foul-smelling guns and polishing malodorous leather. Instead, thou shalt be free to pursue more domestic exercises.
It shall be ever as the Radiant One commands. Has this news been communicated to Tesser Sahib?
Oh, yes. It was discussed and decided upon.
One would have thought Tesser Sahib would sooner give up his right arm than to expel his precious riflery and saddlery.
Ah, Medine, it was a sacrifice he had to make on the altar of love.
Am I to understand that Mem Sahib said in her voice that shames the nightingale, choose betwixt me and thy saddles and thy guns?
It was exactly what was said, and graciously did he agree. How not? And thou, too, wouldst have done the same thing for one that had captured thine own heart, Amadine.
If the Mem Sahib will permit, I should not.
Wait, thy time wilt come, and she will tie a noose about thine heart, and for the love of her shalt thou too sacrifice all. But I see that thy master has not lived up to his agreement. The guns and the saddle still disgrace these rooms. Now then, Amadine, gather these smelly things together and place them in the stable. A pipe? Look thou outside, Amadine. Do the Scottish Fusiliers parade today?
If the Mem Sahib will permit, the music does not come from without.
It does not?
No, it arises from within.
From within? Have we a piper in the house?
It is even as the Mem Sahib says.
A piper? How intriguing. Here in the house? Where?
If it should please the Sublime One, everywhere.
Everywhere? What dost thou mean, everywhere?
With the Resplendent One's permission, he is right here.
Who is right here?
The one who has imprisoned the souls of the unburied dead.
That shall be absolutely enough of that nonsense. A bagpipe is a musical instrument. That is, it is an allegedly musical instrument. It is not a repository for... Oh, what superstitious rot. Now, where is this piper?
The piper, if it pleases the Glorious One, it does not exist.
Then how can he play?
He is here, in spirit.
Oh, is he then a ghost?
Oh, how wise is the all-knowing one.
I won't have it. I won't have ghosts prowling about. Silent ones are bad enough. But a ghost who is unmannerly enough to play the bagpipes. No, Amadine. Get rid of him. Immediately.
The foolish English. Can we, the living, command the dead? I can only say she met my master, Tesser Sahib, that afternoon at Pauletti's, where the English gather to take tea, to dance, to flirt, and to get themselves deeper and deeper into trouble.
Sorry to be late, Melisande, my darling.
I dare say, my angel.
Do I detect that small cloud, no larger than a man's hand, forming on the horizon?
It is forming right here, at this table.
My dearest, this is the eve of our wedding.
Our wedding is still a month away.
No, poetic license.
You are not entitled to take poetic license, because you are not a poet. You are something even worse. You are a practical joker.
My sweet.
What is the meaning of that dreadful piping?
Oh, that.
Yes.
Melisande, I don't know what to say. The house is haunted.
Yes?
By the ghost of a piper.
There is no such thing as a ghost.
But you heard him, didn't you?
Get rid of him.
Well, first you tell me there's no such thing as a ghost, and then you tell me to get rid of him. It isn't consistent.
Wasn't it an American who said that consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds?
What else could you expect from an American?
My beloved, I expect you to get rid of the ghost.
My sweetest, how can I get rid of a ghost? Especially one that doesn't exist.
My angel, that is your problem.
How easily some ladies can clarify the most vexing of situations. However, ghosts do have a reputation for, shall we say, stickiness. Once you get one on the premises, he's very hard to shake loose. Who is this ghost? Assuming, of course, that there is such a thing as a ghost in the first place. Perhaps enlightenment awaits us in Act 2 shortly. You've heard it said, love me, love my dog. Shall the hero of our story, Lieutenant James Waddington Tesser, be compelled to say to his fiancée, the adorable Melisande, love me, love my ghost? Some ghosts, as you know, are properly polite and unobtrusive, but not Lieutenant Tesser's. This one actually plays the bagpipes. Even now, the lovers are discussing it at Paletti's.
But, my darling, you just don't command a ghost to leave.
Please, do not involve me in the mechanics of the operation. And you have made absolutely no provision for disposing of those ugly, smelly saddles and rifles.
Darling, they're not ugly. They are beautifully wrought. And the smell is the honest, deep, rich aroma of fine leather.
I thought we'd already agreed.
Well, yes, of course.
Then why are we still discussing it?
Well, because two mature, intelligent, sensible people who love each other can always reopen any subject.
Are you telling me that you intend to break your promise?
Oh, no. No.
Are you trying to suggest that you shall not get rid of those offensive articles?
Of course not. It just happens that I am an officer in a cavalry regiment, and I ride horses.
Do you find it necessary to keep your horses in the house?
Well, hello, you two.
Billy, Horace. Oh, won't you sit down and join us?
Oh, thank you. Well, Jimmy, as they sing in the old Irish regiment, the days of the Kerry dances, the sound of the piper's tune.
I think that will be quite enough, Billy.
I hope you've an ear for bagpiping, Melisande, my lovely. You're in for quite a serenade.
Nothing of the sort, Billy. Jimmy has promised to get rid of him, or it, or whatever.
Have you indeed, Jimmy? Well, then consider it done. Once our James turns his hand to a task, how do you propose to go about it?
Will you please get out of here? Can't a man have some peace and quiet with his fiancée?
I think you're horrid. And I do want to dance, Jimmy. And all you can do is sit there and sputter all sorts of nonsense about a ridiculous ghost.
I'll dance with you, Melisande.
Oh, I thought you'd never ask.
Excuse us, old man.
I see our guest is still with us, Ahmadine. I hear thou hast been looking for me.
Sahib, there is news.
Oh, no. I couldn't stand any more news.
The Colonel, Sahib, has sent orders.
Orders?
Yes, he said Lieutenant Tesser, Sahib, is to report to him at once.
Oh, the devil he does. Why would the Colonel want to see me? What have I done lately? I can't think of a single thing. At once, eh? All right. Say a prayer for me, Ahmadine, to whichever of thy gods would be appropriate to the situation.
Sahib, I shall have to pray to all of them.
Lieutenant Tesser reporting as ordered, sir?
Yes, quite, sir. I understand what we married, Tesser.
Yes, sir.
The girl, I take it, is Melisande Trevor.
Yes, sir.
Granddaughter of Major Hugh Scott Fellfield Trevor, what?
I believe so, sir.
Splendid officer. Killed in the mutiny, my first company commander. I feel a sort of responsibility for the young lady. Do you understand, Lieutenant?
I think so, sir.
No, I don't think you do. You're a young rogue. Don't deny it.
No, sir.
I don't believe you're the marrying kind. What have you to say to that, eh?
If the Colonel will permit, I am in love with Melisande, and I cannot wait for our wedding.
Splendid. Because, Lieutenant Tesser, if you do anything to hurt that girl, to disappoint her, to spoil her happiness, in short, should you change your mind about this marriage...
But, sir... Nothing in the world could ever prevent our marriage.
I'm gratified to hear that, because should you leave her waiting at the church, I promise you that I shall make your life hell on earth. Do I make myself clear, Lieutenant Tesser?
Yes, sir. My darling.
Well, my dearest... Are we setting a pattern?
I was delayed.
Obviously. Does this mean I can always expect to be kept waiting?
This was all being done in your interest. I was examining the house thoroughly, inside and out, top, bottom, in hope of exorcising that confounded ghost.
Oh, you were doing it in my interest. I would assume that it was being done in our interest.
Yes, well, of course, naturally. I find absolutely no trace of a tangible or intangible being of any sort, form, or shape.
Are you saying you cannot get rid of it?
My darling, could there be a chance that perhaps we might become used to it?
Used to that infernal din?
I'm just trying to make the best of the situation.
No, my precious. The way to make the best of the situation is to put an end to the situation.
But...
Now, let us address ourselves to more pleasant situations. Do you know who I met in Hamilton's just about an hour ago? The Colonel.
The Colonel?
Your commanding officer. Colonel Desbroses. Dear Desi.
Desi?
I used to call him that when I was a little girl. He would ride me on his knee. How is that scoundrel Tessa? He asked. If he gives you any trouble, come to me. I'll put the bit between his teeth soon enough. Oh, he's so thrilled at being invited to the wedding. He was overjoyed when I asked if he would give the bride away.
Oh, that's such marvelous news.
Why don't you devote the rest of the afternoon to getting rid of our little problem?
And, what shall you do?
Oh, I shall sit here.
Alone?
Oh, I know so many people here. Ah, there's Billy. Billy Horrocks. Come right over here.
Well, hello, young lovers. I would have come over sooner, but, three's company.
Lieutenant Jimmy Tesser is going to desert me for the remainder of the afternoon, Billy.
Oh, the more fool Jimmy.
He must come to some sort of understanding with that mysterious Scottish piper.
Have no fear, Jimmy. I shall take excellent care of Melisande for you.
Isn't this perfectly heavenly music, Billy? My toes are tingling.
Oh, why don't we dance?
Well, you don't mind, do you, Jimmy?
Why should he mind? That's what, friends are for.
Ahmadine, come here.
What is the wish of the protector of the poor?
What dost thou make of this confounded serenade?
The spirits have invaded this house.
Assuming that's true, how do we rid ourselves of the bloomin' creatures?
Does the heaven-born wish to drive out the spirits?
Something like that.
If this unimportant person may suggest, there is but one way.
Yes?
Burn down the house.
No, Ahmadine, I don't think so.
Then one must learn to enjoy it. See? It does not play all the time. Only when it is moved by some great sorrow. And then it pours out its heart.
Wait. Why do I talk to thee, Ahmadine? This is not one of thy native spirits. What would such kind know of bagpipes? No. This is a Scottish spirit. The thing is plain.
Plain, Sahib?
Yes. Listen closely. Go thou to the regiment of the red-haired sahibs, those who wear the short skirts of ladies, and tell the pipe sergeant major that I wish to speak with him. At once.
Pipe Sergeant Major Cathcart McMoney's reporting, sir.
Stand easy, Sergeant Major. This is unofficial business.
Yes, sir.
Now, can you tell me, is there a piper missing?
A piper missing?
From the regimental band.
Oh, no, sir. Well, why would one piper be missing?
Well, that's a good question, Sergeant. I was hoping you could answer it.
Well, is there news of a missing piper?
News? No, not exactly. What we do seem to have is the missing piper himself.
Yes, well then, where do you have him?
Here.
Here, sir?
On the premises.
Well, might a man ask, where on the premises?
Here and there. Everywhere.
Sir, would it be asking too much if I should request you to produce the man for me?
Well, have a bit of patience, Sergeant, and he shall produce himself.
In what way?
Here he is now.
Oh, is there a man in the next room?
No, Sergeant.
With your permission, sir.
Go look, by all means. Search the room, the house, the grounds.
There's no one here.
My point exactly, Sergeant.
And yet, 'tis plain, 'tis a pipe. Yeah, a pipe.
Oh, who can it be?
Well, No, it cannot be. But who else?
What are you saying, Sergeant?
Stewart, man. 'Tis Jock Stewart. The Stewart himself. Oh, listen.
Yes, that's all I've been doing, is listening.
Stewart. 'Tis his very own pipes. The ones he made with his own hands. Oh, yes. He was the greatest of us all. A poor fella.
Poor fellow?
He died.
In battle?
Oh, no, sir. Much worse. I've a broken heart. Oh, yes. This is the song. I remember he played it. 'Tis called I Shall Die For You. Oh, beautiful melody.
You mean there is a melody?
You know what they say. Scottish airs are not for English ears.
He stopped.
Oh, poor Jock. Probably overcome by his tears.
But why has he come here?
Is there to be a marriage in this house?
Yes. Mine.
Ah, well, he has come to warn you.
Warn me? Of what?
Of the faithlessness, the fickleness of a woman's love.
Well, very good, Sergeant, very good. Now, let him consider that I have been warned, and let him go away.
No, sir. You see, he feels it so deeply. He was betrayed by the lady he loved.
Well, why can't he leave me alone?
He wishes to save you from making this terrible mistake.
Yes, but it isn't a terrible mistake. We love each other, Melisande and I. What am I going to do?
Reconsider your approach in marriage.
What's to consider? I'm in love. And if Jock Stewart, or whoever this mad, dead Scotchman is, doesn't leave this place in peace, my fiancée will break our engagement.
Now you see it. This is what Jock Stewart has in mind. He wants to save you.
Yes, but if I don't marry Melisande, my colonel will... I tell you, my career will be ruined.
Choices, decisions. Ghostly pipers, fidgety fiancés, querulous colonels. How are we to sort all this out? And to top it off, we're in India. Mysterious, unfathomable, inscrutable India. Where sometimes the practical answer is the one that makes no sense at all. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Ghosts are certainly not strangers in our literature. We've had all kinds. We've had ghosts from all walks of life and most occupations. However, musical ghosts are somewhat rarer than most. That is, if you want to call a ghost that plays the bagpipe musical.
Yes, 'tis Jock Stewart playing. There can be no doubt. If I may make bold, sir, I should advise the lieutenant to listen to Jock.
Listen to Jock and do what, specifically?
Break the engagement.
Sergeant, I would like to thank you very much. You've been of tremendous help.
You're quite welcome, sir.
My darling, I've been looking for you.
Angel, where else would I be on an afternoon except here at Paletti's?
Yes, of course.
Then it's settled.
Settled? What is settled?
Well, the affair of the ghost. I assume it must be, or else you will be back at the house taking care of it.
Well, we do seem to have a problem.
Oh?
The ghost seems to resist all attempts to evict it.
Jimmy, darling, have you ever asked yourself why?
Why? Why what?
Why the thing has seen fit to, well, let us say, concertize in your quarters?
No, we no longer need to call it a thing. It's been identified by the pipe sergeant of the Highland Fusiliers as a certain Jock Stewart.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm. It seems that this Jock Stewart is dead.
Why should this Scottish bagpiper decide to haunt you, of all men in India?
Well, because... Oh, I don't know.
You don't?
Oh, really, the whole thing is ridiculous.
Perhaps not. Now, have you ever murdered anyone?
Certainly not.
Then, this Stewart, would you have wronged him in any way?
I never even knew anyone named Stewart.
Well, hello.
Oh, Billy. So good of you to drop by.
Jimmy, I passed by your quarters just a while back. That ghostly old Highlander is still concertizing. Plays some catchy tunes, what?
Say, shouldn't you be back at Regiment? Whatever for? Don't you have some reports or something of that sort to...
No. It's all serene, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, I forgot. Lucky thing you mentioned the regiment. The colonel's been looking for you.
The colonel? For me? Whatever for?
Oh, I would imagine to talk about your step.
My step?
Of course, your step up to captain.
Captain? Oh, how marvelous.
When a lieutenant marries, especially such a beauty as Melisande here, it's time he was promoted and received by his company.
And that's why the colonel wants to see Jimmy.
No. Somehow I don't think so.
Oh, my darling, you're so modest. Go to the colonel immediately.
But I shall be leaving you alone again.
Oh, I shall not be alone. Billy Horrocks is with me.
Yes. Billy. I really cannot impose on you to keep my fiancée company.
Oh, why not, dear chap? Isn't that what friends are for?
Tessa, what have you been doing to your fiancée?
Doing, sir?
You haven't been treating her shabbily, have you?
Why, no, sir.
She looks a bit peaked to me.
Well, sir, that's to be expected.
Is it?
Yes, sir. As the wedding day approaches, the parties do feel a certain strain, and I suppose it shows.
It doesn't show on you, Lieutenant Desson.
Well, sir, that's the way it goes.
I said you were a rogue, Tessa.
Yes, sir.
Good enough soldier, but the kind of scoundrel who should never marry. Now, it occurs to me that since you might be somewhat afraid to break this engagement yourself, you may be giving your fiancé cause to break it for you.
Oh, no, sir.
I warn you, Tessa.
Permit me to say, sir, no warning is necessary.
I think it is, Lieutenant Tessa. I do not intend to be left at the church with an abandoned bride. Now, we all know exactly where we stand. Do we not?
Yes, sir. Ahmadine.
Ah, the presence has returned.
Has the music stopped?
It comes, it goes.
Ahmadine, what am I going to do? How am I going to get rid of this ghost?
We must call Hunifa.
Who?
Hunifa herself, the great sorceress. She will bid thy piper go.
And if he refuses?
Oh, no one can withstand the magic of Hunifa. Hunifa. She was 100 years old. She knew the charms, the spells, the curses. She was covered from head to foot with silver bells, with golden jewels, and everything tinkled as she walked. And she came to the house of Tesser Sahib, and he told her everything that the red-haired Sahib in woman's skirt had said. Hunifa thought and closed her eyes. Then the pipes
begun to play. Dost thou hear, Oliver? The pipes. He is here. Bid him leave. Make him go. Oliver, I implore thee.
Stuart! Jacques! Stuart! I order thee, begone from here!
Yes, he's gone. Thou hast done it, Hunifa. He is gone. No, I guess he's not gone. Try it again, Hunifa.
Stuart! Jacques Stuart! I command thee, begone! Please, return to the land of the dead, and take thine unburied spirits with thee.
Yes. How they did battle for victory. The dead red-haired sahib in the short lady skirt, and the magnificent Hunifa, the greatest sorceress of India. And the battle went this way and that, first to him, then to her. But in the end, no one who is alive may triumph over one who is dead. Therefore, it was the music of the pipes that emerged victorious.
Sahib, I cannot make him go.
But you must.
No, he sings the song of Vish, the goddess of true love.
But you don't understand.
Yes, Vish bids him play in the home where love must fail. And until the Sahib tells his fiancée that all must be over, the red-haired one shall make his music here.
But I can't do that.
The goddess has spoken. Who can turn the will of the goddess?
There was no more that my Sahib could say to her. Oh, my poor Sahib shook his head and then bade me harness the mare to the carriage and drive him to Paletti's.
Melisande, my dearest.
Back so soon? Oh, that must mean good news.
Good news.
You've finally gotten rid of that silly noise. Isn't he marvelous, Billy?
Congratulations and salams, all that sort of thing.
The truth is, Melisande, my precious, I haven't gotten rid of it.
Oh?
And what's more, I'm sure I never will get rid of it.
Then, Jimmy, you place me in an extremely uncomfortable situation.
I don't know what to tell you, my dearest.
Jimmy, I love you. But perhaps I do not love you strongly enough to live with that unearthly wailing forever.
I understand, my darling.
So, therefore, I must release you from your promise.
Oh, no, you can't do that. Well, yes, I suppose you can.
Poor Jimmy. He's too much of a gentleman to say that if he breaks the engagement, the Colonel will ruin his career.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
But, Jimmy, you're not the one who's breaking the engagement. I am.
Doesn't matter. The Colonel will believe that Jimmy drove you to it.
Oh, this is awful. I simply could not ruin your career.
There may be a way out. Now, listen. The Colonel has said, I do not wish to be left at the church with the abandoned bride. He really doesn't care who marries Melisande.
How can you say that?
As long as she's happy. And she will be. She'll walk down that aisle glowing, radiant. All we need to do is change the groom.
You mean that Melisande should marry someone else?
Well, why not? The present arrangement is making everyone unhappy, isn't it?
Well, who should she marry?
Me.
You? Why not? Melisande, what do you say to all this?
It would appease the Colonel.
You see, old chap, Melisande would be spared the ordeal of the bagpipes. You could look forward to a glorious career in Her Majesty's forces.
Billy, I couldn't ask you to make such a sacrifice just for me.
But of course you could, Jimmy. After all, Isn't that what friends are for?
Ahmad-Din, where is the saddle soap and the polish? Thou hast long enough neglected thy duties.
I even now have them in hand and proceed to the task.
Has there been any music today?
No, Sahib. The red-haired ghost has released his devils and betaken himself to Gehenna. Or to wherever it is that such Sahibs go.
She was right, Hunifa. And so was the Pipe Sergeant Major. Each of them said, as soon as the marriage contract to my fiancée would be broken, the piper, poor Jock Stewart, would go away and leave us in peace. Dost thou agree, Ahmad-Din?
It is even as the Anointed One suggests.
What is that grin? Dost thou make sport of me?
Oh, I dare to make sport of the center of the universe? Why, I should be consumed by flames.
Go about thy duties, Ahmad-Din, and do not speculate in matters that concern thee not.
But I have speculated already. Did my master rue his decision to marry a woman who would make him get rid of the things he held dear? Did he then arrange somehow to hire a piper whom he was able to hide somewhere? Or did the lady herself rue her choice and plan with Horrocks Sahib along similar lines? Or was there, in fact, and in truth, a ghost? Yes, I know what I believe. And do you, Sahibs and Sahibas, do you know likewise?
Well, do you? It was Mr. Kipling himself who said that anything can happen in India, and that everything does. Was it Lieutenant Tesser who arranged a plot? Was it a ghost piper? Perhaps. And this would be in keeping with India. Was it both? I'll be back shortly. Our story was concerned with magic. But what is magic? The dictionary tells us that it is any mysterious or seemingly inexplicable event or occurrence. Well, then, it's all a matter of when you happen to be alive, isn't it? One century's magic is in another century's commonplace. Think of the wireless, the airplane. Sooner or later, the mysterious will be stripped away from anything and everything that defies explanation, even ghosts. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Diana Kirkwood, Russell Horton, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I want it. It's had quite a few owners. I'd have to inquire about the asking price.
I want that house.
Mr. Steers, naturally I'd be pleased to make the sale, but do you mind telling me why you're so set on buying this particular house?
I want it.
Well, frankly, Mr. Steers, that house has been, well, sort of a jinx. Everyone's enchanted with the house when they first see it, but once they've moved in, they take a dislike to it. They tell strange tales about strange goings-on.
Like what?
Oh, sobbing at night, restless footsteps on the stairs. Oh, I know, those are the standard complaints when a house has the reputation of being haunted, but everyone who's lived there said the same thing.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
People are lost in the mountains, and only one man can help them.
I'm sorry we woke you. I was just being grateful. The way you made these splints for my legs and got us food and everything.
I'm sorry, too, Mr. Walker. But I hope we won't have to learn much about living in the mountains. I hope tomorrow you'll be able to show me the best way to get to town so I can get an ambulance or something for Tom.
I wouldn't count on that.
What do you mean?
Just what I said. I'm not showing anyone the way out of here.
Listen for the suspense-filled story, The Deserter, on CBS Radio Mystery Theater tonight. John Lithgow stars with E.G. Marshall as host after the Texas A&M SMU basketball game on WFAA.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Mysterious happenings, high adventure, or near tragedies do not only happen to the great, the rich, or those in high places. They can happen to you. And the story I'm about to tell you proves the point. For Eve and Tom Roberts were as honest, hardworking, and upright folks as you're likely to meet. It all happened because they went on a Thanksgiving vacation, which was destined almost to be their last.
Tom, we've got to turn back.
Stay right where you are, Eve. I'll go down the mountain alone and see if that rock slide hit our camper.
I'll come with you.
No, don't. Wait here with little Johnny.
But supposing there's another slide and you get caught in it.
Our mystery drama, The Deserter, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate, Jr. and stars John Lithgow and E.V. Jester. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
A message from the CBS television network. Harry Truman said it best, the buck stops here. The American presidency has been called the world's toughest job, and covering it's a non-stop challenge. That's why the president doesn't make a move without Robert Pierpoint, Leslie Stahl, and Lee Thornton, the CBS News White House team, Washington, or anywhere around the world. Cartwright and Company, only on the CBS Evening News.
Make some Kraft macaroni and cheese. Please, please make some Kraft macaroni and cheese. It's nice and cheesy and it's really pretty easy. Please make some Kraft macaroni and cheese.
When you make Kraft macaroni and cheese dinner, the cheese sauce is so rich and creamy, you know they're going to like it.
So please make some Kraft macaroni and cheese. Thank you.
Excuse me, I own that shoe store across the street. Want to buy it?
Well,
I'll be honest. I have great shoes, but no customers, so I'm ready to sell the whole thing at any price you name it.
$12.
Sold. Well, now that you own a shoe store, what'll you do with it?
Well, advertise.
Well, I tried. A lot of newspaper ads, then TV and magazines.
I'll probably go radio.
Radio?
Yeah, according to the latest studies, everyday radio reaches more people than newspaper, TV, or magazine.
How did you
What's
know?
more, radio targets customers. I'll match up the right stations for my dressier lines and different stations for young casual. Since radio costs a lot less than newspapers or TV, I'll get good efficiency.
Listen, I'd like to buy my store back from you.
Well,
at a fair profit.
Okay.
How much do you want?
$156,000.
That's a pretty fair profit.
Take it or leave it.
I'll take it.
What you don't know about radio could cost you a lot. What you can learn is free for the asking. Call this radio station or the Radio Advertising Bureau. They brought you this message. Radio. It's red hot.
It was a beautiful November day, sunny, cloudless. Eve and Tom Roberts and their one-year-old child are heading out and up towards the California Sierras. The camper is stocked for a week's trip with food for the grown-ups and the baby, that stuff in jars, dried milk, and so on. But just for an emergency, you understand. Because after they've made it over the Carrara Pass, there are plenty of towns along the road where they could buy anything. Eve and Tom and little Johnny, the baby, would never be out of the reach of civilization.
How are we doing?
Okay, I guess, Tom. You mean, how is Johnny doing?
Yes, that's what I mean.
Oh, he's asleep. He's such a good baby, really.
Eve, do you know of any other couples who take their 1-year-old on a 1-week trip and think nothing of it?
I'll pin a medal on you if you pin one on me. No, really. He's a very good-natured, healthy baby. Like his daddy.
Thank you.
How fast are we going?
Oh, you mean how slowly? This camper doesn't do more than 30, especially on a climbing grade.
Oh, my ears are beginning to pop. Now, you sure you know the way, Tom?
Like the back of my hand. My dad used to take me up over Mount Hillary, and then we'd camp, find a stream, and go fishing. It was much wilder then.
Oh, it looks awfully wild to me. Pretty deep, too.
Well, around here, there was nothing but forests and mountains and wild game until the war. Anywhere you pitched camp, as far as the eye could see, nothing but pine trees.
That's all I can see now.
About 50 miles on the other side of Hillary, they turned it into an army camp. Bulldozed an airfield, Quonset huts, everything. A staging area for the West Coast.
What war was that?
My dad's. Right after Pearl Harbor. It's starting to come down, isn't it?
Not so fast. Don't you think we ought to pull up somewhere?
Yes, maybe we should. Problem is, the road keeps turning and climbing. There's nowhere to pull off.
Tom, you've got to stop. It's dangerous. A camper is a big, unwieldy thing. They're not made for this. Besides, honey, you can't see a foot ahead of you, even with the windshield wipers.
I'm slowing up. Can't you see that? See if I can get further over to the right edge. Now, there's a big tree growing out of the rocks. We'll be protected under there.
Not under a tree? Are you crazy? If he gets struck by lightning, what'll happen to him?
All right, okay. Evie, you don't have to get so het up. The storm will blow over. They always do.
What time is it?
It's a little afternoon. 5 minutes. Why, you getting hungry for some lunch? I'd like to put another 5 miles behind us. The view up here is just tremendous.
Oh, yes, if you could see it. It might as well be midnight. It's so dark out there. Tom, please. I'm scared. Will you stop driving right now?
In the middle of the road?
Yes.
There's not enough room for anyone to get by me. There's the place. Look, up there. You see? Where that rock face goes straight up, that ledge hanging way out over the road, it's like a big umbrella. Now, get the camper under there, and we'll be safe. And just ease her over to the right, close to the rock wall as I can get, under the ledge. How's that? I'll turn off the ignition to save the gas.
Tom, I'm afraid. You sure this is a good place?
That's the trouble with you girls, born and brought up in the city. You have no idea what's dangerous and what's not. I tell you, it's nothing. Just sit quiet. You stay here and wait out the storm. But they haven't perfected silent thunder yet, but they're working on it.
I don't know that this trip up to the Sierras was such a great way to spend Thanksgiving.
What am I going to do with you? You know it was the only week I could get off from the paper. What did I tell you? Blue sky up there. These mountain cloudbursts blow hard and blow away in no time. Let's say we have our first lunch right here, okay? Picnic in the mountains. Evie, wake up the master of the house. Hey, look at him. Still snoozing away.
Johnny. How would you like a little ride on Mommy's back, huh?
What do you think of that son of mine sleeping through a gale-force storm?
He doesn't like being wakened up.
Oh.
But he loves being hoisted into the carrier and seeing the world from my back. Don't you, darling?
I'm going to jump out and have a look around for a good spot to put on the feed bag.
You do that, Trader Tom. You lead, we follow.
Let's hit this trail. Stop.
What?
Stop. Look down there through the trees. Spectacular.
Oh.
Now Or have I said that before?
Johnny agrees.
Evie, you look like an Indian mother with her papoose strapped onto her back.
Now, never you mind doing a feature story about our noble ancestors. You just lead the way.
Okay. We won't climb too far because I have to get back to the camper for the food.
That was dumb. Why didn't I bring a basket full with us?
Gee, this trail really zigzags. Watch your feet, Evie. Through here. There's a sort of clearing.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, it is. This is a great spot, Evie. We'll eat here.
Oh, my glad we're surrounded by trees. You know, I was really getting nervous on the way up. Sheer rock on one side and sheer drop on the other.
Beautiful, huh? You know, if I'm not mistaken, this is Dad's spot where we pitch our tents. Down there, near the road where we parked, a marvelous stream. Great fishing. That was before they blacktopped it. Okay, you and Johnny sit yourselves on that log, and I'll hie me down to the camper and fetch the provisions.
Tom, what's that noise?
Landslide. Get down behind this log.
Tom, we've got to go back.
No, stay where you are. I'll go. I've got to see where that slide landed. Did it hit the camper? Did it block the road? Here, you'll both be perfectly safe behind that big log.
No, don't leave us. Don't go, Tom.
Let go of me, Evie. I've got to go. What a dumb thing to do. I've got to get myself out from under here. My legs are caught. It was like a slow motion thing. The camper tipping over on me. I couldn't believe it.
Tom? Tom? Where are you? Tom?
I'm over here, honey.
Tom? Tom? What happened? The camper's on top of you.
I got down here, and because of that rock slide, the camper was kind of teetering on the edge of the road.
Oh, Tom.
I thought it was going to fall down the cliff for sure, so I got some heavy branches. I tried to prop it from falling, and I went around to this side, and everything inside the camper must have shifted, and it tipped over on me.
Are you hurt? Tom, can't you get out?
Now, don't get excited. You'll have little Johnny all upset. Look at him. He thinks I'm playing a game.
What can I do? Is there some way of lifting this side of the camper?
Samson himself couldn't lift that. You've got to go and get help. It'll be dark in an hour. See if you can get around those stones.
I'll try.
Try to find what's left of the road we came up on. Maybe there'll be someone coming down this way. You won't have to walk it all the way back to town.
Tom, you're bleeding.
Yeah.
That's blood, isn't it? Is it from your legs or what?
No, it isn't anything. It'd be hurting me a lot worse if I'd done some real damage. It's probably just an abrasion where the wheels came down on me.
But I can't leave you like this. Oh, it's wet. It's still bleeding.
You have to get help, honey. It's the only way. Look, I'll be all right. It isn't painful. Matter of fact, those legs are kind of numb.
Oh, I wish I was sure it's the right thing to leave you here.
It's the only thing. Please, Eve, hurry. It's our only hope.
You folks in some kind of trouble?
Oh, you scared me.
Hey, it's a cute little baby you got there. Hi, little fella.
Johnny? See the nice gentleman with the white beard? He looks like Santa Claus, doesn't he? Johnny likes you.
Well, now, mister, I see you got some problems.
Sure have. Think you could give me a hand?
Oh, you'll be needing more than a hand, mister. Ma'am, I advise you to move yourself as far away as you can get. Up over by those trees there. just in case a couple more rocks decide to drop in on us. We wouldn't want that baby to get hurt now, would we? See, that's a right-handed carry-on. You got him sitting in, strapped right snug on your back. Never seen one like that before. Well, you just sit, both of you, right over there. You can watch us. Is this your husband?
Yes, he is.
How you feeling, mister?
Not too good. Can't move my legs at all. Don't see how you're able to pull the camper off me.
Oh, don't aim to do that. Just pry it up a couple of inches, just enough to free you, mister.
I hope you can. My name's Tom Roberts.
Mine's Chad Walker. Pleased to meet you, I'm sure. What a way for a nice young couple and their baby to spend Thanksgiving. Stranded miles from home, the road they came on obliterated by falling rocks, their camper crushed, useless, the husband unable to move. I've often wondered if young people today have the resilience of their pioneering great-grandfathers. Could they manage to exist without the material advantages of today? We'll be finding out when I return shortly with Act 2.
CBS Television is going to make your day as one of America's most popular daytime dramas, The Young and the Restless, now becomes twice as special as it expands to 1 hour. Treat yourself to television's hottest dramatic show, The Young and the Restless, now a full hour every afternoon on CBS Television. Check your local listing for the right time.
CBS, we're gonna make your day.
I like pepperoni, but it doesn't like me.
Feel better fast with Digel.
With the ingredients in Digel, relief from acid indigestion and gas starts in less than a minute.
I like corned beef. I like cabbage. I like franks. I like beef. I like spaghetti. And meatballs. But they don't like me.
If you like something that doesn't like you,
Feel better fast with Digel.
Digel relief starts in less than a minute. For occasional use only as directed.
I'm not the handiest person in the world, but nowadays do-it-yourself home repair is almost a necessity. Admittedly, some of my work is not perfect, but it gets by. Like many people, I try painting, woodworking, and even masonry, but I never dabble with electricity because it can be dangerous and not forgiving of carelessness. Yes, Americans are learning how to do more with their hands, and hopefully are not forgetting some of the old rules, like never mixing water and electricity, and reading all power tool instruction booklets before use. And let's not forget about the rule to check for damaged electrical cords either. And remember the one to always dress appropriately, wear closed-toed sturdy shoes and safety glasses. And finally, never leave power tools unattended, and keep children away from the work area.
A public service announcement from Underwriters Laboratories in this station.
The night is long, the cold November night, high in the Sierras. Chad Walker has freed the injured Tom, carried him to a sheltered place, built a fire, and by its light slung together a lean-to to protect the couple and their baby. Alone, Walker dug into the wrecked camper, found food and supplies, and fed the strangers. Benny wrapped a blanket about himself and lay down nearby, keeping watch.
Tom?
Yeah.
You can't sleep?
No. You neither?
You know what time it is?
Well, it's hard for me to move with my legs all strapped. If I could just twist my arms so I can see my watch in the moonlight. It's 3 o'clock.
Baby's fast asleep.
And that mountain man, that Chad Walker.
I can hear him snoring somewhere out there.
We were sure lucky he happened to come by.
Oh, we were about due for some good luck.
The way he shoved that sapling over a rock and just pried the camper up inch by inch. It's some man.
And
dug out the food for Johnny, got a fire going, fed us, and made this lean-to all by himself.
Yeah, I guess you learned how to survive. Living up here in the mountains.
He's not a young man either.
Hey, you too. There's one thing you got to learn if you're living in the outdoors. Rest while you can, work while it's day. Sleep when it's night.
I'm sorry we woke you. I was just being grateful. The way you made these splints for my legs and got us food and everything.
I'm sorry, too, Mr. Walker. But I hope we won't have to learn much about living in the mountains.
Oh, is that what you're hoping?
I hope tomorrow you'll be able to show me the best way to get to town so I can get an ambulance or something for Tom.
I wouldn't count on that.
What do you mean?
Just what I said. I'm not showing anyone the way out of here.
Well, but I'd be lost without a guide. I have to get help. Tom can't walk with both his feet injured. I don't know the way by myself.
I agree with you, ma'am. You got a problem. Tell you what, I'll help you live. You and the baby and your husband. You can hang out here. Wouldn't bother me none. These mountains are my home. I don't aim to leave them. For no one. And for no reason.
Tom, wake up. Wake up. Chad has brought everything up from the camper. Everything. It's all piled outside.
What? No. My legs. It still hurts like blazes.
Did you hear what I said, Tom? Why did he do that?
Good morning, folks.
Oh, morning.
Want to rustle up some chow now. How are your legs, Mr. Roberts?
What's the idea of taking all our stuff out of the camper?
Oh, you may be needing it.
Are you saying when the road's clear we can't drive it back down the mountain?
Not unless you know how to forge a new front axle and find 4 brand new tires and dig the camper shebang out of the side of the mountain. You ain't going anywhere in that thing. So I brought up what you could use, what you could eat.
Well, how long are we going to stay here?
You ain't got much choice, Mr. Roberts. I'm starting a fire. I'll tell you when it's done.
Chad, I'll come help you as soon as I fed the baby. Johnny, wake up, baby. I've got some good breakfast here for you.
Will you stop talking about food, Eve? Somebody's got to do something about my legs. I've got to have a doctor.
It's a beautiful fire.
You just have to know how, ma'am.
Well, where'd you get the water?
From the same stream I got for coffee last night. This morning, since the rain yesterday, it was more like a waterfall.
What's going on? Where's the food?
It'll be ready soon, Tom. Chad's going to fry some eggs.
Well, get a move on, will you?
Chad, I apologize for my husband. He's just not used to being helpless and unable to do anything about it.
Oh, I know. Sometimes bad luck gets to you. It's hard to have your hands tied, not be able to fight back against bad luck. Okay, 3 fried eggs coming up.
You know, Chad, if Tom wasn't injured, I'd really be enjoying myself.
Mrs. Roberts.
Call me Eve. I'm calling you Chad. And call Tom.
Sunny side up or once over lightly?
Sunny side up. For both Tom and me.
Mrs. Roberts.
Eve, you will call me that, won't you?
Done.
You mean you will?
I mean the eggs are done.
Chad, what's going to happen to us?
Right now?
Now and tomorrow and the next day.
I don't mind taking care of all of you. I don't live too far away. I go around every other day to see if my traps have caught anything. That's how I ran into you people.
You really live out here on this mountain?
For a long, long time.
In the open?
Nope.
Oh, in a house?
Nope. In a cave.
While you two are discussing accommodations, would it be out of order if I reminded you that sleeping in that little crib over there is a 1-year-old child?
Chad, I never thanked you for making that darling crib out of all those twigs. It's woven like a basket.
If we remain here longer than 1 week, the food we brought along for my son will run out. And then what are we going to do?
Oh, I never thought of that.
I can't walk. Eve ought to be taking care of her baby. That leaves only you, Chad. You see what I'm getting at?
Yes?
And why the heck don't you show Eve the best trail to get out of here so she can bring help and get us off this miserable mountain?
I'll think about it.
I don't understand you. What have you got against us? What have we done to you? You're keeping us prisoners.
Tom, I'll go back down to where the camper is. If I can get past all those rocks, maybe I can find the road we drove up on, and I'll just follow that all the way down. I'll get help.
You won't get far, Eve.
I won't? Why?
There's no road anymore. Years ago, a bulldozer chewed up the mountainside, and that's how the road was built. Only a bulldozer can get through there now. I went down this morning. Half the cliff fell on the road, and that road's buried for miles.
That man's crazy. I can't think of a rational reason why he's keeping us here. Very strange.
Tom, he made this great lean-to for us, made a doorway, covered it with his own tarpaulin, made a crib for Johnny. He brings us food, keeps the fire going. Now, what more do you want?
I want out. That's what I want. I've got to get my legs looked at by a doctor. If anyone can show us the way out, he can. Why won't he?
Huh? I think he's afraid to.
Why? Afraid of what?
He didn't tell me. I just got a feeling.
Hey, Chad, come on in. Just flip the tarp back. It keeps dropping down. We were just talking about you.
Let me give you a hand, Mr. Roberts. On your feet.
Me? On my feet?
Yep. You and I are going to take a little walk.
No, but I can't. I can't with my legs all
going to
bound up.
Oh, there you go. That's right. Lean on your wife now.
That's very good, Tom.
I'm untying the splint around your sprained leg. May hurt a little bit. I want you to start walking. It's good for the circulation. There you go. That splint's out of the way. Grab hold of mine.
Chad, believe me, I appreciate this, but I don't know if I'm up to walking, even trying to.
A minute ago, you were yelling your head off to get down the mountain. What is this?
I'll tell you plain, Mr. Roberts, if you don't start moving those feet, you're going to lie there and rot there. No one's going to carry you down the mountain. All right, let's can the chatter and move. Hello, Eve. You're out early this morning? How's the patient?
I don't know, Chad. I felt his forehead. It's awfully warm.
How's his appetite?
He doesn't want anything.
How's my friend Johnny?
Oh, he's had his breakfast. And I gave him some pine cones to play with. What are you doing?
Gathering up all the twigs the wind dropped here for us. You can give me a hand if you would.
Oh, sure.
Twigs, brush, anything that would make good tinder. Want to stack a pile of it by your lean-to.
Oh.
Weather's sunny. It'd be wise if you kept the fire going all night. If it goes out, you'll need the small stuff to get it started again.
Oh, we've got lots of wood.
Some of it may be wet. Then I got a big piece of blubber in this knapsack here. Yeah, that'll flame for a lot of hours. It smokes a lot, but it makes good heat. Now drain the oil from your camper and put it in this can. You can add that.
It was real cold early this morning, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't like that wind either. If I read it right, it means trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Show you something. See this pocket aneroid barometer?
Uh-huh.
Had it for years, never without it. It's my fortune teller.
Oh? What does it tell you?
Since yesterday, it's been falling fast. And this wind, east to north. Temperature's dropping. We could get one heck of a heavy rain. Or snow.
Snow? The day after Thanksgiving?
Oh, you get snow up here anytime. Yeah. I'd say we'll be hit with one fat storm in less than 24 hours.
Eve?
What is it, Tom?
Will you come here? Where are you?
I'll be there in a minute.
On your way, Eve. Take that whole bunch of twigs and tie it up.
Chad, I know what you're thinking, but it's not Tom's fault. He's always made the decisions, and there he lies, helpless. Can't move by himself. He has to depend on me for everything. But, Chad, why won't you show us how to get out of here?
Because I won't, that's all.
But what's going to happen? The baby's food will run out in one day. If I'm careful, 2 days.
I don't know what'll happen. I haven't made up my mind yet.
Where were you?
Eve was with me, mister. We were picking up sticks so as to have some kindling handy for a night fire.
Do you think we're going to spend the winter here? Tell me, when is someone getting us some help?
Well, there's no way to ring up for help around here. Phone company must have forgot to put a phone in.
That's very amusing. Would you please wrap that coat around my legs, Chad?
Sure will.
Chad, look out, look!
Oh, my leg!
Tom, what were you trying to do with that iron?
My leg!
All right, give me that now. Give it. Where'd you get the tire iron, Tom?
What in the world's come over you, Tom? Were you trying to kill Chad?
I've been waiting for that moment. If you hadn't warned him, I would have smashed him right in the head. Oh, instead I hit myself.
Eve didn't warn me. When you lived in these woods as long as I have, you got your sixth sense working for you all the time. I knew the moment I bent over your legs with that coat that you were up to something.
Either you're going to help us get out of this mess or you're not. If you're not, just get yourself out of here. I don't want to see your face.
Now, you're making a big mistake, Tom.
Of course he is, Chad. He doesn't know what he's saying.
I don't need you either, Eve. I see what you're up to, cozying up with this mountaineer with your Chad this and your Chad that.
Tom, I can't talk to you when you're like this. Supposing you had hit him with that tire iron, cracked his skull, then where would we be?
Where are we now? Yes. And Johnny, my son, where's he? You better get smart, Eve, or we're going to end up 3 bodies. 2 adults and 1 baby that someone will find in the Sierras next spring.
From a man sorely tried by fate, but unable to meet it bravely. A man's character is the reality of himself. His reputation is the opinion of others. One is the substance, the other the shadow. Has Tom Roberts enough substance to make it alive? Wait and see when I return to you shortly with Act 3.
Glass Plus is all you need on Windows.
Glass Plus stovetops, Glass Plus plastic, Glass Plus appliances, Glass Plus.
Glass Plus is all you need on Windows, plus a whole lot more.
Glass Plus vinyl, Glass Plus chrome, Glass Plus bathroom fixtures, Glass Plus. It does windows plus a whole lot more.
Glass plus a whole lot more. Glass Plus. Wake up, wake up. Wake up with Downy Bank. Wake up with Downy Bank.
Wake up to the get-you-going taste of Downy Flake breakfast foods. Delicious golden toaster waffles and fluffy light toaster pancakes. All ready to pop up in the toaster and say, wake up.
Wake up, wake up with Downy Flake.
When you see her, you walk on by, you don't know him, you won't even try.
That's Stella Reese, singing about how people with epilepsy are sometimes misunderstood. Do you know that epilepsy can happen to anyone, at any age, from many causes? Epilepsy can begin from a bad case of measles. I'm Gerald June. I know. At 9 years old, I contracted measles encephalitis. Now I have epilepsy, but it doesn't stop me from writing music. My kind of epilepsy couldn't have been prevented then. It can now.
When you see her, you walk on by. You don't know him. You won't even try. They don't want you to hold their hands. They just need you to understand.
To learn about causes and prevention, contact your local chapter of the Epilepsy Foundation of America or write Epilepsy, Washington, D.C., 20036.
Where are we and who are those of our mysterious drama? A young couple, Tom and Eve Roberts, and their 1-year-old child, are stranded up in the California Sierras in cold November. They are rescued by Chad Walker, a mountaineer who does everything he can for them to help them survive, but refuses to lead them back to civilization.
Why? I keep asking myself.
I don't understand it either. In some ways, he's so helpful and kind.
Oh, listen, Eve. We can't let this go on. I've been walking on one foot, the sprained one. But I'll never make it all the way down. I know that. So listen. You know that blubber he left with us for a night fire?
Yes?
I remember my dad telling me it makes a hot fire and smokes like crazy. You get it?
Yes, I do. Of course I do.
Where did Chad say he was going?
He didn't say where. He said he was going hunting and to check his traps, you know.
What time did he leave?
Oh, it was about 5 when he brought over the berries and the roast bird and the water.
Great. He must be miles away by now. Eve, get that piece of blubber. It's hanging in the tree. I'll poke up the fire and you dump it in. With any luck, it ought to send up a column of smoke that'll be seen for miles. Maybe somebody will get the message and come and find us.
It's been burning for an hour now. Do you suppose anyone saw it?
Who knows? It was getting so hot, I was afraid we'd start a forest fire.
Hey, what do you two think you're doing?
Hi, Chad. What's up?
This fire in broad daylight?
It got a little chilly, so we threw on that hunk of blubber you gave us.
I'm going up to my cave, get me a spade. A couple of shovelfuls of earth ought to take care of this.
You're not going to put it out, are you?
You're darn right I am. I know what you're up to. You're signaling. But it won't do you a darn bit of good.
Chad, what is the point in keeping us here? How long can Johnny live on berries?
I'm trying to be reasonable, Chad. I realize you must have a pretty good reason for not wanting to show your face in these towns. But that's none of my business. But you know and I know that sky doesn't mean fair weather. Maybe rain, probably snow. Eve and Johnny and I certainly can't make it back in the snow. You want that on your conscience. If we get back safely, I swear to you we won't tell a soul you're up here. We never saw you. That's a promise.
I'm getting my spade and kill that smoke.
Chad, you haven't heard a word Tom said.
What's that up there? What is it?
Well, that's only a...
Shut up, Eve. What's what, Chad?
From the sky. That noise. Don't you hear it? He hears it. The baby hears it.
You're off your rocker. There's no noise. Johnny's crying because he's hungry or wet or something.
Oh, my Lord. They come to get me.
I don't know what you're talking about, Chad. I don't hear anything.
I can see it now. There they are up there. It's a chopper. An army chopper. I'm not going to make it. They've been looking for me all this time. I got to go and hide. I got to hide.
Well, that beats all.
Oh, I wish I'd had the presence of mind to go climb a tree and wave or something.
They saw the smoke. They'll be back.
I know where Chad's cave is. I want to go and talk to him. Maybe there's something we can do for him. Maybe this time he'll break down and help us.
Whatever you do, don't let on I work for paper. It might scare him off. Eve? Evie, is that you?
Yes, Tom. We're back.
You've been gone a long time. Did you persuade him?
Yes. Yes, you did, Tom.
Chad said he had something he wanted to tell us both.
Sure.
Well, I feel I can trust you folks. Let me sit here by the fire. I talk better sitting. You see, I was born and brought up in a place you probably never heard of, in Arkansas. Never wore shoes, didn't go to school much. Learned everything from a grandpappy. How to trap animals, how to make a trail, hunt, shoot, fish. It was 1943, and my ma, she cooked me up my favorite meal.
They ain't gonna feed you so good in the army, Chad, so mind you eat good. You're gonna need all your strength to fight that Hitler and that Tojo.
Ma, I ain't gonna eat them to death. I don't know what they're gonna have me doing.
Well, I hope that Uncle Sam knows he found himself the best shot in Arkansas. You draw a bead on any of them Nazis, Chad, and they'll be dead Nazis.
Oh, Ma, I'm worried enough for both of us. So please, will you just let me enjoy my food without reminding me in a couple of hours I've got to go away and kill people?
If only your pa was alive, he'd be proud of you, Chad.
Well, next thing I know, I was at Bakersfield learning how to be a soldier. Learning how to make my bed with hospital corners was pretty easy. Keeping and cleaning a rifle was a cinch. The hardest thing was wearing those big leather shoes. Well, I was standing by my cot one night talking with my buddy, Bill Finley, when the sergeant come in.
Walker?
Yes, sir. Sergeant McKenzie, sir.
At ease.
Sir?
Walker, I've been noticing you're pretty accurate with a rifle.
Yes, sir.
In fact, it's come to the colonel's attention.
Sir?
He'd like to send you over to the air base. Put you through their training. See if they can make a bombardier out of you.
Sir?
Bombardier. Air Force. Good pay. You like that?
Yes, sir.
Well, so would we.
I was pretty proud of myself, although I knew it was all my grandpapa's teaching. Well, that night, my buddy, Bill Finley, and I tied one on that would make a lush blush. We got back to camp pretty late, but we had passes, so that was all right. I walked on ahead, singing away, and Bill was right behind me. Hey, Bill, look here.
Walker.
Sir?
We couldn't do nothing for Finley.
Oh, sir.
He was so drunk, didn't know where he was going last night. Walked right into a Jeep, chewing along at 40 miles an hour. Thought I'd tell you, seeing as how you knew him pretty well. If you like, I could give you a pass to go to his home and tell his folks. Will you do that, Walker?
Hello, Ma. It's Chad.
Hello, Chad. How are you?
Ma, will you say something for me?
Will I say what, son?
Will you say you love me? Will you do that?
Of course I love you, son. What's the matter?
Ma, it may be a very long time before you hear from me again.
You be all right, Chad?
That's what I was going to say. I'll be all right. Tom, Eve, that was 35 years ago. I haven't been home since. I went AWOL. I took the pass that got me out of camp, but I never went to see Bill's folks. I felt so bad about it. If we hadn't been celebrating my promotion, Bill might be alive today. I ran and I kept on going, and finally I headed up here to the Sierras. And this is where I've been living ever since.
For 35 years. Hard to believe.
I talked to no one, saw no one, lived by myself.
But why, Chad? After all this time, what would they do to you?
Shoot me for deserting?
35 years? That was before Evie and I were even born.
Tom, it's snowing. Morning, Tom. I'll pull the tops back so you can have a look.
Will you look at that snow? Must be a foot deep.
Johnny, Mommy's here. It's all right.
I could kill that Chad Walker. That lousy deserter. Now he's deserted us.
What are we going to do, Tom? In my wildest nightmare, I never thought we'd end up like this.
To be caught in a snowstorm with a madman.
Say, pull that tarp down. You'll have snow putting out your fire. How you feeling, folks? Hi, Johnny. I thought I heard you crying outside, Johnny. That's better. Look at him smile, will you?
Because he doesn't know any better. He doesn't know who's his friend and who isn't.
Is it going to stop snowing?
No. We're getting out of here.
You really mean that?
How? Am I riding piggyback on your manly shoulders?
Oh, sort of. I built you a litter with skis at one end. We'll strap you in, and I'll guide you down the mountain. Eva got some heavy mackinaws, a couple of pair of socks you can wear my boots with. I got food for the four of us all packed. So, we'll be getting started. Hold it, everyone. I think that's the highway right in front of us. Tom, I'm setting your letter down.
Did you say a highway? How can you see anything through this blizzard?
Eve, you all right?
After 18 hours coming down in all this snow, I'm surprised at myself.
How's Johnny?
Oh, he's warm, snuggling, sleeping. He loves being a papoose.
He wasn't too heavy?
Oh, I see two headlights moving toward us.
Yeah, I'll flag him down.
Headlights. Civilization, I can't believe it.
It's a snowplow. Hey, you! I've got some people here. An injured man, a woman, and a baby. I need a lift back to town.
Tom, may we come in?
Eve, come in, sure. Chad, how are you, old boy?
Oh, pretty mystified, Tom.
Chad doesn't know how to figure. The whole town thinks he's a hero.
Oh, not only that, it's the Army. The leg's holding up, Tom?
Oh, the doc says those splints you fixed made all the difference. He wants me out of here in a week. They must be short on wheelchairs.
You know what they did for me?
They didn't shoot you, did they?
Well, they're going to give me a hardship discharge under honorable circumstances. That means no back pay for 35 years. But it also means no black mark on my record. Guess I found out I didn't mean to desert. Just one thing happened after another.
You more than made up for it, Chad, by taking care of Johnny and Tom and me.
Well, how is my little pal? You know, I kind of miss him.
Well, come and visit us. Johnny likes being home again. But what he likes best is that crib you made for him out of twigs.
You know, I'm going to tell you something, Eve. That's the first crib I ever made.
It isn't often that a man can come down a mountain and land on his feet, but it seems that's what happened to Chad Walker, the deserter. Chad and Tom and Eve and even little Johnny all turned out better for the experience. Maybe just to keep going is the secret of life. And that's why I thought this tale belonged on the Mystery Theater. I'll be back shortly.
They said it couldn't be written. The book that hit America like a runaway locomotive. The new Consumer Information Catalog
For the life of me, Foster, your obsession with that book escapes me. It's only a catalog.
The book that's helping America find a better way to live.
What do you find in that catalog?
Something you could never give me, Lillian.
More than 200 fact-filled federal publications listed inside.
Booklets on home and car repairs, weight control, keeping household records, and more. I read them all to be the man you want me to be.
That's a lot of reading.
The book you have to read from the Consumer Information Center of the U.S. Government. The new Consumer Information Catalog. It's free. Just write to Free Catalog, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009.
That's Free Catalog, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009. Send for the book.
Don't wait for the movie.
I want to take back what I said earlier about character. Maybe it isn't what you are, but what other people think you are. Maybe you can change and become who you'd like to be. My feeling is that character is built out of circumstances. From exactly the same materials, one man builds a shack while another builds a palace. Our cast included John Lithgow, Evie Juster, and Ralph Bell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
For Denver and vicinity, partly cloudy with a chance of afternoon and evening showers and thunderstorms through Thursday. The low tonight and Wednesday night, 45 to 50. The high Wednesday and Thursday, around 80 degrees. The probability of measurable rainfall, 40% tonight, 30% Wednesday and Wednesday night. At the KOA weather station in downtown Denver right now, the temperature is 57 degrees in downtown Denver. This has been the Night Report for Tuesday, May 27th. This is Dick McDaniel saying good night. Stay tuned for the CBS Radio Mystery Theater following immediately in our next news at 12 midnight.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Listen to what the poets say. Do you know that old age may come after you with grace and force and fascination? And now in age, I bud again. Yes, that's what they say. There is so much magnificent verse written that extols the virtues of old age. Unfortunately, much of it is sung by young poets.
Hold it right there. We're police officers. Hey, you. Your name Benny Seraphin?
What did he do? I didn't do nothing, Ma. I didn't do nothing. The police. Why are they after you with guns? I don't know, Ma. Turn that thing off. What are you doing to my son?
I'm making sure he doesn't have a weapon. Okay, let's go, kid.
Go? Where? Where are you taking him?
Benny Seraphin, you're being arrested for suspicion of murder committed during an armed robbery. Anything you say may be used against you.
Our mystery drama, Talk to Me, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars John Beal and Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Grow old alone along with me. The best is yet to be, the last of life, for which the first was made. That is according to Mr. Robert Browning. And why not? After a lifetime of labor and responsibility, doesn't a man deserve to enjoy the fruits of old age? Well, he gets the fruits all right, but there's no guarantee that those fruits will be mellow or sweet or luscious. We're in a little supermarket or superette or convenience store in an urban neighborhood that has seen better days.
Hey, Benny. Benny, enough of that music, huh? What is this, for crying out loud? One of them discos? Knock it off, I said. And go down to the cellar and bring up them potatoes. I'm wearing my brand new jacket. So take off your brand new jacket. All right, I'm going.
It would seem, Mrs. Seraphin, that young people these days have eardrums made of stainless steel.
Yeah. What do you got there? A hot roll and a container of milk.
Apropos, I was reading in the paper just the other day.
The roll's a dime.
Can you imagine? A roll used to be 2 cents.
Milk, 61.
And milk, you know, they used to have 3 different grades, A, B, and C.
Well, that's going to be 71 cents.
And the grocer would actually ladle the grade C milk out of one of those huge cans. You'd have to bring your own pail to the store.
You got 71 cents, mister.
Oh, yes. And butter. Now, butter would be kept in one of those enormous tubs.
Yeah, 71 out of 1. Here's your 29 cents change.
And he'd have to carve out a 1/4 pound or a 1/2 pound or however big a piece you want.
Who's next? You're next, lady.
Would you like to operate that way?
What I'd like is for you to get out of this lady's way because you're holding up the parade. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it is a hot day for this kind of work, isn't it? I've been living in this neighborhood, years and years. I've seen this street torn up and repaved. I've forgotten how many times. What are you fellas drilling for this morning, oil?
Mac, you just want to stand out of the way, huh?
Oh, I beg your pardon. Oh, just in time for the mail. Say, it sure looks like a heavy load this morning. You know, I never cease to marvel over the way you fellas do that. How you pop those letters into the slot so fast. My name's Marlowe, John J. Marlowe. But I'm not asking you to stop and look specially for me. I can wait my turn.
You want to look out, huh?
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was crowding you. I'll just stay back here against the wall. Do they still use that Model A sorting machine in the post office these days? I used to work for the company that made them. Well, I didn't work for them exactly. I was with the accounting firm that did their books. I'm a CPA myself. But I always believed there were advantages in working for a big outfit. Well, say, you work for the biggest outfit in the country, don't you? I guess that's all the mail, huh? Well, have a good day, even though you didn't bring me anything. Say, do you mind if I ask you this? I know it sounds silly, but are there people who blame you if they don't get a letter?
It's a world full of creeps, mister.
Well, see you around.
Hello, this is Johnny Marlowe, Jr. Sorry I'm out, but just leave your name and phone number, and I'll get back to you the split second I return. Now, just wait for that beep, and then let it all hang out.
Hi, Johnny. This is Dad. Nothing special. Just thought I'd buzz you out there, and we'd shoot the breeze. Johnny, I know how busy you are and everything, but I wish you could find just a few minutes now and then to talk to me sometime. Please. Johnny? Johnny.
This is Lieutenant Frank Stillwagon of your police department making this TV appeal to the people of the community. Last night, an old man, a watchman at the Simmons Warehouse at Brand Place and 9th Street, was brutally gunned down.
Now, if anyone has seen or heard anything or has any information at all whatsoever, please telephone this special number, 555-2211. Let me repeat that, 555-2211. Please call and talk to us. No matter how unimportant you think your information might be, we want to listen to you. Thank you.
555-2211. 555-2211.
Lieutenant Stillwagon here.
Yes.
May I help you?
I'm calling this number about that murder.
Yeah?
I'd like to talk about it.
Certainly. What is there you have to tell us?
Well,
Yeah? Sir, this is an important communications line. We have to keep it open. If you really have nothing to say, you'll have to hang up.
But I do have something to say. I happen to have some information.
Oh, what sort of information?
Well, I think I saw the person who did it.
What is your name, sir?
My name is Marlowe, John J. Marlowe.
Uh-huh. Mr. Marlowe, if you'll just give me your address. Mr. Marlowe, Lieutenant Stillwagon.
Oh, please, come in.
My credentials.
Oh, I believe you. I recognize your voice. Won't you sit down? Here, at the table.
Oh.
I've prepared some tea. Oh, would you rather have coffee?
No, nothing for me, thank you.
A drink, perhaps?
No, never on duty.
But you're a guest in my house.
This isn't a social call, Mr. Marlowe. I do have your name right, don't I? John J. Marlowe?
Yes, John Jacob Marlowe. I was named after my grandfather. He was a member of the police department.
Was he?
Yes, back when Theodore Roosevelt was commissioner. Is it generally known today that Theodore Roosevelt was once the police commissioner of New York City?
I couldn't say.
Oh, when Teddy became president, Grandfather Marlowe joined his personal staff.
Now, Mr. Marlowe, you said you saw the person that murdered the night watchman.
Oh, well, I said I thought I saw.
That means you had to be in the vicinity of Brand Place and 9th Street at approximately 11 p.m. last night?
Yes.
Yes. May I ask why you were there?
Well, I was out for a walk.
At that hour?
Well, if you can't sleep, you might as well go out for a stroll. You'd be surprised how little sleep you need when you get old. You enter another world.
Yeah, Mr. Marlowe.
A world that no young person could ever hope to understand. You have to live there yourself.
Mr. Marlowe, what did you see?
What did I see? I was passing by the front of the Simmons warehouse.
On 9th Street, yeah, go on.
And I saw a young man. He must have been running up from Brand Place.
Yeah, the break-in was on the Brand Place side. Where'd he go?
Where? He just kept going up Brand Place.
And how far were you from the corner of Brand and 9th?
How far? Oh, maybe 30 or 40 feet.
Did the person see you?
Oh, I don't think so. He was too busy running.
Had you heard a shot?
Well, I may have, but I'm not sure.
Mr. Marlowe, you were 30 to 40 feet from the corner. Now, it was a dark night without a moon. How could you tell he was a young man?
Oh, I got to look at him as he passed under the street lamp. I could see he was young. Somewhere about 20. Not very tall. Perhaps 5'6".
Uh-huh. Anything else?
Yes. I could see a scar on his cheek.
Yeah, that would have to be on his left cheek.
Yes. And he had black hair. Long. Came down on his shoulders.
How was he dressed?
He was wearing jeans. And a red and white jacket.
Okay, Mr. Marlowe, this is very good, excellent.
Oh, let me see if I can remember something more.
Well, if you do, just give us a call, huh? Thank you.
Must you go?
Oh, Tom, forget the rest of the files. I just came across a mug shot of the suspect we want. Name's Benny Seraphin. Place to look for him is probably over at his old lady's grocery store on 10th. Get Harry, we'll pick him up. I'm looking. Hey, you there, freeze.
Hey, hold up. Please, don't shoot.
We're police officers.
Police? What do you want?
You keep your hands where I can see them. Your name, Benny Seraphin?
What did he do? I didn't do nothing, Ma. I didn't do nothing. It's police. Why are they after you with guns? I don't know, Ma. Turn that thing off. No. What did you do? Nothing, Ma. I swear.
Check him out, Tom.
Hey, what are you doing to my son?
Clean, huh? He must have gotten rid of the weapon.
Get rid of what?
All right, kid, let's go.
Go? Go where? Where are you taking him?
Benny Seraphin, you are being arrested on suspicion of murder committed during an armed robbery. Anything you say may be used against you. Where were you last night, Benny? Around 11?
I was out walking.
Yeah, that's right. In the neighborhood of Brand Place and 9th.
I was nowhere near it. I was uptown.
Doing what? Rolling drunks?
No.
Oh, excuse me. I guess you never rolled a drunk in your life, huh? Did you?
Yeah, just once. And I paid for it, didn't I?
Oh, you're stepping up in class, Benny. Armed robbery.
No.
And you sure bungled it, huh? You thought you could get him to open the safe, but you panicked and shot him. So all you could get was his wallet.
I didn't do it.
And all he had was $60. How do we know, Benny? His wife told us. You are so dumb, you know, you didn't even have enough brains to throw the wallet away. It was in your pocket when we picked you up with the $60.
Let me tell you about the wallet. It's about, I don't know, 3 in the morning. I'm just walking down the street. I see this wallet laying on the sidewalk. It's a real leather wallet. So I decided to keep it.
You want me to believe the killer threw the wallet away and you just happened to find it?
It's true.
With the money inside.
The money's mine.
Now, where would you get $60, Benny? You're not working.
I got it from the cash register in my mother's store.
You mean you swiped it?
So I swiped it, but I was nowhere near that warehouse last night.
Benny, we got a witness.
You can't have a witness. How could there be a witness? How could somebody have seen me if I wasn't there?
You were there, Benny. You were there.
On the one hand, we have the testimony of Mr. John J. Marlowe, an elderly, respectable gentleman. On the other, the claims of young Mr. Benny Seraphin, whose character could scarcely be described as beyond reproach. However, if you have been listening closely, you know already which of them is telling the truth. And your knowledge shall be further tested in Act 2. God sends us nothing but riddles and contradictions which exist side by side. So said Fyodor Dostoevsky. And since this is a story of crime, and most likely punishment, we can turn to no wiser authority. So here we have the accusation and the denial. Each may be true. Each may be false. How can this be? Listen. Consider.
Mama.
So, here you are, Benny. In jail.
Please, Mama.
Oh, it's a good thing your father's dead.
You have to talk about it?
Didn't I say it? Didn't I say you'd sit in jail one day?
Mama, I'm being framed. Can't you understand?
Why? Why'd they pick on you?
Because I'm the toughest guy on the block.
So? Who told you to be the toughest?
You gotta be tough, Mama. Otherwise they walk all over you.
Benny, I want to know one thing. No matter how bad it is, I want to know the truth.
Mama, I didn't do it.
You can't lie to me. Tell me the truth. Look in my eyes, Benny. Now, tell me.
I didn't do it.
You didn't do it, huh? So how come they found the wallet? The watchman's wallet in your pocket?
Mama, I tried to explain.
Don't explain. Just tell the truth.
It is the truth.
And the witness, huh? They got a witness. Seen you done it. Hey, officer, come over here. Let me out.
Mama, don't go, please.
What am I going to stay here for?
Hey, come back. Mama,
I'll come back when you're going to tell me the truth.
Lieutenant, I'm being framed.
Come on, Benny.
Lieutenant, I may have stepped out of line once or twice, maybe.
Once or twice?
Okay, but I could never kill nobody.
Yeah, there's always a first time.
I know it looks bad, but I ain't a killer. You gotta believe me.
Benny, your own mother doesn't believe you.
Isn't this just a glorious morning? Oh, is the soup 42 cents? Oh, goodness, it goes up by the day, doesn't it? When they had that inflation in Germany during the 20s, right after the First War, people used to paper the walls with the currency.
It's 8:37.
For such a little bit? What'd I buy? Oh, tempora moris. That's Latin. It means old times, old customs.
Oh, shut up.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Seraphin. I'm sorry.
Oh, Madre de Dios.
Oh, please, don't cry. Oh, no, you mustn't cry like that. Was it something I just said? Oh, tell me. What's wrong?
My son.
Yes?
My only son,
What did he do, Mrs. Seraphin?
He just broke my heart.
Oh, is that all? Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Seraphin. Excuse me. I didn't mean to joke. It's just that, well, I also have a son, an only son. And he broke my heart, too. A long time ago. But you get over it.
No.
No, you never get over it. But what's to be done? Perhaps they were born to break our hearts.
What did I ever do to him? I don't know.
Well, I know what I did to mine. I was a failure in his eyes. A man who never stood up on his own. I spent my life working for lesser men. But it was the only way I could be sure that he and his mother would be decently taken care of. Shouldn't that count for something?
Oh, I am sorry. I have no business to bother a customer.
Oh, it's perfectly all right.
You don't come to hear my troubles.
Well, let me help you.
Oh, how can you help me?
Well, someone with a fresh perspective. Just talk to me. I promise I'll listen. Just talk to me.
My son. He's a bad boy. Yes, but not a real bad boy. You understand?
Certainly.
I say to him, you go to school. What kind of job can you get if you don't go to school?
Why is it so hard to make them see it?
He laughs at me. So now he's 24 years old. What's he going to do? Nothing. Get into trouble. He steals. He fights. But one thing he don't do. He don't lie to his mama. Till now. Till just now. The police, they say he killed a man.
Your son?
Tell me the truth, I ask him. I'm innocent, Mama, he says. I'm innocent.
Well, isn't he?
How? The police have evidence. And a witness.
Oh.
A witness. A man who seen my son on the street that night. And so, my son lies.
Well, perhaps the witness might be mistaken.
How? He is on the street. On Brand Place and 9th.
What?
And he sees Benny come running from the warehouse. And he sees everything. He sees Benny's face with the scar and...
The witness described your son? This alleged witness actually described your son, Benny?
And now I know. My son is a liar. And a murderer.
No. He's not.
What's the use?
Mrs. Seraphin, I didn't mean to do it. I didn't mean to.
I better close this door for a while. Lie down.
Listen to me. I didn't mean to describe your son. I'll have to go to the police station right now.
What are you talking about?
I'm the person who... I'm the witness.
You?
I didn't know it was your son. I never would have... Well, I'll have to tell him I was wrong. I didn't see anyone that night. I'll say so.
You? I see you come in here. An old man. I never stop to talk to you. I'm so busy and tired and... Oh, you are such a good person with such a kind heart.
I didn't mean to implicate your son.
What could you do? An honest man like you. Keep quiet?
Well, I only wanted some... No, I'll tell them the truth.
It's all a lie. I wasn't even there.
You think now you're going to make it look like you was crazy. No. Don't do this to yourself.
The net result of what you're saying, then, is this. You called a special number, and you told a deliberate falsehood.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Why?
I was lonely.
Oh, I see. You were lonesome.
No, that's not what I said. I said I was lonely.
There's a difference?
May you never know it.
Go ahead.
I had to have somebody to talk to.
You mean in this whole city, 9-10 million people, you can't find a single person to talk to?
That's right.
I find that hard to believe.
Why? One morning, Lieutenant, you wake up and you look around you and you say to yourself, where'd everybody go? You've outlived your friends. You've outlasted your enemies. And you've overstayed your welcome.
So, you called up just to have someone to talk to, huh?
Yes, sir.
You realize that such an act is against the law, deliberately misleading the police.
I can see that.
Fortunately for you, it isn't true.
What isn't true?
I don't believe a word you're saying.
Lieutenant, I've told you the truth.
You see, there's one thing about people. Whether they're honest or crooked, they're true to their nature. You've been a law-abiding citizen all your life. People like you don't lie to the police.
Why is it so hard for you to understand?
You don't lie to us because we represent the safe, the reasonable society that you believe in. Now, when your boy was growing up, didn't you always say to him, son, if you're ever lost or in trouble, you go to the nearest policeman, he's your friend?
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, it isn't in you to lie to me.
But I wasn't there. I made it up.
If you weren't there, how could you describe him so accurately? Well, how?
I don't know.
You were there.
How? Why? That neighborhood, late at night, I'm afraid to go there in the daytime. What would I be doing in that place?
I don't know.
I had no reason.
No reason that you can remember.
I'll have you know that my memory is as good as it ever was. Well, almost.
Maybe you don't want to remember. Maybe you've convinced yourself that you really weren't there and that you didn't see anyone. And now you believe that.
You came to my house. I lied to you. Now I'm telling the truth. All I wanted was attention, just some human contact, even for a brief moment. And you refuse to understand it.
No, I understand. She got to you.
Who got to me?
His mother. She's an attractive lady.
What are you implying?
A good figure of a woman. Man to man, Mr. Marlowe.
How can you make such an accusation?
Accusation? I guess when you were younger, you'd have considered that a compliment.
I consider that an insult.
Still an all...
You have no right to humiliate me in this manner. If my son were here...
Mr. Marlowe, it's easy to see, and it's understandable. You're an old man. You're alone in the world.
Don't you dare say that. I'm not a public charge. I was a man of substance in my time. I'm a certified public accountant. I taught economics at the State University. Well, it was only the night extension course, but still, I own my own home. I'm a veteran of 2 world wars.
Yes, Mr. Marlowe, but the fact is, a nice woman, a very kind and loving woman, because she is all of those things, offers to be your friend.
She made no such offer.
And so you decided to change your story.
I was not out on the street that night.
How do you know?
How do I know?
Yeah, you reach a certain age, Mr. Marlowe. Your memory can play tricks.
I didn't see him. Please believe me, I didn't see him.
Then why? I mean, how could you give us such an accurate description?
Why? How?
Yeah.
Wait. Now I know. Now I know why I described him. Him of all people, Benny Seraphin.
If he knows why, then he knows something we don't know. Wait. Perhaps we do know. The reason, the impetus, the motivation was all there to be seen. Or I should say to be heard. If you know what to look for, it's right out there in the open. But enough of this cryptic commentary. I'll return shortly with Act 3. The gossamer strands of memory, how lightly they imprison our thoughts, how easily broken and blown away. And yet, if we would recapture the past, we must strive to reweave them and somehow create the same pattern. But is it ever precisely exactly the same? Is close enough good enough?
No, that one isn't it either.
Mr. Marlowe, I can't kill an afternoon in a record shop listening.
Just a few more, please. Nor is that the one. Oh, I'd know it the moment I heard it.
What are we doing?
It'll come to me.
What's going to come to you?
Well, it had a certain kind of rhythm.
Now, look, Mr. Marlowe, I'm trying to humor you.
Please, don't say that. Just listen.
Why do I have to?
This one. This is it.
What?
This music will prove my point.
What point?
Listen.
Well, I can't.
I'll make it lower. It's very strong, dramatic. That sort of rhythm makes a very vivid impression.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't it?
So?
That morning, I was in his mother's store, and this music was playing. It was extremely loud.
Mr. Marlowe, I can't see what you're driving at.
Actually, it was very annoying, distracting.
So what else isn't it?
His mother was angry. She shouted at him. That's when I saw him for the first time. He was leaning against some shelves in the rear of the store, and this loud music was coming from one of those big transistor radios.
What are you getting at, Mr. Marlowe?
I almost became physically ill because she was angry and he was angry, and this music was blaring, and I suppose it all seared itself on my memory.
Yeah, now, please, Mr. Marlowe.
Now, you're a police officer. Surely you're aware that there can be an atmosphere of violence, and it was there. I saw his face with this ragged scar, the long black hair, and the stark white against the blood red of his jacket.
Okay, Mr.
Please,
Marlowe.
hear me out. That moment, the picture of him burned itself into my mind, perhaps my subconscious mind. And then it passed. I didn't think anything at all about it.
Okay. I take your word for it.
And then I heard your appeal being broadcast. I needed someone to talk with, but I could only talk to you if I had information about the killer. And then that song came back into my head, and the picture of a long-haired, scar-faced boy in a red and white jacket flashed through my mind. I no longer knew who he was, but he was someone I could talk about.
I see.
I no longer associated him with a real person. I believed he was a figment of my imagination.
Yeah.
You don't believe it? Lieutenant, what I'm saying happens to be psychologically valid.
Sure.
And that's the true story.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter.
It certainly does. I intend to withdraw my statement.
Well, I suppose you can do that, if you like.
And if it comes down to it, I can always say that I'm not really sure. I couldn't swear to the identification under oath.
All right.
You don't have a case against the boy.
Oh, yes, we do. We don't need your identification anymore.
Why not?
Because we have the wallet with the $60. Your call to us served to direct our attention towards certain specific faces in our files. And once we knew enough to pick up Benny Seraphin, the case just laid itself out.
But he's innocent.
Then how does he account for the wallet?
But I made the whole thing up. You refuse to believe me.
Yeah, well, even if I did, you know what they say, truth is stranger than fiction.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Mr. Marlowe, are you okay?
I don't know. I don't know.
Are you feeling sick or something?
Is it possible that I'm becoming senile? Did I really go for a walk that night and not remember? What am I going to do, Lieutenant?
Look, why don't I give you a lift home? You can take a little nap.
As if that would settle everything. No. There's one way I can find out. Do you suppose you could take me to the jail?
So what do you want?
I want to help you.
Haven't you helped me enough?
Well, maybe you can help me.
Why should I?
Please.
What do you want from me?
Were you there?
Well, didn't you say I was there?
But never mind what I said. I have to know. I must know for sure.
Look, I don't have to put up with this. I got rights. I don't have to stand for some crazy old guy coming into my cell.
A crazy old guy. I've lived to hear it.
What are you going to do, bust out crying?
Probably.
What do you want from me? It ain't my fault you got old.
Well, it isn't my fault either. Please, tell me. It's so important to me. If you were there that night, then I was there too. And I never knew it. But if you weren't, then I wasn't there either. And I only saw you in my subconscious.
What does all that mean?
Please, just tell me the truth. My life, or whatever little is left of it, depends on it.
Okay. I was there.
You were?
But not when you said. Not 11 o'clock at night. 4 in the morning. A long time after it happened. I was coming home. I took a shortcut through Brand Place. There it is, laying on the sidewalk. This great-looking wallet. Just like I told the cops.
And that's the truth?
Yeah. For all the good it's going to do me.
I believe you.
Yeah, with that and a token, I can get a ride on a subway. No, I'll never get out of here. I'll never ride on a subway again in my life. I never thought I'd miss it.
I remember when they built part of the subway. Manhattan Island is practically solid rock, you know. It was the engineering marvel of the age.
Don't start that stuff, huh?
But you're telling the truth.
Who's going to believe it?
A good lawyer can make people believe it. What sort of lawyer do you have?
What do you think? Oh, sure, there's lawyers could beat this rap for me, but my old lady don't have $1 million. So you know what I get? A lawyer appointed by the court. Now, you know who he turns out to be? Some old hack who knows nothing, or some young guy just out of school who has to learn everything.
We'll just have to do something about that.
Yeah, like what?
Get you a good lawyer.
You got the dough?
I don't have very much money.
So what are we talking about?
I'm the one who got you into this. I'll have to get you out, somehow.
Yeah, sure.
I'm a CPA, but I always worked for a large firm.
Is that a fact?
It caused tension between my wife and son on the one hand and me on the other. But
are you for real?
They didn't respect me. But a man has to follow his own inclination. Now, the point to all this
is... there's a point.
My old company retained a law firm. Top people. And the senior partner owes me a favor. I haven't spoken to him in years, but he'll remember. You'll have the best legal counsel in town.
You know, Pop, you look kind of tired. Why don't you go home and take a nap, huh?
May I help you?
I see by the plaque that your name is Miss Rawlings, huh?
Yes.
Well, you must be new here.
Oh, I should hope not. It's been 13 years.
13 years?
Mm-hmm.
Has it been that long since I was here last? Yes, I retired 14 years ago.
Well, what may I do for you, sir?
Oh, my name is Marlowe. John J. Marlowe. Is J.R. here? I don't have an appointment, but we never stood on ceremony.
Oh, I beg your pardon, sir, but whom did you wish to see?
J.R. Oh, well, look, this is J.R. Stebbins and Associates, isn't it?
Oh, old Mr. Stebbins. He's no longer with us.
Say, what'd that old codger do, retire? He swore he'd die at his desk.
He did.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's at least 8, 9 years ago.
J.R. He's dead, huh?
Yes, well, did you wish to see someone else?
Someone else? I don't know. It's just that I was counting on... Oh, maybe Bill Runciman.
Oh, Mr. Runciman is no longer with the firm. He sold his interest and moved. I think he's in Florida. Most of the older partners retired. Would you care to see Mr. Slade?
I don't know him.
Mr. Stein? Mr. Arliss? Mr. Torrance?
I don't know any of them.
I suppose you could say it's an entirely new firm.
Yes.
Sir, are you all right?
What? Well, thank you very much for your courtesy.
Hello there, this is Johnny Marlowe, Jr. Sorry I'm out, but I'm glad you called. So, you just leave your name and your phone number and whatever's on your mind, and I'll get back to you the split second I return. Just wait for that beep, and then let it all hang out.
Johnny, this is your dad. I just called you to let you know that I should have a new address very soon. You were right, I guess. When you're old and you live alone by yourself, you can do all sorts of crazy things. Could you call me next Sunday? I'll stay home and wait.
Mr. Marlowe, mind if I come in?
All right.
Thanks.
What's it all about, Lieutenant?
Yeah, what's it about? That's a good question. Say, you suppose we could figure out the answer over a cup of tea?
Oh, certainly. I always have a pot on the stove. Why don't you sit down?
Yeah, thanks.
I have some cookies also. Would you like some?
Sure. Oh, very nice. Oh, that warehouse holdup, Mr. Marlowe, and the murder, you know how that kind of thing gets solved? If at all. You know how we catch that type of killer, if we ever do.
Oh, wait. Haven't you been saying that you've already got the guilty party, Benny Seraphin?
Yeah, well, no. Seems that the guilty party is a fellow named Eddie Smith.
I don't follow you, Lieutenant.
Eddie Smith is a punk, a hoodlum, a drug addict. I don't know which comes first. But the way you catch the Eddie Smiths of this world, usually, is when some other punk or hoodlum informs on him in order to buy himself a deal with the police. Or a jealous woman, which is what just happened here.
Then Benny Seraphin is innocent.
Yeah, Benny Seraphin is back on the streets, and I hope he learned a lesson. You're a man of the world, Mr. Marlowe. What do you think?
Maybe. Maybe not.
Yeah. Well, Eddie Smith killed and robbed that night watchman, but he's been two-timing his girlfriend, and so, to get even, she turned him in. And we got him with a gun.
I knew in my heart Benny was telling me the truth, and I'm not crazy.
No, definitely not.
One lump or two?
No, just a touch of milk, Mr. Marlowe. Thanks. You know, I refuse to believe that a man would deliberately make up a story like you did just because he was lonely and needed someone to talk to.
Why did you refuse to believe it?
Well, I suppose because I didn't want to. Maybe I couldn't afford to believe it. I didn't want to face the implications.
Do you believe it now?
You know, Mr. Marlowe, you're a very interesting gentleman.
You really mean that?
You have a great fund of information, experience. You don't suppose I could drop around now and then for a cup of tea?
Why, certainly, Lieutenant. I'm at home to callers every afternoon.
At home to callers. Yeah, that's how my grandmother used to talk. Tell me about your grandfather. You know, the one who was on the force when Teddy Roosevelt was police commissioner?
These days, so many of us measure our efforts to help people purely in terms of money spent. But so very often, the most effective help can be unbelievably inexpensive. Talk. Talk, they say, is cheap. If that's true, why are we so stingy with it? Especially to those who need it. I may have an answer in just a few minutes. Today, there is so much talk of the waste of energy and natural assets. But there are human assets that are also being disregarded. You see them everywhere. Sitting on park benches, walking slowly through the streets. The elderly people, the retired people, the people with nothing to do, nowhere to go. And we think of them as being used up, washed up, finished. But inside them is so much knowledge, wisdom, experience. Somehow we must find a way to use it, enjoy it, be enriched by it. Our cast included John Beal, Paul Hecht, Bryna Rayburn, and Jack Grimes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Lang is too busy breathing. But his acid-throwing boy is going to be very, very upset when he hears that I'll soon be able to make visual identification.
But, Joe, you won't be.
He won't know that. Nobody will. Not even my own family. Only you and me, Rick.
Now, look, Joe.
I'm going to send the news out to all the papers and the TV reporters. And how I'm looking forward to the opportunity of seeing a mug book and identifying the guy who threw that stuff at me and my wife.
And you know what he'll do, don't you, Joe? He'll try to knock you over before the operation.
Yeah, he probably will.
You think you can trap this guy by setting yourself up as a target, huh? A game of blind man's bluff, huh?
That's the game, Rick. And I don't intend to lose.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Stay tuned for the CBS Radio Mystery Theater.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. My wife doesn't understand me has always been a rather common complaint. And classically, it has been uttered by harried and put-upon husbands who insist that they stray far afield only to enlist the sympathy and commiseration that seems to be denied them at home. And yet, how often do any of these poor, deprived fellows think to put the proposition in reverse and say, I don't understand my wife?
Mr. Parrish, describe in your own words what happened.
Well, I walk into the house, and there she is. There he is, both of them half-dressed. I reached for the gun. I wanted to kill him. But part of me says, no, you can't. And then I see that smile on his face. Oh, that was it. I pulled the trigger.
This, then, was the first time you knew she was unfaithful?
The first time and the last time. You think I'd hold still for my wife carrying on? What kind of a man do you think I am?
Our mystery drama, Crime of Passion, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. intelligent woman is a woman with whom one can be as stupid as one wishes. That was the opinion of a learned Frenchman. And since the French are the acknowledged authorities on the games that men and women play, we should listen very carefully. Certainly, history has proved that intelligent women have a hard time in this world, especially when they are married to shallow, heavy-footed men. George Parrish, a night watchman, is coming home very late one night. He opens the door to his apartment, tiptoes inside. He doesn't want to disturb his sleeping wife. But she isn't sleeping. She's very much awake. And there's a man with her.
Oh, Millie. Millie. What would I ever do without you?
Why, you two-timing...
George! You've got the wrong idea! Don't, George! Please don't!
Good morning, Phil. Am I upsetting your schedule?
You're destroying it, Tom.
Well, being a law firm's top client does give a man privileges.
Go ahead. The clock is running.
I have a case I want you to handle for me. The man's name is Parrish, George Parrish. He came home last night and found his wife with another man, and he shot her dead. I want you to defend him.
Why me?
Well, before you decided to get rich, you were the best criminal lawyer in the country.
Who is Parrish?
He's one of my employees. You know my motto. If you work for Cartwright Industries, be ever so high or ever so humble, you're my guy, and I stand behind you all the way.
And this is how you intend to stand behind Parrish?
Well, I'm a man of my word.
Why not? It's worth a fortune to you in labor relations, not to mention general publicity. You're an old fraud.
Yeah, sure. But when you've been a fraud for as long as I have, you really become quite sincere about it. Besides, I feel I owe him something.
What?
I feel guilty about it.
Why?
I want you to get on this thing for me, Phil.
Tom, you know how busy we are right now. I can recommend a top guy.
Phil, I want you.
A murder case. Just what I needed.
What's new in the paper this morning, dear?
Oh, just the usual bad news.
Oh.
I'm sorry, darling.
About what?
I know I shouldn't be reading the paper at breakfast.
Oh, that.
It's just that I have absolutely no time to myself during the day. I mean, it isn't right. We seem to spend so little time together.
I know.
But things just seem to keep piling up.
Yes, they do.
You're being very understanding about it, aren't you?
Well, I wasn't aware that I had a choice.
Well, you do manage to keep busy.
Oh, yes. There's enough to do.
That's what I always said. These days, women should be out there, doing. What do you know about this? That merger is actually going through. International's going to buy Amertex. Oh, how's the job coming?
Oh, it's interesting.
And how is Frank as a boss?
Oh, if you want to learn how to run an art gallery, there's no better teacher. Oh, something fascinating happened just yesterday.
Why would International want to acquire Amertex? I mean, they must know it's a company completely enmeshed in legal problems, or do they? Oh, I'm sorry, darling. What you were about to say?
Oh, it wasn't important. Will you be home early this evening? It's Bob and Gretchen's anniversary party.
Gee, I really don't know what time I can get home, darling.
Oh, do you have to work late again?
As if things weren't bad enough, Tom Cartwright threw something at me yesterday. Matter of fact, it's right here in the paper. Night watchman shoots wife in jealous rage. That's very sloppy writing. You can't tell which of them was in the jealous rage.
What does this have to do with you?
Well, Tom wants me to defend him.
Oh, a murder case. I thought those days were over.
Well, I never thought I'd miss them. But I tell you, nothing else can pump the adrenaline like a homicide.
I miss those days. You'd come home and spread out all the work on the dining room table, and I'd keep the coffee going and type up the notes. And just before dawn, many times, we'd go out to breakfast.
Well, you can only do that when you're very, very young.
Oh, you talk as if we're very, very old.
Well, we were very, very poor.
Phil, we were never poor.
Well, I mean, compared to what we have today.
I often wonder.
About what?
Oh, about everything. Phil,
I'd hate to miss Bob and Gretchen's party.
Well, look, why don't you go on and I'll meet you there?
If I know you won't show up till very late. And what'll I do if I get bored and I want to leave early? I'll be stuck.
Darling, it's just that I'm always so far behind. You could go by yourself.
I'd have to worry about a taxi late at night.
Oh, I know. Frank Hertford.
Well, what about him?
Ask him to take you.
Oh, I don't know. I see enough of him during the day.
Frank is tailor-made for the job. He's the perfect extra man.
Well, he's really not much fun.
He doesn't have to be. All he has to do is be your escort. Thank you, guard. Parrish, I'm Philip Wilcox. I'm your attorney. Parrish?
She's dead.
Yes, we know she's dead.
I killed her.
Yes, I have your confession.
Yeah, I confessed.
I want to read it to you.
I don't want to hear it.
You say, I came home early and I caught her with James Axford.
I don't want to listen to it.
They were both half-dressed. I knew they'd been together. I got so mad.
Don't read any more.
I pulled the gun out of the holster. I was going to kill them both. I fired at her first, then I was going to shoot him too, but he fought with me. Then other people came into the room.
I can't believe she's dead.
Is this substantially the way it happened?
Huh? Oh, yeah. If that's what I said, that's what happened.
Did you mean to kill her?
I got so mad I couldn't control myself. Next thing I know, the gun is in my hand.
Well, you didn't exactly surprise them in what might be called a compromising situation, did you?
What's he doing there that hour of the night wearing pajamas and a bathrobe? Who can you trust in this world? Nobody. Just one person. My buddy, Tom Cartwright. Well, he wasn't my buddy exactly. He was my battalion commander. He knew the name of every guy in the outfit.
Now, Parrish.
After the war, you lose track. And he was an officer. I didn't have an easy life. A lot of things went wrong.
Now, look, here's what we have to establish.
I was hitting 57, 58. What's the best I could do? Night watchman for this big company.
Did you at any time, prior to the moment that you saw them together...
These important guys come in, see, and this big white-haired fella, he looks at me and he says, "Hey, I know you, George Parrish, B Company, rifleman."
Did you have any reason to suspect they were having an affair?
Said, "Look, George, anytime you feel you're not getting the right deal, you just come and see me."
Parrish? I have to know this.
How he always was, Big Tom Cartwright. Hey, you must be the smartest lawyer in the United States of America, because that's just who Tom said he'd get me.
Answer this. Did you have any reason to suspect that they were having an affair?
No.
Who is James Axford?
A ruddy little guy. He lived down the hall. He'd sit around with us and drink coffee. You want to know how stupid I was? I'll tell you. I used to think it was great that he'd drop in to keep her company while I was working.
You mean you didn't suspect anything?
Suspect what? He looked like a light breeze could blow him right over. Besides, she wasn't all that young or great looking. I mean, how could I figure she'd even be thinking of that kind of thing? How could this happen to me? I tried to give her everything.
All right, Parrish. I think I have enough for now.
Maybe I should have spent more time with her. You know how women are. They want you around all the time, but what was I going to do? I had to work nights and part-time. I couldn't help it. Why couldn't she understand that?
What? Oh. Hello.
Phil, it's Tom. Now, I know it's a bit late, but actually it's only past midnight.
Oh, I guess I dozed off.
Yeah, I've been trying to reach you all evening. Did you see George Parrish?
Yeah, I did.
Well, how did it look?
It looks good.
Hey, that's great.
You know, in cases like these, you usually have to explain the gun. You know, if he didn't mean to use it, why did he have it?
Well, he had to carry it on the job.
Exactly. And that's a big plus. So we'll go for something in the neighborhood of guilty due to temporary insanity.
Well, I you're telling me that he'll do okay.
Unless something unforeseen comes up.
Like what?
If I could tell you, it wouldn't be unforeseen, would it?
I appreciate this, Phil. I want to help him. Oh, I'm sorry if I disturbed you. Good night.
Yeah. Good night.
Good morning, dear. Pour you some coffee?
Oh, please.
Oh, you look tired.
Well, I had a restless night.
You're always nervous with Case.
With Case?
Like a woman is with child.
Yeah, well, I'm with Case, all right.
Oh, tough one?
Well, it looks open and shut, but those are usually the ones that have a hidden booby trap somewhere.
Something bothering you about it?
Yes.
What?
Well, that's the trouble. I don't know what. You must have come home rather late last night.
Mm-hmm. I guess we all lost track of the time.
Oh?
Oh, it was a marvelous party. Everyone hated to see it end.
What time did it break up?
Oh, it was before midnight.
I was still up around midnight. I didn't hear you come in.
You know what happened? Frank and I walked home.
You walked home?
That's right.
All the way from Bob and Gretchen's? At that hour? Well, that was very foolish.
You're right.
Why'd you do it?
Darling, you're looking at this in the cold, clear light of the morning. But it was such a beautiful night. You have to admit that.
I'm afraid I didn't notice.
There was a kind of magic in the air.
Magic? What kind of magic?
Oh, you should know. You're the one who first told me about the magic in the night air.
I did?
Don't you remember? In the air of the night are all the gossamer dreams and fragile fancies. They wither and die in the glare of the burning, brilliant sun, but in the soft and kindly glow of the friendly moon. Huh. Oh, I often wonder. You know, you never told me. Did you read that somewhere, or did you actually write it?
I don't even remember.
I think you wrote it. You used to write a lot of poetry while you were going to law school. I remember you said that it was the only way that you could keep your sanity.
No, I was just a kid.
And one of the greatest lawyers in the world, Chief Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, was a fine poet.
Margaret, getting back to this foolishness. I mean, walking all that way in the dead of night.
Well, you and I used to walk at night for hours. I remember.
Yeah, those were different times.
Yes.
I thought you said you found Frank Hertford rather dull.
I never said that.
Didn't you say he wasn't much fun?
Oh, yes. But that's only during the day, at the gallery. He's all business there, which is good. But away from the gallery, he has an entirely different personality.
Really?
Yes. He's very lively and witty. There's a whole side to Frank Hertford that I've never been aware of.
On that line, let's take a break and see how things seem to be shaping up in our little drama. Of course, there's always a possibility that we might be reading a bit too much into what we've been hearing so far. On the other hand, we may not be reading enough. We'll just have to wait for Act 2 for a clearer definition. Would you happen to know offhand who it was that said nature abhors a vacuum? It has a scientific sound to it, so you might assume it was a physicist. But the fact is, it was stated by a philosopher. And he wasn't thinking of things like vacuum tubes and the like because they hadn't yet been invented. No. What he had in mind were human affairs and what people will do if their lives are empty.
Hi, Terry.
Hey, Phil. Late as usual.
Oh, it's like old times. We're going to lock horns again.
Why don't you come downtown and really practice law?
Why don't you come uptown and really make some money?
When I get old.
Then you won't be able to enjoy it.
Say, I hear you guys are raking it in. However...
However what?
You're basically a one-client law firm. Now, what if you lose him? Lose Tom Cartwright?
We're too involved with everything he's got going. It's as if we were welded together. How could we lose him?
Well, the outfit that had him before you did lost him.
Thanks. You just made my day.
Yeah, all right. Now, getting down to cases.
The George Parrish thing now. This is the quintessential crime of passion.
That's your story.
Well, you admit that it's open and shut.
I don't have to admit anything.
Oh, why don't we save the taxpayers' money?
Oh? You want a plea bargain?
Look, why don't you ask for manslaughter? We can wind up with guilty because of temporary insanity.
Oh, how nice of you.
And for you, too. You get the word guilty in the verdict.
I'm going for murder 1.
You have to be kidding.
The public perception of these insanity things, it's completely negative these days. You see, man on the street thinks all you have to do after you kill somebody is have a smart lawyer claim you were temporarily insane and you beat the rap.
But I do have temporary insanity here.
Oh, do you?
Yes, I can get psychiatric testimony. It says so.
Oh, I can get psychiatric testimony that says you don't.
All right, so our shrinks cancel each other out. And what's left is this poor, pathetic-looking, put-upon slob. He's your hard-working, hard-luck guy who never got a break. And a war veteran, too.
That doesn't carry the clout it used to.
Got a Purple Heart.
Probably shot himself cleaning his rifle.
So, what?
Your client is lying.
Well, I believe him.
I don't.
Why not?
He walks into his house, all unsuspecting. And he's suddenly confronted by the infidelity of his wife. Now, in a sudden, wild, uncontrolled fit of rage, he shoots her.
You're stating my case.
And it's a lie. No man or woman, for that matter, is ever unaware of infidelity.
Come on, Terry. How can you say that?
You mean a fellow doesn't always know his wife is being unfaithful,
How could he know?
Are you telling me if Margaret were having an affair, you wouldn't know about it?
Margaret would never have an affair.
Oh? Why not?
She's not the type.
Well, what is the type?
And besides, realistically, she's older.
Older?
Look, the truth is, why would anyone want to have an affair with Margaret? Have you seen her lately?
Well, as a matter of fact, at the gallery. See, my wife dragged me there to look at some art. Just last week. Oh, she looks great.
Yeah. Now, look, getting back to your basic point.
Which is, a man has to know that his wife is having an affair. He has to notice the change in her.
What change?
Well, she treats him better, or she treats him worse. She's either laughing or crying. She's light as a feather or heavy as a rock. See, but whatever she is different.
And you claim a man can see that?
Oh, well, see it, hear it, feel it. Now, he knows it. But he may categorically reject that information.
Why?
Because if he faced up to it, he'd be forced to make a move. A move that might change the world he lives in. Maybe he simply can't handle it.
So if you're right, why didn't my client go on evading the issue? Why did he kill her?
Because you can only lie to yourself for so long and no longer. You see, you're taking a terrible psychological beating. You have to blow up. And suddenly, something happens which may be completely unrelated to the marriage, but it's a terrible trauma, and that's when a guy goes home and makes her pay for it.
Well, you better be able to prove that to our 12 good people in True.
That's why we're having a trial, isn't it?
Phil? Is that you?
Yeah?
You didn't say you were coming home, so I didn't bother with dinner.
Oh, well, Hey, look at you.
You like the dress?
I don't know. Well, it's a bit daring.
Oh, now, Phil.
Well, let me put it this way. You usually dress with an eye toward suggestion rather than display.
Well, I hardly think you could call this display.
Well, for you, it's certainly something new.
New? I've been dressing more or less like this since... Oh, it's been over a year now.
I never noticed.
Well, actually, Phil, you're very rarely home.
Well, it has been a hectic time. I'm sure you understand that.
Of course. You see me mostly at breakfast, and then I'm in my robe and my hair isn't done.
No, just wait a minute. What did you just say, that I only see you at breakfast?
Mm-hmm. We have breakfast together, and you leave the house. Then you generally come home very late for dinner.
Darling, we are swamped in the office.
Oh, of course. So when you do come home, I'm ready for bed. Sometimes I'm already asleep.
But you do look different.
I would hope so.
You haven't really consulted me. What I mean is, every time you buy a new dress or decide on a different hairdo, you'd always ask my opinion.
Darling, how long has it been since my hairdo or my clothes have been of any interest to you? Actually, you've become careless about my appearance. Certainly you've been much less strict lately, much less demanding.
Well, I have had some very important concerns.
Well, maybe my appearance isn't as important to you as it once was.
Oh, now, come on, Margaret.
Look, there's nothing personal in this. It's just a basic truism of married life in a great many marriages.
Well, now that you're all dressed up, are you going somewhere?
Mm-hmm. We're having a special showing at the gallery tonight.
Oh.
It's going to be quite an event. Oh, why don't you come along?
Oh, I'm not sure I'd fit in with the sort of people who'll be there.
Well, most of them are very nice people.
And the truth is, I simply have to finish some work.
You know, if you keep this up, then the work is going to finish you. Why not take a night off?
The truth is, honey, I'm just too tired. I mean, do you have to go?
It's a very important evening. Frank is depending on me.
Oh.
Don't worry, dear. Frank will see to it that I get home all right.
Yes. What's that, Miss Tidings? I have a lunch date with Tom Cartwright. Oh, that's right. That's right. Thanks for reminding me. Let's see now. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, from time to time we are shocked, rudely awakened. We look at our advanced state of sophisticated civilization, and we are horrified when we realize how thin is the veneer, the veneer of what? Already said civilization, sophistication, cultivation, advancement. Let's see now, where is that book? Why can't I ever find anything? Miss Tidings, where's my thesaurus? Why does everything always disappear? Please, I don't want any excuses. I just want the book. Oh, for crying out loud. Miss Tidings, I'm sorry. It's right here on my desk. And look, call Mr. Cartwright for me. Say that something extremely vital has suddenly come up and I have to cancel lunch.
May I help you?
Yes, I'm looking for Margaret Wilcox.
Did you have an appointment with Mrs. Wilcox?
Well, I don't usually make appointments with Mrs. Wilcox. I'm Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, how do you do, sir? Was Mrs. Wilcox expecting you?
Well, it's just that I happened to be in the neighborhood and thought I'd drop by and take her to lunch.
Oh, well, they're not here at the gallery just now.
They?
Margaret and Frank Hertford. I think they said they were going to Philadelphia to look at the work of a new artist.
Oh. Well, it was just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Thank you. Thank you very much.
How are we doing, Counselor?
Mr. Parrish, I have to ask you one question.
You sure should.
Did you have any idea that your wife had been unfaithful to you with this Axford fellow before you found them together that night?
You already asked me that.
Well, I'm asking again.
Well, I told you before. I never knew.
Is that possible?
Is what possible?
That a man wouldn't know?
Sure, it's possible.
Well, Parrish, in a thing like this, there are signs, unmistakable signs.
Maybe, but what do you do if you're too dumb to read them? Too dumb, too trusting, maybe too happy.
Now, listen, I'm your lawyer. You must tell me the truth.
I'm telling you the truth.
The worst thing you can do is lie to your lawyer.
Why do you keep saying I'm lying?
I'm not saying that you're lying. I'm only asking you not to do it. I'm building your whole case on the proposition that you didn't know what was happening.
I'm telling you the truth.
Now, just remember, if you're not, I can get blindsided, ambushed and destroyed in that courtroom. All I stand to lose is the case. I'll go on to something else. But you won't.
Look, do you think I'd have held still for it? I'm not that kind of a guy. When I found out about what she was doing, I put an end to it. Right then, right there.
Did you ever argue with your wife?
How can you be married and not argue with your wife?
Loud, angry arguments that the neighbors could have overheard?
No, never.
I mean, I have to make sure that they can't spring a witness on us to testify that he heard the two of you having some serious shouting matches.
Whoever says anything like that would be lying.
All right, that's what I have to know.
So, how does it look?
If you're telling me the truth, you've got a chance.
Hey, Phil. Oh. Been visiting your client, I see.
Terry, do you actually believe that you can get him on murder one?
Yeah.
You have to prove premeditation.
I know.
Well, it's awfully tough in a case like this.
That's true.
You're really sticking your neck out.
That's what your neck is for, buddy.
Well, you must think you have something.
You ever read a play by James M. Barrie?
Now, what are you trying to pull on me?
It's called What Every Woman Knows.
What about it?
Well, he makes a very big deal about how completely a woman understands the man she's married to.
So what?
Well, women don't have any monopoly on that kind of insight. They just brag about it more.
I still don't know what you're talking about.
If I were writing a play instead of constructing a case, you know what I'd call it? What Every Husband Knows.
Yeah? What does he know?
What doesn't he know? That is, once he sits down and really starts asking himself the right questions.
Well, what does a husband know? It does seem that many husbands these days know very little. Strangely enough, it would appear that there are those husbands who don't even know what their wives look like. So how can we hope for a deeper understanding? But is this true? Probably on a conscious level. But what's happening deep down there in the subconscious? That's where the action is. We have Act 3 for that purpose. We have the word wedlock, which is used to define the married state. Wedlock is derived from an old Gothic word which means a pledge or a contract. And that's what marriage is really about, no? A contractual agreement. But there's always a basic dissatisfaction with contracts in general these days. One of the parties is always looking to get out of it somehow.
Oh, Phil, you're home.
Yes, these days seems I can get more done here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Had I known I'd have come back earlier. I just thought you'd be out till late at one of your meetings.
What do you mean, one of my meetings?
Well, you do have meetings.
Well, I know, but you make it sound as if there's something disreputable about it.
Darling, are we going to quarrel?
You know, I stopped by the gallery today.
I heard.
To take you to lunch.
Oh, that was sweet.
But you weren't there.
Well, Frank and I went to Philadelphia. There was this marvelous new artist on exhibit.
You know, it's now 9 o'clock. The exhibition must have lasted till late.
No, just till 5. Oh, but it's such a lovely drive this time of the year. We enjoyed the foliage. You remember how you and I used to go out to the country and see how the leaves were all turning color? And then, of course, Frank and I stopped off at this marvelous little country inn for dinner.
Margaret, is that wise?
Wise?
I mean, people might...
What is it, Phil?
Oh, I just remembered I had Faraday look up a case for me, People versus Gibbs. I think there's an application there. I better call him right now.
Phil, you got a minute?
Oh, come in, Tom. Sit down.
Well, thank you. I don't see you at the club. I don't see you anywhere these days. And what's this? A sandwich at the desk?
I'm in the middle of a murder case, remember?
And you'll get him off, won't you?
Well, a man doesn't get off in a situation like this. He still has to pay a price.
Well, okay, a couple of years, maybe. That's the same as getting off, isn't it? Phil, you're worried, aren't you?
I always worry when I'm in court.
Sure. He killed his wife. But it was in a fit of sudden blind rage. You know, in that single terrible moment, his whole world collapsed. Now, he'd worshipped that woman. That's your defense, isn't it?
That's right.
Well, it sounds great to me. What could be wrong with it?
I don't know.
Well, are you saying there is something wrong with it?
I don't know that either.
And what's wrong with you?
Terry McLean.
Oh, your district attorney friend.
Mm-hmm. I don't like his attitude, Tom. He wouldn't have gone for first-degree murder if he didn't hold something up his sleeve.
Well, something like...
He's just a bit too confident.
Oh, come on.
And there are guys who can sit with a nothing hand and make you believe they're holding 4 aces.
Look, I know Terry. He's got something.
What?
Premeditation.
George Parrish isn't that kind of guy.
What kind of guy?
Who'd put up with his wife fooling around. The guy with guts doesn't do that. And that's the thing George always had. But he got the Silver Star. I was there when he earned it.
But we're talking about different things.
We are talking about a red-blooded guy who reacted in a way that's unfortunately all too human.
I used to think that myself. But it isn't so simple. Here you are in a well-ordered world. You become aware of something that threatens your entire existence. That is, if you choose to confront it.
Well, you have to confront it. You have no choice.
You do. You can choose to disregard it and pretend it doesn't exist.
Well, tell me, what real guy could accept a situation where he knows his wife is cheating on him?
A real guy who happens to be in love with her.
Phil, I don't know what the DA has, but you have to win this case. I am telling you that right now.
If Terry has premeditation, I'll have to perform a miracle.
Well, if that's what is needed, that's what you are getting paid for.
Do you mind if I sit down here?
It's a public bench in a municipal park.
Beautiful day, isn't it? Excuse me. I see you're busy with your own thoughts. I have no right to intrude, but I had this idea that I should talk to you because your name is Philip Wilcox, isn't it?
How do you know me?
Oh, you're a lawyer and a very good one. You're defending a man named George Parrish, who murdered his wife.
Oh, you must have seen my picture in the paper.
At first, I thought I'd visit you in your office.
Why?
But I didn't have the nerve. Then I noticed you would come down here and sit in the park for a few minutes each day at noontime.
What's on your mind?
I know something about the Parrish murder case that you're unaware of.
Oh, yeah?
There was nothing between James Axford and Millicent Parrish. Oh, there was a great deal between them, but nothing carnal or fleshly or sexual.
How do you know?
Because of the type of man that James Axford happens to be. He was completely lacking in that type of orientation.
Is that a fact?
Yes.
Then why was he in her apartment at 2 a.m. in his robe and pajamas?
He needed comfort.
Comfort?
Yes. James Axford is a man who suffers from loneliness. He was unable to sleep. He was frightened.
Of what?
Of the world, of everything, of anything, of nothing. And so he went to her, and she spoke to him as she always did.
Always?
She was always ready with a comforting word, a cheering thought. She was so filled with life that she had so much to give. And the stupid, stolid, ignorant ox she was married to just didn't take any of it. He was never home, always trying to find a fortune. Didn't he know he had one in the house?
How do you know so much about this?
Oh, I'm sure by this time you know who I am. Yes, she comforted me. Toward the end, I had to comfort her.
Why?
She was worried about him.
For what reason?
He was afraid he'd lose his job.
But I know Tom Cartwright. Tom would never fire him.
Oh, but he did.
Why do you say that? Do you know it for a fact?
George must have been fired. That's why he came home and shot her. Funny. He says he shot her because of me, and I had never had anything to do with her. In that way. But in a sense, in a real sense, I was getting her ready for another man. I was awakening her to the possibilities of the world. A woman like her with all that imagination, all that life. She has so much to give. If her husband doesn't want to take it, she has to find someone who will.
Why are you telling me all this?
Oh, because I have a sense of humor. I'm a waiter. The other day I worked at a big party. The most beautiful woman there, I thought, was a Mrs. Philip Wilcox.
Mrs. Wilcox?
I saw she was there without her husband. The story is she goes everywhere without her husband. I saw how the men looked at her. So, who is better equipped than you to be the defense attorney in this type of murder case?
Tom, I have to talk to you.
Oh, well, I can't now. I'm flying to Chicago.
Sit down.
Just wait a minute. You can't just barge into my office.
Tom, the day he killed his wife, did you fire George Parrish?
Now, what kind of a question is that?
If the answer is yes, my whole defense collapses.
There's no way a thing like that could come out, is there?
Oh, boy.
Well, who would bring it up? George wouldn't.
How did you fire him?
Oh, well, I called my secretary and I said... Oh, good Lord. And she must have called personnel.
Now it's a matter of record. No wonder my DA friend Terry's been going around with that Mona Lisa smile on his face.
I told you he got the Silver Star. It was for saving my life under fire.
Great. So why did you give him the sack?
Because he'd been stealing. Though I didn't mind. I mean, what did it add up to? A couple of $100 now and then. But the foreman and the other fellas, they were wise to it, so I had to stop it. Now, I said, George, you have to cut it out. If you need extra dough, just come to see me.
So shouldn't that have ended it?
No, he kept on stealing, taking advantage of me, making me look like a chump to the other guys. And so I called him in. I blew my stack, and I said, get out of here. Turned pale as a sheet of paper. Well, I guess he must have nursed it for a while. Then he went home, and he killed her. Who else did he have to take it out on?
The DA knows about it. He has to.
But you see, he didn't kill her. I did. I made him do it. And I should have given him another kind of job. But what? He wasn't good for anything else.
Tom, there's no way I can save him.
But you have to.
I cannot do the humanly impossible.
I don't recognize words like humanly impossible. And I don't have to. Because I pay top dollar. And all I know is I want results.
Well, hi, I'm glad you're home.
I thought I'd better be. I was in the courtroom today.
I didn't see you.
I heard you make the charge to the jury.
What'd you think?
I thought it was magnificent.
But it didn't help. I'm going to lose the case.
That's too bad.
What do I smell?
Chili.
Your special chili consolation dinner.
Well, if it were a victory dinner, it would be filet mignon.
How well you remember.
Oh, it hasn't been all that long ago.
That seems like another world, Margaret. You know, there was just no way I could save George Parrish.
I'm sorry.
I guess the jury will stay out all night just for the sake of form, but they'll come back and throw the book. Well, at least I saved myself.
From what?
From doing something later.
Something?
Something I wouldn't be able to control. Something I'd be forced to do.
Tell me.
No.
Should we have secrets from each other?
Yes. Certain secrets. There are certain things I don't want you to ask me, and there are certain things that I won't ask you about either.
I'm not sure I know what you're talking about.
Oh, I think you do. But we're going to end it, Margaret, because things will be different from now on. You know, I love the way you wear your hair. You're right, you know. I haven't been too aware of it. Tell me, when was the last time that we took a trip?
I can't remember.
Would you like to go somewhere this week?
Can you get away?
Certainly.
Won't Tom, your important client, be needing you?
Tom is going to fire me.
Why?
Because I will have lost the case.
Well, how could he fire you for losing?
Oh, he could, easily.
Just like that?
Yeah, well, it won't be just like that. It'll take a while. He'll start showing dissatisfaction with this, that, and the other thing. Before you know it, we'll be through. But losing the case for George Parrish would be where it all began.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, for starters, I'd like to spend some more time with my wife. That is, if she's not going to be too busy.
I think I can find time for you, darling. Phil.
Yes?
About Frank Hertford.
I don't want to hear about Frank Hertford.
But I feel I ought to.
Darling, let's go inside and have dinner.
No. Let me put the chili in the freezer. This is the kind of dinner that calls for filet mignon.
And there the matter must rest. Mr. Phil Wilcox, an astute attorney and a capable judge of human nature, including his own, would agree wholeheartedly with the following dictum. If a man has a charming, attractive wife, and he pays no attention to her, he has only himself to blame if other men do. I'll be back shortly.
Ready on set. Hi, this is Michael Landon. You know, what goes on behind the scenes is important, because if things don't work well here, they won't work well up front. Same with pictures. What's behind them can make a difference. So I get mine printed on Kodak paper. And it's always available where you see the Kodak paper sign. You can't miss it. It's the sign with that memorable face. Mine. You're on, Mr. Landon. Okay. Look for the Kodak paper sign when you get your pictures developed. And tell them Michael sent you.
The crime of passion, so frequently encountered in both literature and life, seems so sharply defined, so easily comprehended, so basic, so uncomplicated. But is it? Men and women are complex creatures who will always act in their own self-interest. And sometimes a sudden burst of blind fury can have been created by many years of clear-eyed preparation deep in the subconscious, where everything is finally decided for all of us. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Carol Teitel, Earl Hammond, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is the voice of the Rocky Mountain West. Radio 85, KOA Denver.
So Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We accept time as we know it. The sun in the morning, the moon at night, so many days, so many hours, minutes, seconds, all going forward, while you and I and everyone we know goes backwards. At least we're getting older, which is kind of not keeping up with time. Supposing it were possible to repeat life. Not reincarnation, but repeating yourself in another era and beginning all over again. That is the premise of today's story on Mystery Theater.
Jake, this is 1880. You come from the year 1980. By means of the time box, you made 100 years trip backwards. So you know already what I cannot know yet.
And you suspect your daughter Priscilla is in love with a criminal?
I want to know what's in store for her. You can find out what I'll never know until it's too late.
Well, this man she's in love with, what crime do you think he's going to be accused of?
I believe he's going to murder Priscilla.
Our mystery drama, The Time Box, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Russell Horton. I'll be back shortly with Act One. in the town of North Orange. It's not as well known as East Orange or South Orange, but it's got good schools, clean streets, fair taxes, garbage picked up on time, mail delivered regularly, and it even puts out its own newspaper. One of the favorite columns is the Orange Box, written 6 days a week by Jake Howard, who right now just happens to be winding up the weekend words.
So, let me remind you, dear readers, the present is built on the past. Dig down a few feet anywhere on this earth, and there lies the remains of a previous civilization, of a previous century. Before North Orange had cars, cabs, and buses, we had trolleys. And before that, horse cars. Today, up on Main and 3rd, they're digging out the foundation for a big shopping mall. I'm hoping in that big hole to find a clue to a 100-year-old mystery. Tell you about it in my next column. So be sure to open up your Orange Box Monday morning. Yours, Jake Howard.
You're kidding me, aren't you, Mr. Howard? What? I said you... I can't hear you. Where do I put her into neutral? These Big Dipper shovels make so much racket, you never get used to it.
Mac, it just might happen I'll spot something which will clue me into a story I'm writing.
You mean I might dig up a treasure or something?
Might. You know what used to stand here on the corner of Main and 3rd about 100 years ago?
Fort Knox?
Yeah, something better, possibly. Right here was the laboratory of one of the greatest unsung inventors of the 1800s.
Oh, Edison? No, don't tell me. Alexander Graham Bell?
Nope. Dryden Harper.
Who?
Dryden Harper. On this very spot, the trolley ran right past his door.
So, who was this Dryden Harper?
Well, in my book, and I've done a lot of research on this, he was just as great an inventor as any of them.
What did he invent?
Well, something more important than the electric light, the phonograph, or the telephone. But all we have to go on are his notes. Nothing patented, no material clues.
So how come nobody ever heard of him?
Well, they will when I'm through. I'm going to write 6 whole columns, a whole week about Dryden Harper. And right here, where you're digging, Mac, is where the story begins.
Well, where'd you find out about this guy?
A reporter never reveals his sources. Okay, you can start up your shovel again.
See that truck pulling in? Got to fill her up fast to make up for lost time. All right, here comes the first load. Watch it.
Hey, hold it. Hold it. Don't let that truck move off.
He's going nowhere. I've got to give him 5 more bucketfuls.
Put your steam shovel in neutral and come with me, Mac. Let's climb into that truck. There's something there I want to see.
What are you looking for, Mr. Howard?
I think it's right under here. I saw it fall off your shovel right about here. Now, if I could just push all this junk to one side. Yeah. There she is.
Is that what you had me stop working for? An old black wooden box?
Easy. Let me lift it up. Funny looking, isn't it? Hinges on this side, a lock on that.
Small box. I mean, it's not big. Is it heavy?
20 pounds, I'd say. I wouldn't like to get hit with it. Wonder if this belonged to him. Looks old enough.
Mr. Howard, do you mind? Take the box and let's get off the truck. 2 other trucks are lining up over there. I gotta get going.
Crazy, this old box. Well made. Hey, you see those 2 holes drilled into the top about 2 inches apart? You haven't got a screwdriver on you, Mac. I'd like to see what's inside this. Maybe I can pry it open with my fingernails.
Thank you, sir, indeed. Thank you so much.
Oh, I saw you getting off the trolley and then stumble, and then there was all this smoke. I couldn't just stand there and not help a lady. Are you all right?
Yes, I think so. It was stupid of me to have fallen like that, wasn't it? I take this trolley every single day in both directions. Oh, I hope I didn't break anything in this box. My father would be extremely upset.
Well, may I carry the box for you? Is it heavy?
Yes, it is, sort of. I think that's how I lost my balance, getting off the trolley.
It's funny. I could swear...
Oh, please don't.
I don't know if I'm dreaming or not, but I've seen a wooden box very much like it, but where, I can't remember.
I do appreciate you helping me to my feet, sir. However,
what?
Oh, I doubt very much you've ever seen this box before.
Oh, just a feeling I have. I could be wrong.
Nor have I ever seen you before, sir.
Oh, sorry. My name's Jake Howard.
How do you do, Mr. Howard? My name is Priscilla Harper.
Harper? Look, I know it's a very long shot, but do you happen to be related to Dryden Harper?
Why, yes. Yes, I am. I'm his daughter.
Dryden Harper's daughter? No, wait, the Dryden Harper, the distinguished inventor, scientist, discoverer who was born in 1831?
Mr. Howard, for a stranger, you know a great deal about my father.
But you're so young. This is the town of North Orange, isn't it?
Oh, yes. But I've never seen you in town before, and I can see by your dress you're not a native.
Miss Harper, could we sit for a moment on this bench? I believe I'm dreaming.
Oh, dear me. That is one of the most ancient and oft-used bits of flattery in the entire lexicon.
It is?
And I shall be glad to sit on this bench for a moment. I need to catch my breath before I go in.
Now, you are Dryden Harper's daughter, and you are sitting here dressed in,
perfectly ordinary street clothes.
Yes, you're sitting here, and I'm sitting here.
Are you quite well, Mr. Howard?
Amazing. Oh, excuse me. You were saying you travel on this trolley car, and,
Well, I'm coming home now, actually. My father had asked me to bring this box to a fellow scientist at the other end of town. So I went, but when I got there, he wasn't home. I've wasted my entire morning.
But wouldn't it... I mean, why didn't you phone him in advance to make sure he was home?
Phone him?
What year is this?
1880, of course. What a silly question. Isn't it 1880 where you come from, Mr. Howard? What did you mean about phone 'em?
What I meant was if you had telephoned, but then I realized, 1880, there wasn't... You don't have...
Oh, the telephone. Oh, my father is very well acquainted with Mr. Bell.
Uh-huh.
In fact, Dad visited him in Boston 4 years ago when Mr. Bell first demonstrated his telephone.
Could you, would you introduce me to your father? You know, I've read a great deal about him, and in fact, as much as I could find. And to think I actually might be in a position to meet the gentleman, well, words fail me.
Mr. Howard, you happen to be right across the street from my father's house and laboratory. The trolley runs right past our corner. Certainly you may meet him.
Before I go in with you, may I have just one look at that wooden box you're carrying?
Sure, here. You may look at it.
So that's what those two holes were. Of course, two dials.
Mr. Howard, you're not trying to make me believe you've ever seen this box before.
Miss Harper, had I not ever seen that box, I would not be standing here with you at this very moment.
Mr. Howard,
What you tell me about your trip through time pleases me enormously, but does not surprise me.
Mr. Harper, if you knew how excited I am to be actually in your house listening to you face to face, I don't know how to say it any better.
Well, thank you. It was my time box you found up there in 1980. Pretty bashed about, I gather, but still active.
But now, what about Bell and Edison? They haven't written anything about you.
We have to know Tom Edison and Alex Bell. You might say there's a professional rivalry between us, so I'm not surprised they didn't mention my name. Of course, neither of them have any idea about my time box.
Oh, well, if I get to meet them, you may be sure I won't say a word either.
You find my time box 100 years into the future, and it manages to convey you to our century. As I said, Mum's the word about that.
May I ask, Mr. Howard, now that you're here, what do you intend to do?
Well, Miss Harper, I haven't given it a moment's thought. Fortunately, I'm a single man, no wife, no family. An orphan, in fact, so my disappearing from my own century at the corner of 3rd and Main isn't going to worry too many people.
It occurs to me, Priscilla, perhaps this young man from 100 years yet to come might help us.
How?
Along the lines we were discussing last night.
Dad, I wish you'd just stop using the time box for that stupid experiment. It isn't going to do you any good. I'm not ever going to stop seeing Hans. I don't care if you materialize Socrates or Shakespeare to come here and argue with me. Nobody and nothing in the world is going to put a stop to my friendship with Hans.
Priscilla, you know what has been happening here in North Orange the past 4 months? I couldn't bear to think my own daughter could come to the same fate.
Nothing's going to happen to me. Your suspicions are ridiculous.
My own daughter may be next. Mr. Howard, I'd like you to stay for dinner. There's something I would very much like to discuss with you.
Oh, Dad, why can't you be reasonable about this? There is nothing, absolutely nothing, to connect the man I love with the deaths of all those girls.
Quite a situation we have here. A scientist who wishes to prevent a tragedy of love and marriage by consulting an eyewitness of the future. I've often thought how many missteps would I myself have avoided had I but known what would be ahead of time. On second thought, perhaps I'd rather take my chances and not know the unknown. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Jake Howard's daily column called The Orange Box will suddenly stop appearing in 1980 because, unwittingly, he has found himself in the same town, his hometown, on the same street corner 100 years earlier. Where a hole was being excavated, now stands a house, and in it lives a little-known scientific genius, one Dryden Harper and his daughter Patricia. Supposing someone from the year 2080 suddenly appeared on your doorstep. There's a great deal you'd like to know also, isn't there?
Mr. Howard, I must talk to you. Would you stay to dinner?
Oh, I couldn't. I just couldn't. All I wanted to do was to meet you and chew the fat, find out what makes you tick,
Chew the fat?
Yeah. There isn't much on record about you except your notes, which I found in the Library of Congress.
To a scientist, what a boon to meet a man from the future. Priscilla, can we forget our differences for now? There's still time to do the necessary marketing for dinner. My daughter, sir, is an excellent cook, a quality she inherited from her mother, God rest her soul.
But we don't know the first thing about Mr. Howard, Dad.
Miss Harper, my interest in your father is quite genuine.
Priscilla, how can you doubt Mr. Howard's veracity? Do you think my time box didn't work? Have you ever seen clothing like he's wearing? What are those blue cloth trousers, anyway?
Oh, blue jeans.
Blue jeans. I never... Priscilla, who have you heard talking about a steam shovel, chewing fat? What else? Oh, yes. What makes me tick? I tell you this, daughter. If Jake here is a charlatan and pretending to have come from 100 years away, so be it. At least I'll enjoy his performance. Have a bit more sherry, my boy?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Harper.
So, you're a reporter on a newspaper right here in North Orange.
Mm-hmm. But the paper wasn't founded until 1900.
Oh, 20 years from now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a columnist.
You do a lot of research, eh?
Well, that's how I ran across all your accomplishments.
Well, don't tell me about them before I do them. I may be disappointed. How good are your town records? The history of North Orange, that kind of thing?
Pretty complete. We've got records of people who lived here since, 1790. That's what my newspaper column is all about, the history of the town.
What's that time? 5, 6? I lost count.
5.
Oh, good. We've at least a half hour before Priscilla gets back. Jake, let me pull my chair closer to you. Because what I'm about to tell you is confidential.
Well, go ahead, Dryden.
In all your researches about our town up there in 1980, did you ever run across the name Dr. Hans Flexner?
Dr. Hans Flexner. Oh, is that the Hans your daughter is interested in?
Yes. She thinks she's in love with him.
Well, why would there be any record of him in 1980? Is he about to make some extraordinary medical discovery? Would he be in the almanac?
I don't know. What I do know is... This is hard for me to say. What I want to know is... Was a Dr. Flexner ever arrested for any crime?
You mean you suspect Priscilla is in love with a criminal?
Was he ever arrested? Will he be arrested? I want to know the future now, Jake. You've come from there. Only you can help me. In the past 4 months, 10 young ladies have been stabbed to death. By the time the police arrive, there isn't a clue left. The poor girls have been sliced up as though by some insane doctor, a surgeon, or even a dentist.
And there's evidence a surgical instrument was used?
Expertly in each case. What's more, it appears that each victim was unconscious before she was murdered. You follow that? They're not sure, but they think a newly discovered anesthetic was used. Ether.
Yes, to knock them out first.
What? Oh, well... But it could also have been chloroform. That's why I say the murderer could also be a dentist.
And what's that got to do with Dr. Hans Flexner?
Hans Flexner is a dentist.
Dad, I'm back. Sorry it took so long. Dinner will be ready in about an hour.
Sir, I don't think you can pin this rap on Flexner without more to go on. Now, did they find any of the murder weapons?
Yes. One. A surgeon's scalpel.
Nothing identifying on the scalpel, I suppose.
How could there be?
Hopeless. Well, if you don't catch the murder in the act, I don't think you people have much of a chance. It's unsolvable.
That's how you happen to be here tonight, Jake.
How come?
I was using my time box to help me be a detective. Something went wrong with the timing, and here you are. Do you have a place to live in while you're visiting this century?
Well, no, I haven't.
Then you'll sleep here. After all, I'm responsible for the whole thing.
Dad is so funny, but I expect you're finding that out.
Miss Harper...
Priscilla.
Oh.
If Dad calls you Jake all through dinner and insists you call him Dryden, I'm not going to be left out.
Okay, sure. Do you still think I'm some actor playing the part of a time voyager?
Oh, I suppose not. Mainly because I know the power of the time box. Has he said much to you about Hans?
Dr. Flexner?
Oh, I can see he has. Dad's got this fixed idea that Hans has been killing young girls, and one day he'll do away with me. If you met Hans, you'll see right away what a silly idea it is. So to satisfy himself, Dad set his time box for 1830, 50 years ago, so he could materialize that great hypnotist, Franz Mesmer.
Is that true? The time box can pick people out if you want it to?
Well, certainly. I can't begin to tell you how many celebrities have shown up here on our doorstep from centuries back. But you're the first person to arrive from the future.
So the date settings on the box are not always accurate.
No, that hasn't been perfected. That was the scientist I was going to see this morning when you turned up at the trolley. He's blind, but Dad thought he could help perfect the directional dial.
Uh-huh. And why did he want to materialize Mesmer?
He was going to deceive Hans, pass off Mesmer as an old friend from Germany who needed a tooth extracted. And while he was in the chair, he was supposed to mesmerize Hans.
To get him to admit under hypnosis he was the mass murderer.
Exactly. Oh, stupid, isn't it?
You know what? You're getting to sound just like you lived in my day.
Oh, Hans, I'm so glad to be with you at last.
I hear you have a visitor at your house, Liebchen.
A friend of Dad's.
Who is he, another inventor?
Oh, no, he's a newspaper man.
I see. How is your tooth?
Oh, it still hurts where you looked at it the day before yesterday.
All right. We shall have another look.
Isn't it maddening? I used to tell Dad my teeth hurt, and I would have to have them taken care of, which was all a pretense so I could come and see you. And now it's really hurting. It's as if I was being punished for lying.
Get into the chair, Liebchen. We'll see what is the matter. There. Weiter. Yeah. I think that wisdom tooth should come out. Do you mind?
Will the pain stop?
Oh, immediately.
Oh, darling Hans, I trust you implicitly.
Since the removal could be painful, suppose I give you something that will make you fall asleep. It will take me half an hour or so to prepare what I must do. You may not believe this, Dryden. I've never ridden in a horse-drawn trolley in my life. Or any kind of trolley.
That is so? Is there no public transportation in the 1980s?
Oh, yes, but it's buses or taxis, you know.
I've stopped trying to understand your vocabulary.
No, wait, I take that back. I have been on a trolley. When I was in San Francisco, I took the cable car. That's an electric trolley that's pulled uphill by a cable that moves underground.
That's extraordinary. Did you say electric?
Oh, yeah, electric power is used everywhere. Now we've even got nuclear power.
Please.
Oh, you'll be having electricity pretty soon. Commercially.
That's what Benjamin Franklin threw from lightning down a silk kite string into a Leyden jar, yes?
Yes, but this kind will be man-made. Now, George Westinghouse is making some dynamos in about 5 years. Yeah, 1885.
I'll watch for them.
Is it far to the police station?
No, we're almost there. The Bureau of Licenses is next door to it. I must say, Jake, you go about investigating Hans Flexner in a most professional way.
Years in the newspaper business. The information I want seldom comes to me. I have to go to it.
Well, we're here. Where do we go first?
To the police. Now, Dryden, don't be nervous. Don't borrow trouble. Just hang in there.
Would you translate for me, please?
Keep cool.
Well, if that means I shouldn't get hot and worry unduly, I'll try not to.
darling. Why does it take so long for you to prepare that sleeping powder or whatever it is?
Well, it's all done. I shall give you something very new, Liebchen. Much better than the nitrous oxide those old-fashioned dentists use. Now, close your eyes.
What are you going to give me to put me to sleep?
It is called chloroform. Very effective. Now, I'll just hold this cloth over your nose, lie back, and breathe. What the devil is that?
There's someone at the door. I thought you told me you didn't have any patients today.
Open up. You hear me, Flexner? I know you're in there.
Oh, my heavens, it's Jake.
Go away, whoever you are. I'm busy.
Priscilla, are you all right?
Jake, what are you doing here?
How dare you break into my office? Nobody comes in here without an appointment. Look what you did to the door.
Come on, Priscilla.
I shall go and inform the police at once.
Yes, why don't you do that, Flexner? Tell them also where you got your degree in dental surgery. There doesn't seem to be any record of it.
Jake, what are you saying?
Tell them also you use chloroform on your patients. I can smell it clear out into the hall.
Jake, have you gone crazy?
Chloroform. The whole dental profession uses ether, not nearly as dangerous. Priscilla, get up out of that chair. You are coming with me.
Yes, it wasn't until Queen Victoria was given chloroform upon the birth of Prince Leopold that it became the accepted anesthetic. She tells us in her journal, Dr. Snow gave me that blessed chloroform, and the effect was soothing, quieting, and delightful beyond measure. Somehow, I have the idea that Dr. Hans Flexner was not intending merely to soothe and quiet his patient. Perhaps I'm mistaken. I shall return shortly with Act 3. This is not an easy story to preface, comment on, or conclude. Once you meddle with time, it's difficult to apply the rules we live by today. Jake's yesterday is not Priscilla's. Priscilla's tomorrow may not be Jake's. One factor, however, could overcome the 100 years that separated these two. Love. Yes, love. Unfortunately, right now, that is the furthest emotion from Priscilla's mind.
How dare you break into the private office of a dear friend of mine and threaten him with such a display of ungentlemanliness? I don't know how I can ever face Hans again. Dad, you have no idea how embarrassing this 1980 man was.
Now, hold on, Priscilla. Now, first of all, your dear friend isn't even a licensed dentist.
At the Hall of Records, Priscilla, the name Hans Flexner doesn't appear on the Dental Association's list.
I won't have you two spying on me and my friends. I won't have it.
And I won't have a daughter of mine screaming like a fishwife. Go to your room.
So he doesn't have a license to practice dentistry here in North Orange. How do you know he didn't get his license abroad?
We don't know.
Dad, if you'd like to know the truth, my tooth has been getting very painful. I saw Hans several times, but it keeps getting worse. He was just about to pull it when Jake charged in like a bull.
What? Is that really true? Not like all those other times?
On my honor, it's killing me.
Well, then, of course, we'll have it looked at. First thing in the morning. But I'll choose the dentist, and I'll go with you.
All right, I agree. You choose the dentist. It's too painful for me to refuse.
Nurse? Excuse me, am I in the right place?
That depends. Do you wish to see the doctor for an extraction or a fill-in?
My name is Jake Howard. I'm visiting with Dryden Harper and his daughter. I took an early morning stroll, and when I returned, they left me a note. They'd gone to this office. Miss Harper had an appointment. Are they still here?
Oh, you're Mr. Howard. They left word to tell you everything's all right. They've been and gone half an hour ago.
The doctor was able to locate the pain?
The tooth, I mean?
Well, there was nothing wrong with the tooth. What had been causing the discomfort was a small piece of cohesive gold foil we use in fillings. It was lodged under the gum.
Wait, I don't understand. Miss Harper isn't in the habit of eating gold foil.
You know, the doctor thought it was mysterious, too, since Miss Harper doesn't have a single filling. It was placed under the gum quite firmly. Ah, that poor child. It must have been very, very painful.
Hand me those tongs next to you, will you, Jake?
Thanks for inviting me to your lab, Dryden. It's a handy little furnace you have there.
Well, it's my little hell and my little heaven.
What are you going to put in the furnace?
The secret of what powers the time box.
You're going to tell me?
Well, I feel I owe it to you, Jake. And if you're writing about how I experiment, this is crucial.
Oh, you don't owe me anything.
On the way home from the dentist, Priscilla wouldn't say a word. But when you told her to ask herself why would her great love, Hans, wish to hurt her, I think she began to see him differently. So, I have you to thank.
Well, I wish... Never mind.
Tell me.
She's a lovely girl. I wish I didn't have to go back to my century, that's all. You see... Now, what are you going to do with the tongs?
Under this bell jar, what do you see?
Looks like particles of stone.
Small pieces of a meteorite. I lift the bell jar, take up one small particle with the tongs, open the furnace door, and place the piece of meteorite in the crucible inside the furnace. Close the door, turn my hourglass upside down, and wait.
I'll be darned.
Ah, that hasn't dawned on the scientists of the 1980s, eh?
No. To my knowledge, no one's thought of releasing the energy stored in meteorites. Oh, by the way, where's Priscilla?
She'll be here when she's washed the dinner dishes. Whenever I have a special problem, she helps me here at night.
Still problems?
Only one. The directional dial. The time dial works very well, barring an accident, as in your case. But to materialize someone across space, that directional finder must be made accurate.
Good evening, gentlemen. Shall we tackle the problem?
Priscilla, we were all just having dinner together. Why so formal?
Say, I have an idea. Is there a place in town where I can get some ice cream at night?
Iced cream? Oh, I'd love it.
Is it popular in the 1980s?
Is it? So, where do I go?
Well, you're at 3rd and Main now. Just one block down to 4th, you're at Mama Kelly's. She's open till 10, and she's got ice cream.
Mm-hmm. You both go for vanilla?
We sure do.
Well, I'll be back as soon as I can.
I'm glad you're being a little nicer to Jake, Priscilla.
It's not hard. I suppose one of these days he'll be wanting to get back to his century.
I'm charging up the time box to full strength for his trip.
Oh, so you think he'll go back, too?
He could stay in 1880, grow old here. Be smart enough to get work. Imagine if he stayed and used his knowledge of the next 100 years. He'd be invaluable. He could be president of this country for a lifetime.
Dad, there's somebody outside the laboratory.
What? Where?
I just saw a face at the window, and then it went away.
Oh, some nosy Parker. I'll go out and see who it is.
No, don't, please.
Well, what's there to be afraid of? All right. Hand me that poker from the furnace. Keep an eye on the temperature gauge. Lower the gas if it gets too high. I'll go out and scare away whoever it is.
Well, here we are. Mama Kelly's best. One vanilla for you, one for me, and one for your... Dryden, where is he?
He just went out. We thought there was a prowler.
A prowler in this day and age? Next thing you'll tell me there are muggers. Yeah, let's go out and find him. I'll leave this ice cream here. Oh, we ought to be able to see Dryden easily enough. It's a fine moon.
Jake, why don't we just stand here and enjoy it? Dad'll walk all the way around the block and come right back. Jake, I apologize.
Oh, don't. Girls in love. You can't reason with them.
No, I don't think I was. That's the funny part about it. When everything came out about Hans, I think I was sort of relieved. Maybe I was in love with love.
Hey, look. Hey, you, come back here. There's somebody running over there. I'm going to follow him. Here, now, take my ice cream. Now, go back into the lab and lock the door. Go on. I think I lost him. I thought they'd invented street lights by now. Which way did he go? Oh, ow, darn. Why did I fall over? There's someone on the ground. Dryden. Holy mackerel. He's been chloroformed. Hello, Priscilla.
Oh, you scared me, Hans.
Since when do I frighten you, Liebchen?
How did you get into the laboratory? What are you doing with that knife?
You haven't been to see me in a long time. Don't you like me anymore?
Hans, I was with you yesterday.
I think something must be done about that tooth. See, I brought this cloth with me. Now put it over your face, and you take a deep breath, and all will be over.
Oh, I can smell it from over here.
You don't like me anymore, do you?
Not when you behave this way.
They all turn on me in the end. They want your friendship, your pretty words. They like the presents you give them, and then suddenly it's all over.
Who are they, Hans?
All of them. All of them. You're just like all of them.
So, when you believe they are turning against you, Hans, what do you do?
I don't let them do that. They never reject me. I don't let them reject me.
So, it is true. It's all true. Jake was right.
Who was right? I was right, Flexner. Get away from her. Priscilla, duck.
No, Jake, don't. Don't throw it.
Priscilla?
Jake, are you still here?
Yeah, I am. Wait till the smoke clears. You'll see for yourself.
Oh, I see you now. Oh, Jake. When I saw you lift up the time box, I was afraid I'd never see you again.
It was the only thing handy to throw at him.
Hans? Where is he?
I saw the box hit him on the shoulder just before there was that big bang. He's nowhere, Priscilla. Or the time box.
That's gone, too?
Not a trace. Now we have no idea which century is getting a present of one Hans Flexner.
Or which country.
Who knows? He might be spinning in space forever.
What do I care about him? You're here, and you're safe. Oh, my gosh. I completely forgot. Did you find Dad?
Oh, yeah, I sure did. He'd been chloroformed. I brought him to and carried him up to his bedroom. He seems okay.
He must have heard the explosion. He'll be wondering what it's all about.
The door to the lab was open, Dryden, and there was Flexner with a scalpel in his hand.
Dad, he was pointing it right at my throat. But Jake, he stopped him.
Oh, well, he threw the time box at him. Aimed at it, his head hit him in the shoulder. Not a very good shot.
But it worked. There was a flash. Didn't you hear the sound, Dad? A big flash, and Hans disappeared.
And the time box?
Oh, it went with him. No question, he wanted to destroy Priscilla. Oh, now, how do you feel, Dryden?
Well, except for this terrible taste in my mouth. All right.
I'm sorry about the time box. There went my ticket to tomorrow. I guess I'll just have to hang around here?
That's right, Jake. You've no way of getting back to 1980 now.
Did you shut down the furnace, Priscilla?
Oh, no. I'll go take care of it.
I'm going to need those meteorite chips for the next time box I build.
You're going to build another one right away, Dad?
I was thinking, Dryden, I'm in no rush to get back to my job. The column can wait.
Well, don't you concern yourself, Jake. I can build an even better and more accurate time box. It would take time, but I could.
Oh, Dad.
I tell you, Dryden, there's no hurry. I've no reason to go at all. 1880 sort of, suits me.
It would appear that anything can happen when you mess about with time. Here today, gone tomorrow. A pleasure, certainly, if you're able to go back, as did Jake Howard. But supposing one went too far forward in time, it might be pretty bleak and lonely up there in exploded space. I'll be back shortly. Our old friend Benjamin Franklin, who used his years probably better than any other American before or since, used to say, "If time be of all things the most precious, wasting time must be the greatest extravagance, since lost time is never found again. Let us then be up and doing to the purpose." Which isn't bad advice, is it? Even though I had to go back in time 200 years to get it. Our cast included Russell Horton, Diana Kirkwood, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. A popular theme for stories throughout the centuries is the one that concerns the worm who turned. We can all identify with him, for many of us during our lives have had to bite our lips and accept the cards fate dealt us to one degree or another. But Herbert Quint had made such a career of groveling that when he finally turned, his revenge was so horrendous that... But then, after all, that's today's story, and you can hear it for yourselves.
Do you know, Mr. Bell, a plant like this you can talk to, and he'll give you an affection you can't believe.
A potted flower like that? What can he offer me?
Just put him by your bedside tonight, and you'll know what I mean by morning.
Our mystery drama, The Vampire Plant, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Robert Dryden. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Howard Quint
is what in more naive times, before the popularity of psychiatry, used to be called a mother's boy. Now, in these days of unisex, that isn't necessarily a term of opprobrium, but in hubby's case, because that's what everyone called him, it might be considered so. For hubby was 34 going on 35. He lived alone with Bertie, for that's what everyone called his mother, with no romance in his life. And on the surface, seemed to accept it.
It's very easy to criticize Mom. She's not a well woman. And then she had such a hard life after Father died so early and all. Sometimes I think, though, it might have been easier if I'd controlled the burglar alarm business my father left. But then he didn't leave it to me. It's really all the blows she suffered that made her the way she is. She can't help it.
Edward?
Yes, Mom?
What are you doing? Where are you?
Well, I've just finished cleaning up, Mom.
You get in here to my room. I need you.
Coming, Mom. You all right?
Of course, I'm not all right. You know I need help to get into bed.
Yes, Mom.
What were you doing, taking so long?
Well, I had to clear the table and straighten up the dining room and wash and dry the dishes and put them away. Then I had to put out the garbage and lock up.
You sure you weren't sneaking a look at TV?
Oh, no. There's nothing on tonight anyway. What did you want me for, Mom?
I'm a poor old woman. Crippled with arthritis, but no one cares. Not even my one and only son.
Oh, Mom, that's not true. I don't like to see you in pain.
Then why can't you remember my bedtime?
Well, I was busy. I guess I just didn't see what time it was.
Night after night. When you know I haven't the strength to get out of my chair and into bed.
I'll help you now, Mom.
Careful. Oh, there. Now, keep your arm still so I can lean on it to get to the bed.
Like that?
Well, near enough. It doesn't matter. I'm there now. Get my robe off.
Yes.
That's it. Oh, my poor old bones. Look at that. Where does the time go to? It's late.
It's just 10 o'clock.
It's 5 after. You know I should be asleep now for my health. So should you.
Mom, I'm not due to work till 8:30.
Yes, but by the time you make breakfast and bring up my tray, prepare my lunch and get everything ready for dinner, you need to be up by 6.
Yes, Mom.
Well, tuck me in.
All right. There.
Oh.
How's that?
Oh, I don't know what I'd do without you. You won't ever leave me, will you, hubby?
Well...
Promise you'll be with me till I draw my last breath.
I promise.
With my boys close by my side, I'll live forever.
I hope you do, Mom. That wasn't the truth, I'm ashamed to say. Taking care of my mother is what you could say confining. I don't have much time to myself. But a guy's got to have some kind of private life, and the way mine is like this. Morning, Miss Bradley.
Hi there, Squirt.
Quint.
Oh, yeah. How come I always get that wrong?
I don't know. What's doing for today? Any mail for me?
Oh, matter of fact, yeah. Hey, 6 of them.
Thank you.
What is your fatal charm? Those letters have been smelling up the dispatcher's office ever since the mail comes. They're loaded with perfume. Hey, what are you, some kind of Don John?
Oh, no. These are just pen pals. You know, girls I write to.
And why don't you have your mail sent to your house?
Are you kidding?
Yeah, that's right. I heard about your mother.
If you're kind of tied down the way I am, the only chance you get to meet some nice girls is to be a pen pal. I don't give my home address. I mean, Mom might happen on the letters, and I wouldn't want her to think anything about them. I don't want to give her a stroke or nothing. Only this time, boy, the one from Dolores was a rocker.
So, my dear Hubbard, luck or some kind of God made me winner of the weekly sweepstake and gives me enough money to come winging home to you. I shall be able to meet you at last, face to face. I shall be staying at the YWCA. Call me there and tell me when or where I can at last spread my wings and bring you into their shelter. Your more than pen pal, Dolores. What are you so fidgety about, Hubbard?
Oh, nothing. It's kind of late.
Long past my bedtime. You can turn off my light. You better get off to sleep yourself.
Yes, Mom. Good night. Sweet dreams.
Oh, same to you.
Oh, Mom, if you only knew. Dolores?
Oh, my, you startled me. I thought you weren't coming.
Oh, I'm sorry I'm late. Well, I think I'm late. You are Dolores?
Oh, yes. And you're Hubbard. I'd have known you anywhere.
Me too.
Why don't we sit down?
Why not? Did you eat?
No, but it doesn't matter. Did you?
Yeah. It doesn't matter. I'll sit and watch you.
You don't mind?
Oh, I want to.
All right. Maybe I will order.
I don't know if she was pretty. I only know that she was someone who gave me her whole attention. And she didn't ask for anything. I'd never, ever been treated by a woman like she did me. Of course, what other woman did I ever really know except Mom? But it felt good. We only had a week, but I made arrangements to sneak out and meet her every chance I could.
Oh, I've never been on a ferry before. We don't have time in the Midwest. It's wonderful.
I wish I could do more for you.
Oh, you've already done so much.
Are you enjoying your visit?
Oh, yes. I just wish it could be more than that.
So do I.
I never thought little Dolores Masterman would ever be dancing in the big city at the Princess Ballroom. Oh, it's so romantic.
Yeah, it sure is.
And the time goes so fast. A couple of days I'll have to go back home.
Well, I don't want you to do that.
Hub, I have to. I'm out of money. Have to get back to my job at the flower store.
No, if you go all the way back there, I'll never see you again.
I know it. I don't want to.
If we were to get married, there'd still be Mom.
Well, I wouldn't mind taking care of her or helping.
Oh, you don't know Mom. I don't think she'd go for that.
But how do you know? She's never met me. Couldn't you give it a chance?
No, I don't think that
I didn't tell you yet. I brought her a present, a real nice plant, one of my favorites. I think hemoendoritis might help change her mind.
What? I don't get you.
Oh, Hub, you don't know about plants. They're what kept me alive all these lonely years. The way you can talk to them, the way they respond.
I still don't follow.
Don't you know plants are just like people? You can talk to them and they answer back in their own way. You can train them to feel what you want them to feel. It's a scientific fact, like research has shown.
And you think a plant is going to talk my mom into believing you and me should get married?
Oh, I didn't mean that exactly, but isn't it worth the chance that me meeting her and giving her a nice plant could make it possible for us to be together always?
That'll be Dolores now, Mom.
I never thought I'd see the day my son would desert me.
Oh, Mom.
Where did I go wrong to let this woman lead my son astray?
Mom, please. I've got to let Dolores in.
Such a nice after-dinner coffee. I hate to leave.
I think you'd better.
Well, no, what Mom means, it's her bedtime.
Oh, well, I wouldn't dream of overstaying my welcome. I hope you like the plant, Mrs. Quint.
Oh, I like like the plant well enough.
Mom. It's all right, Hub. Naturally, your mother is afraid I'm going to steal you away from her.
Yes, but you're not. I mean, we can all be together.
Of course, once things are worked out. Well, I'll say goodnight now, Mrs. Quint, and let you go to bed. I'll take the plant up to your mother's room. It doesn't look like so much now, maybe, but wait till you see it in bloom.
Does it have to be watered?
No, it finds its own moisture. Goodbye, Mrs. Quint.
That's the word, Miss Masterman. Goodbye.
Okay, Mom. Anything else? Or shall I turn out the light?
You've turned out all the lights for me, deserting me for a hussy like that.
Mom, she's a nice girl. And anyway, who said I'm deserting you?
You better not. You'll never get a penny from me.
I never asked that. I just wish you could have liked Dolores better. She brought you a plant.
That brownish, hairy, scraggly thing. Does it have to be right by my bed?
Dolores said, wait till you see it in bloom.
Oh, all right. Leave it. And say goodnight. I'm tired. You've upset me so much.
Oh, Mom, she's really a sweet girl. I wish you'd give Dolores a chance.
A chance? I never want to see her again.
Mom got her wish. She never did. The next morning, when I brought up her breakfast tray, the first thing I noticed was the plant in full bloom, heavy with blood-red blossoms. The next thing was Mom, whiter than any ghost, with a dry, drained whiteness that made her seem to be made of powder, as if when you touched her, she would turn to that. I didn't even have to put down the tray to know she was dead.
Well, now, what do you think? A natural death? Or is there something strangely occult, strangely fortuitous in Bertie Quint's death? Certainly, she will be little lamented. She was a horrid woman. But still, she was entitled to die in her own time. Or did some strange force hasten her death? I'll return shortly with Act 2.
They said it couldn't be written. The book that hit America like a runaway locomotive. The new Consumer Information Catalog.
For the life of me, Foster, your obsession with that book escapes me. It's only a catalog.
The book that's helping America find a better way to live.
What do you find in that catalog?
Something you could never give me, Lillian.
More than 200 fact-filled federal publications listed inside.
Booklets on home and car repairs, weight control, keeping household records, and more. I read them all to be the man you want me to be.
That's a lot of reading.
The book you have to read from the Consumer Information Center of the U.S. government. The new Consumer Information Catalog. It's free. Just write to Free Catalog, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009.
That's Free Catalog, Pueblo, Colorado, 81009. Send for the book.
Don't wait for the movie.
Quint has died, unexpectedly and fortunately for her son Hubbard Quint. Fate has suddenly extended to him a freedom that he has secretly longed for and never imagined would be his. Or so it seems. But the circumstances of Bertie's precipitous demise puzzle Dr. Ezekiel Harwich, who has known her for half a century.
What do you think caused it, Dr. Harwich?
I don't know, Hubbard. I'm sure her death came as much of a surprise to me as it must have to you.
Oh, it did.
You didn't have any sort of warning? I mean, last night, how was she?
Well, she was fine by the time she got into bed. She complained of being tired, that's all.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm sorry, son, but I'm afraid we're going to have an autopsy.
An autopsy? What for?
Hubbard, I can't sign a death certificate without entering the cause of death. And right now, I don't know what it was.
Well, wasn't it just a heart attack?
Oh, it most definitely wasn't that. Cardiac arrest, yes, but for no evident reason. I'll be able to tell you better after a post-mortem.
Then it had better be done.
All right, fine. Yeah, that's a handsome plant with the red blossoms. I don't think I've ever seen anything more lush and luxuriant. What's it called?
I forget. You'd have to ask Dolores that.
Dolores?
She gave it to Mom as sort of a peace offering.
Oh, Dolores is the young lady you're thinking of marrying, huh?
Well, I did, but now, I don't know.
Is she the one I saw on the way in, downstairs?
Yes.
Well, if she's the girl you want, there's nothing to stop you now, is there?
I went downstairs with the doctor and saw him off. For the first time, I was free to do what I wanted. I could get married. Except, how could I right away with Mom still fresh in her grave? How could I dare ask Dolores, who by this miracle of fate could now be mine?
No, don't move, Hub. Just lie back and let me massage your temples. Oh, you poor boy.
Oh, I'm not poor anymore. I have you, Dolores.
Well, not for very long, I'm afraid.
Why?
Oh, Hub, I'm running out of money. I've got to get back to work.
You're not going to run away from me.
I have to make a living.
No, you don't. I'll support you.
I couldn't take money from you.
Well, sure you could. Now that I own the firm and all, I'll be rich.
Yes, but I couldn't be a kept woman.
Oh, no, it wouldn't be like that. I mean, only till we could get married.
Married? Oh, Hub, when?
Well, with Mom just passed away, a year maybe. 6 months.
You might be tired of me by then.
Oh, no, I wouldn't ever be tired of you. Would you be my wife?
Oh, Hub, if you asked me, yes.
Could you wait a couple of weeks? I mean, just till I can bury Mom properly. I was in a daze from the moment Dolores said she'd marry me. A kind of golden haze. So much so, I found it hard to understand what Dr. Harwich was trying to tell me the following morning about the autopsy.
I never saw anything like it in all my years as a physician. Every red cell in the blood had disappeared, and the remaining white cells seemed to have literally dried up the fluid. Some kind of incredibly pernicious anemia. I don't know what. None of us do.
You mean it was some kind of a disease or something?
Some kind, yes. But nothing, so far as I know, that medical science has diagnosed. But I've taken specimens of all the internal organs, arteries, veins, and what remained of the blood fluid, and we'll keep at it and hope to come up with an answer.
Is it all right to bury Mom now?
Oh, of course, my boy. The death certificate has been issued, and I'm sorry to bother you with these medical details in the midst of your grief.
Oh, no, that wasn't exactly why I asked. I just wanted to make sure because I'm going to be married.
Married? Oh, yes, of course, to that girl, the one who gave your mother that beautiful plant.
Yes, Dolores.
Well, when are you going to be married?
In 2 weeks. Oh, do you think people will think that's too soon? On our wedding night, we came back to the house. Since Mom's room was the only decently sized bedroom, it had been decided we would take it for our own. I felt very strange. Not only as a new bridegroom, but being in Mom's own private quarters. And looking at the plant, while I waited for Dolores to come out of the bathroom, I found that suddenly, on the happiest night in my life, I was afraid.
Hub, what are you looking so hangdog about?
What? Oh, I was just looking at the plant. What happened to it? All the blossoms fell off.
Oh, he's just feeling a bit neglected. We'll have to give him a good feeding and some attention. Won't we, Mama's little darling? Just give you a little love to perk you up and something good to get your little old juices flowing again. Oh, look at him, Hubbard. Can't you just see how he's sprucing up?
Dolores, it's, do we have to have that, what did you call him?
Well, his technical name is Hema Endurantis, but I just call him Casanova for short.
Casanova?
Mm-hmm.
But that isn't any shorter.
No, but it fits him. The world's greatest lover. Aren't you, baby mine?
You mean it's in love with you?
Well, sure he is. I taught him. I've had him ever since he was a cutting. Didn't I tell you you could talk to plants and teach them almost anything?
Oh, you can. Dolores, please, it's our wedding night. Can't we take the plant out of here?
Oh, of course, dear. It wouldn't do at all to have him here all night. Now, where shall we put him?
Let me take him down to the solarium.
Oh, yes, that would be just right. But be careful of him.
I will.
I'd never forgive you if anything happened to him.
Okay. I'll treat him with kid gloves. The only gloves I wanted to use on Jimmy, or whatever his Latin name was, were 8-ounce ones for my bare fists. Some heck of a note that I finally get to my wedding night and find myself jealous of a plant. Looking back, it's hard to remember when Dolores changed. A little bit right away after we were married, and then more after she got things all straight about the business.
I thought your mother was going to leave everything to you, like she said in her letters.
Well, she did.
Not the way I heard the lawyer we just left tell it.
Well, what do you mean?
Mr. Riddle said the business was left to you with the provision that Mr. Bell continued to run it till his retirement or death.
Well, that's right. He's always managed it ever since my father died.
Your father left the burglar alarm company to your mother?
Yes.
And she hired Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Well, didn't you know enough to run it?
Well, yes.
Well, then why didn't she put you in charge?
Well, Mr. Bell had seniority, and he... I guess that's the way Mom wanted it.
Mm-hmm. To keep you under her thumb. Well, your Mama's dead now, and we're going to change a few things.
Well, change what?
As of now, Mr. Bell is out. Why should we share any profits with him?
But he can't be out. It says in Mom's will that
if we can't push him out, we'll find some other way to get rid of him. Some more coffee, Mr. Bell?
That was a good dinner, but it's time for me to be getting along.
You live all alone, I understand.
Just an old bachelor.
Oh, well, then I'll have to give you a present to keep you company. Darling, would you fetch Casanova?
The plant?
Yes, dear. And please don't keep Mr. Bell waiting.
Well, what's going on here?
Oh, just a little present for you. A very special plant called Hema Endurantis.
Hema? That's a mouthful for you.
Yes, isn't it?
But, I don't need a plant.
Oh, you need this one. Believe me, Mr. Bell, do you know a plant like this you can talk to, and he'll give you an affection you can't believe. Just put him by your bedside for tonight. And you'll know what I mean by morning.
Here's your boyfriend.
Oh, that plant don't look like much.
Well, you just keep him close to you, and he'll surprise you. Won't you, baby mine? Aren't you going to take care of Mr. Bell?
Well, I don't think I really...
Please don't refuse me. Take him home. You'll be surprised the difference he'll make in your life.
I didn't quite know what she meant by that. I had this shivery feeling that I didn't want to know. There was something going on underneath, hidden, inhuman. And I realized it had to do with Dolores and a spell she had thrown over me. So I wasn't surprised at all when I called in the following day at lunch to the dispatcher, Miss Bradley. It's Hub Quint, Miss Bradley. I finished up the Claridge job. You got any assignments?
Oh, am I glad you called in. We've been looking for you.
What? How come?
It's Mr. Bell. We need you back here right away
Why?
to take over the office. Mr. Bell is dead.
What?
He didn't come in this morning, didn't answer his phone. So I went over to his house. I found him still in his bed. Dead.
Well, how?
Well, that's what no one seems to know. Police, doctors, no one.
Tell me something, Miss Bradley. Did he have a plant near his bed?
A plant? Oh, yeah. A big, gorgeous one with bright red flowers and long trailing stuff.
I was afraid of that. Listen, is his house open?
No. After everyone left, I closed up and took the key.
You have it with you now?
Yeah.
Then meet me there right away. I want to see just what happened for myself. I hung up, sick to my stomach. All morning I'd refused to believe it, ever since I'd gone to the library and had the librarian translate what hemoenteritis meant. Blood-eating, blood-sucking, a vampire. That's what the plant was. And if Mr. Bell's death showed the same symptoms as Mom's, where was I? What could I prove? Who was going to believe me? And worst of all, what was the woman I married?
I promised you in the beginning it might get rather horrendous. Can we really suppose that a plant has actually sucked the lifeblood from two people to preserve its own existence? Or that a woman has really used this obscene way to achieve her own selfish desires? For all answers, I refer you to the third act, which will follow shortly. Drusophyllum lusitanicum. I mention that tongue twister not to display my erudition, but because I looked it up in the dictionary. It's the Latin name for a cannibal plant that snares and eats flies. And there are sea anemones that devour small fish. What started me on this train of thought was Hubbard Quint's conviction that hemoenteritis, his wife's tame plant, had been responsible for 2 deaths. Was it possible that the English name for it, blood eater, was literally a true one?
My head was splitting. I felt I must be going out of my mind. But once the thought was planted there, I shuddered at the mention of the word plant. I knew it had to be disproved or my life was over. I had to see Mr. Bell for myself before I took any further steps.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Quint. I've been waiting for you.
You didn't have to wait outside, Miss Bradley.
Oh, I didn't feel like waiting inside with that corpse and all.
Yes, I understand. Do you have the key?
Yeah, right here. You want to go in first?
After you. Where is he?
In the bedroom. That last door to the right. Should I come with you?
Whatever you want.
That's him. In the bed.
I didn't expect anyone else.
Oh, I've seen some dead people in my time. Family, friends, you know. But I never seen a deceased so white and dry-like. I mean, it's like you could blow on him and he'd just disappear like powder.
She was right. He was chalk white and somehow shrunken. Against the brilliance of the red blossoms on the plant beside the bed, he seemed even more terribly dead than he was. If there is any way of being more than dead. What was it? Then I knew. He looked already embalmed, with all the blood drawn from his veins. Who was the doctor who saw him?
I didn't know anyone else to call, so I called your doctor.
Ezekiel Harwich?
Yeah. Did I do something wrong?
No, Miss Bradley. You did exactly right. Come on, I'll drop you at the office and go visit the doctor. But first...
What are you doing?
I'm taking this plant with me. It belongs to my wife. I'd just like to make sure if she wants it back.
Well, I don't see anything particularly unusual about the plant, Hubbard. I mean, it doesn't appear to be poisonous in itself, but then I'm not a botanist.
But, Dr. Harwich, you don't think it had anything to do with Mom's and Mr. Bell's death?
Indirectly, perhaps.
Well, how?
How much do you know about your wife's background, Hubbard? Could she perhaps have lived in the tropics or South America?
No, I don't think so. She never said. Why?
Because I have some of the same ideas as you have. Oh, I haven't had the autopsy report yet, but I'm almost totally convinced that Mr. Bell died of the same thing your mother did. The symptoms are too special and startling.
What are you trying to say, Doctor?
And I'm simply saying that I'd like your wife to come into my office for an examination. Whether or not she has spent any time in the tropical zones or any alien area, she may be carrying some infectious disorder as a host without knowing of it or having it affect her.
What, the Lord?
Oh, yes. So please urge her to come to me or at least go through a series of tests at the hospital.
What about the plant?
It's not a tropical one, and I doubt that the vegetable world can invade the human one quite yet. Still, if I were you, I'd burn the thing. If only to get the connection off your mind.
Hello? Is that you?
Yes.
Oh, what are you doing home so soon?
Mr. Bell. He's dead.
Oh, no. An accident?
I wonder. Not exactly. He died in his bed. In his sleep.
Heart?
No.
What are you looking at? What? It's my... catnip, my plant. Where did you get it?
Right beside Mr. Bell's bed. The one he died in.
Oh, dear. I hope the poor man had a chance to enjoy him. Oh, look, he's blooming again.
Yes. Just like after Mom died. What makes this plant bloom, Dolores?
Oh, it's same as any other. Care, proper feeding, enough sun, water.
Water. Is that the only liquid?
What others are there for a plant?
Blood.
Blood?
What would happen if I broke one of the stems here? What would it bleed, white or red?
Well, why don't you try for yourself and see?
All right, I will. Nothing. Already it's beginning to dry up and the flowers starting to wither. What kind of a plant is this, Dolores?
It's just a wildflower I found in the woods, brought home and cultivated.
What woods? Where? Mom and Mr. Bell, they both died the same way. And this plant is right by their bedsides.
What do you say?
I don't know, Dolores. I'm so mixed up. There was something wrong about the way Mom and Mr. Bell died. And you gave this plant to both of them.
Are you suggesting I had anything to do with their death?
I'm only trying to face facts.
Oh, Hub, darling. Let's not talk anymore now. We are both upset and you're desperately tired. Let's just have dinner and a good sleep, and tomorrow maybe we can face things more sensibly.
I stuck the darn plant on the mantel and found I was shivering. I lit the fire, which was already made, and went to stretch on my big armchair, and
I knew it, I was asleep. It was late when Dolores awoke me, and we had an almost silent dinner. After we cleaned up and were on our way to bed, we passed through the living room. I saw the plant. The blossoms were gone, dried up, as if they'd never been.
What is it, Hap?
Look at it. It's gorged itself, and now it's looking around for another victim.
What?
The plant.
Oh, how will you forget about that silly thing and go to bed? I'm going back to the kitchen to get us a nice hot toddy to put us both to sleep.
To put us both to sleep. Or just me, maybe. And the plant is looking for its next victim. Me? Why not? It would complete the cycle and leave my wife with everything. First Mom, then Mr. Bell, then me. No, I wouldn't take a chance on that. There was one way to stop it. By the time Dolores came back with the hot drinks, Primo Edorentus was almost reduced to ashes.
Here are the drinks, huh? My, what makes the fire so bright?
Your friend, Casanova. I burned him up.
No! My favorite! I can't replace him!
I watched him turn with a piece of vegetable matter, and suddenly all my suspicions were confirmed. I glanced at the drinks, and even doubted then. As Dolores bent over the fire, I quickly switched their positions on the tray and was drinking what appeared to be mine when Dolores turned on me furiously.
Why did you burn my favorite plant?
I don't think I have to answer that.
You with your silly superstitions and the terrible things you accuse me of. I won't have you in my bed. You can sleep in your old room. And I promise you this is the last night we spend together in this house.
I let her storm away to bed. Then I went upstairs to my old room. I wasn't sleepy, only emotionally drained and exhausted as I lay there in a semi-coma. I don't know how much time had passed before I heard my door open stealthily. In some reflected glow from the moon, or perhaps a streetlight, I could see Dolores' figure outlined as she came towards me. She swayed as she walked, as if fighting sleep. As I'm sure she was, since she'd had my drink instead of her own. I lay still and kept breathing evenly as she looked down at me.
Poor fool. I had to use you. You were my only chance. But there isn't any room for conscience now. Once I can have it all. You burned up the parent hub, but the children I saved. And the child learns very fast. It has a huge hunger. Oh, there you are, my darling. My hungry darling. Eat and drink and suck his life away. We have no use for him anymore.
With those half-breathed words and a yawn, she was gone. But still I lay, not moving, waiting. And the horror began. First, it was the lightest touch across my cheek. Then on my bare shoulder, and the feeling of suction in each wave of movement. For a moment I was paralyzed by the insidiousness of those gentle touches. And then suddenly I sat up in terror, switching on the light. From the flower pot beside the bed, a small cutting from that original plant was throwing forth these ghostly tendrils, crawling across me avidly and binding me, sending a shudder to the depths of my soul. With a mad, convulsive movement, I leapt to my feet and began to tear them from me, even as I felt my blood began to grow cold and drained. With the pot in my hand, I came into my mother's room, where Dolores lay asleep, drugged by the drink she had meant for me. I had no compunction as I placed the plant beside her and watched the tendrils reach for her body. Then I left. I went to the cellar. I gathered all the old papers, soaking them with gasoline from the lawnmower can. There was no point in searching the house. She could have hidden cuttings of that dreadful plant anywhere, but at least they had to be in the house. I laid a kerosene trail toward the papers and the gas can. I lit it and went upstairs. I wished I had something to live for, but I haven't. I only had loved one woman, but she didn't love me. I would have said a prayer for both Dolores and myself, but I didn't have time. I can hear some of you saying, I just don't believe it. I've never known of a man-eating plant. Well, quite so. But then I've never been lost in the Bermuda Triangle or seen a UFO for sure, or experienced teletransportation or reincarnation. I'll be back shortly. If you... The Quint home burned to the ground. Nothing was left but powdered ash. With it perished Hubbard and Dolores and whatever flora or plant she'd been growing, including the protagonist in our story. There was literally nothing left of any of them, which moved me to close this chapter with just one more Latin tag. E mortuis mi nisi bonum. Let us speak only good of the dead. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Joan Shea, Terry Keane, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Kitty? I'm here. Kitty to the rescue. I'm right here beside the door. And I'm right here on the other side. All right. Push hard and I'll pull. Kitty? Kitty, what are you doing? Mama, I am pushing hard. Well, harder. You have got to do it harder. Kitty! It won't go. Pick it. Harder. I'll pick it last time I'm so mad at it. Nothing. Darling, listen now. It won't open. It will not open. It has to. I can't stand it. It has to.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The title of the story we're about to tell you is The Unseen and the Seen. We have borrowed the words from a famous American writer, Henry James, novelist and essayist, who wrestled all his long life with the perplexities of man's existence. This is what he wrote in 1888. The power to guess the unseen from the seen may be said to constitute experience.
Who did it?
I certainly didn't.
Well, could one of the servants have done it?
The only one who sleeps in the house is Selma.
Well?
But I can't believe Selma would do such a thing.
If she didn't, then it must have been one of the children.
Our mystery drama, The Unseen and the Scene, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Ferrick and stars Paul Hecht and Carol Teitel. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Is there anyone who has not wondered what lies beyond the evidence of the senses? Who has not looked deep into the heart of a rose, listened to the sound of a bird's song, heard the laugh of a very young child, felt the stirrings of love, without wanting to know the secrets all of them hold? Is anyone really satisfied with what he sees, hears, smells, tastes, or feels? Or does a great mystery torment us all? Listen now to the drama of one man's experience, a singular drama called The Unseen and the Scene.
Selma, I'm taking Mr. Campion's breakfast into the living room. It'll make everything simpler. Donald? Donald?
Yes, Mona.
Are you dressed?
Just about.
Well, you are going to the bank, aren't you?
Don't I always?
I was just asking.
Why all the anxiety?
I'm not anxious. I just... Oh, my goodness. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, dear. What in the world... How did that happen? Donald! Donald, are you coming down?
Right away, Mona. What's the big hurry?
Well, a very peculiar thing. I just discovered it. I want to show you.
Coming. I'm coming right now.
I'm in the living room. I brought your breakfast in here.
Well, good morning, dear mother-in-law.
Your breakfast is over there on the side table by the window. Selma is polishing the dining room furniture. She wanted to get at it early, so I brought your breakfast in here.
Okay.
Before you sit down, Donald, I want you to look at something.
Oh, what's that?
I haven't touched it. I want you to see it just the way I found it.
Well, what is it?
It's your wedding picture. You and Bernice. The day you were married.
What's it doing on the floor?
That's what I'd like to know.
Oh, must have fallen off the mantelpiece.
Donald, that picture has stood in the same spot on the mantelpiece for 15 years. It's never fallen down before.
Well, this time it did.
Look at it. Face up, lying on the floor. The glass isn't even broken. It's just lying there.
Well, it is possible that it fell off the mantelpiece without breaking the glass.
That old mantelpiece is 5 feet off the floor.
Well, even so, it could happen. It's one of those lucky things. Somebody knocked it down.
If somebody knocked it down, why didn't that same somebody put it back?
Well, forgot, I guess. Do you mind if I eat my breakfast?
You never wanted that picture left on the mantelpiece, did you?
No, actually, I did not. After Bernice died, it was a painful reminder of the past. I wanted to put it away somewhere. But, well, when you moved in and brought Selma with you, I was grateful having somebody to run the house and look after the children. Oh, maybe I have never thanked you properly, but I really was grateful. I am grateful. I don't know how I'd have managed without you, without Selma.
Well, somebody had to do it.
Well, it was very kind of you. Especially when one considers that you never much wanted me for a son-in-law.
Donald, that's not true. May have been true at the very beginning when you were fussing around with your painting, but not after.
Not after I stopped painting and went into father-in-law's bank.
And became a very good banker. He always said you were very competent.
Competent. Yes, competent. Well, don't you want some breakfast?
You might pour me some coffee. I suppose I might as well put the picture back where it belongs.
Might as well. Oh, here's your coffee.
It bothers me. How it could have got on the floor like that.
Forget it.
Well, somebody must have put it there.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Deliberately.
What does it matter?
It matters to me. I should think it would matter to you.
Well, it doesn't. Not a bit. Now, it fell down or got knocked down or got taken down. So what? Now, stop trying to make a big thing out of it.
Well, I was only trying to...
I said forget it. I'm going to the bank.
Donald?
Yes?
Come in here, please, right away. I'm in the living room.
No, what's your problem?
It's not my problem, Donald. Donald, look there. On the side table.
Oh, it's the picture.
Your wedding picture.
Yes. What's it doing there? Huh?
Donald, it's happened again.
Oh, somebody moved it? Selma?
I asked her. She says she never went near it.
One of the children?
I asked Matthew and I asked Arthur. They didn't even know what I was talking about.
Stephanie?
Donald, Stephanie is 5 years old. She couldn't even reach it.
Oh, she stood on a chair.
Why would she want to move it? A 5-year-old child. I'm not sure she even remembers Bernice.
Well, that leaves you. And me.
I was waiting for you to say that.
You think I sneaked down here in the dead of night, took the picture off the mantel and placed it neatly on the side table? Now, why would I do that?
You could have walked in your sleep.
In all my 37 years, no one has ever accused me of walking in my sleep. How about you?
You know what I'm going to do?
No, what are you going to do?
I'm going to get some flour from Selma, and I am going to spread a coating of flour all over the mantelpiece.
You figure that...
I figure that whoever is doing this weird thing, Selma or Arthur or Matthew or Stephanie even...
Or you
yes,
even...
or even you, whoever it is... The flour will be disturbed in some way.
Yes, well, it sounds reasonable.
Maybe even leave some fingerprints.
Oh, that's better, I guess, than sitting up all night waiting to see who comes into this room.
Is that what you were going to do?
I had thought of it.
So did I.
Why didn't you suggest it?
I was afraid.
To suggest it or to do it?
Both.
Well, so was I.
Were you afraid to know who it is doing this crazy thing?
Well, maybe.
I know I was. I mean, I was afraid of confronting him with what he was doing.
Or what she was doing.
You thought it would be me.
Well, didn't you think it might be me?
Well, yes. Or worse.
What could be worse?
A ghost.
Bernice.
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
Yes, I know. But...
Why don't you go and ask Selma for some flour? Yeah, we'll do what you said. We'll spread it all over the mantelpiece.
All right. Ghosts don't leave any fingerprints, do they? I'm afraid to go in.
Yes, and you want to find out, don't you?
Well, yes, I guess I do.
You were the one who was so neurotic about the whole thing.
Oh, you were too.
Not at first.
Well, you were last night.
Yeah, because you were.
Don't try to blame it all on me.
I wasn't even especially interested till you...
Till I said it might be a ghost. My daughter's ghost. Then you got very upset.
Yes, because it's an absurd idea. Oh, well, come on. Let's go on in.
You go first.
All right.
Is it there? Is it on the mantelpiece?
No. No, it's not.
Oh, Donald.
Come on in and look for yourself.
All right. Oh. It's really not there. Where is it?
Never mind where it is. Look at the mantelpiece where we spread the flour.
Oh, Donald. Donald, it's just the same.
Yes, it hasn't been disturbed a bit.
Does that mean...
I've no idea what it means.
What are you doing?
I'm going to call Professor Dixon.
Well, who's he?
He's my professor at the academy. He taught me all I know about painting. We were very close. Still are, as a matter of fact.
Why are you calling him?
Because it's the only thing I can think of to do.
Yes? Hello?
Hello, Henry?
Yes.
This is Donald. This is Donald, Henry.
Donald. How are you, Donald?
Well, at the moment, I'm...
That's good to hear from you. Have you been doing any painting?
No, not lately, Henry.
Oh, too bad.
Yes, well, they keep me pretty busy at the bank.
Yes, I suppose they do. Well, what can I do for you, Donald? Or is this just a friendly social call?
No, it's not, as a matter of fact. It's something else.
Trouble? You in trouble?
Not exactly. Well, I'm really not sure.
Well, what is it, Donald?
Henry, could you come here for dinner tonight?
Oh, well, then this is a social call.
Partly. No, well, not altogether. Well, look, can you make it?
Yes, I can.
Good. Well, that's fine.
Donald, is it my imagination, or do you sound a bit desperate?
No, it's not your imagination.
Well, then, I'll certainly come for dinner. 7 o'clock?
Henry, could you possibly stay overnight?
Oh, well, I don't know.
Please, Henry.
All right, Donald. I'll arrange to stay overnight.
Thank you, Henry. More than I can say. Thank you.
Oh, it's all right, really. See you at 7.
Thank you.
Well, what was that all about? Why do you want this professor in the house, this Henry person?
I'll tell you why. Because he knows all about ghosts.
Let me read to you from the work of James M. Barrie, born well over a century ago. A house is never still in the darkness to those who listen intently. There is a whispering in distant chambers. An unearthly hand presses the bolt of the window. The latch rises. Ghosts were created when the first man woke in the night. I'll be back shortly to continue with Act 2. Listen to this, written by the 19th century dramatist Henrik Ibsen. It is not only what we have inherited that exists in us, but all sorts of old dead ideas and old dead beliefs. They are not actually alive in us, but they are dormant, and we can never be rid of them. Whenever I read a newspaper, I fancy I see ghosts creeping between the lines. There must be ghosts all over the world. Those lines are from Ibsen's play written in 1881 and titled Ghosts.
Of course, Professor Dixon. I don't know anything about painting, but I know what I like.
Oh, well, that's something. Isn't it, Donald?
Yes, I guess so. Look, have we finished dinner?
Well, there's coffee. I don't know if Selma fixed dessert. Such short notice, Professor, I'm not sure.
Oh, I've had a sufficiency. I really have.
Good. Well, then let's go into the living room.
Yes, do that, you two. I'll bring coffee in there.
Come on, Henry.
Selma, we'll have coffee in the living room.
Yes, I'm afraid dinner was a sad affair, Henry.
On the phone, you sounded so agitated. You made everything seem so urgent. I wondered why you kept postponing telling me.
Well, I wanted to be alone with you.
Oh.
Seemed to be somewhat at odds with my mother-in-law about, well, what you might call some strange goings-on in this house. We've even got to the point where we suspect each other, or if not each other, a ghost.
Oh, come now. You're not serious.
Let me tell you what's been happening. Or seems to have been happening. No. It has been happening. I've seen the evidence, but I can't explain it. For the life of me, I just can't explain it.
Donald, just tell me.
All right. Now, you see that framed picture on the mantelpiece? Huh?
Yes, a photograph of you and Bernice on your wedding day.
Yes, well, it stood there in that exact spot ever since she and I were married. For 16 years. The twins were born a year later, Matthew and Arthur. She and I were still happy together. At least I think we were. I didn't much like working in a bank, but, well, we tried to make a go of it, make it work, as they say. Then Stephanie came 10 years later. I guess we thought another child would really hold us together, save the marriage. Yeah, we never had a chance to find out because of course,
Bernice died.
Yes, I know all that, Donald. Well, what's it got to do with...
Yeah, I'm coming to that, Henry. Just give me time. Now, after Bernice died, her mother moved into the house to look after the children, and she brought Selma with her to do the housework. Now, this was almost 5 years ago, Henry.
Yeah.
Everything went along all right. Until now.
Well, what's wrong now? Everything seems to be running smoothly.
Wait until you hear.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, well, a few days ago, Mona came into this room, and the wedding picture was lying on the floor. On the floor.
Fell off the mantelpiece.
Well, that's what I said at first. And then a while later, she found it on the side table there by the window.
Somebody moved it.
Well, nobody ever moved it before in all of these years. Mona had this outlandish idea of spreading flour around the picture to catch the criminal, as it were. Well, when we came down in the morning, the picture had been moved, all right, clear across the room. But the flour had not been disturbed. Not one bit. Yeah, well, that led to all sorts of arguments and accusations. Mona suspecting me suspecting her. Finally, she said it must be a ghost who was doing this incomprehensible thing.
A ghost? Really?
Well, that's what I called you. You know about such things.
My dear man, what did you think I could do? Exorcise a ghost for you?
No, but, I mean, you're interested in all this stuff. Parapsychology, the occult.
Well, everyone is interested in all that stuff. Whether they admit it or not, they're interested in it. They're fascinated by it.
I never was. Until now.
Well, you're right. I have been and still am. I suppose I've read everything that's been written on the subject. Gone to lectures, attended seances. It's become a sort of second career for me. Since I never became a creative artist, only a teacher. Much to my sorrow.
Yes. Well, Henry, let's get on with it. What's the explanation? And what are we to do about it?
Well, to begin with, there's the explanation of the poltergeist. Sometimes called the noisy ghost.
Yeah, well, there wasn't any noise. Nobody heard a thing.
The theory of the poltergeist belongs in the realm of folklore and spiritism. It's merely a word to explain the inexplicable.
Well, that's all you're going to give me? A word? What good's a word?
Words have power.
Words no good.
Not so fast, my friend.
I've got to have more than a word.
Well, I'm about to give you more. In the last 50 years or more, a new and different theory has emerged. That we mortals possess a sort of energy that is capable of performing the kind of mischief that you've just described, without being on the spot, without even knowing he was doing it, or even wish to do it.
That's absurd.
Is it? You've heard of people who can bend spoons, haven't you, by the sheer force of their concentration?
Yeah, and I never believed it. And even if it's true, what's the good of bending spoons?
What's the good of moving a picture from one place to another?
Oh, I don't know. All I know is that it moved, or was moved.
Now, let's see. Who lives in the house at the present?
Besides myself? Well, there's Mona, Selma, the housekeeper, the twin boys, Matthew and Arthur.
How old are they now?
They're 14. And then there's Stephanie. She's 5.
14? That's a susceptible age.
What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with my sons.
Did I say there was anything wrong?
You said that
I said susceptible. By that I mean susceptible to all sorts of influences, from without and most particularly from within.
Yes, but...
Oh, now, don't look so alarmed, my friend. Boys of 14 are at the height of their powers, physical, mental, and spiritual. And they have not yet learned to control them. Later they will.
Well, now, here's the coffee.
Splendid.
Here, I'll just set it down here. Well, now, have you two been discussing our little problem of cream or sugar, Professor Dixon?
Black, thank you.
Mona...
Yeah, I know you take yours black, Donald.
Mona,
There's something I want you to do.
And what's that?
I want you to enroll Matthew and Arthur in that military school.
What did you say?
And take them up there. Get them out of this house. Mona, come in here.
What is it, Donald?
Get in here right away. What do you think? I'm in the living room now. Hurry up.
I'm coming. Donald, you look awful.
Look there on the windowsill.
Oh, no. The photograph.
Yes, it's happened again. 2 whole weeks of peace and quiet, and now, look, it's happened again. The picture has moved from the mantel clear across the room to the windowsill.
What are we to do?
That vase, that Chinese vase, was it always there by the bookcase? Wasn't it next to the door, to the right of the door?
I don't think I don't remember. I don't know.
Why don't you know? You're the one who takes care of things in this house.
Please, try to calm down. Please, my dear.
I thought when we sent the boys away to the school...
Do you want me to fetch them back? If you do,
No. Let them stay where they are.
Well, then what do you want?
What do I want? I want...
I'll do anything. Just tell me.
I'll tell you what I want.
Anything at all.
Yes, I want you to take Stephanie. Take Stephanie and go someplace.
Someplace? Where?
Well, you could go abroad.
With a 5-year-old child?
Take her to Florida. That's it. Take her to Disneyland. She'd like that, wouldn't she? Yes, of course she would. She'd love that. Yes, Florida. Yes, Mona. Take her there. Show her all those marvelous things. She'll be crazy about that. And you'll like it, too, won't you? Yes, of course you will. Good. So, all settled, right? Yes. You'll take Stephanie to Florida. Yes. Out of this house. And I can have some peace of mind. Yes. I'll have some peace of mind. At last. Yes, come in.
You wish to see me?
Yes, Selma. Close the door, please.
Yes, sir.
Now, sit down, Selma. Yes, that's it. Selma, I have a favor to ask of you.
Yeah?
I don't quite know how to put this to you. It's very difficult. I don't want to frighten you or anything.
Oh, something I should be frightened about?
No, not really. Anyway, I don't think so. That photograph on the mantelpiece, have you ever moved it?
No, only to dust.
You always put it right back?
Oh, yeah.
In the same place?
Oh, yeah?
So, as far as you know, you never put it on the windowsill or the side table or any place but right there.
No, never.
Then why did I find it on the coffee table this morning? Huh? Why was it there when I came down this morning?
On the coffee table. I don't know. I never would have.
All right, Selma. I'm sorry. All right, there's nothing to cry about. Now look, here. Here's a check.
Oh, my.
It's for $1,000. Now, I want you to take it and go on a vacation. There must be someone you can visit, friends, relatives.
Yeah.
Stay away as long as you like. And if you need more money, you just write me and ask for it. Now, leave this house. You understand? I'd like it very much if you could go tonight.
You sit and thank you, sir.
Yes.
Are you all right, sir?
Yes, I'm quite all right. I'm quite all right. All right. Oh, yes. I am fine. I am fabulous. Fantastic. I'm just simply wonderful. Never been better. Absolutely super. Henry. Henry, is that you?
Donald?
Henry, the boys are at military school. Mona's taken Stephanie to Florida. There's been nobody in this house for a whole week except for Selma and myself. Henry, last night, it happened again. The picture, it moved to the coffee table. I've just given Selma some money and told her to take a vacation. So now, I'm all alone in this big house. I'm frightened, Henry. I'm scared to death.
Ghosts are very powerful, and never more so than when one is alone. It matters very little if one believes in their existence. It doesn't even matter whether or not they exist. To a haunted mind, they are as real as his own face, his own hands, his own voice, and twice as powerful. I'll be back with our concluding act shortly. Close your eyes, lie back, and think of all the ghosts you know, or have acquaintance with, or knowledge of. Does Shakespeare hover in the shadows? Is that Einstein just outside the window? Or is it your own great-grandfather peering in at you? Oh, don't turn away. Listen to them. They have things to tell you.
If you could stay on here for a while, Henry. Just a little while, till I get my nerves together, you know?
I know.
I'm pretty shaken up by this whole thing.
Yeah, I can see you are.
And I'm so alone here.
I'll stay.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Henry. Take any room you like. There are plenty of them. You know, I'm very grateful to you, Henry.
Oh, there's no need to be.
Oh, the house seems so big. So empty.
I can imagine.
Of course it is empty, isn't it, Henry? Well, it's always been a big house. Too big, really. I've often thought that... I mean, before all this happened... this peculiar business has just made things worse. Made the house bigger somehow. Sometimes I wish I hadn't sent them all away. But I had to, didn't I?
Well, if you...
Even Selma. Wasn't quite so bad when Selma was here. Not that Selma and I knew each other well at all. We didn't. Mona knew her, but I didn't. Still, there was somebody in the house. Another person. You know what I mean.
Yes.
But I had to send her away. Because, after all, she could have been the one.
Donald, remember what I told you?
Oh, yes, about poltergeists. Oh, yes, I remember. Noisy ghosts, you called them, eh? Able to move things around.
No, not that.
That's what you said.
Well, that's not all I said.
I remember distinctly.
I said that the power to move inanimate objects could also come from the unconscious mind, from a submerged wish, fiercely aggressive, full of indignation and resentment.
But who...
What's the matter? Have I said something?
Who would hate me so much?
Hate you?
To punish me this way, Henry? Could it be Bernice, do you think? From beyond the grave?
Why don't you go to bed, Donald? You're worn out.
Yes, I think I am. Well, let's go upstairs.
All right.
You want to take Mona's room? It's rather...
Oh, any room at all.
No. I'd better give you the boys' room. Take either bed.
Okay.
Wait a second, Henry. I just want...
What is it, Donald?
I just want to take a peek in the living room. I do it every night. There. Do you see? Do you see it? On the mantelpiece. It is there, isn't it?
You mean the photograph?
Of course I mean the photograph. You do see it, don't you, Henry? Well, do you see it?
Yes, Donald, I see it.
All right, then. Now let's go upstairs.
Henry! Get down here, Henry, for the love of... Henry!
What is it, Donald? What's the matter?
Get down here, for the love of heaven. Don't leave me here alone.
I'm coming. I'll be right there.
Where is it? Where is the blasted thing? Oh, where is it this time?
What's the matter, Donald?
It's got to be somewhere. There you are. Ha! Stuffed down between the back of the chair and the cushion. Thought I wouldn't see you. I knew you had to be someplace. And here you are.
It's the photograph, isn't it?
Yes, of course it's the photograph. No matter what I do, it's no use. It's no use.
Donald.
But you saw it, didn't you, last night? It was on the mantelpiece, wasn't it? You saw it there, didn't you? I showed it to you.
Yes.
All right. This morning, it's in the chair. Between the cushion and the back. Now, how did it get there, huh? Nobody was in the house but you and me. Did you do it?
What?
Did you move that picture from the mantel to the chair? Was it you, huh? Are you the one who's trying to drive me crazy?
Donald, stop and think. Try to calm down.
Yes, it must have been you. Mona's in Florida. The boys are at school. Stephanie's with Mona. And Selma is off somewhere spending my money. I got rid of all of them. There was just the two of us in this house.
You think that I would come down here in the middle of the night?
You told me it wasn't necessary for anybody to physically move something. You said the force of the unconscious. Something like that. Yes, that's how you did it. You know all about these crazy things. You studied them. You know how they're done.
Please, Donald.
You did it. You did it.
You know, Donald.
It had to be you.
No, Donald.
If it wasn't you, then who was it, huh? Who was it?
You, Donald. It was you.
Me? I did it?
Yes. You.
I wouldn't do a thing like that. Why would I? What reason would I have to do a thing like that? You think I want to drive myself crazy?
Something like that, perhaps?
Henry. Listen, Henry. Will you stay? Will you stay here for a while? A few weeks. Something like that.
If you want me to.
Oh, I do. I do, Henry. It's vital. Somebody has to check on the picture. See if it moves.
But you can do that.
No. No, you see, because I won't be here. You'll be here alone.
Where will you go?
I don't know. Somewhere. You see, I have to get myself out of this house to see if I'm the one.
When will you be back?
Don't know. Sometime, I guess. Thanksgiving, yes. I'll be back for Thanksgiving, for dinner. Then you can tell me, you know, if the picture stayed on the mantelpiece or if it moved.
Donald? Are you home? Donald? Did Selma show up? She said she would.
Hello. Happy Thanksgiving Day.
Oh, hello, Professor. It's so good to see you. Are you going to be here for dinner?
I'm not sure.
Oh, you must. Unless you have other plans. Did Selma arrive?
She's in the kitchen now.
Well, she wrote me Donald gave her some time off.
Yes, I believe he did.
I left Stephanie at a friend's house. I'll just speak to Selma, and then I'll go get her. Are the boys here?
Yeah, they're in their room.
Could I impose on you, Professor? Ask you to take my bag up to my room. It's right at the top of the stairs.
Oh, yes. I know where it is. I've been using it for a month now.
Oh? You've been keeping Donald company.
That was the idea.
Oh, I'm glad.
In the beginning. But then...
Yes, Donald was in a real state. I was worried about him. How is he?
And I'm afraid he's still in a real state.
Is it that photograph? His wedding picture?
I'm afraid it is.
It's moved again.
After you left with Stephanie and Selma had gone, he asked me to come over. I did, of course. We had dinner. He was very lonely, very depressed.
He made us all go away. We didn't want to.
He had his mind set on finding out why and how the picture moved off the mantelpiece. After dinner, he asked me to check the living room with him. We both saw the picture in its usual place, and we both went upstairs. The next morning, I heard a terrible scream. I came running downstairs. The picture had moved in the night. Donald accused me of having moved it by some sort of psychic energy. I had a hard time convincing him. And finally, I told him outright. I told him he was the one. I think he believed me.
But is it true? Are you right? Is Donald the one?
I'm afraid it's been Donald all along.
Sorry to make you help set the table, but Selma's been awfully busy in the kitchen.
I don't mind at all.
And Donald dismissed all the other servants right after... Oh, where is he? Where did he go?
I've no idea. But he did say he'd be back for Thanksgiving. Of course, he was in a very agitated state when he left. I'm not sure he even remembers what he said.
The children. What am I supposed to say to the children if he doesn't show up?
I really don't know.
Well, they'll be so upset. Matter of fact, so will I. Even if he's responsible for everything, I'm really very fond of him.
Yes, so am I.
You taught him how to paint, didn't you?
Well, I taught him all I could.
You know, I never liked Donald's paintings. Well, I tried to, but couldn't.
Are we all through setting the table?
Yes, I guess we are. We've set a place for Donald, haven't we? Did you hear that?
Yes. Wasn't it the front door?
Yes, I think it was. Do you suppose it's...
I hope it is.
Hello, Mona. Henry.
Hello, Donald.
Well, hello, my dear.
Well, are the children here?
Well, they're upstairs. They're getting ready for dinner.
Selma?
You're basting the turkey.
Good.
Donald, where have you been? It's been more than a month.
If you don't feel like telling us...
No, I don't mind telling you. I've been painting.
Painting?
You've been painting?
Yeah, well, there didn't seem to be anything else to do.
Well, I think it was a very good thing to do.
Oh, I don't know. Hey, you want to see some of my stuff?
I most certainly do.
Well, there's a whole portfolio, if you want to look at it.
Of course I do.
Yeah, here we are. Only sketches. A few watercolors. Nothing very significant. Rough sketches, really. That's all. I thought maybe later on I might develop some of them.
But... Donald, they're good. They're very, very good.
You mean that?
Oh, I most certainly do mean that. They're very good. They're excellent, really.
Well, imagine that. Henry, what I really want to know is... Well, did anything happen once I was out of the house?
You mean, did the picture move?
Yes. That's what I mean.
Yes, it did. It moved the night you left. And then it didn't move anymore.
Do you care to tell me where it moved to?
Well, as a matter of fact, I found it the next morning in the trash can.
Really? I must have hated that picture a lot.
Donald, remember what I told you about a psychic force that can move inanimate objects? Well, when that psychic force turns to other things, constructive things, like painting, like any creative work, then it stops its futile gesturing, moving things about, and expends itself on the work it was meant to do. Understand?
Yes. Yes, you must be right, Henry.
Because the day after I left this house, the very next morning, I went to work. I started painting again. Oh, Mona, why don't you call the children for dinner?
I told you ghosts are powerful, and it's true, they are. But other things are powerful, too. Things such as abandoned hopes, buried ambitions, neglected talents. Once set free, such things can exorcise the most ferocious ghost in the world and send him weeping back into the mists whence he came. I'll be back shortly. Do you want to paint a picture? Do you feel like composing a song? Have you the urge to write a poem, a story, a novel? Do you long to play the piano or the violin or the guitar? Then for heaven's sakes, do it. Do it. For your own sake. And because it keeps the ghosts away. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Carol Teitel, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Though we may know more about our universe, we hope for less. We have learned there are barriers we cannot penetrate, distances we cannot travel, spaces we cannot enter, or if we do, cannot return from. On Mystery Theater this time, an adventure into the infinite. I guarantee you won't come back from it feeling as you did when you tuned in.
Trevor, transfer me into your dimension. I'll take my chances of getting back. Don't take her. Take me instead.
My instructions were specific, and they do not include you.
You told me that you had to restructure your civilization. You will not find another single human being as well informed on command, control, telemetry as myself. Take me. I can benefit your dimension more than she can, more than anyone.
I was charged to transfer your wife, a human female. Our race is dying out. We need more than brains, Professor. We need bodies.
Our drama, The Intruder, inspired by a Jules Verne story, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Norman Rose and Grace Matthews. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Lest any of you think we're about to penetrate a brainstorm of scientists, add a dollop of science fiction and science fact, explore the land of equations run by cosmologists, you're right. We are. First, though, let's go a little east of Denver on a spring day where a sweet-faced woman is tending her garden. If you were to ask her some scientific question, she might say she didn't know which end of a telescope to look into. Don't be fooled by that. She knows.
Mrs. Melville? Excuse me, could you tell me where I would find the house of Mrs. Philip Melville?
I'm Mrs. Melville.
Oh, well, I'm Jack Slater of the Cornwall News.
Oh, yes.
I'm a reporter and a feature writer with the news. Now, I wonder if I could ask you a few questions.
Are you sure you want to speak to me and not my husband? He's the one who's up for the Nobel Prize.
Well, the first thing my editor told me to ask you was, would Philip Melville be up for that prize if it were not for you, Mrs. Melville?
Oh, what a nonsensical question. And you can tell your editor I said so. When my husband started as a space systems engineer, there was no such thing as materials technology. The entire concept, from remote sensing to welding and bonding techniques, grew up with him.
You certainly seem to know about space.
Oh, not really. You pick up a little here and a little there. Now, if what your editor wants is one of those sentimental, the little woman behind the man features, you're wasting your time. My husband does his job, I do mine.
But what about your book, Mrs. Melville?
Oh, that. You want to talk about that?
You have written one of the most lucid and admired books of essays in the country. Another story about you isn't going to hurt sales now, is it?
Oh, it's very nice of you to wish to interview me, but honestly, if I don't sell one more book, I'll still be quite pleased.
Mother!
Oh, that's Robbie, my son. You must excuse me. Oh, you do understand, don't you? It's his first day home from college.
Yes, sure, of course. One more question.
Oh, now ask it quickly.
Mrs. Melville, you had a normal college education. You married Philip Melville, a young scientist. It's now 20 years later, and yet your book speaks with a voice that is as authoritative and comforting as any of the great religious and philosophical leaders. Now, can you explain that?
Certainly. Perhaps in 20 years, some of my husband's genius rubbed off on me.
Mother, how about some grapes?
Oh, coming, Robbie. Well, Robbie, you haven't said a word since you began wolfing down those pancakes. Now, don't tell me my hand has lost its touch.
No. Beautiful. Light, airy, yummy.
Yummy? Where'd you pick up that word?
Oh, everybody uses it at college.
Yummy? Huh. Well, how does it feel to be home?
Oh, fine, great. Humongous.
Humongous?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it means super marvelous, what it sounds like.
Robbie, it sounds like kindergarten, not second year at State U. Well, have you called Jane?
No.
Not yet?
That's right. I haven't gotten around to it yet. Where's Dad?
Robbie, when you go out into the world, you'll find there are no vacations between semesters. Have you ever seen your father home in the daytime, even Sundays? Good thing, too. I'd never get my work done.
No, you wouldn't.
Robbie, you don't fool me. You don't know what I'm talking about, do you?
Well, of course I do. Everybody does.
Well, that's better. For a moment there, I thought State U never read book reviews. Well, you haven't said anything about it since you got home.
Well, I didn't really know what to say.
Aren't you even going to congratulate me? It's a bestseller, believe it or not.
Sure, Mother. Sure.
Well, I don't expect you to have read it. It took your father a whole month to get around to it, and that was only because they kidded him up at the Space Center, so he had to. And even he liked it.
He's, coming home for supper, isn't he?
Supper? Robbie, we haven't had supper in this household ever. What's the matter with your memory? A giant-sized dinner is more like it.
I just wanted to know how much time I've got to have you all to myself.
Oh, Robbie, isn't that sweet?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, I believe you mean it. Another cup of Java?
Java? Oh, yeah, sure.
I must say, this second year at State U has done strange things to your reflexes. At Christmas, I didn't even have to offer you a second cup of coffee, or a third. Now you hesitate.
Did I? Coffee, sure, yeah. Sure. Pour away, Mother.
Pour away my hat. It's on the sideboard. Go help yourself. How's the food this semester? Is it better or just the same?
Well, pretty much the same, I guess.
What are you standing there for like a lost soul? Look, take the filter paper with the coffee grounds out of the coffee maker and pour yourself a cup. You act like you've never done it before.
I was just, thinking of something else.
Oh, Robbie, look what you've done. You dropped it. You broke it. How can you be so clumsy?
Sorry, Mother. I burned my hand.
Who lifts up a boiling hot glass coffee maker from the bottom with two bare hands? You act as though you've never handled one before. Oh, never mind. I'll clean up the mess. Oh, darling, let me see your hands. Don't they hurt?
Just for an instant, but not now.
Oh, they're not even pale pink. Mine would be beet red if I'd done something so foolish.
I didn't want a second cup anyway. Will you excuse me, Mother? I'd like to go up to my room.
Of course, I understand. I'm sorry I yelled at you. It was an instinctive reaction.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'll see you later, Mother.
Careful of those stairs. We haven't fixed the one down from the landing yet.
You bet.
Robbie, where are you going? Are you in love?
In love?
Well, you're like the proverbial absent-minded professor. You can't pour yourself a refill of coffee, then you walk upstairs, you run up and down 6 million times, you get to the top and walk into the closet. Your room is on the right, not the left. What is it? What's on your mind? Robbie! Philip, have you noticed how strangely Robbie's been behaving?
No, not really. But then I only saw him late last night when he came home, and he was still in bed when I left the house this morning.
He wasn't in bed.
What?
Well, I'll get to that in a minute.
Well, I did think the boy was a little quieter than usual.
I asked him if he was going to see Jane. He acted as if he didn't even know her. I mean, he didn't say that, but he was just so offhand about the whole thing.
Well, maybe they had a disagreement.
She didn't stop by today, and he didn't call her.
You know, Dorothy, when we were that age, our folks had just as hard a time figuring us out.
He burns himself on the coffee pot. He forgets which is the door to his room and walks into the upstairs closet.
Maybe it's the effect of higher education.
He's got a little box no bigger than a pocket calculator with a glass eye on it.
What?
He says it's a radio. I went up to make his bed. It hadn't been slept in all night.
Dorothy, this glass eye on his pocket radio, how big was it?
The glass eye? About an inch. It looks almost real. Why?
Well, nothing. I just thought I'd like to see it. Where's Robbie now?
We went for a walk about 10 minutes before you came home.
I thought I'd get home early to celebrate. Well, it's nice to see the table set for 3.
I told him to get some air. He's far too pale. Like a ghost.
He's not going to get any sun at 6 o'clock. What time is dinner?
Usual time. 6:45, 7.
Good. I think I'll go down by the old waterfall. That used to be one of Robbie's favorite spots.
Don't you two be late now.
Hi, Robbie. How's the old waterfall look to you?
Oh, hi, Dad. Pretty good.
Same as always, huh?
Yeah, hasn't changed.
How would you know?
What?
I said, how would you know the waterfall looked the same?
I don't understand you, Dad.
Do you mind showing me what you just put into your pocket?
Have you been watching me?
That's right. I was behind that tree. I saw you pressing what appeared to be a miniature communicator against your chest. Now, I'd like to see it.
When you were my age, weren't there some things you didn't want your father to know? What is it you want from me, Dad?
Well, shall we try for the truth?
Well, why would I lie to you?
I'll show you something. I turned my lapel inside out. Now, you see this disc?
Oh, yes.
What color is it?
Red.
All of us at the center wear these discs. Their normal color is light blue. This one has just turned red because it is sensitive to light waves. Now, I suggest that the small box you are carrying, which you do not wish me to see, is a transponder, and that you are in communication with something or somebody at a distance. It may be a satellite, who knows? I wouldn't even hazard a guess.
Believe me, I'm just standing here enjoying the old waterfall. Honest, Dad.
I am not your father.
Well, what do you mean?
I am not your father, and you, young man, are not my son. Now, you may look like my son, Robert, talk like him, but you are not him. Now, I do not wish my wife to be in any way alarmed or suspect anything is wrong. She thinks that you are her son, and if she thought otherwise, there is no telling how she would react. You will come home with me now, and we will all have dinner, and tonight, when Dorothy has gone to bed and is asleep, you and I will discuss a few matters.
Such as?
Such as what you have done with my real son, Robert.
Is that a simple request, Professor Melville, or an order?
Perhaps this will persuade you.
Mr. Melville, put that revolver back in your pocket. You can't kill me. A bullet has no effect on this body whatsoever. You cannot threaten me with death. I do not die. I'll return with you to your house, and as you say, later tonight, we shall have a little talk.
250 years ago, one man laid the foundations for all physical science. The gravitational force, holding the moon in orbit, optics, white light, all came of age under Sir Isaac Newton. In his 20s, he said, I was in the prime of my age for invention. I suspect that age has returned today, and what we have imagined was fiction may indeed be fact. I shall return shortly with Act Two. For reasons that appear both mysterious and baffling, a young man home from college is not who he seems to be. His mother, almost as brilliant as his father, has written a bestseller of essays which have captivated the country. The father, an astroelectronic engineer at the top of his profession, has unmasked the false son.
I think Dorothy's asleep. I just poked my head into the bedroom.
Interesting to me, Mr. Melville, that your species needs to spend so much time daily in renewing yourselves by sleeping.
Who are you?
Have I the appearance of your son, Robert?
Uncannily so.
Sound like him?
Enough to deceive his own mother.
But not you.
You were not well briefed enough on my son's habits, likes, and dislikes. Now tell me, what have you done with Robbie, my son?
He is safe, unharmed.
Imprisoned.
Only, figuratively speaking, he knows nothing about the passage of earthly time.
In a state of suspended animation?
You could say that.
I don't know why I should believe you, but I do. Now then, you appear to have taken over my son's body. Or else have you manufactured or cloned yourself a duplicate? Where do you come from?
Another planet.
Don't give me that garbage. The cosmos must be filled with more rewarding globes than this planet. I've spent too much of my life with the realities of space travel to believe spinning discs or saucers or people with pointed heads have any interest whatsoever in this misbegotten freak of nature.
Shall I say, then, that I come from another way of life?
Uh-huh. That's more like it. Now, may I see your transponder?
You may. Here.
Mm-hmm. The catalytic eye. As soon as my wife described it to me, I had a fairly good idea what you were up to. The beauty of it is, you need very little power to communicate. Am I right?
Hardly any.
To think, at long last.
You talk as though you expected one day to meet one of us.
Expected? No. Hoped, yes.
And if we're not from another planet, where are we from?
Right here. This very room. This city, country, everywhere that we are, you are. You and other manifestations are able on occasion to slide through a window between your existence and ours. We and you are concentric worlds, existing simultaneously in different vibrations, neither being able to see the other.
Unless we go through that window.
Or unless we of this world fall through the window, which is what some of us surmise explains the mysterious disappearances of ships and airplanes over the Bermuda Triangle.
Your science has advanced considerably.
No, not science. But the capacity of the human brain to perceive possibilities. A kind of applied imagination. I told you what I believe. Now tell me who you are and what you wish here.
In the other dimension, my dimension, there is a counterpart of each of your species. However, disease has spread and maimed and decimated our population. We need fresh intelligence from this dimension.
You haven't told me who you are yet.
My name is Trevor, which is Robert spelled backwards. The B's and V's interchangeable, as they were in ancient Rome.
So, Trevor, you are the counterpart of my son Robert, huh? Tell me, how were you sent here?
Simple disintegration, rearrangement of molecules, and a step through the window, as you call it.
And why you? What did you want of my son?
Nothing. He exists now in frozen molecular state. Your son will be returned to you. We don't want him or you.
Then whom do you want? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I've come to take Dorothy Melville, your earthly wife.
Dorothy?
Not for long, 2 or 3 years. That's all we will require of her.
Take me instead. Don't take her.
Now, there is no pain involved. She is disintegrated and reassembled.
How can this be done against a human's will?
It cannot.
Well, if it cannot, if transference cannot be ordered against the will of a human, why should Dorothy consent?
She will, if she wishes to see her real son again.
I don't believe it, Trevor. You're telling me that my son is a prisoner in another dimension. I don't believe you. Prove it to me.
It's true, Dad. I'm not frightened of being here, but I want to return.
Can you hear me clearly, son?
Yes, Dad. I can even see you.
Tell me what happened.
Well, the college exams were over. We had a party. I went back to my room and I was experimenting with something. I got high, I guess you could call it, and I looked into a full-length mirror. I looked at myself, but it wasn't me. It was Trevor. And then he walked right through the mirror from the other side.
I think I understand. He was you, but reversed.
I said to Robbie, would you like to take a trip to another dimension? And he said, like it? I've wanted that all my life.
Whatever made you say that, son?
And he whisked me through somehow. I can't explain it. You don't feel anything, but all of a sudden, there are shadows all around. I can tune them in by thinking about them just like I tuned you in, Dad. The shadows I see now are the world I came from.
Well, you have done some thoughtless and stupid things before, but, Robbie, this beats all.
Dad!
Now, please, keep quiet. Trevor, why don't you take me instead? I'll risk my chances of getting back to Earth. I mean, back to this dimension.
My instructions were specific, and they do not include you.
You told me you had to restructure your civilization. You will not find another single human being as well informed on command, control, telemetry. There are theories I haven't even put into practice yet. Take me. I can benefit your civilization more than anyone.
I was charged to transfer Dorothy, a human female. Our race is dying out. We need more than brains. We need bodies.
I see. How much time before you have to tell Mrs. Melville that you are not her son?
Well, I can wait until tomorrow morning, but no later.
Dorothy.
What? What time is it? What's the matter?
Please, not so loud. It's 5 a.m.
Huh?
Keep your voice down.
What are you doing up so early?
Shh, wait. Don't say anything.
What are you listening for? Is Robbie all right?
Listen carefully, dearest. I'm going to tell you everything I know, and believe me, no matter how off course it sounds, scientifically, it could be true.
Something about Robbie, isn't it?
Not the Robbie upstairs, but our real son.
That's not our real son? Robbie, who came home from college yesterday?
No, I'm afraid it's not.
That's incomprehensible.
No, it isn't. If you'll just let me explain.
I had a feeling. I said to you, didn't I? He's doing peculiar things. But I never dreamed it was another person masquerading as Robbie. That's what you mean, isn't it? But our Robbie, where is he? Is he all right?
I hope so. I think so. I spoke to him late last night. In these matters, it's hard to accept only a piece of it. It's the whole concept or nothing.
Do you know who this is pretending to be Robbie?
And it's someone called Trevor from another dimension.
How do you know he's all right? Where is he?
In that other dimension. I told you I spoke to him twice. We talked, but we couldn't reach each other. What I did was I turned on the recording button on my desk, so I have taped the whole conversation with Robbie and Trevor.
Has he said what he wants, this Trevor?
Yes.
And if he gets it, would he release Robbie?
He says so.
What is it? What does he want?
You.
Me? What does he want of me?
Their race is decreasing. Intellectually, they are weakening. They have selected you to...
I understand. You don't have to say any more.
However, the weakness of their plan is they cannot force humans across the divide that separates the dimensions. One must agree totally, mentally.
I'm flattered, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm not agreeing to anything. Secondly, between you and me, we ought to be able to come up with an idea that will effectively short-circuit their plans.
Good morning, Trevor.
Good morning, Trevor. Did you sleep well?
I don't sleep.
Oh, yes, I keep forgetting. I do appreciate that, though. Saves me making up an extra bed.
Sit, my boy. Sit down.
Oh, I wasn't sure when I found out you went, Robbie, what you like to eat, so I didn't prepare anything. Oh, you don't mind if we go on having our breakfast? Phil's got an early day at the Space Center.
Or if you want some cereal, Trevor, it's there on the sideboard. Milk, sugar, cream. I don't know what you fellows eat.
I'll have some of that.
Java?
She means coffee.
Yes, I know.
Oh, only this time, let me pour you a cup. Phil, we had a little accident yesterday. Interesting thing about Trevor, he burned himself, and the sensory impulses of his skin discharged the motor impulses so rapidly that the increase of blood flow diminished the heat in seconds. I'm presuming that you do have blood.
Professor Melville, have you discussed the problem with Mrs. Melville?
Yes, he has. But it really isn't my problem. It's your problem. You see, I'm not going with you through any windows to any other dimensions. I'm staying right here.
You don't wish your son to grow up with the advantages of Earth?
Of course I do, and of course he will. He's probably off with some friends somewhere right now.
Perhaps I can convince you, Mrs. Melville.
Trevor, my wife and I talked last night, and we decided that a joke is a joke. Now, you're a nice boy, so we didn't want to call the police. Besides, you appear to be interested in astroelectronics, my field.
Dad, Mother, it's true what he says. It really is.
So if you would like, Trevor, I'll take you down this morning and show you around the Space Center.
Mother, can you hear me? Mother, it's me, Robbie.
Philip, that's so sweet of you. I'm sure Trevor will be thrilled.
He looks so much like Robbie, I won't have any trouble getting him in.
Dad, for Pete's sake, will you listen to me?
After all, if World Space Center would permit a security breach for my real son, Robbie...
Mother, Dad, somebody please listen to me.
Then what difference does it make if I take Trevor around? Right, Trevor? Now, would you like that?
Don't you hear your son calling to you?
No. Where is he? Did you hear him come back?
He's right here. He's in the same room with you.
Oh, come now, Trevor. That isn't very nice. Here we are treating you as our own son, and you're making jokes at our expense.
You hear nothing? I tell you, your son is right here in this room, this very moment.
Philip, I must go. The publisher wants to talk to me about my next book, and I've hours of housework to do before he takes me to lunch. Oh, Trevor, are you staying with us another day?
Of course he is. As soon as you've had your coffee, my boy, we'll drive down to the lab.
I'm getting a little confused. Who is serious and who is kidding whom? After all, last night, Philip did hear his son speak. Yet this morning, neither he nor his wife, Dorothy, appear to hear him. My guess is, if the Melvilles are gambling with fate, Dorothy holds a very good hand. So, Trevor and all of you from the other dimension, beware. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Probably the single most important reason why man has survived flood, famine, plagues, and war is his ability to adapt and outwit nature. Man has always been one step ahead of destruction. Now, a duplicate creature from another dimension, masquerading as a human, arrives to threaten the space scientist and his equally brilliant wife. The stakes are the life of their son and, perhaps tomorrow, the lives of many of us.
Trevor! Trevor! Philip's waiting for you. Are you in the bathroom? What's this note?
Where is he? I don't want to be late. We're running a test on the new Cosmotron.
He's not here, Philip. He left this note.
Let me see. Professor and Mrs. Melville, you two seem to think this is all very amusing. I shall have one final talk with the professor, and if unsatisfactory, the mortal extinction of your son is on your head.
Does he mean that?
He didn't like us pretending not hearing Robbie.
Well, what can Trevor do?
That's one of two questions I cannot answer. The other is, where is Trevor? Oh, you take it, Dorothy. I've got to get down to the center.
Wait a minute. What am I going to do here alone? Suppose Trevor comes back. Am I safe here? Now, Philip, don't go yet. Hello?
Dorothy, is that you?
Yes, who's this?
It's Bill Lawrence. Is Phil still there?
Yes, he's just leaving.
Who is that?
Oh, let me speak to him, would you please?
Bill Lawrence.
Hello, Bill. Yes, I'm just going out of the door.
Phil, your son Robert is here. He came to the gate and asked to be let in. Guard didn't know him, and I put him on the video screen. I recognized Robert and let him through, directing him to the changing room, and now we can't find him.
Bill, how did he look to you? Was he extremely pale?
Yeah, white as a ghost. He looks ill.
Bill, find him. He's got to be somewhere. I'll be there as soon as I can. Hello, Bill. This is Philip. I just got to my office from the changing room. Any leads on Robbie? No, wait a minute. Hold it. He's just come in the door. I'll call you back. Well, Trevor, you gave us quite a scare.
Is this the best they can do? These hospital clothes?
We all get out of our street clothes, put on sandals, trousers, and jackets of this special cloth to protect us from the particles flying around.
Is there some significance to the red heart here on my pocket?
You seem to have been issued an outfit that belonged to a man who used to work here. Harry Hart. H-A-R-T. Now, where have you been?
Having a good look around.
Why couldn't you wait for me? There wouldn't have been all this fuss.
I was afraid to trust you, so I came on ahead.
Yes. You people know anything about these systems? Propulsion to digital design, to analog circuit design?
Very advanced, but also quite susceptible to dematerialization and destruction.
I want to know how you manage to have a good look around when we're locked and guarded with video viewers, monitored by dozens of guards. Did you dematerialize yourself?
Professor Melville, your tendency to mock has overcome your good sense. And neither does your wife realize the seriousness of the situation. She acts as though her son were going to return home any moment, and I am merely playing pranks.
How could she think otherwise? Have those in your dimension been able to get anyone from ours to join you? I bet not.
Well, actually, this is the first try. I devised this method, knowing how important a mother's son is to her. I persuaded my chiefs, and now I have got to deliver.
I think you'll have a hard time convincing Mrs. Melville you hold her son prisoner.
Then don't be surprised at what I do to convince you.
Trevor, what in the name of heaven have you done?
I want to thank you all for the courageous and efficient way you responded to the emergency bell. All locking systems went as scheduled. All subterranean chambers closed automatically. The Betatron and the Synchrotron check out, and the Cosmotron, on which we've been running some MEV tests today, is in working order. Now, we don't quite know what set off the alarm, but that's being checked into.
He's not your son, but I would have sworn...
Take my word for it. Now, has he been located?
Disappeared again. Can't see him on a single screen. This fellow could be Robbie's twin, I mean it. What do you know about him?
Oh, that's a long story, Bill.
Oh, I almost forgot. Can you tell me what this is? Found this thing in his locker. When the alarm went off, the guard sealed all the lockers and brought me this. Hey, you ever seen it before?
It's a transponder, and my guess is he's going to be lost without it. He can't give or get any instructions without it.
So, this kid is a spy.
Not exactly. Are you sure he could not have gotten out of the plant?
Well, I don't see how with 100% security.
Is his phone open?
Oh, yeah, sure. Go ahead. You're calling home?
Dorothy always picks it up on the second ring. Something's wrong, Bill. I've got to go home.
Oh, Philip, you're so silly. I just went downtown to do a little shopping. I can't hide because this poor paranoid is wandering around. He hasn't shown up here.
You don't think that what I told you early this morning has any basis in fact?
How could I, darling?
Did you or did you not hear a faraway voice of Robbie's when we were having breakfast?
I dismissed the idea right away.
Okay. Now, look, promise me one thing. I have to get back to the center. You will not leave the house again today. I'll be home at 5.
I don't like the sound of that.
Something's wrong. We'd better shut her down.
It'll be midnight before we can really take her apart.
Let's hit the video. Move the cameras slowly around the D tank in the vacuum chamber and see what we can see.
What's that?
What's where?
Look at monitor 3. I'm angling the lens toward the base of the oscillator.
Judas Priest. Is that someone lying there?
Zoom in. No, it's just a pile of our dust catchers, one of our safety suits. Why would somebody leave those in there?
Bill, could you zoom in even closer? I recognize that jacket. Now, you see that red heart on the pocket?
Didn't that belong to, what's his name, Harry Hart? Phil, you don't think
I'll tell you exactly what I think. Somebody who did not know they would be bombarded with protons got in there, maybe to hide, couldn't get out. And, well, the clothes are all that's left.
Great heavens. But it can't be. No human being could simply disintegrate, leaving only clothing behind.
That's just the point, Bill. Look, I don't know how to say this to you, but I've reason to believe that young man who looked like my son Robbie was not mortal.
But I saw him with my own eyes. I talked to him.
Yes. Well, what does that prove? Dorothy, what are you doing standing in the middle of the street flagging me down?
Let me catch my breath. I ran all the way from the house to stop you at the crossroad. I'll get in and close the door.
Well, now tell me, what is it?
He's home.
Who? Trevor? Well, it can't be. Oh, you mean our real son, Robbie? He's home?
That's just it. I don't know which he is.
Well, I can tell you this, darling. I'm certain it was Trevor who was at the plant today. You know, it may be these other dimensional beings occupy the same space as we do, but they know very little about how we live. He got himself lost in the Cosmotron. It was turned on to warm up for our demonstration, and then neither Bill Lawrence or I could find hide nor hair of him.
He was in the Cosmotron? You dematerialized him?
Well, it could be, but I think there's more to it. Maybe we mortals are stronger than those creatures from the other dimension. Maybe when you simply refuse to go over to them, he had to quit. And then this morning, when we pretended not even to hear Robbie's voice calling to us, maybe he realized his attempt to get you had failed.
Philip, I just don't know. I'm not sure it's our real son who showed up an hour ago.
I'll bet you that it is. Robbie had to be released when their plan failed. Son, you had us really worried. College closes down for the summer, and you said you'd be here a week ago, and no show.
Oh, Dad, I was telling Mother. It's crazy, honestly. I just don't remember what I was doing. It's like I wasn't in this world for the last couple of days. Total blank. I know you'll both think I was into some kind of drugs, but I swear to you, I wasn't.
Well, let's just put it down to overwork for the exams, and you just slept away these last few days.
Boy, if it was that, I sure had some strange, far-out dreams.
Robbie, Robbie, what's the last thing you remembered when you were awake?
Well, it'll sound completely crazy, I know it. I was standing in front of the full-length mirror on the back of my door, tying my tie.
Is that it?
And that's it. That's exactly where I was when I sort of came to before I hopped the next train home.
Well, maybe I can help you remember. I've got something here in my desk.
What is it, Philip?
Oh, it's a cassette tape, Mom.
Oh.
You know how Dad records his scientific meetings?
It's a tape I made just this morning. I'll snap it into the playback and turn it on.
Perhaps I can convince you, Mrs. Melville.
Trevor, you're a nice boy, so we didn't want to call the police. Besides, you appear to be interested in astroelectronics, my field.
Dad! Mother! It's true what he says. It really is. For Pete's sake, will you
Stop it.
listen to me?
Turn it off. Please. Dad, will you please turn it off?
Robbie, darling, what is it?
Oh, listening to that, I suddenly got the most excruciating headache. Something about those voices. Ooh. It's getting better. It's easing off. Wow, I thought I was going to go nuts, like a jackhammer drilling into my skull.
Why don't you go up to your room and lie down? I'll call you when it's dinner time.
Oh, sure. Okay, I will. Wow, that was something. Well, I'll be down for dinner. It's great to be home.
It is him, isn't it? It's our son.
No question.
Phil, do you think it could happen again? That something from the other dimension could come through one of those windows Trevor talked about that separates our dimensions? I mean, could come back here?
Yes. I think it's possible they'll try again. But I doubt if they'd dare come to our house. You see, you were too strong for them, Dorothy.
So you don't think that our world has seen the last of these creatures?
Who knows? Who really knows?
What are we weighing here? Is the unbelievable and incredible always impossible? Isn't it that we shut out what we don't wish to believe is possible? For example, we know that everyone on Earth lives on a crust containing a ball of fire. Why doesn't the Earth explode? Other planets have. Is it because if we don't think of it, it won't occur? The earthquake won't happen? Or the flood? I'll be back with a few more fears and a few hopes very shortly. One last thought, and I'll leave you in peace. Is it not family, love of land, custom, centuries of habit that bind us together? Or are we not in this atomic age as free and independent as a single atom? And if the age-old traditional forces that have held humankind together are today weakening, how long can we hold out against unknown forces, other beings, or other dimensions? Our cast included Grace Matthews, Norman Rose, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
For the CBS Mystery Theater, the Mutual Radio Theater, and our next news tonight at 12 midnight.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. As Mr. William Shakespeare tells us, there is a tide in the affairs of men which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. But there's another tide which, taken at the flood, leads only to drowning. The basic problem here is that it's practically impossible to tell one tide from the other.
He has to have an accident. That is all there is to it.
What kind of accident?
Any kind of accident. Now, people are always having accidents. They fall asleep with a cigarette.
He doesn't smoke.
They drown.
He's too good a swimmer.
They get bitten by a poisonous snake.
Where could we find a snake that would oblige us?
I am just telling you, something has to be done. And soon.
Our mystery drama, Laundry Money, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Business, as somebody once said, quite simply consists of other people's money. And if you work in an office, I'm sure you'll agree. All that money you have to keep track of in the form of cash and credit, stocks and bonds. And whose money is it? Yours? Well, Mr. Simon Wilson is an accountant.
Yes, Mr. Wilson?
Would you please come into my office, Miss Alvarez? Oh, no, I can't believe this. I just can't believe it. Miss Alvarez.
Yes, sir?
When you applied for this job, you said you had a basic knowledge of bookkeeping, a head for figures, and a familiarity with office machines.
Yes, Mr. Wilson.
Well, accuracy, Miss Alvarez, accuracy is the heart, the beating heart of this business.
Please, sir, do not raise your voice. It makes me very nervous. Did I make a mistake?
Did you make a mistake? How could you make such a mistake?
Mr. Wilson, where did I make the mistake?
Well, your figure for the total income is wrong. Here, from all the sources this year, $350,000.
That is the figure.
It can't be the figure. Now, I know for a fact that Charlie Wentworth's income can't be much more than $150,000.
But I read each figure from a statement.
You mean you misread each figure? Now, would you bring in all the material?
Yes, sir.
I'll have to do this myself.
Yes, sir. Are you going to fire me, Mr. Wilson?
You're teetering on the brink, Miss Alvarez. Teetering on the brink. Fees from university lectures, $3,700. Retainer from standard, $6,000. And that should all add up to $151,000, which was the estimate for this year. So how could she possibly... Oh, my. She's very pretty, very willing, but does that make up... Hey, what's in here? Laundry. A check he made out, and a statement. Wait a minute. This went through the Banco Nacional in Mexico City. And this receipt... Oh, no.
Yes, Mr. Wilson?
Miss Alvarez, bring in a glass of water. I have to take a pill.
Oh, did I forget to fill up your pitcher again? Oh, I'm sorry.
Miss Alvarez, please do exactly what I asked you. And do it this instant. Before I die of a heart attack.
Mr. Wilson?
No, I am not all right. This morning, I told you to go to Mr. Wentworth's office and pick up some records. Do you remember?
I remember.
I also told you that he would be out of town, but the material would be waiting for you.
Yes, sir. That is what you said.
Very good. Now, explain exactly what happened when you arrived at Mr. Wentworth's office.
Yes, sir. His secretary was on the telephone. The tall one with the blonde?
Yes, go on.
Well, as I said, she was on the telephone. It seemed to be an important call. That is, important for her.
Uh-huh.
She was obviously talking to her querido.
What?
Boyfriend.
Oh.
I could tell by the way it was going that he was ready to say to her, adios.
Yeah, Miss Alvarez, I am not interested in Mr. Wentworth's secretary's problems with her boyfriend.
I try to interrupt. I try to say, the taxi cab is downstairs waiting. I try to say, Mr. Wilson requires the papers at once. Well, Finally.
Yes, finally.
She looked up from the telephone. Me. The tears are running down her face.
Now, Miss Alvarez.
She says to me, what do you want is on his desk. So I go into Mr. Wentworth's private office, and on his desk is a large envelope. I say to myself, oh, yes, it is this. And then I notice on the floor, near his chair, another envelope.
Another envelope?
Mm-hmm.
This brown one?
Yes, this brown one.
This brown one on which is written laundry?
Oh, is that what has been written there? Laundry?
Yeah, Miss Alvarez, why did you pick that envelope up from the floor? Why didn't you just put it back on his desk? Why did you have to bring it here?
Because the blonde secretary, who is troubled with her boyfriend, she said to me, what you want is on his desk, no?
No? Yes, if that's what she said.
Therefore, since this brown envelope has obviously fallen off the desk, it was part of what I wanted, no? So, I brought it with the other one.
You brought it with the other one? Do you know what was inside?
Oh, some checks and some statements.
Do you know to what they referred?
No, I only added the amount.
You only added the amounts?
Yes, sir. And now, Mr. Wilson, will you show me, please, where I have made my mistake?
Miss Alvarez, please get out of here.
Oh, Mr. Wilson, are you going to fire me?
You're standing on the edge of the ledge, Miss Alvarez. The edge of the ledge. He's in the laundry business. He washes dirty money, Ramona. You don't believe it?
Oh, why shouldn't I believe it?
I have the evidence right here. Now, I can trace the progress of at least $200,000 worth of illegal cash. He uses his position as a reputable attorney to sanitize this filthy money.
Simon, dear, you must not get excited.
Here is a man, my closest friend. He has a whole secret and illegal life.
My darling, I must say it doesn't come as a complete shock to me. I never really liked Charlie.
Ramona, do you realize Charlie is actually tied in with the underworld?
Yes, without a doubt.
Oh, well, I don't know whether to go to the DA or the FBI.
Oh, why would you want to go to either of them?
Well, here a man is not only doing something immoral and dishonest, it's also illegal. Now, I have a duty as a citizen. How can you even ask me such a question?
Because I'm your wife, and I love you. And I'd rather have the presence of a living husband than the memory of a dead hero.
Oh, now, listen.
No, dear. Do you want to take on the underworld?
Oh, please, don't dramatize this.
Well, you have evidence that could not only destroy Charlie Wentworth, but also many important people.
Mobsters, racketeers, they should be destroyed.
Simon, crime is one of the major industries in this country. It's a highly efficient machine. Charlie Wentworth is just a cog.
Well, I still say
Don't say anything just yet. You expose Charlie, and your life is in danger.
Ramona.
They may not kill you. Oh, they can destroy you in other ways.
No, Ramona, I know everything you're going to tell me, but there is such a thing as right and wrong.
Well, let's do what's right for you and for me. We're not even 40. We've worked very hard. We're starting to get somewhere. We're in the prime of life. We can have so many more wonderful and exciting years.
Well, maybe it can be done quietly.
Well, you would still have to go to the police. Now, darling, promise me you won't do anything, that you'll think about it. Really think about what it could do to our lives.
All right, Ramona, I can promise you that.
Simon, I know how honest and straightforward you are. I hope you won't think less of me because I said certain things just now. I had to say them because I love you. Oh, do you understand what it cost me to say them?
Yes, I understand, darling. And I love you very much.
Hello, Charlie.
Ramona. Well, what a pleasant surprise.
I'm supposed to be at a dance class this evening.
How much time does that give us?
Charlie, he knows.
You mean he knows about us?
He knows about you. He knows about the laundry operation.
How does he know, Ramona?
An accident. His secretary picked up the wrong envelope in your private office.
How did she get into my office?
It seems your girl was busy talking on the telephone and couldn't be disturbed.
Oh, it's just a simple, stupid accident. When I think of the elaborate precautions, the intricate machinations... well.
What are you going to do?
What's he going to do?
Well, he was practically en route to the gendarmes, but I managed to head him off.
Permanently?
No. Oh, I can delay him for a little while, but... Oh, he has those basic instincts.
Oh, that's too bad.
Oh, he's such a square. How could you have been his friend for so many years?
Well, he was always around. How could you marry him?
Well, you didn't ask me.
Well, I'm not the marrying kind. Now, if he goes to the police, I am as good as dead.
Well, how strong is that evidence?
It doesn't matter. And even if I get off, my associates will take care of me.
Why?
Because I didn't take care of them. I let matters get out of hand. Oh. So, something has to be done about Simon.
What do you mean, physically?
Yes.
Oh. Is there some way that could be worked out where it didn't have to become so extreme?
No. The fact of the matter is, it's really Simon's fault.
Oh, yes? Why?
Well, analyze the thing. Now, I'm his lifelong friend. He finds out that I'm involved in a little unorthodox operation. Now, what's his immediate response? He wants to run to the police. Now, that's true, isn't it?
Yes.
Whereas if he were a regular sort of guy, do you know what he'd do? He'd say, "Hey, Charlie, that's a nice little pie you're cutting up. Is there a slice for me?" Of course, I'd cut him in. Why not? There's always enough for everybody. See, realistically, he has only got himself to blame.
Charlie, how is it going to be done?
How? We have specialists.
Well, I better be getting back to my dance class. He might stop by to pick me up.
Yes, my dear. You get back to your dance class. And I have some work to do.
Charlie, you shouldn't be here in my house.
Well, it's all right. It's all right. I was watching the house, and I saw Simon leave for the office. The situation has already been taken care of. Arrangements have already been made.
What arrangements?
The how and the where.
Oh, why do I have to know all this?
Because there's something you'll have to do.
No. Don't count on me to do anything. You said you have professionals. Why do I have to be involved?
Because it can't look like a professional job. Now, why should a man like Simon Wilson be the victim of a gangland killing? They'll wonder if he'd been involved with anything. They check out his clients, and there may be some extremely vague suspicions about me. Now, this would generate some heat.
What do you expect me to do?
Well, there has to be an ordinary, everyday look to this. Now, suppose a store were being held up while Simon was in there, and the apparently trigger-happy gunman just shot the place up.
I still don't see how I can do anything.
Tonight, at 11 o'clock, you're going to get a craving for some ice cream.
But I don't care for ice cream.
Candy, cake, it doesn't matter. The only store that's open at that hour in this neighborhood is Jack's Market. Now, all you have to do is just send him out of the house at 11 p.m. It'll take him 4 minutes to drive there. And by 7 minutes after, there won't be any problem at all.
Suppose he doesn't want to go.
How can Simon refuse you anything? It has to be done. Remember, tell him what you need and where to get it by 11. He leaves, and it's all clear. Ramona, you have to do it. Do you understand?
Yes. Yes, I understand.
And thus we move to murder. And how easy it all seems. And how lightly it is decided. Murder. Was it always as free and easy as it appears to be today? Historians tell us life was even cheaper in the past. Well, we do not actually have the murder just yet. Only the plan. Still to come is the execution.
which may present problems. We can only wait for Act 2. It was Mr. Molière who said, "I prefer an accommodating vice to an obstinate virtue." And therefore he would have understood the basic thrust of our story, for our heroine agrees with him completely. Faced with choosing between her husband's obstinate virtue and her lover's accommodating vice, she seems to hesitate. But it's mostly for the sake of form. She's made the choice long ago, even though she knows where it must lead her.
Simon, darling.
Yes, Ramona?
What time is it?
Well, I think it's 20 minutes of 11.
Are you sure that's correct?
That's correct enough. What's a couple of minutes one way or the other?
Dear, what we were discussing the other day...
Yes?
I just wish you could really make up your mind to forget all about it. Because then perhaps I could.
Dear, it's a miserable business, and I intend to do something about it.
When?
Well, we're supposed to go on vacation next week. This would interfere when we get back.
I'll get it. Hello?
Ramona?
Whom do you wish to speak to?
He's in the room with you.
What number do you want?
I only want to remind you it's going on 11:15.
Yes?
I know what you're doing. You're trying to get him to change his mind.
Yes, you have the right number.
It is too late. The decision has been made. It is out of our hands.
But there is no one here by that name.
Right now, Ramona, you must ask him to go to the store right now. Do it.
Oh, my. Some of those wrong number people are so persistent.
Simon, I'd like some ice cream.
Ice cream?
Mm-hmm, yes.
But, darling, you never eat ice cream.
Well, just right now, I seem to have this craving.
Well, it's almost 11 o'clock.
Well, it's only 1:45.
But where could I get you some ice cream at this hour?
Where? Oh, at Jack's. Jack's Market. You know, over on the boulevard.
Oh, now, Ramona, isn't this a little silly?
Why is it silly? I hardly ever ask you for anything.
Well, it's just that it's so late. All right, I'll get you some. What flavor do you want?
I don't care.
Chocolate, vanilla?
I just want some ice cream.
Strawberry?
I said I didn't care.
Yes, dear. I'll just get the keys to the car.
Well, hello there, Mr. Wilson.
Good evening, Jack. How's business?
Quiet. But what can you do? You got to stay open.
Oh, well, isn't it rather dangerous late at night?
Yeah, but it all goes with the territory. Like they say. I keep this baseball bat behind the counter.
Oh, well, I hope you never have to use it.
If I have to, I'll give the guy something to remember me by. What can I do for you?
I suppose I want a quart of ice cream.
What kind of ice cream?
I don't know. It's for my wife. She sent me out for some.
What kind does she like?
Well, actually, she doesn't like ice cream at all.
And she sent you out for some? 11 o'clock at night?
Well, you know how women are.
No, nobody knows how women are.
Yeah, that's true. I'll just take some strawberry, I suppose.
Get him out! What? Get him out! Don't shoot! Don't! His gun won't go off. Hold him like that. All right. I got the bat. I'll get the bat. All right. Oh, that punk won't get up for a while. What you did, Mr. Wilson? Hey, what you did.
What did I do?
It was the most heroic thing I ever seen in my life. Let me call the cops. What you did?
Well, what did I do?
Hello?
Ramona, did he go?
Yes. 20 minutes ago.
All right. Then it's all over.
Yes. It's all over.
Don't be sorry.
I'm not.
It had to be done.
I know.
We'll have a lot of fun.
I hear a car pulling up.
No, it must be the police coming to notify you. Now try to look surprised. You'd better hang up.
Ramona, I got you some strawberry.
Oh!
What? Ramona, what is it?
What are you doing here?
What am I doing here? I live here. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Ramona.
I thought...
You know, you've been acting peculiarly all night. Is anything the matter?
No, nothing's the matter.
Everyone has gone absolutely crazy. Do you see this quart of ice cream? It almost cost me my life.
How?
Well, I was in the store, you see, talking to old Jack, and suddenly this armed robber came in.
Oh.
And he said, put up your hands. And I wanted to, but he was standing very close to me, and as I tried to raise my hands, the palm of my right hand, I guess it hit the muzzle of his pistol.
It what?
Yeah, I don't understand. I still don't understand what happened.
Oh, what did happen?
Well, there I was. The palm of my hand was pushing against the gun, you see, and that stopped it from going off. Yeah. And meanwhile, old Jack got his baseball bat from behind the counter and just knocked him out.
How could you push against the muzzle of the gun and stop it from shooting?
Oh, well, the police explained it to me, darling. You see, if it had been a revolver, I would be dead by now, dead. But you see, it was an automatic. And, you see, if you're pushing at the slide above the muzzle, that prevents the hammer from making contact. I don't understand any of it, but that's what happened.
And you're alive?
Oh, yes. I want to tell you something. I looked into that man's eyes, and darling, I saw death. I was scared. I want to tell you something about this thing with Charlie Wentworth. I want to forget all about it.
You what?
Oh, yes, you were right. I saw it tonight. I could be killed, darling. And I don't like the idea of being killed. So, as far as Charlie is concerned, I don't want to know anything about his other affairs, and that's the end of it.
Oh.
You better eat the ice cream before it melts.
You said he was a professional killer.
They claim he's the tops in his field.
Well, what went wrong?
It was a fluke. The craziest kind of an accident.
How can we call it off, Charlie?
Ramona.
He told me last night. He suddenly discovered he has no real taste for being a hero anymore. He doesn't want any part of this entire business.
It is too late. They want him out of the way.
But can't you explain to them, whoever they are, that Simon isn't going to be a threat anymore?
No. Once they make up their minds. And besides, a week from now, a month from now, a year from now, who knows what Simon will do?
Well, they tried to shoot him.
There are other ways.
Yes, Miss Alvarez.
You want me to type up the finished Charles Wentworth tax return form?
Oh, yes, Miss Alvarez. Here it is.
Oh, I see that you have not entered the figures from the brown envelope.
What brown envelope, Miss Alvarez?
It was the envelope on the floor in Mr. Wentworth's office that I brought here with the other envelope.
Oh, you must be mistaken.
But I remember I brought to you a brown envelope.
No, Miss Alvarez.
But I am certain it exists.
Well, perhaps it does, in your imagination.
But I know that I did see a brown envelope.
Now, Miss Alvarez, that'll be enough.
Oh, sir. Are you going to fire me?
Miss Alvarez, you could be going down for the third time.
Mr. Wilcox, I'm Detective Lieutenant Sourwine.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Well, what can I do for you?
Well, it's about last night.
Oh, I'd like to forget about last night.
You had a narrow escape. It's a peculiar thing. You see, the gunman was no ordinary hoodlum.
No?
No, he was a very well-known hitman.
Well, if he's well-known, why wasn't he in jail?
Well, we know he's a hitman, but we can't prove it.
Oh, no, that doesn't sound right.
You see, things are never simple. Now, what bothers me is why a man like him should want to bother knocking off a little grocery store. Now, he's been known to collect $15,000 or $20,000 per hit.
Known to whom?
Could the attempted holdup be a cover for something else? Would anyone want to kill you or the store owner? Now, we asked Jack, the storekeeper. Now, he doesn't know of anyone who would want him out of the way, so now I'm asking you.
Me? No.
Yeah.
No, I can't imagine.
Oh, I see. All right. If anything should occur to you, here's my card.
Lieutenant Melvin Sourwine.
Mm-hmm. I can be reached at that number, day or night.
Miss Alvarez?
Yes, sir.
Have you finished Mr. Wentworth's tax form?
It is just now completed.
I'll sign it when I return from lunch.
Yes, Mr. Wilson.
I'll be back in an hour.
A brown envelope. how can he say it was on his desk? And therefore, it must now be in his desk. Here it is. Oh, Mr. Wilson! Mr. Wilson! Mr. Wilson! Mr. Wilson! Wait!
What is it?
I have found it. The brown envelope.
The what?
Mr. Wilson, look out! Oh, Mr. Wilson!
Hey. Hey, did you see that maniac? He could have killed me. My God, if you didn't call out to me, Miss Alvarez, you saved my life.
Oh, Mr. Wilson.
What made you come running after me?
Because I have found the brown envelope.
The brown envelope? I told you there isn't any.
But here it is, see?
Oh, that brown envelope.
With the other statement of income for Mr. Wentworth.
Oh, this is a different brown envelope.
But I remember.
And there are no papers in it either.
But Mr.
And that must be the end of it. I don't want to hear another word about it. Do you understand?
Oh, sir. Are you going to fire me?
It's 2 out in the ninth inning, Miss Alvarez. 2 out in the ninth.
It could also be 2 out in the ninth for Mr. Simon Wilson. That's 2 times they tried to kill him, and 2 times he's had a miraculous escape. Where do we go from here? Why, to the third act, of course, in just a few minutes. Perseverance is usually a praiseworthy attribute, especially when it is applied to positive pursuits. But we are talking about murder. Now, you would think, and certainly a look at the world around us would demonstrate, that murder is a relatively simple matter. 1 shot from a gun, 1 thrust from a knife, a speeding car. What's the problem? We have some people here who are finding it seemingly unsurmountable.
Something wrong? Oh, Simon, about last night. I don't know what got into me. I really can't explain why I spoke to you the way I did.
No, it's all right.
No. I really didn't mean a word I said. Please believe me.
Ramona, something happened to me at lunchtime today.
Well, I hope you didn't eat anything that disagreed with you.
No, actually, I didn't eat anything at all. I didn't get the chance.
Oh, why not?
Well, you see, I had just left the office and I was crossing the street, and I was in the middle of the intersection when suddenly this big blue car was headed right at me.
Oh.
I never saw a car traveling so fast on a city street.
Oh.
And there he was bearing down on me. Ramona, I would have been killed.
Oh, what happened?
Well, I would never have seen him in time to get out of the way if it hadn't been for Miss Alvarez. You see, darling, she had just come downstairs and she saw the car and she shouted at me to look out, and I did, just in time.
Oh. How fortunate.
Oh, yes. Darling, he was coming right at me.
What are you trying to say?
I wish I knew. You know, it's 2 days in a row. I've had I guess you could say, an encounter with death. And twice I've been saved, darling, by just luck. Just a random chance.
I don't know what to make of it. Do you think he was deliberately trying to hit you?
Well, I can't imagine why. It's just, I suppose, that people drive so carelessly these days. Oh, yes, last night. That was probably the same thing.
What same thing?
Well, the store holdup.
Oh.
You know, there are so many robberies. You're bound to be caught up in one sooner or later. Although the police lieutenant didn't seem to think so.
What police lieutenant?
Oh, a detective came in to see me, Ramona. He said that they weren't quite satisfied with what happened last night.
Satisfied? Why? Was he disappointed no one had been killed?
Oh, no. It's just that the robber turned out to be a big-time hitman.
Oh.
And the lieutenant felt he had another motive for being in that place.
Another motive?
Yes, he felt the robbery was staged to cover up the fact that there was, I guess you could call it a contract on somebody in the store.
Well, there were only two people in the place, right?
Yes, myself and Jack, the owner. Well, but nobody's out to kill me.
There's this thing you know about Charlie.
Oh. Well, yes, but Charlie doesn't know I know it, and the underworld doesn't know it either. How could they find out? You're the only person I told.
Oh, yes, of course.
You know what I think, Ramona? I think it's all a matter of random chance. You lead a quiet life for years, free from incidents, and then when things happen to you, they happen all at once.
Charlie, we have to stop.
We can't.
But the police are suspicious.
It can't be helped.
These people who give you orders, they can't be so smart. They used a prominent hitman.
Sometimes things just don't work out.
But there is nothing to fear from Simon anymore.
They won't believe that.
Simon is very frightened. I know he'll be quiet.
Now, look. Once these people get an idea into their heads...
But we don't have to kill him anymore.
Yes, we do.
Why?
Because if we don't, it can be very bad for you and for me.
Oh, why did I ever get into this?
And I have been told, in no uncertain terms, he is our responsibility.
But if they couldn't kill him, and they're professionals...
All right. Then now, let's use our heads. It has to be an accident.
What kind of an accident?
Any kind of an accident. People are always having fatal accidents. They fall asleep with a cigarette.
He doesn't smoke.
They drown.
He's too good a swimmer.
They get bitten by a poisonous snake.
And where could we find a snake that would oblige us?
I am just telling you, something has to be done, and soon.
Mr. Wilson, there was another attempt on your life.
Another attempt, Lieutenant?
Yeah, somebody trying to run you down, I understand.
Oh, that. Well, that was just probably an accident.
Well, I think it should be obvious to you now that someone's out to get you. Now, tell me, can you think of a reason?
No. I can't think of any reason offhand.
Yeah, well, there is a pattern developing here. Now, we tried to get some answers from that hitman.
Oh, they don't talk, Lieutenant. It's kind of a code of the underworld, I understand.
Oh, now they talk. It's just whoever hired him made sure he'd keep quiet. He was found dead in his cell this morning.
Oh.
So, evidently, you are on the list.
Me? Why? Why? Does it have to be me? It could be the store owner.
Now, we checked him out very carefully. Now, we are trying to protect you against whatever it is. But you see, we can't watch you constantly. You're gonna have an accident.
What kind of an accident?
Well, you were almost accidentally killed in a holdup. You were almost accidentally killed by a speeding car. See, the accident pattern is going to continue.
Well, can't it all be coincidence?
No, I don't believe in coincidence. You're going to have to help yourself.
Well, how?
By being extra careful and highly suspicious.
Of what?
Of everything. Careful of what you eat. Careful of where you go. When you walk down the street, you keep an eye upward to make sure a piece of building or something doesn't fall down on you.
Oh.
Of course, where you're most vulnerable is in your car.
My car?
Yeah. Since it's supposed to be an accident, I doubt that anyone will plant a bomb in it.
Oh, well, that's something to be grateful for.
But someone can fool with your exhaust system. Fix it so that the carbon monoxide will be discharged into the passenger compartment.
Oh.
So, if you ever feel yourself getting sleepy, don't fight it. Just stop the car, get out, and have it checked.
But, do you actually believe someone is deliberately going to try that?
Well, if not that, this. The best way, the one that gets used most often, is to cut the tubing that carries the fluid to the master brake cylinder and do it in such a way that it looks as if the tubing broke by accident. Do you know what happens then?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, well, all your brake fluid leaks out.
Leaks out, yes.
And when you have no fluid, you have no brakes.
No brakes.
Yeah? You step down on the pedal, what? Nothing happens,
No,
huh?
nothing happens.
You can't stop the car, you crash, and you get killed.
I see.
So be alert, Mr. Wilson. All the time. I wish I knew who was after you. And why.
We have to do it right away, Ramona. And I'll tell you why. I was told about an hour ago, in no uncertain terms, that if we didn't get rid of him, they would.
Fine. Let them.
No, let me finish. They would do it in a way that we wouldn't like. Oh, frankly, I'm at my wit's end.
I find it difficult to believe that I'm actually plotting to kill my husband.
Don't do that. Just stick to the facts.
Wait. He said we were going on vacation next week. Which means that silly, boring cabin up in the mountains.
Hey, that is just great. That's a marvelous place for an accident. You know that? Hey, he is going to fall off Cherokee Cliff, 3,000 feet straight down to the solid rocks below.
Well, how can we get him to do that?
Well, I can get a pretty good powder, that you slip into his coffee. It'll knock him out completely. And then it's just a question of carrying him to the edge.
Yes. Listen to me. I am saying yes. Can this be happening to me? But, Simon, you said you wanted to go on a vacation.
Yes, I know, dear, but I can't get away until Saturday, and we haven't been up there all year. The place must be a mess.
Well, I can have someone clean it up for us before we get there.
Well, who? Old Doug is living in the soldier's home. There's no one else around.
I could go up on Friday.
You?
Why not?
Well, darling, there's a lot to be done.
Oh, it's not so much. I don't mind.
But why? Why are you so anxious for us to go up to the cabin?
We've been under a strain lately, and I think if we went away together, just the two of us...
Oh, Ramona, I like nothing better than to be alone with you. I just don't like the idea of you going up by yourself. Besides, I'd like to help you clean up.
Oh, you always get in my way.
Well, all right. If you don't mind.
Good. Settled then.
The chump just fell for it.
Oh, please, Charlie, don't call him a chump.
Oh, look, if you didn't believe he was a chump, you wouldn't be with me in the first place, huh? So, you're driving up to get the place ready for him, and he'll be up sometime tomorrow, huh? I've got this little packet for you.
You better keep out of sight when he gets here.
Hey, would you slow down?
Oh, don't worry. I know this road.
Ramona, that's a pretty sharp curve up ahead. Now slow down.
I am.
No, you're not.
I'm stepping on the brake.
Then why are we going faster?
Charlie, the brake isn't working.
We're going off the road.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson.
I don't know what to say, Lieutenant.
Your wife and this man, Charles Wentworth, they never had a chance.
Charlie. Yes, Charlie. A dear, devoted friend of ours.
They must have taken that steep curve just a little bit too quickly,
Oh, poor Ramona. Yeah, she liked fast driving.
Well, at least they didn't suffer.
Yes.
Doctor says they both died immediately. I guess you were right all the time. It was just a string of coincidences, that's all.
The hitman.
Huh? Oh, well, those fellas are so unstable. He probably needed a few $100, and he happened to be passing that store, and just an impulse.
Why was he silenced?
I don't know really why he was murdered. May have been some personal grudge. I don't know. Well, Mr. Wilson, I won't intrude anymore. I know how you must be feeling. Goodbye, sir.
Yes, goodbye, Lieutenant. Miss Alvarez, please come in here.
Yes, Mr. Wilson?
Oh, Miss Alvarez, I had to change my shirt when I came back to the office last night. I don't see the one I left here.
Oh, yes, sir. I had it sent to the laundry this morning.
The laundry?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean, the laundry? Oh, the laundry.
Yes, it was dirty. There seemed to be grease on it.
Grease?
You know, the kind of grease that belongs on an automobile.
What do you know about automobile grease?
Oh, nothing, Mr. Wilson.
Then why? Why did you say it was automobile grease?
Oh, did I say that, sir?
Now, how could it possibly be automobile grease?
It is quite possible it was not automobile grease.
Now, really, Miss Alvarez, I never want you to mention automobile grease again.
Oh, sir, are you going to fire me?
We're on the verge, Miss Alvarez.
On the verge of what?
At this point, who knows, Miss Alvarez? Who knows?
Who really knows? We may safely assume that we know what might happen between Miss Maria Alvarez and Mr. Simon Wilson. But who knows what really happened to Mrs. Ramona Wilson and Mr. Charles Wentworth? And why? There are 3 possibilities, and we'll check them out with you in just a few minutes.
We'll pay you $50 to take a test drive at a participating Chrysler Plymouth dealer. Test drive any new Chrysler or Plymouth. Buy one or a qualifying competitive new 1980 model within 30 days of your test drive. Bring in proof of purchase and test drive certificate and get $50. One check per customer. We're that confident in Chrysler engineering. That's sure that if you test drive one of our cars, you'll buy one. See your participating Chrysler Plymouth dealer for full details.
America's waking up to Chrysler Plymouth.
There's something offensive in the air. And if you're smoking, you're putting it there. Your lung association joins the majority of millions of non-smokers in asking you to be concerned with your drifting smoke.
Let's clear the air together, for everyone's sake. Write to your lung association for help in kicking the habit and take the smoke out of your life. Sure, it's tough. Lung disease is tougher. Your quitting is really a matter of life and breath.
What 3 possibilities could account for the deaths of Ramona and Charlie? First, it's possible that Simon Wilson was much more aware than anyone thought and arranged things for himself. Second, Charlie told Ramona that certain influential people might take matters into their own hands in a way that Charlie and Ramona wouldn't like. Third, the whole thing could have been an accident. So, we have 3 solutions for you instead of 1. You take whichever suits your mood or your need. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Evie Juster, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Sunken cheeks and 2 hollow eyes with large pupils.
You mean that you see it too?
See what?
That face. Which is not mine.
Oh, no.
The face I see always instead of my own.
My dear man, no. I see you. Only you. It was your face I described as I saw it, none other.
Look again. Look in the glass again. Tell me what you see. Whose face is there?
Why, yours, of course. Now tell me, whose face do you see?
His. Only his. Always his.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, your guide into the byways of the strange world of the macabre. Where the side road will lead us, I never know. No matter. We always come upon a person in some way obsessed. His problem may be an encounter with a ghost or a creature from space, or it may be a tangible, realistic, bedeviling mystery. We're in a small office in a hospital in La Chapelle, Haiti. Beyond the open window, the birds sing. A doctor is speaking to a lovely young woman and her escort.
I tell you with regret, Miss Reed, your cousin, Mademoiselle Duchamp, died.
Oh, no.
She was buried in the cemetery of Les Dessoirs.
Luke.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Claire. I grew very fond of her. I brought her fresh roses every day. She loves the deep red ones.
What? Please explain, Doctor. I don't understand.
Our mystery story, A Matter of Identity, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Russell Horton and Heather McRae. I'll be back shortly with Act One. I always bring you mystery, but I never know what form it might take. The mystery of personal behavior? That's the purview of psychiatrists. Retrogression, in which a person, for some uncanny reason, can recreate what happened hundreds of years ago? Baffling even to the experts. Then there is mystery that is tangible. What happened to a famous painting by El Greco that is found in the attic of an old farmhouse? Well, Claire Reed, an attractive auburn-haired young woman who lives in Ithaca with her father, a professor of anthropology, has a puzzle on her hands.
Father?
Oh, no, don't distract me, child.
I have to.
Oh, dinner ready. Something smelled very appetizing when I came from the seminar. Oh, how good you are, Claire. I don't know what I'd do without you. You manage us so well.
Father, please, I have to talk to you.
Oh?
It's about Antoinette. I'm worried about her.
Are you? Oh, I shouldn't if I were you, Claire. Your cousin's old enough to lead her own life.
She's only 17, and she should have been back in Ithaca a week ago. Have you thought about that?
Antoinette went to Haiti to visit Aunt Elise. Of course. Yes.
Weeks ago. This letter from Antoinette is 2 weeks old. She enjoyed her stay with Aunt Elise, and then she wrote that a guide was driving her from Port-au-Prince into the hill country.
Oh, indeed. Still quite primitive, I suppose. Rugged and remote.
You've been there?
Oh, yes, several times. I was teaching in Haiti when I met your mother. Oh, I still miss her terribly, Claire.
Oh, so do I.
Yes.
I think something's wrong, Father.
Well, you might speak to Luke.
Luke?
Luke Calloway. He's an important man in our embassy down there.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, how do you know that?
Well, we correspond from time to time.
You and Luke?
Yes, I've always been fond of Luke. I think you should have married him.
Oh, Mother disapproved.
Yes. I can't imagine why. No, you ask Luke to look into this Antoinette thing.
Would you speak to him, Father?
Me? Oh, well, all right.
Well, you might tell him that I'm flying down at once.
Well, can't you leave the art museum on such short notice?
I intend to. There's something very wrong about Antoinette's silence.
Hello, this is Luke Calloway.
Hello, Luke. Homer Reed.
Oh, a pleasure to hear from you, Professor.
I wonder if I might impose on you. Claire's worried because her cousin, Antoinette Duchamp, hasn't returned from Haiti. And Claire expected her a week ago.
Where was she staying?
With my wife's sister, Elise, outside Port-au-Prince, near Batichonville. Claire will visit her and then...
Claire is flying down?
Huh? Oh, yes. Claire will arrive... Oh, I see. Yes, of course. You could meet her, of course. How kind of you, Luke.
Oh, my pleasure. When will she arrive?
Oh, I really don't know. Now, I'll cable when I know the flight and time of arrival.
All right, I'll be waiting for her. Now, tell me about Antoinette.
Well, she wrote that she was going with a guide into the hill country beyond La Chapelle. Oh, she's an impulsive girl and careless. For all I know, she may be on her way home, or she may have met with an accident.
Okay, Professor, I'll speak to the police.
Oh, I'm grateful for your trouble, Luke. I wish that somehow I could repay you.
Oh, you have, Professor.
What? I have?
Sure. Isn't Claire flying down to Port-au-Prince?
Bonjour, Monsieur Calloway.
Good morning, Lieutenant, Pouchot?
It is that. Well, there is something that we can do for you.
Oh, I don't know, Lieutenant. There's an American girl, Antoinette Duchamp.
American?
Well, Haitian, but an American citizen who lives with her uncle in Ithaca, Professor Reed.
Oui, I know of him, monsieur. He was in Haiti for several years, yes? Well, he is the uncle.
Mm-hmm. Now, Antoinette came down on a visit and seems to be missing. Her cousin is flying down to investigate.
An accident, perhaps.
Perhaps. Antoinette went with a guide to La Chapelle, and from there went into the hill country.
I see. All right. I will make inquiries. By the end of the day, I will have information for you.
I suppose there could have been an accident.
Well, what can happen in the hill country is unpredictable.
I know that.
Many of my people cling to the old superstitions. They have customs of their own, and they do not want to be spied upon. When someone disappears in the hills, I am always fearful.
Claire? Claire? Oh, Claire!
Luke, how very kind of you to meet me.
You remember my name?
I've never forgotten it. And you?
Oh, it's been 2 years. Oh, here, let me take you back.
Well, how are you, Luke?
Oh, quite well, thank you. My work is light. I've become used to Haiti. It's an interesting island. And you, hey, still Miss Reed. What's the matter with a young man around Ithaca?
I keep busy at the museum. I'm assistant to the curator.
Oh, no young man?
Just an old one. I keep house for Father.
Uh-huh. Oh, that's my car over there.
You have a chauffeur?
Oh, of course. Don't forget, you're out with the government.
Oh, I'm impressed.
No, don't be. It's your money that pays my salary and his.
Well, then this is an official welcome.
Well, I couldn't presume to have made it unofficial. Your mother sent me packing, remember?
I found that out later, Luke.
Water over the dam. Here we are. Now, tell me about Antoinette.
I'm convinced that something's happened to her, Luke. We expected her home over a week ago. No word from Aunt Elise. Silence. Antoinette's just vanished. I'm nervous, Luke.
That's a waste of energy. Now, once we formulate a plan for tracing your cousin, we can't sit around wringing our hands. We have an elegant dinner at the best hotel, get a good night's sleep, and then we get to work, okay?
I suppose so. I'm afraid I won't be very good company.
Now, you let me decide that.
I'm sorry you were so hurt, Luke.
I'm sorry I mentioned it. I'm supposed to be a diplomat.
Can you arrange to be away from the embassy to help me?
Oh, of course. Protecting American citizens is one of our responsibilities. Now, I began work on the puzzle this morning. I visited with Lieutenant Luchot at the police department.
Oh?
Yeah, I told him what your father told me, and well, it wasn't very much. He went to work. I told him we'd visit him late this afternoon.
You don't think I'm being an impetuous fool, do you, Luke?
Certainly not. Until we find out what's happened to Antoinette, she's a missing person. It's our job to find her. And don't worry, Claire. We will.
Mademoiselle, I am most happy to make your acquaintance.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
I am aware of your father. He lived here for several years and, if I recall, married a lovely English woman, yes?
That's right. My mother died a few years ago.
And the professor?
In good health. He's the head of the anthropology department in Ithaca.
Splendid. And the missing girl, Antoinette Duchamp?
Well, she lives with us. She came here on a holiday.
Any clues, Lieutenant?
I have one, but do not excite yourself. We have made a thorough check of all automobile accidents between here and La Chapelle. There is one that may provide the clue we seek.
She was in an accident?
The car was in an accident. Heavy rain, a rock slide.
What about my cousin?
And there was no trace of her.
But she wasn't alone, Lieutenant. There was a guide.
Also missing. We have traced the automobile. A private car owned by a woman who takes parties on tour to visit the sugar plantations along the Atibonite River, Cap Hachian, the Citadel, even Pic La Salle, our highest peak. The woman's name was Balo.
Well, what happened to her and to my cousin?
That is what we have to find out.
Wouldn't the accident have been reported, Lieutenant?
Well, it was not. A police car on patrol found it in a ditch.
For heaven's sakes, you mean that no one lives near the place where the accident occurred?
Still in the area, but simple peasants. Very poor. It is one civilization here in Port-au-Prince. Another further inland.
The car was found outside La Chapelle?
Several miles to the east.
But if both women were injured or dead, what would have happened to the bodies?
Or perhaps some peasant family took them in.
A possibility, yes. That is possible.
We must drive to the scene of the accident, Luke.
No, not tonight.
Well, how far is La Chapelle?
No more than 40 miles.
Well, then...
No, Claire, the lieutenant is right. Once you leave Port-au-Prince, you enter into a different world, a different civilization. It's really primitive, Claire.
In the daytime, it is more safe, mademoiselle.
Could Mrs. Barlow and Antoinette have been taken to a hospital?
It is a thought.
Wouldn't a hospital report to the police if two women badly injured, I would suppose, were admitted to emergency?
Well, sometimes yes, sometimes no.
I simply don't understand.
Speaking officially, Lieutenant, I must request you to order the police at La Chapelle to scour the area near the accident site and question the peasants who live nearby. Now, there has to be evidence somewhere that will lead us to the solution of this puzzle.
Well, I will request their cooperation. More I cannot say. As I said this morning...
Yes, I remember. Well, thank you.
Well, you will come in tomorrow before you set out.
I'll telephone, Lieutenant. Thank you for your help.
And I wish you good luck, mademoiselle. Bonsoir.
It's hideous, Luke. I'm frightened.
We'll sort it out.
I think she's dead.
Now, we don't know that. Put that thought out of your mind.
It doesn't make sense that the two women have an automobile accident and then disappear.
Up to you. But it's happened.
Luke.
Yes?
Stop, please.
What is it?
Luke, what did Fouchot mean when he said, "As I said this morning," and then you cut him off? What was it he said this morning?
I really can't say. It's nothing important.
You mean you won't say? Is that it?
Darling.
Don't darling me, Luke. Tell me what Fouchot said.
So this tale of the macabre is about a schoolgirl who has literally vanished near La Chapelle, Haiti. Hardly a supernatural disappearance. If it is realistic, there has to be a rational explanation. It is not a phenomenon. It's fact. What troubles our friends is uncertainty, which gnaws away at them. We'll rejoin Claire and Luke shortly when I return with Act 2. If someone disappears, it's not knowing what's happened that keeps you awake. You can imagine the anguish if a brother or sister or cousin suddenly vanishes and is heard of no more. Fools rush in is a truism, and the foolhardy find it too late to check an impulse. Of course, that's not strictly true of Antoinette Duchamp. She wanted to see the hill country, and she had a guide. What became of them? It's the next morning.
I don't know what to think, Luke. The police haven't got a lead.
It takes time because the peasants don't like to be questioned. The police make them nervous.
Well, someone must have seen them lying in the car.
Mm-hmm. Unless they weren't badly injured. They might have crawled out, wandered away.
But where to? It doesn't make sense. This is a civilized country. The natives aren't cannibals, Luke.
No, but they're not all that civilized. Now, I don't want to alarm you, but...
You can't. I'm beyond being alarmed. I am convinced that Antoinette is dead.
Well, let's drive back to La Chapelle.
No, not La Chapelle, Luke. Let's return to Port-au-Prince. I'll feel more comfortable there in my hotel.
I can go over the heads of the police if we have to, Claire. I don't want to, but I can make it clear to Fouchot that this is a continuing investigation. Not like the one about the young anthropologist who disappeared into the hill country and was never seen again.
Oh? Is that what Fouchot was referring to when he said, "As I said this morning"? A missing anthropologist?
Well, that was years ago, 25 or so. It was at the time your father was teaching here.
Any explanation?
This is a strange island, Claire. Haitians are a superstitious people. Now, many of them, especially the peasants and those who live in the hills, cling to their ancient beliefs.
Voodoo?
Yes. Voodoo's a West African word that means God or spirit. They believe that the spirits of the dead live in a world of ghosts, but that they can visit the world of the living to bless or curse people.
Why would someone who believes in voodooism capture that young anthropologist?
To bring him before one of the witch doctors.
Then what happens?
I don't know.
But you've heard, haven't you?
I know nothing about their religious rites, Claire.
Human sacrifice?
I don't know.
Well, could that have happened to Antoinette?
Let's just hope she was killed in the accident.
It makes my flesh crawl,
But
Luke.
Don't think about it. I'll drive us back to Port-au-Prince. Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Monsieur Galloway and Mademoiselle Reed. I am very pleased to have found you.
Some news for me, Lieutenant.
News? Yes.
Is my cousin alive?
I do not know. This, however, I do know. Several miles outside La Chapelle, there is a small hospital. One of the police, he goes there to make inquiries. The superintendent tells him that a young woman was brought there and was cared for.
A young woman? There were two women.
Of that I am aware, Monsieur Calloway. I refer only to one. The policeman learns that this woman somehow managed to stagger in the driving rain to the hospital where she was cared for. Because of injuries, she was weak. From exposure, she contracted pneumonia.
Well, go on. Is she alive or did she die?
I regret to tell you...
Antoinette. She's dead. Why did you say you didn't know, Lieutenant?
Because I do not know, mademoiselle. There was no identification. There were two young women. Only one reached the hospital. She remained alive for several days. Then she died. Father Howard administered the last rites, and she was buried in the local cemetery. You see?
Forgive me. Yes, I see. You don't know if the dead woman was my cousin or Mrs. Barlow.
Precisely.
Well, there's one way to find out, Claire. We have to speak with the doctor who attended her.
The hospital is named La Deschois. The doctor's name is Lachaud.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Good work.
I thank you, too, Lieutenant. May I ask you one more question?
Oui.
You said there was no identification. Doesn't that strike you as peculiar? Whoever found the car, there must have been a purse, maybe two, even a small overnight bag.
When the police came upon the car, it is empty. That is what is reported to me. It is possible someone came along and stole anything of value left in the car. I cannot say. A purse? The peasants are poor. Money is tempting.
Oh, come on, Claire. Bonjour, Lieutenant.
Bonjour. You have my sympathy.
There's something very wrong here, Luke.
Yes, I agree.
No identification at all?
Well, if there was money in the purse...
The policeman who found the car?
Not unlikely. And now identification is just about impossible. This is it. I just hope he speaks English. My French is pretty weak, and I have no Creole. Dr. Lachaud?
You are Monsieur Calloway, and this is Mademoiselle Reed. Lieutenant Fouchot telephoned that I was to expect you. Please, come in.
Thank you, Doctor.
Please to sit down. You have come on a sad mission, my friends. We did everything which we were capable of doing to save your cousin's life, but it was not possible. It was not enough. In the end, she slipped away. She was at peace.
Can you describe her for us, Doctor?
Describe her?
Yes, there were two young women in the car that was in the accident.
And the other woman?
Mrs. Barlow, a guide.
Oh, I see. I did not know that, monsieur. The young woman I took care of had dark hair and a very attractive face. Her eyes were striking, blue-gray and large. She was slight, no more than 120 pounds. Less after the first week.
Claire?
Yes, that describes Antoinette. Generally, I was never aware of her eyes as being unusual.
Lieutenant Fouchot told us that she was buried in the local cemetery.
Oh, that is so, monsieur. I attended the funeral. She is at peace. A lovely young woman. I am so sorry.
Doctor, there was no identification?
None. No. We did not even know her name. You said Antoinette.
Antoinette Duchamp.
A French woman?
Her mother, Elise Duchamp, was English. She lives outside Petitionville. I will have to speak to her to decide what should be done with the body.
You would exhume your cousin?
Well, that would be up to my Aunt Elise.
Doctor, may I ask a question? Did you make a study of the woman's clothing?
I don't know that anyone did. I understand what you mean. Labels?
Yes. In her blouse, her dress, her skirt, shoes.
Oh, that could still be done, Luke, if she's exhumed.
Leave her in peace. Do not defile the grave.
Is there anything else that you can tell us, Doctor?
No, nothing. She was a fine young woman. During those brief times when she was rational, she would thank me for the roses I would bring her.
You brought her roses?
Every day. She loved the deep red ones especially.
For their fragrance?
More for their color. It reminded her of something, the roses, I mean. As if she associated them with some pleasant memory. A young man's remembrance, perhaps, on a birthday.
Claire, what is it? You have a strange look on your face.
Impossible.
What are you talking about? Impossible? What's impossible?
Thank you, Doctor.
What's come over you, Claire?
Have I said something to offend you, mademoiselle?
On the contrary, you have made me extremely happy. Luke, did you hear what Dr. Lechaud said about the roses?
Oh, of course. Antoinette loved their deep red color.
She couldn't have.
Huh?
Antoinette wasn't allowed to drive a car, and she never could appreciate a red rose.
Well, why not?
Because, dear Luke, Antoinette was colorblind.
Incredible.
My cousin, Antoinette, cannot see the colors red or green. It's a condition named daltonism. She sees red and green as gray. Can you imagine Antoinette enjoying and requesting roses? Gray roses?
So the poor woman who struggled from the accident to the hospital was Mrs. Barlow. But, mademoiselle, when Dr. Lechaud described the dying woman...
Well, it was a pretty good description of Antoinette. She and Mrs. Barlow must have looked alike.
But Mrs. Barlow had been married and was divorced.
Still, Monsieur Calloway, when a person is ill, even a younger woman can appear to be aged.
Lieutenant, will you run a check on the guides in Port-au-Prince?
But of course. Yeah, perhaps I can locate Mr. Barlow. His former wife must have relatives, yes?
Oh, poor woman.
Yeah, we've gotten somewhere. The dead woman was Mrs. Barlow, not Antoinette. Now, what happened to her?
Well, you interrupted me yesterday morning, Monsieur Calloway, when...
It's all right, Lieutenant. Miss Reed and I talked about the other possibility.
Oui?
Is it possible that someone kidnapped my cousin?
Yes, it is possible. The young anthropologist...
I know about him. He, too, just vanished.
We searched for him for months. The police were not successful.
So you concluded that he was the victim of a religious cult? The voodooists?
Yes.
And my cousin?
We speculate and hope. We have informants in the hill country. I will inquire of them. The police in La Chapelle will be ordered to help. Well, it grows late. If you will spare me an hour, then we will set out. I will make arrangements for a search.
I am deeply grateful to you, Lieutenant.
I cannot do less. I had great admiration for your father.
Take me back to the hotel, Luke. I must speak to him.
Oh, of course.
I will telephone within the hour, Monsieur Calloway. Oh, do you possess a revolver?
Well, as a matter of fact, I do.
Oh, bon. Bring it with you. We may need it.
Hello? Who is it?
Father?
Is that you, Claire?
Do I sound like Luke?
I simply don't understand your sense of humor, Claire. You said Luke.
He's here with me in my hotel room. He would like to talk with you. Luke?
Hello, Professor.
Luke, my boy. Good to hear your voice.
Antoinette is still missing, but we don't think she's dead.
I see. Wasn't she driving into the hill country?
Well, that's where we're headed for now, Professor.
You think that Antoinette is up there someplace?
Yes, sir.
Then don't be too hopeful, Luke. I've studied the magic of those who still practice voodoo. Human sacrifice is not unknown.
Yes, I know that, Professor.
Well, I wish you luck. Protect yourself.
I'll protect both of us.
Pardon me?
Claire.
Oh, my goodness, yes. Yes, do that.
Do you want to say goodbye to Claire?
Huh? Oh, no. I have to return to my work. Oh, good night. Good night.
Good night, Professor.
Did Father understand even vaguely what we're facing?
Not vaguely, Claire. Clearly. He knows this country. He said not to be too hopeful.
He's convinced that Antoinette's in the hands of the voodooists.
Yes.
And you, Luke?
Well, I am hopeful. I don't know their rigmarole. I suspect that a human sacrifice is a big occasion. And maybe we're in time to prevent it.
You've heard of voodoo, I'm sure, but what do you know about it? It has millions of believers all over the world. In Haiti, it's voodoo. In New Orleans, among the Creoles, it's hoodoo. And in South America, it's named macumba. What is it, really? A belief in magic, black magic, directed toward evil. Does it work? Those who believe say yes. Why? I'll explain when I return shortly with Act 3. Itself has scary connotations to those who believe in it and practice voodoo. It works because a voodooist first believes in something he wishes to be true and then seeks to prove his belief. It is the practice of suggestion. Even those who do not believe in it have become victims because the unconscious minds of most of us harbor fears and superstitions. Now, Luke and Claire open the door to her hotel room.
May I come in?
Certainly, Lieutenant. What is it?
Before we leave for the hills beyond La Chapelle, I will show you something. Here in this box. You see?
Oh, what in the world?
A photograph of a man's head and his arms and legs drawn beneath it like a cartoon.
Who is it, Lieutenant? What is it?
Early in the afternoon, I telephoned Professor Reed. I suspected, you remember, that some harm may have befallen your cousin, mademoiselle. Your father agreed with me, and I think that Monsieur Calloway, he also concurs, yes?
Yes, I do. But what's the point of this weird cartoon figure with a real man's head? Who is he?
That is the young anthropologist who, many years ago, vanished in the hills.
But what's the point of it, the purpose?
It is a device to remind those who may have borne away Antoinette Duchamp that we suspect some sect, the Obey probably, of this other disappearance. Is that clear?
Well, not to me, it isn't.
When the young anthropologist, he vanishes, we search long without results. It was wilder in the hills then than it is now. But we did put great fear into the minds of many peasants.
And you hope to startle someone into admitting that Antoinette has been captured?
Yes, but even more. We remind the tribe or sect that if harm comes to her, the police will avenge her. This drawing will be a surprise. It will cause fear. And fear is a powerful weapon.
The power of suggestion. the heart of voodoo belief.
That is so. It might help in our search. I do not know. But we drive now to the police in La Chapelle. They have taken into custody an informant known to me. I will question him. To find your cousin, we must have a direction.
You mentioned a sect known as the Obey. Now, what is that, Lieutenant?
A voodoo black magic cult. In its rituals, it is believed that the cult in some way uses the human corpse. Professor Reed spoke about the Obey, and we have, no proof of human sacrifice, but we have heard of the other. It is to the Obey sect that we must now go.
This informant will talk?
Out of fear, yes.
Of the Obey?
Oui. And if he does not help me, I will threaten to expose him to the sect. And it is the end of him. Bonsoir, Etienne.
Bonsoir.
You have helped me in the past, oui? Oh, do not be afraid.
They killed me. The Obey.
Eh? Why do you say the Obey?
The policeman asked me where to find the hoop for. I say, I do not know.
The Temple of the Obey? You do not know where it is hidden in the hills?
I have heard. I do not tell you. They kill me.
Look at this, Etienne.
Mon Dieu. The face of a man. The drawing of his body and limbs.
Who is the man, Etienne? You have seen this man, eh? Many years ago? Etienne, did the Obey destroy this man?
I cannot help you, Lieutenant.
You can help me. First, this man, years ago. He vanishes. Now, a young girl. She vanishes. I am searching for the young girl. You will tell me where to find her.
They take her soon to the Baji.
The Baji. The altar place. Where is this temple and the Baji, Etienne?
I cannot tell you.
No, then you will go to prison. The Obey kidnapped her. Is that not so? Well, is she dead? Does the witch doctor prepare some evil rite over her dead body? Answer me.
I point the way into the hills to the temple of the Obey.
And I will protect you from them, Etienne.
Oh, you cannot. I will die. The Papola will cast a spell over me, and I will be dead.
We can't drive much farther, Lieutenant. The road's overgrown with weeds.
And there are rocks from the last of the rain. Well, go by foot.
We'll never get out of here.
Do not be discouraged.
It's eerie, Luke.
I'm glad the moon's out.
You have your revolver, Monsieur Calloway?
Out and ready.
Now, do not use it except in self-defense. I do not think that we are in danger. But if we find the cousin, the Obey may grow ugly. We protect ourselves, or we also might disappear.
I really didn't know that some of these sects were warlike.
No, it is not so. They cling to old beliefs, existing ever since African slaves were brought by the French from Dahomey in West Central Africa. Old beliefs, magic. It gave the slaves something to believe in. You can understand, oui?
Oh, yes, but this is the 20th century. This is a Catholic country.
That is true. Most of us, yes, we are Catholic. But generation after generation descended from those slaves. And they do not accept Christianity. Voodoo. That is their faith. The tribes are not warlike. Only if you interfere with him. We do not.
Oh, isn't that... Look, off to the left. It's a building of some sort.
Etienne did not lie. It is the Temple of the Obey. Inside, at one end is the altar, the Baji, where they have bells, gourd rantles, voodoo dolls as sold, and offerings for the gods.
And you think that Antoinette might be there?
I do not know, mademoiselle.
Listen.
They have followed us. The drums warn they obey. We must be careful. The temple is a sacred place.
Oh, there's a man standing in front of the door.
Now we must hurry.
He's waving us away.
Do not move, old man. I am Fouchot of the police.
He's running away.
Stop, old man.
Let's go inside. Holy mackerel. Look at this place.
Oh, and smell the incense.
Look, tied to the serpent's post at the altar.
Oh, Antoinette!
Heavenly Father, it is incredible.
But true, Doctor. My cousin was drugged, senseless.
And so shocked that she's lost her memory.
She does not speak even now. In time, once the drugs disappear, she will be well again. The story you tell me is so dreadful. Kidnapped, tied up on that so-called altar, weak from lack of nourishment. It is surprising to me she is not dead. You have notified the mother.
My Aunt Elise is driving here now.
It's all a nightmare.
Doctor, that cult should be destroyed.
It is not possible. Even those peasants who profess to be Catholics still secretly practice voodoo. I do not think it will ever change. Their memories go far back. They were slaves, but they were human beings. This secret religion was all that gave them hope. And one must hope, oui?
But to kidnap a young girl...
Oh, yes, dreadful. You, Mademoiselle Reed, will remain in La Chapelle?
No, Doctor. My aunt will nurse Antoinette back to health. I have to return home. Later, Antoinette will return to my father and me.
Oh, thank you for your courtesies, Doctor.
You are most welcome. I wish you a safe journey home.
Good morning, Miss Reed.
You're in a happy mood. Come in, Luke.
Oh, why shouldn't I be? I see you're packed.
Yes, I'm on the 1:00 flight.
And back to Ithaca. But back to what?
Why, to Father. And to my job.
I, spoke to the doctor at the hospital and then to Lieutenant Fouchot early this morning.
Oh, that was thoughtful of you. Mm-hmm. And Antoinette?
Oh, better. She's still weak, of course, and puzzled about where she is. No remembrance of what happened to her. Maybe a week or more before her memory returns, if it does. You know, sometimes it remains a blank.
No, I didn't know. Is this why you're so nervous?
Well, I didn't want it to upset you. So, you're returning home.
Of course, I'm returning home. Do I have to say it for you, Luke?
Say what?
A couple of years ago, my mother discouraged you from visiting our house. Well, you got the impression that I wanted to discourage you. Then you got stiff-necked and disappeared into the diplomatic corps.
Yes, that says it all.
It doesn't say anything. Do you love me?
Do I? Well, of course.
Well, why don't you say so?
I love you, Claire.
And?
Claire, will you marry me?
Of course.
Well, now, wait a minute. What about your job and your father?
Will you let them stand in the way?
Oh, Claire, come here.
Luke. Well, that wasn't all that hard, was it?
Oh, yes, it was. I didn't think I had the courage. Oh, I have loved you so much, Claire, ever since I first met you that I didn't have the courage to risk being turned down a second time.
This is not the second time. My mother turned you down the first time.
Well, no matter. Now, I'll apply for leave and follow you to Ithaca in a week or so, and then we'll be married.
and return to Haiti?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, your career, Luke.
No, you're my career, darling. Well, maybe I'll leave the Corps or apply for a transfer or find an administrative position in the university. We can decide on that together. Claire? You really will marry me?
I've wanted to for a long time.
Each of us at one time or another has remarked that life is full of surprises. It isn't really, because there's nothing new under the sun. What happens to us is not unprecedented. It just seems to be, like the cause and effect apparent in Antoinette's trip to Haiti, her disappearance and rescue by Claire Reed with the help of Luke Calloway. Coincidence or logical? I'll have some closing remarks shortly.
We'll pay you $50 to take a test drive at a participating Chrysler Plymouth dealer. Test drive any new Chrysler or Plymouth. Buy one or a qualifying competitive new 1980 model within 30 days of your test drive. Bring in proof of purchase and test drive certificate and get $50. One check per customer. We're that confident in Chrysler engineering. That's sure that if you test drive one of our cars, you'll buy one. See your participating Chrysler Plymouth dealer for full details.
America's waking up to Chrysler Plymouth.
There's something offensive in the air, and if you're smoking, you're putting it there. Your lung association joins the majority of millions of non-smokers in asking you to be concerned with your drifting smoke. Let's clear the air together, for everyone's sake. Write to your lung association for help in kicking the habit, and take the smoke out of your life. Sure, it's tough. Lung disease is tougher. Your quitting is really a matter of life and breath.
Do you know why a joint savings account with your spouse, life insurance in each other's names, even joint ownership of your home could someday cause your family to pay thousands of dollars in extra taxes? For authoritative information and answers to vital questions concerning your family's financial security, you should read an important book from Dow Jones & Company called How to Save Taxes Through Estate Planning. In easy-to-understand, everyday language, it explains how to make sure your hard-earned assets are protected from unnecessary and crippling taxes. Vital information that every family should know. You can order this valuable book now and have it charged to your Visa, MasterCharge, or American Express card by calling toll-free 800-228-5000. How to Save Taxes Through Estate Planning is only $8.95 plus $1 postage and handling. And if you call now, you'll also get free a 24-page companion financial planning workbook. So call now, 800-228-5000. Toll free, 800-228-5000.
There is a divinity that shapes our ends, according to Shakespeare. That is why, upon reflection, we may wonder about the twists and turns that our lives have taken. If is a big word. If you hadn't been transferred to another city, would you have married the person you did? Destiny or free will? Which? It's worth considering. Our cast included Heather McRae, Russell Horton, and Lloyd Batista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The American GI Forum National Veterans Outreach Program provides many services to veterans. Some of these are employment services, home loan information, educational benefits, disability information, and discharge upgrading. Many Vietnam veterans were exposed to Agent Orange. This was a defoliant that was sprayed into the jungles to expose the enemy. At the time, the veterans were told that the defoliant was harmless to humans. Now, many years later, there is concern about the after effects of Agent Orange. Some veterans are suffering from rashes and deformed offspring. Veterans that are concerned about Agent Orange call Gilbert Barella at 837-9115 or come in to 1554 Pennsylvania. That's 837-9115, 837-9115.
Stay tuned for the CBS degrees. This has been the Night Report for Monday night, March 10th. This is Dick McDaniel saying goodnight with the Night Report news team. Stay tuned for the CBS Mystery Theater and our next news at 12 midnight.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. Nice to have you with us again here in this vault of vampires, this haven of horrors, this mansion of mystery. For within these halls today, we're going to share an experience of chilling proportions. That of babysitting. Now, I don't really mean babysitting, since our young charge is 12 years old, hardly a baby. But you know what I mean. Taking care of a 12-year-old can be more trying than taking care of an infant, particularly such a child as this.
Ed, have you looked deeply into his eyes?
No.
I have, several times. I felt as though I were staring into a deep well, an abyss, into nothingness.
Oh, come on.
And there's something about the way he stares at us, a deliberate stare, as if he were trying to hold us with his eyes.
Our mystery drama, You're Going to Like Rodney, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Tony Roberts and Patricia Elliott. It is sponsored in part by Sunkissed Growers Incorporated. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It's sometimes difficult for childless couples to put up with the activity of youth. They lead a life where everything is orderly and comfortable. The intrusion of a child, even for a visit, can upset the harmony of their settled lives. So it was with a certain amount of concern and yet a feeling of compassion that June and Ed Carpenter in San Diego, California, read the letter that arrived from Edgar's brother, George, a New York attorney.
Helen and I are asking a favor. For the past 2 weeks, we've been caring for a young boy of 12. A tragic case. His parents were killed in an automobile crash last month. He's been living with his grandmother, a neighbor of ours, and only 2 weeks ago, she died from a fall. We're taking care of him until I can settle things. He seems to have no one else.
Oh, what a trial for the child.
It certainly is. We're asking if you and June could possibly take care of him for us the second week in July. We're committed to attending the International Bar Association convention in Switzerland and can't take him with us. I realize you've not had much experience with children, but being my blood brother does create a bond of sympathy. Rodney is a special child, and I think you and June could give him the care he needs while we're away. It's only for a week.
I wonder what he means by special.
Bright, probably. He finishes, it will be a great personal favor to Helen and me, and I know the best for Rodney. Let's hear from you. Affectionately, George. Well, what do you think?
Well, there's no one around here for Rodney to play with. He'll be terribly bored.
Well, July's our slowest month at the office. I mean, I could take more time off. I could take him to some Padres games, the zoo, the beach.
I really feel we should help. Of course. We can keep him amused.
I don't think it'll be too bad. Agreed?
Yes. And Mrs. Nathanson will probably come in to sit when we go to the club. She's always talking about her grandchildren.
Well, then I'll tell George we'll take Rodney.
We may even get to like him.
Oh, you're going to like Rodney, Ed. You can't imagine how much Helen and I appreciate it.
Well, we're glad to do it, George. Listen, you said Rodney was a special child. What's he like? What does he like to do?
Well, he's sort of the quiet type, you know. Hasn't been much trouble for us. We'll keep him indefinitely until I can settle things with the estate. There don't seem to be any other relatives. It's strange.
You said his parents died in a car accident.
Yeah, Yeah, and I've tried to locate other family members, but there just don't seem to be any. His grandmother was apparently the only one.
Well, who took him to her when the parents died?
I can't learn that either. I was in touch with some of the neighbors in New Hampshire where his parents lived, but apparently they'd moved in only a few weeks before the accident, and no one knew anything about them.
So the poor kid has had a time of it. We'll take good care of him here.
We'll put Rodney on a plane to San Diego, and you can meet him at the airport, okay?
Okay, we'll be ready.
Thanks a million, Ed. I know you're going to like Rodney.
Oh, I wish we'd left earlier. The plane's in already.
Oh, so the kid will wait.
It may upset him not to find us there.
Look, we're in time. They haven't opened the gate yet.
I'm glad George sent a picture of him. At least we know who to look for.
Well, there probably aren't many 12-year-olds traveling alone on this flight. We'll spot them.
Oh, here they come now.
Hey, there he is. Rodney! Rodney? Here we are.
Oh, he sees us.
Over here.
He's a lot smaller than I expected. He looks awfully frail.
Hi, Rodney. I'm Uncle Edgar, and this is Aunt June. How was the flight? Fun?
Would you like a cold drink or something before we start home?
Well, at least he shook his head no.
He's probably terrified from the long trip alone, and we're total strangers to him. Well, when he sees his room and the swimming pool, he'll brighten up, won't you, Rodney? Well, shall we go home?
He's still in his room?
Yes. I'm really uneasy, Ed. He just won't say a word. While I was unpacking his things, I chatted and asked him questions, but he doesn't speak. And there was one suitcase he wouldn't let me touch.
Well, I wouldn't worry yet. He's only been here a few hours. George said he's the quiet type. Give him a chance to get used to us.
Quiet is right. Completely quiet.
There can't be anything serious. I mean, George would have told us if he had a problem. He's certainly not autistic.
No, he responds all right. He nodded yes and no. He shrugged. He just won't speak.
I think I hear him in the kitchen. I'll get him out here and into the pool. Hey, Rodney! Come on out.
Oh, you've got your suit on already. Would you like to swim?
Last one in is a rotten egg. Come on in.
Go on in, Rodney. You can swim, can't you?
Yeah, attaboy. Come on. Oh, there we go. Hey, get up on my shoulders now. I'll toss you. Oh, that's it. You're a strong little devil, aren't you? Here we go. Oh.
Ed, are you all right? Ed, what's the matter?
Get off.
Ed!
Get off.
Ed!
Help! Help!
I'm throwing you the life ring, darling. You catch it. Hold on. Rodney, help me pull him in. Hold on, Ed. You're almost to the side. There, darling. Here, grab my arm.
I'm okay. I gotta get my breath.
Stretch out, darling. Face down. What was it? A cramp?
Oh, that kid is strong. I couldn't get out from under him.
Oh, what do you mean?
Oh, I know it wasn't your fault, Rodney. I put you up on my shoulders.
But, Edgar, he slipped off your shoulders.
No, he didn't. He was pressing down on me.
Well, there was so much splashing, I couldn't tell what was going on, except that you looked like you were drowning.
I think I almost did.
But he's not that heavy. He's almost scrawny, and you're 200 pounds.
I couldn't get up.
Edgar, he's gone into the house.
He probably feels guilty. I tried to tell him it was my idea.
Hello? Anything the matter?
Oh, Mrs. Nathanson. Oh, please, come in.
Well, I was in my garden. I heard a commotion. Nothing serious, I hope.
Well, yes, almost. Here, darling, sit down.
Oh.
Yeah, I was playing with Rodney and nearly drowned in the pool.
Dear me, how awful. Well, I'm glad to say you didn't.
Oh, by the way, who is Rodney?
He's a youngster my brother in New York took in. He's 12. We're looking after him for the week.
Ed's brother and his wife are in Switzerland for a lawyers' conference.
Oh, yes. I was in Switzerland in 1903 with Mr. Nathanson. How did you almost drown, Mr. Carpenter?
I don't know. I was playing with the boy, and then I couldn't get my breath. I couldn't get to the surface.
Oh, that's curious. Your pool isn't that deep.
And Rodney's not that big.
Well, all's well that ends well. I'll get back to my roses.
Oh, Mrs. Nathanson, since you're here, I wonder, could we call on you to sit with Rodney, 1 or 2 nights a week when we go to the club?
Oh, but of course. I'd be delighted. You know, my grandson, Arthur, he's a 14-year-old. He called me the other day, all on his own, and it was
Would you like some iced tea, Mrs. Nathanson?
Oh, no, dear, thanks. I must get back. Glad it was nothing serious. Just call any time. I'll be glad to sit with Rodney.
Thanks so much. Well, I'd better go in and see him.
Yeah, he probably feels that it was his fault.
Now, I'll talk to him. We've got to make him understand he's not to blame. I brought you some lemonade, Rodney. I know you feel strange here, and that's understandable. You've never met us before, but please, we're your friends. Rodney, let me ask you, can you talk and just don't want to, or are we trying to make you talk when you can't? You can shake your head, yes or no. Oh, you don't want to answer. All right, Rodney. I'll tell you what. While you're with us, you can do just as you want. We won't press you. And if you feel like talking, we'll be happy to talk with you. I'm going down and start supper now. We're having steak outside. I'll call you when we're ready. Rodney, what is it? Oh, you want to write something. Oh, good. Wait, let's see. There should be paper right here. Yes, here, Rodney. A pad and a pencil. I'm so glad you want to say something. Take your time. If you want to communicate to us through notes, it's perfectly all right. Let's see. Rodney, what a horrible thing to write.
Your cat is going to die.
Why should he write such a cruel thing? I thought he was going to say thank you or something. I was trying to be kind.
Your cat is going to die. Strange, all right.
Do you think he means he's going to try and kill her?
Oh, come on.
Where are you going?
Going back upstairs and find out what's with this kid.
Ed, please, don't upset him anymore.
Well, he's getting me upset with that stony stare of his, mocking us with his silence. Look here, Rodney. What does this mean?
Ed.
Why? I want to know right now why you wrote this. I mean, there's the pad, and write your answer if you won't talk.
Ed, wait. He's crying.
Well, he's going to have more to cry about if we don't get an answer from him.
Rodney, what is it? You're so unhappy. You're sorry you wrote the note. Is that it? Look, he's nodding his head.
Okay. Take it easy, Rodney. I'm sorry I lost my temper.
Rodney, get into bed, put on your pajamas, and just rest. I'll bring you a light supper later. It's been a trying day for you. We won't bother you any more today. We'll leave you now. Okay? Okay.
Brother George sent us a handful.
I think you should get in touch with him right away and find out if this is Rodney's usual behavior. I don't see how they could have put up with this for even a few months.
No, neither do I.
Do you want to call him?
No, let's wait. I can't see getting George upset on our first day. Let's give it a chance. After all, we ought to be able to deal with a 12-year-old boy.
maybe we were wise to wait. He's been a little better the past 2 days.
Yeah, he's getting used to us.
If only he'd talk. He hasn't even written anything since that first note.
Maybe he hasn't anything to say. We do the talking, and all he has to say is yes or no.
Ed, have you ever looked deeply into his eyes?
No, not really.
I have. Several times. I felt as though I were staring into a deep well, an abyss, into nothingness.
Oh, come on.
Mr. Carpenter. Mrs. Carpenter.
What's the matter, Mrs. Nathanson? You're all flushed. Here, sit down.
Oh, no, that's all right. I don't know how to tell you. I'll just have to say it. Under my porch this morning, I found your cat, Sylvester, dead.
It seems that Rodney's prophecy came true. He told the Carpenters a cat would die. But was it a prophecy, I wonder? Or did Rodney have something to do with it? He's such a strange youngster. Would he go so far as to kill an innocent little cat that belonged to people he hardly knew? I hope a similar fate doesn't await the other people in our story. We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 2. Overnight company can indeed be troublesome now and then, particularly when the company is a strange child who writes threatening notes. But then, who could be afraid of a 12-year-old child? But remember, Rodney is somewhat of a special child, an orphan whose parents were killed in an auto accident. I think we ought to have some compassion for the boy. But at the moment, the Carpenters and Mrs. Nathanson are lamenting the death of the Carpenter's cat.
There he is. I'm so sorry.
Are there any marks on him, Ed?
Don't seem to be. No. None at all.
Well, he might have eaten something.
He never leaves the yard. He couldn't have gotten any poisoned food.
Must have died last night. I'm going to take him to the vet for an autopsy. I'm serious.
I'll get a carton. I have one round back.
Do you think Rodney killed Sylvester?
Don't you?
I don't want to think that.
I'm taking Sylvester to the vet, and then I'm going to talk to that kid.
I'll come with you.
I don't know what to say to him now. You heard the vet. No apparent cause of death. How could Rodney be responsible for that?
Ed, we've got to stop blaming him and being suspicious of him. He needs some kindness.
Maybe you're right.
Well, look. What's that on the coffee table?
A paper. It's his handwriting. Look at this.
I told you so.
That evil little devil. Rodney? Rodney? Come down here right now.
What are we going to say to him?
Plenty. He's going to be around here for the rest of the week. He's not going to get smart with us. This has got to stop. Rodney? Come over here. Right here. Rodney, I don't know what you meant by this note. You didn't kill Sylvester. And writing a note like this is cruel. Don't let me see another note like this in this house again. You understand?
Look, he's going to write something.
Oh, good. Let's see what you have to say for yourself.
He's not saying much. 2 words.
Well, at least we're getting something out of him.
Well, what did he write?
What did I just get through telling you?
Ed, what are you doing? You hit him.
I'll teach this.
What did he write?
Here.
You're next.
You go to your room. Right now. No 12-year-old is going to intimidate me.
Go on up, Rodney.
He's a brat we're stuck with for the week, and he's not going to scare me with those threats.
Ed, please, calm down. The child's just being belligerent. You're going to antagonize him even more.
You're not afraid of him, are you?
I don't know. He won't open his door. We'll have to go without him if you still want to go.
We'll go to the beach instead of the zoo. I got a yen for some surf fishing. If he doesn't want a good time, the heck with him. He'll be safe here alone. We'll be back in a couple of hours.
Maybe I'd better stay. I don't care that much for the beach anyway, and, well, frankly, you deserve the relaxation.
He'll be all right. Besides, I thought you were afraid of him.
Not afraid. No. I feel sorry for him. He seems a terribly disturbed boy.
Okay, I'll go alone if you don't mind.
No, I'll pack you lunch. Maybe alone I can get closer to Rodney.
Hello? May I come over?
Oh, please do, Mrs. Nathanson.
Oh, well, I saw Mr. Carpenter drive off with his fishing gear. Tell me, what did you learn about poor Sylvester's death?
The vet couldn't say. Just no apparent cause.
Well, that's strange, isn't it? Oh, but it does happen, I guess. Oh, by the way, how is the young man who's staying with you? I haven't seen him at all.
He's all right. He stays in his room a lot.
Oh, well, that doesn't sound natural for a 12-year-old boy. Is something the matter with him?
Well, we don't know. He never speaks. He writes the most ghastly notes. There seems to be something disturbing the child.
Oh, well, what kind of notes does he write?
Well, the first said our cat would die.
Oh.
And then he left one saying, I told you so.
Oh, dear me.
And then, right in front of us, he wrote, you're next.
Oh, well, maybe it's his way of attracting attention.
We don't know anything about him. Could he have killed Sylvester? Somehow?
Oh, that doesn't seem likely. What does Mr. Carpenter think?
Well, he thinks Rodney's just a brat. He doesn't take his notes seriously.
Oh, well, the child's certainly not going to kill anyone. He's just going through a stage.
Oh, excuse me. There's the phone. Stay here. I'll be back in a minute.
Yes.
Hello?
June? I never made the beach. I'm at the hospital.
What? What are you talking about? What's the matter?
Lost control of the car going over to Coronado. It just wouldn't steer. It went into the water.
Ed, for heaven's sake.
I wanted you to know before you heard it from someone else. The car is in 8 feet of water.
I'll be right there, darling.
No, you stay where you are. The cops are going to bring me home. I'm okay. I got out in time.
Hurry, then. Hurry.
I will.
Mrs. Carpenter, what is it? You're shaking.
That was Ed.
Oh.
He lost control of the car. It went into the water at Coronado.
Dear me. Is he all right?
Yes. The police are bringing him home.
Oh, thank heaven.
I don't understand it. Ed had a complete annual overhaul on the station wagon last month. They would have found anything wrong with the steering.
Oh, well, you think so?
Please, stay with me, Mrs. Nathanson. I'm so upset. I don't want to be alone.
I will, of course. Can I get you something?
Oh, yes. There's some aspirin in the cupboard over the sink. I could use it.
Oh, all right. I'll get it. Now, you sit right there. Oh, this is curious. Oh, here's your aspirin. I found this on the kitchen table.
Oh, no.
It says mist. Just the one word, mist.
That's his writing. Rodney's.
What does he mean, mist?
On top of Ed's accident. Oh, he's a fiend.
Oh, but the child couldn't possibly have had anything to do with the car.
I am beginning to wonder.
Mrs. Carpenter, I think you're letting yourself
I don't want Ed to see that paper.
Oh, do you still have the other note?
Yes.
I wonder. My sister's quite good at handwriting analysis. She's helped the police department several times. Perhaps if she looked at Rodney's writing, she could tell us something about his character. It's quite revealing.
That is a good idea. Would she?
And how is Mr. Carpenter? That accident yesterday shook him terribly.
He's staying in bed today. We have to go to the club dance tonight. He's the president. We can't miss it. Oh, I wish we could cancel.
Oh, now don't worry. Everything will be fine. And don't forget, I'll be sitting with Rodney. But I really came over to tell you what my sister says about his handwriting.
Oh, yes, what?
Well, she couldn't be as thorough as she usually is because the letters are printed, not written.
Yes?
Of course, I didn't tell her a thing about who Rodney is. She didn't even know he was a child.
What did she say?
Now, this is so curious. She said she got the impression, just the feeling, mind you, that the person was a very old man.
An old man?
Now, she admitted it was just a feeling.
But an old man? What did she say when you told her Rodney is only 12?
She looked rather strange and said, I'd never have guessed it.
Hi. I couldn't stay in bed another minute.
Oh, how are you feeling, Mr. Carpenter?
Shaky, but okay. Hey, those look like Rodney's notes.
They are, Ed. Mrs. Nathanson's sister analyzed his handwriting. She's an expert.
Oh, you didn't tell me about this.
Oh, well, she did it last night. I just brought them back.
And what did she say?
She thought that Rodney was an old man.
What?
Well, she couldn't tell much because the letters were printed.
No. Mm-hmm. Did June ask you about tonight, Mrs. Nathanson?
Oh, yes. I'm happy to come over.
I got to go downtown and see about the car. I'll be home around 2.
Please, drive carefully. I still feel uneasy with that child in this house.
Well, he's troubled, and it's understandable after all he's been through. But really, Mrs. Carpenter, I hardly think he's dangerous.
Well, Mrs. Nathanson, we won't be late.
That's all right. Enjoy yourselves. Heaven knows you deserve it.
I wouldn't even go to this dinner dance at all with Rodney here, but as president of the club, I have to be there.
You know the club number if you need us.
Of course. But nothing's going to happen. If Rodney does come down, maybe he'd like a game of checkers. Don't have to talk to play that.
Let's go, Joan.
Well, bye, and relax. Everything's going to be all right here.
Oh, help yourself to anything in the refrigerator. There's a fresh cream pie and coffee's in the pot.
Oh, thank you. Have fun. My, that pie does look good. Oh, you startled me. You're Rodney. Well, I'm glad to meet you at last. I'm Mrs. Nathanson. You're just in time for some delicious cream pie. You don't want any? Oh, I'm surprised. I thought all 12-year-old boys had an empty pit. I wish you wouldn't stare at me like that. You're going to write something? Oh, good. Let's see. Do I like butterflies? Oh, why, yes. I think they're very beautiful. Another note. Would I like to see your collection? Oh, I'd love to, Rodney. How many do you have? Oh, it's upstairs. Okay. Lead the way. So this is your room, Rodney. It's very nice. Oh, but my, so hot and stuffy. Oh, dear me, let's open a window. It's midsummer and you have all the windows closed. There, that's better. Now, let's see your butterflies. Well, aren't you going to show me your collection? Rodney, why are you staring like that? Rodney, don't come any closer to me. I don't like it. Rodney, what's the matter with you?
As I said at the start of our excursion into the macabre, babysitting can be an experience of chilling proportions. Rodney is indeed a handful, and he still has 2 more days to spend with the Carpenters. Frankly, I'd take him over my knee and give him what he deserves. We'll find out what else Rodney is up to when I return shortly with Act 3. The Carpenter household, once so quiet and serene, hasn't been the same since Rodney arrived. The Carpenters expected that the routine of their lives would change when they agreed to take care of the child for a week, but never in their wildest dreams did they imagine just how drastic
the change would be. At the moment, they're trying to enjoy the dinner dance at the club without much success.
Edgar, can't we leave?
It'll only be another hour. What's going to happen?
I don't know. I just would feel better if we were back home.
I call if it'll make you feel better. Talk to Mrs. Nathanson.
I think I will. Do you think I should, warn her?
Now, don't scare the poor woman. Rodney's certainly not going to threaten her.
I'll be back in a minute.
Hello?
Who's this?
Well, who is this?
Oh, excuse me. I must have the wrong number.
Now, wait a minute, ma'am. Who did you want?
The Carpenter residence, Mrs. Nathanson. Who are you?
I have to know who you are, ma'am.
Well, I'm Mrs. Carpenter. Mrs. Nathanson is babysitting for me.
I'm police, Mrs. Carpenter.
Police?
Officer Dugan.
What is it? Good Lord, what's happened?
An accident, Mrs. Carpenter. Can you come right away?
Yes, right away. I can't believe it. Mrs. Nathanson.
A neighbor out for a walk saw the body lying next to the house. We think she fell from the upper window.
Rodney's room.
We haven't been able to get a word out of the boy. I'm glad you're here.
If only we'd stayed home.
The boy doesn't talk, officer.
Doesn't talk? He's your son?
No. He's my brother's ward, temporarily. We're taking care of him for a week.
Well, you think we can get anything out of him?
We'll try, but he's a strange kid. We'll need a pad and a pencil.
Oh, I got it right here.
Rodney, you've got to answer some questions. What happened to Mrs. Nathanson?
He's shaking his head no.
Yes, you do know, Rodney. You were here with Mrs. Nathanson. She was found on the ground outside your bedroom window. Now, what happened? Answer me.
Yeah, the kid's frightened, and it's getting late. Put him to bed. We'll try to talk to him in the morning.
Okay. Go to bed, Rodney.
I'll take him up.
Well, there'll be an autopsy. It'll probably show she died of injuries from the fall. I hope that kid can tell us what happened.
Ed, wake up.
Huh? What's the matter?
Ed, Rodney's just gone downstairs.
What time is it?
4 o'clock.
Well, I'll get up and see what the kid's up to. Rodney?
I'll come with you.
Rodney, where are you?
He can't answer. We'll have to find him.
I don't trust that kid wandering around the house. You know, he's liable to come at us with a butcher's knife.
Ed. Oh, the front door. He went out.
Turn on the light.
Why would he be going outside?
Rodney! Get in here.
Can you see him?
No.
He might be running away.
Huh. We should be so lucky. Rodney, we know you're out here. Now come on in. Right now.
I don't like this. I'm getting frightened.
You go in. You're cold. I'll find him.
I don't want to be alone.
She could be hiding anywhere. Shrubs.
The front door.
Little devil tricked us. He doubled back inside. Come on.
What's he trying to do to us?
Rodney! Rodney, come here. Right here, right now.
Oh, this is giving me the willies.
He's deliberately trying to bait us.
I'm not going back to bed until I know where he is.
Well, we know he's in the house.
Do we?
And we heard the front door slam when we were outside.
That's all we heard. How do we know he actually came in?
Well, when you put it that way, how do we know he actually went out?
Why is he doing this?
Because he's a malicious brat, that's why. We're not playing into his hands anymore. It's ridiculous to be terrorized by a 12-year-old.
I keep thinking about Mrs. Nathanson. Oh, this whole night's been one horror.
Well, Rodney knows damn well what happened, but how do we get it out of him?
But what can we do?
We're going back upstairs.
I couldn't sleep if my life depended on it.
Yeah, well, it won't. I don't know what he's up to, but there's nothing he can do to us. Look, I'm not looking for him anymore.
Well, it's starting to get light.
I might as well get dressed. The police will be back later this morning. And if Rodney's not here, I don't give a damn.
Ed, his door's closed.
There's no way it could be.
But he's in bed.
Hello?
Ed, it's George. How's it going?
You should ask. Where are you?
New York. Flew in last night, brought a visitor from England back with us. Listen, how'd you get along with Rodney?
Why didn't you tell me he was a little fiend?
What do you mean?
Well, he never said a word the whole week.
Oh, I know. He writes notes to us, too.
That's only half of it.
Well, anything happened to you?
Yeah, we had a tragedy. Our neighbor was sitting with Rodney when we went to the club. She fell out the bedroom window.
What?
And our cat died.
Sylvester? Hey, you have had a week.
Yeah, and it all happened with Rodney here.
Come on, he's just a kid. You don't think...
I can't get into it now, George, but the minute he gets off that plane, find someplace else for him.
Ed, what's the matter with you?
I'm telling you, the minute he gets off that plane, take him to some welfare agency or whatever.
Sure, Ed, sure. You put him on the plane tomorrow. It's flight 704.
With the greatest pleasure.
Okay. I'll meet him at this end.
You're welcome to him.
I'm sorry you think he caused you so much trouble. Anyway, I appreciate you taking care of him. I owe you one, Ed.
Forget it. I'm trying to.
Okay. I'll meet him at Kennedy tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, George. Bye. Oh. Rodney. I didn't hear you. You're going back tomorrow. You want to know something, kid? I still think you pushed Mrs. Nathanson out the window. And I still think you had something to do with the cat. No response, huh? I can't prove it. I wish I could. Come here. Closer. Yeah, June's right. There isn't anything behind those eyes of yours. What are you? Well, I don't mind telling you, kid, I'll be glad to see you off tomorrow.
Can't find Rodney. We've got to leave in 10 minutes.
Oh, it's another one of his tricks. Like Thursday night. If it's the last thing I do, I'll get him on that plane.
Maybe he's afraid to go back.
Oh, he's not afraid of anything. I'll put his stuff in the car. We'll find him.
After all that's happened, I still feel kind of sorry. He seems such a lost little boy.
Lost my foot.
Oh. Why, there he is. He's sitting in the car. I never thought of looking there.
Good. He's as anxious to get out of here as we are to see him go. Okay, Rodney, you're on your way.
Well, there it goes.
Bye-bye, Rodney. I had to see that plane in the sky before I'd leave. Now let's go home.
That's funny. There's a note on the back seat. I didn't see it when we took his stuff out.
A note?
I can reach it. I can't imagine when he put it there.
What's it say?
Goodbye. It was.
Goodbye, it was?
Well, he must have meant to finish the sentence like, it was nice or it was awful.
Just goodbye and it was?
Yep, that's it.
Well, that's the last of them anyway.
I wish I knew what he was going to add. You know, maybe he was trying to thank us after all.
Bad chance of that. It would have been something sinister, you can bet on that.
I'm still sick over Mrs. Nathanson. We have to go to her funeral this afternoon.
I know. What the?
Ed, you went right through that red light.
The brakes are gone. I'm down to the floor.
Oh, what?
I'll try to gear down.
Stop, Ed. Stop. That truck's coming right on through.
I can't.
Well, I'm glad you could come to the airport with me, Mrs. Parker. Helen hates the trip.
Oh, well, I'm here to see New York. I want to see as much as I can.
Passengers are coming through the gate now. There he is. Hey, Rodney, over here, Rodney.
Rather a pale young lad, isn't he?
Well, I feel sorry for him. I hope they find him a good home soon. His parents were killed in a car accident.
Oh.
He was living with his grandmother until she died from a fall.
How tragic. And it's nice of you and your wife to take him in.
Rodney, I want you to meet Mrs. Parker. She's from England, and she's staying with us for a while.
How do you do, Rodney?
She'll be sharing your room with you. You don't have to be embarrassed. Mrs. Parker has grandchildren older than you.
Just think of me as a grandmother. I'm sure we'll be good friends. Won't we, Rodney?
Oh, I think so, Mrs. Parker. You're going to like Rodney.
Well, I certainly don't. I've been thinking over that last curious note Rodney left the Carpenters, Ed and June. Just goodbye, and it was. Too bad they didn't realize in time, just before their deaths in that terrible crash. Ed had said he'd get Rodney on the plane if it was the last thing he did. Now we know Rodney's cryptic reply. It was. More about Rodney when I return in just a moment. Who is Rodney? The bad seed? A bad boy who can't help himself? Or perhaps a demon from another time, destined to spend eternity causing identical tragedies wherever he goes? The empty eyes, the extra strength, and that curious mistake of Mrs. Nathanson's sister, thinking he was very old. Or was it a mistake? We can only speculate. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, Tony Roberts, Bryna Rayburn, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
These days, so many of us measure our efforts to help people.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The Orient and Oriental ways have always been a puzzle to the West. The shrines, tea houses, ancient rites, pagodas in Kyoto, the Hall of Dreams, the amalgam of art and artifacts, all having dark and sealed meanings, most of which escapes us, as it did Franklin Phillips, who thought a curse was a blessing in disguise.
Can I show you something in antiques?
A few weeks ago, you sold a Japanese temple gong to my wife.
I never sold it. I never had such a thing in my store.
Of course you sold it. Remember? Japanese, 6 bells on a silken cord.
I never had such a thing in my life. What are you talking about? I tell you, I never sold it. You are in the wrong store.
Our drama, The Secret of the Fifth Bell, was adapted from a story by Jacques Futrell, especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis, and stars Earl Hammond. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. about as far from the humble worship of Buddhism as time, place, and intent can take us. But before this story is done, we shall be drawn back to that ancient worship. At this moment, however, our concern is with a mansion on the northeast coast, particularly with its owner, who sits astride shipping lines, oil fields, factories, and stock exchanges like a colossus, wielding the dollar wand over an empire. Meet Franklin Phillips, whose wife softly enters the great man's study and kisses him.
Oh, Norma, sweetheart. What a nice surprise to see you in the middle of the day.
Oh, Frank, dear, did you think I'd forgotten your birthday? I know you don't like being disturbed when you're working at home, but this once I shall.
By golly, I'm 50 years old today.
And I have a present for you. Giles, bring in the box.
Happy birthday to you, Mr. Phillips.
Set the box right here on his desk, Giles. I'll open it.
50 years. Yeah, that's half a century.
Oh, you Methuselah.
Temple bells. Giles, give Mrs. Phillips a hand. She'll never be able to lift those. 6 of them, all tied together, all different sizes. Hold them up high, Giles.
Yes, sir.
Oh, they're bronze, aren't they?
Yes.
Norma, I've never seen anything like them. Sort of inverted bowls hung one on top of the other.
And very, very old. Oh, look at the workmanship, Frank. That lovely design. You know, what attracted me was a circle with 3 dots inside and 3 rays extending from it. Oh, which bell was it on? Can you spot it, Frank?
There it is, Norma. The circle with the 3 rays at the bottom of the 5th bell.
Ah, yes.
Norma, this is the most beautiful thing I've ever received. It's worth being half a century old for.
Oh, come now.
We'll hang it right up here in front of the west window, where I can always see it from my desk. Norma, to you goes the honor of striking the 1st bell. Here's a letter opener.
It's the 5th bell that intrigues me.
Giles, hold the bells higher, please.
Yes, sir.
All right, here goes.
Oh, that's fantastic. Giles, what is it that Kipling said?
Oh, Frank, aren't you asking a little much of your administrative secretary?
Oh, Giles will know. He knows everything.
Well, at least let him put the bells down on your desk before his arm falls off. They're heavy.
May I, sir? Yes, well, I think the phrase Mr. Phillips was referring to is east is east and west is west, and never the twain shall meet.
Of course. And these bells prove old Rudyard was wrong. They suit me perfectly and will look great hanging up here.
Well, I haven't the faintest idea where they're from. Neither did the lady who sold them to me. She just knew they were very, very old.
Any ideas, Giles?
Well, I would venture to say, sir, they are ancient Japanese, probably early 7th century, and most likely hung in one of the temples of the Horyuji at Nara.
Giles, come in here.
Yes, what is it, sir?
It just rang. Twice.
What did?
One of the bells there from where it's hanging.
Well, maybe the breeze from the window caught it.
There. You see, it did it again. You were right here, Giles. You heard it.
Strange. Do you know which bell was rung?
No, I'm not sure.
Well, why don't we try them all, one at a time? Then we'll know which one it was.
Do come in, Frank. Dinner will be ready when our guest arrives.
Let me sit down a moment.
Oh, what is it, dear? It's not like you to break off from work this early. Has anything gone wrong?
No, nothing's gone wrong. Business is booming, but...
But what?
Well, can you tell me where you got that Japanese gong?
Oh, well, of course I can. It's been in the window of this curio shop. And I've been passing it for months on my way to the community fund. So, one day I just went in and bought it. The shop's called Wagner's. It's on Cranston Street. An old German lady runs it. Why?
Did you pay a lot for it?
Oh, do you think I'm going to tell you? I'd say enough, but not too much.
Well, I was just wondering how valuable it is.
Well, I like that. I never ask you how much you spend for my presents. But it'll be easy enough to find out what it's worth tonight, won't it?
It will?
Well, certainly, dear. Have you forgotten? We have Mr. Okumatsumi from your Japanese electronics subsidiary coming for dinner.
Oh, it completely went out of my head. Are you the proprietor?
Yeah.
You're Mrs. Wagner.
Yeah. Elizabeth Wagner. Can I show you some antiques?
Well, a few weeks ago, you sold a Japanese gong. Actually, 6 bells, different sizes, on a silken rope.
I never sold it. I never had a Japanese gong in my shop.
Well, of course you sold it. Do you understand? Japanese 6 bells on a silken cord?
I never had such a thing in my life. What are you talking about? I tell you, I never sold it. You were in the wrong store.
Excellent mead, Mrs. Phillips. My compliments.
Oh, Mr. Matsumi, our pleasure. I'm always delighted when a guest eats everything on his plate.
Most satisfying. You have very tasty fat partridge in your country.
By the way, Matsumi, there's something I'd like to show you. Join me in my study, will you? How about some more sake?
No, thank you. When I travel, I prefer scotch.
Well, scotch we have, too. This is my study. I handle all my business from that desk. Different color phones, different color businesses.
So very color. Those beds hanging by the window.
You spotted them?
Where did you get them?
You like them? They're a present from my wife.
Excuse me. May I ask for silence, please?
Matsumi, why do you do that?
I beg your pardon?
Bowing down before the bells and then putting your right hand out and up as if making some symbol in the air.
Honored Phillips, my good friend, you could not understand significance even if I told you.
Well, I didn't mean to be disrespectful. On the contrary, Matsumi, I'm curious and I wish to learn.
I would like to examine more closely with your permission.
Well, my house is yours. What would you like to do?
May I to touch this one bell with my finger? You have had this acquisition a long time?
Just a week.
And have you noticed anything out of the ordinary?
Matter of fact, I have.
It rings, does it not? The 5th bell, by itself.
Exactly, by itself. For no reason.
But you have not heard it ring 11 times.
No.
You will forgive me for the suggestion, but would you be willing to part with it?
Oh, I couldn't. As I told you, it was given to me by my wife as a special gift.
Then no offer I might make would be considered.
No, Matsumi, certainly not.
Then could you inform me where your wife bought it?
Well, in a little curio shop on Cranston Street. I can't remember the address, but the proprietor is a German lady by the name of Elizabeth Wagner.
Thank you. It may be the shop has another.
I don't believe so, but it's worth a try.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes, Giles.
How did your dinner meeting go last night with Okumatsumi?
What?
Did you get them to increase their production of the 16K dynamic RAM chips?
Well, it was never a problem. I don't know why the man came here. We're in touch by phone twice a week. The entire evening, not one word about production.
Well, he had a good American meal.
But that's not why he came. I'm wondering if it didn't have something to do with those bells. Let's speak of the devil. 5, 6, 7. This is going to drive me up the walls.
Frank, may I come in?
Please do. Come in, darling. My one note of sanity. Giles was just leaving. Oh, Giles, the only letter I didn't sign was the one to Venezuela Petroleum. Redo it, Giles, as I've indicated in the margin.
9 tomorrow, sir?
Well, I'm not sure. Well, come anyway. You have the key. I may ask you to take that little spare bedroom by the library for a few days. I May have to do some late-night dictation.
Well, that's quite all right with me, Mr. Phillips. Good night, sir. Good night, Mrs. Phillips.
Good night. I don't know that it's good for you to be working late hours, Frank.
Good for me.
Well, you're getting awfully jumpy these days. I wish you'd go see Dr. Milburn.
Is that why you came in here? To tell me I was getting on your nerves?
Oh, you're getting on your own nerves, Frank. I came to ask you whether you particularly care for those Japanese bells you've hung up there.
Well, why do you ask me that? What suddenly made you ask me that?
Well, remember I told you I'd bought it from a German dealer on Cranston Street, a Mrs. Wagner. Well, this afternoon she sent a messenger with a note asking if I'd sell it back to her for $2,000. She must have found out it was more valuable than she thought. Oh, Frank, $2,000 would make such a nice donation to my community fund.
You mean she wants to buy it back now after what she told me?
What was that?
Oh, never mind. No, don't sell it to her, not at any price. I want it. I'll give you a check for $2,000 for your fund. What is it, Giles?
As I was leaving, a messenger handed me this note for you, Mrs. Phillips. Said he'd wait for an answer.
A note for me?
Well, what does it say?
Well, it's another message from the curio shop dealer. Oh, now she offers $5,000. $5,000.
Well, if old Mrs. Wagner keeps raising the ante, it's going to add a great deal to your community fund. Hand me my checkbook, will you, darling? Giles, tell the messenger there's no reply.
Franklin Phillips is nothing else if not stubborn. Is it because he must probe the secret of the fifth bell? Of course it is. Phillips is a man not easily dissuaded or defeated, but the very tenacity that has earned him world power may be his undoing. I shall return shortly with Act 2. There's been a definite change in Frank Phillips in the last month. He's not the freewheeling financier he once was, completely in command of himself, a captain of industries, 5-star general of omnipotence. Today, his face is pale, his hands twitch, his eyes roam, and he seems always to be on the alert, listening, waiting. He sends for the one man whose reputation for fathoming the unfathomable is worldwide.
Van Dusen, I'll pay anything if you can put my mind at rest.
Frank, we went to college together. I turned to solving crimes and you to controlling cartels.
Forgive me, I'm so beside myself with worry. I've forgotten simple courtesy and politeness. How are you? It's been years. Do you keep up with your music?
Oh, yes. I still play the violin. Not well, but I finish everything I begin.
That's Van Dusen, all right. In all areas. You were always magnificently thorough.
Well, all right, Frank. What is it that plays you?
Those bells there hanging over the west window.
Yes, I was admiring them. Beautiful, beautiful ancient art.
I am always waiting for one of them to ring.
By yourself?
Without anyone touching it or even being near it.
They have rung by themselves?
One of them has. Now, I know it sounds impossible, absurd, but I find I wake up at night trembling, and then I can't get back to sleep. I lie awake for hours waiting. Here, when I'm at work at this desk as I'm sitting now, I am filled with fear. Even as I talk to you, I'm waiting for that sound. No one hits it. It doesn't even move. A tone just comes out of it.
Now, Frank, you're torturing yourself not because the bell may ring, but because your common sense tells you that the bell cannot and does not make any sound at all. So you have worked yourself into a state and are afraid you may be going mad.
No, I know that the bell is an inanimate thing, but it acts as if it were alive.
Well, I'll try to help you, Frank. I have a few matters to wind up. I'll be here the day after tomorrow.
You will. I feel so much better now. You were my last hope.
Look out.
Huh?
There's a dead body downstairs in the study, in the room where you work.
What? How do you know?
Well, I went in to open the windows and air the room, just as I do every morning. Oh, Frank, there's blood all over the carpet right under those awful Japanese bells.
Did you call the police?
I didn't know what to do.
Where's Giles?
He hasn't arrived yet.
Giles should be here. He's staying here. I asked him to take a little room off the library because I've been working at night.
Well, then he's not there. I passed it just now. The door's open. There's no one in the room.
Hand me that telephone, Norma. First thing is to call the police.
Didn't you hear me?
Oh, yes. Hello, Mallory. Yes, I heard you.
I've been trying to get you on the phone since noon, Van, but you don't answer it.
I never do while I'm practicing.
Oh, I see. Are you giving a concert?
No, but I may give someone the old heave-ho, even though he is the chief inspector of our renowned Boston police force.
Listen to me. What I need is a combination doctor, medicine man, scientist, practicing psychologist.
In other words, myself.
I haven't finished. And an expert in Oriental art. Shall I go on?
Well, I'll listen, but I make no promises.
This morning, a dead woman was discovered in the house of Frank Phillips.
The dead woman. Not Mrs. Phillips.
Oh, no. So far unidentified.
You do mean the Frank Phillips?
None other.
Well, that's my case. Mrs. Phillips, I'm Dr. Van Dusen. I knew Frank from college. Now, Detective Mallory here asked me to help him on this case. May I talk to your husband?
I'm afraid not. He's in some kind of a shock. We called our doctor, who's given him something to sleep.
Was it you who discovered the unfortunate body?
He was wearing trousers, so I thought first it was a man. But I was told it was a woman. I didn't want to look.
Mrs. Phillips, I'm afraid you'll have to. Everyone in your house will be asked to try to identify the victim.
Did Frank see the victim?
Yes, he did. It was before the police arrived. He bent down. I think he knew who it was.
There's no point in delaying the identification any longer. The boys outside are waiting to remove the remains. Suppose you go in first, Ma'am, and then I'll call in the rest of your staff.
It's her. The woman in the antique shop. It's her.
You recognize the victim?
Oh, I'm pretty sure. I saw her only once, but it looks like her.
Her name, Mrs. Phillips. Do you know it?
Elizabeth Wagner. She's German. I bought those bells from her up there. And then she wrote me twice trying to buy them back.
Yes, interesting. Make you a good offer?
Oh, Frank wouldn't let me accept it. He was adamant.
Sounds to me, Van, like they turned out to be a lot more valuable than this Mrs. Wagner originally thought.
Or someone else came to her with a much better offer. Mrs. Phillips, has anyone been a guest here and seen the bells since they were purchased?
Oh, I'm not sure. Oh, yes. There was Mr. Okumatsumi. He's in business with Frank in Tokyo.
And this Mr. Okumatsumi, did he admire it?
Well, that's what my husband said, Inspector. Offered a fortune to buy it. Frank turned him down flat, too. Inspector, Miss Van Dusen, come over here where I'm standing by the window. Look, down there in the street, right across the way. That's him.
Who?
Mr. Matsumi. He's watching this house. Why is he there? He told Frank he was taking the next plane back to Tokyo. Oh, this is just all too much. Do I have to stay in this room any longer? I feel terribly weak.
No, of course not. Of course not. Here, let me take you to the door. You can take my arm. Here you are. Now, are you sure you can make it to your room all right?
Yes, I can. You're a dear. Oh, Frank told me what a good friend you were. And how happy he was to see you again. I think I'll just go lie down.
Mallory? Is that Japanese still watching this house,
No, he's gone. What do you know about these 6 bells?
Well, if they aren't from the Horyuju at Nara, I'll eat them.
Is that a famous place?
Unparalleled in Japan. Oh, it's a fabulous monastery built by a Prince Shotoku in 607. And I've got a feeling that those bells belong there.
Stolen.
Give you an idea of their beauty. Now, I'll hit one of them with a pencil. Mallory, on the 5th bell. Look, a smudge of blood.
Oh, we're in luck. I'll get this dusted for prints. We just may have our first big lead.
I never did like the morgue in the morning. Identifying cold bodies is a part of a criminologist's job I can do without.
That's true enough for sure. There's a lot of detail to police work that's slightly on the macabre side. Okay, Charlie, you can pull the lady out of the locker. Now, the medical examiner said there was one shot penetrating the skull from the rear. Oh, the body must have dropped like a sack of lead.
Whose body?
I thought you'd ask. Now, that's why I'm down here. I had a couple of pigeons stop by just now, and they identified her. Granny Liz, also known as Elizabeth Wagner. Been on the books since I was playing hopscotch. A fence, stolen goods, keeps on the move. 17 Cranston Street was the longest at one address. Insurance companies would call her first. Oh, she made good money in her time.
She won't be making any more.
I'd say she's probably better off where she is. Okay, Charlie, roll her back.
Any leads?
On the perpetrator? I think so. This, personal secretary of Phillips, named Giles Francis, well, more of an administrative assistant.
Meaning?
He knows everything there is to know about his boss. Now, according to Mrs. Phillips, Francis was living on the premises and hasn't shown up since the morning the body was discovered. Not at his own apartment either. Nowhere. Left his clothes, toothbrush, electric razor, even a billfold with money behind him.
Yeah. Left in a panic.
He looks like our suspect. We'll get him.
Well, if this lady French was shot through the head and died instantly, she didn't leave her blood on that bill.
But somebody else did. We're still checking for fingerprints.
Frank, I hate to pursue this when you're not feeling well, but the sooner Inspector Mallory and I know everything we can, the sooner we'll get to the end of it. What time did you first see the body?
Well, Norma found it first. I got to it at about 8:30. Right there on the floor where the chalk marks are.
Face down?
I don't remember. I recognized her right away.
Well, you must have turned it over.
I don't know. I don't remember. The window was open, but the door was locked. I saw blood on the 5th bell.
You saw that?
Yeah, it was her blood. I must have fainted. I don't know. When I came to, they'd put me to bed.
Now think back to the first time that bell rang. Do you remember the date?
Remember the date?
Yes.
Well, yes, it was the day after my birthday, Tuesday, the 11th of the month. Norma had just bought me the bells, and the next day I forced the market up to a record price on a whole fleet of container cars I own. I made a bundle. You guys, are you two just going to stand there and keep asking questions?
Now, Frank, to know the facts, we have to ask the questions.
Well, then come back some other time. I can't talk to you anymore.
Frank, remember, you just said when you first heard the bell ring, for no reason, it was the day after your birthday. And you got a record price for a whole fleet of container railroad cars. Now, That is what I want you to remember about Franklin Phillips. Not being 50 or feeling old or building up some Buddhist bogey. You've got everything to live for, and Inspector Mallory and I will see to it that you do.
A murder committed in a wealthy man's house. Unnerving. More alarming still, the unpredictable tolling of a temple gong. When will it strike next? This unexpected sound challenges understanding, is beyond imagination. We can achieve nothing until we imagine it. And only so far as the human brain can imagine, can it comprehend. I shall return shortly with Act 3. This is what we know. Without warning, an ancient Japanese bell peals day or night in the house of Franklin Phillips. There has been a murder of a woman with a criminal record. The young executive secretary to Phillips has disappeared, and the financier himself, haunted by the bell that feeds on his fears, is gradually losing control of himself, is close to the edge of madness.
Can't you two understand how I feel? I must know what it is that makes the bell toll when it does. Have they located Giles Francis yet?
No, not yet, but they will. You'd given him a gun, Frank, hadn't you?
Of course. There's always a chance of a burglar, plenty to steal in this house. And Giles was an excellent shot, too.
You're implying?
Nothing at all. Draw your own conclusions.
Yes, well, one last question, Frank. This Mr. Oku Matsumi from Japan. Had you ever met him before?
No, not in person. He wired me from Tokyo. He was on his way. Why? What are you getting at?
Well, I'm only trying to ascertain whether he was Oku Matsumi or not.
I never asked to see his passport. I feel trapped. No getting away, hemmed in by all this. And I can't reason it out. I'm in a swamp, a fog.
Well, to me, Frank, it's all quite clear. One vital point needs answering. Once done, that'll be it.
You've a solution?
Depending on the answer. If it's affirmative, I know that an Oriental mind, such as a Japanese, could have conceived this affair. If the answer is negative, well, then the entire matter becomes ridiculously simple.
Van Dusen, where have you been?
Making inquiries, Inspector.
Oh, I know that. One of my men tells me you entered the hotel opposite the Phillips mansion, that you went to the rear of the second floor at the end of a hall and looked out of a large plate glass window overlooking the city. And then you walked to the other end of the hall and stood staring out at the Phillips place across the street.
Well, I don't know why you bother asking me when your men are so observant.
We know where you went, but not why.
Mallory, I've written here a list of information I'll need urgently. Now, I'm due back at Frank Phillips, so I must go.
Oh, hold on a minute. Give me a chance to look at these questions of yours. Was there a storm the midnight before finding the body? Direction and velocity of the wind. Get complete local weather report for tonight. What is all this? What's it got to do with the murder and the ringing bell?
Everything, Inspector.
Oh, by the way, I've got bad news for you. That fingerprint or prints, too smudged for identification.
Yes, well, I was afraid that would be the case. Now, as soon as you get that meteorological information, bring it to me at Phillips, will you?
Are you going straight back there?
No, I'm stopping off at my place first. Picking up my violin and a champagne glass.
Mr. Matsumi, what a surprise. Mrs. Hanson said you were downstairs and wished to see me.
Yes, honorable madame.
I thought you were leaving for Tokyo days ago.
Unexpected developments compelled my remaining in your fair city. How is your husband? Well, I trust?
Well, he would have come down himself to greet you, but he has not been well lately.
So. The bells have rung.
What made you say that?
Mrs. Phillips, the power of our ancient ceremonies transcend the ages. A man of such resources as Mr. Phillips must have realized America is not the proper home for those bells.
Oh, I don't agree. Museums and private collectors the world over have artifacts from ancient Egypt, China, ancient Rome.
Forgive me. Those are dead objects, Mrs. Phillips. These ancient temple bells are alive.
You frighten me.
I have no desire to do so. I hope my warning comes not too late. This envelope is for Mr. Phillips. When he has recovered, insist that he read it. Good day, Mrs. Phillips.
And as soon as he handed me this envelope, Dr. Van Dusen, he disappeared.
May I take charge of the letter?
Oh, yes. Here. What does it mean? What's written on the outside?
Well, just what it says, Norma. To be opened when the 5th bell rings 11 times. Now, for the present, I'll hang on to it. I don't want to add another worry to Frank right now.
Oh, he is better, though.
Then, do you think he could be persuaded to come down to the study?
I think so. I know he always feels more secure when he sees you.
Well, it's good to see you, Frank.
Good to be on my feet. I think I've shaken that weak feeling.
Yes, well, I think I can make this fast, Frank. Logic always works fast. It's the sum total of fact as inevitable as 2 and 2 making 4.
Excuse me. Hello? Who do you want to talk to? Oh, yes. Yes, he's here. It's for you, Dr. Van Dusen.
Oh, thank you. Van Dusen here. Yeah. Oh, he's on his way, eh? Right. Thank you. Well, the weather tonight, light wind from the east, 4 miles an hour. Norma, Frank, in 2 minutes, 15 seconds from now, that 5th bell will sound 10 times. A woman was shot here. A bloody fingerprint left on that bell. A door locked from the inside. The east window opened. Giles Francis is missing. That much we know. Yet no one heard a revolver go off. It was thundering that night. Possible explanation. Why did the curio dealer sneak into the house? It was obviously to steal what you couldn't buy back. There's 1 minute and 5 seconds and the bell will ring. But to come back to that night, a shot fired. Moments later, the bell starts to ring. It must have been nerve-wracking, terrifying. Blood on his hand from trying to see who the prowler was. The person with the gun runs to the bell and tries to stop its sound, and then he runs out.
Not a bad theory, Van, but it's not fact.
Oh, well, I didn't hear you come in, Mallory.
Well, I brought with me a friend of Mr. Phillips. Oh, perhaps not a friend anymore, but a former employee. Giles Francis, would you step forward?
Well, what are you doing here? Giles, you promised that...
Yes, I had to come back. I didn't shoot anyone that night. It was him.
You, Frank?
My property. She wanted to steal it. Man's house is his castle. Common burglar. Yes, I shot her.
There goes the bell on the button.
It knows. It hears me. It's alive. Norma, help me up. I've got to stop its ringing. What are you looking at me for? I didn't know who it was. I got them with one shot, and then I turned the body over, you see. Who was it? Who would come here? And then the bell started tolling like John Donne says it tolled for me. I couldn't stand it. I grabbed it. I held on on to it. I couldn't make it stop ringing until it wanted to stop.
All right now, Mr. Phillips. Would you just come over here with me for a moment? I want you to calm down.
Frank is in a terrible state, Dr. Van Dusen. You can see for yourself.
Well, I think I can convince him, if he'll let me, that there is nothing to fear.
Oh, what about that note from the Japanese? To be opened when the bell rang 11 times.
Oh, that's hogwash, Norma. There are natural explanations for the occasional ringing.
What are you two whispering about?
Frank, listen. The ringing of the bell at any time is a purely physical phenomenon.
They're after me. They want it back in the Temple of Buddha. Over my dead body, they'll get it.
Frank, that is nonsense. Do you know what activates the fifth bell? Vibration. Sound waves. Where does it come from? The town hall clock half a mile away. Now, the sound travels through the second floor hall of the hotel across the street, through your east window, and activates the fifth bell. It's like a tuning fork.
But why not all the time? Why only sometimes?
Well, a gust of air, even a person walking through the hotel can interrupt the vibration.
No, that isn't so.
Oh,
Frank! He's fainting.
Well, he's overwrought, Norma. Killing someone, even a robber, their blood on your hands, it's traumatic. Now, on top of that, he's so convinced an evil spirit of some ancient rite is out to get him, so he just isn't prepared to accept the truth. Now, you call the doctor immediately. What did the doctor say just now before he left?
He said not to worry.
Well, Norma, I'm packing it in. That's enough for one day. I'll take my violin and go.
I meant to ask you why you brought it. Oh, excuse me. At night, if it's late and someone comes to the door, the butler sounds a buzzer. We don't generally admit anyone after 10. I'll just pick up the wall phone. Yes? Who is it?
It's Inspector Mallory, Mrs. Phillips. I know it's late, but may I speak with you a moment?
Oh, well, certainly. Meet us in the study. You know the way. That was Inspector Mallory. Shall we go down? Welcome back, Inspector.
Well, now, I hope you'll forgive me. I had an idea, and so to test it, I wanted to have another look at that fifth bell. You see, that circle with the 3 dots inside and the 3 rays. I think it has a meaning.
Yes, it probably does, but that's not the reason it keeps ringing. I thought I proved it to you.
Oh, not to me, Van. The idea of a vibration leaving a town hall clock a half a mile away, running the length of a hotel hall, and then jumping across the street to get this bell to ring. No, could never